The phoenix does not alight upon a non-sycamore tree, nor does it drink from a spring that is not sweet. It does not consume anything that is not bamboo fruit. Since in this lifetime I am Ma Hongjun, I shall undoubtedly alter the fate of that malevolent fire phoenix, soaring gracefully through the heavens, proudly echoing across the firmament. Chapter 1. Ma Hongjun. On this particular day, within a humble farmhouse, a young boy, no more than 6 or 7 years of age, gradually opened his eyes. He turned over in bed, dismounted, and stood on the ground, rubbing his slightly numb legs. After more than 3 years of diligent practice, I have finally filled my dantian with energy. It has truly been a challenging journey. I hope that my early cultivation will prevent the awakening of that malevolent fire phoenix. I certainly do not wish to become a mere brothel phoenix. The young boy muttered to himself, his name being Ma Hongjun, residing in a place called Phoenix Village. In truth, the villagers predominantly possessed martial souls that were merely domestic fowl, such as chickens, ducks, and geese. One wonders why this flock of poultry would name their village after a phoenix. Do they genuinely believe that a chicken coop can yield a phoenix? As the saying goes, a cow may give birth to a chielin, and a pig to an elephant. Perhaps it is not entirely impossible. According to the original trajectory, Ma Hongjun is indeed a phoenix that has emerged from a chicken coop. Ma Hongjun is an orphan, though not entirely, so he has a grandfather. However, he is without parents, as his father was taken by an unknown creature while hunting in the mountains before Ma Hongjun could even learn to walk. His mother, consumed by sorrow, succumbed to despair after a year and departed to search for his father. Thus, Ma Hongjun became a child devoid of both father and mother, left to navigate a world he did not understand. Fortunately, he had his grandfather, Ma Daochu, who served as the village chief, to care for him. Some may wonder, with a grandfather present, where is the grandmother? Regrettably, his grandfather was an elderly man who had a child late in life. Thus, Ma Hongjun's grandmother passed away from illness before he was born, leaving only the two of them to rely upon each other. As Ma Hongjun grew older, his mind began to fill with an increasing array of information. And it was not until he reached the age of 2 that he fully comprehended that he was not of this world and discovered his true identity. Alas, he found himself to be a person of 3 deficiencies, lacking any golden finger, martial arts, or system. What to do? Must he inevitably follow the original path, transforming into a rotund figure, becoming a brothel phoenix? This was not what Ma Hongjun desired. He had heard from his grandfather that his mother had married from afar, and he had a maternal grandfather named Old Jack, who was also a village chief. According to local customs, it seemed he should refer to him as Uncle Grandfather. Ma Hongjun found this perplexing. Why should a grandfather also be called uncle? Yet, despite his confusion, he had no choice but to conform to local traditions. Regrettably, his grandfather was now too old to travel far, and thus, in the 6 years since, he had never visited his maternal grandfather uncle. Initially, upon learning of this connection, Ma Hongjun had been particularly excited given his relationship with Old Jack. He could easily remain in Holy Soul Village, seeking an opportunity to align himself with Tang San, thereby acquiring martial arts and the protection of a powerful ally. Some may question why Tang San would impart his techniques to others. That a simple solution would be to seize the opportunity to join the Tang sect directly. After all, according to the original trajectory, Ma Hongjun was destined to become the deputy sectmaster of the Tang sect. He is merely joining earlier than anticipated. However, he would not approach Tang San and bluntly declare, "Little San, I wish to join the Tang sect," as such a statement would be rather foolish. If he were to express such a desire, Tang San would undoubtedly allow him to experience the essence of Tang sect's hidden weapons. Alas, while the thought was splendid, reality proved to be quite harsh. His grandfather, advanced in age, was unable to travel far and harbored concerns about allowing a child to venture so far for a family visit. Thus, despite reaching the age of 6, he had yet to visit the Holy Soul Village. Consequently, his aspirations of seeking a powerful ally would have to be postponed. Yet, Ma Hongjun was not one to resign easily. Aside from his recollections of practicing Tai Chi during his schooling in a previous life, he found himself at a loss regarding other martial arts. His mind could not conjure any additional techniques. During that month, his grandfather worried that the child had lost his wits and nearly took him to a nearby doctor in Qingyang town. Thankfully, after a month of daydreaming, Ma Hongjun finally regained his senses but realized that he had no knowledge of meditation, and thus, he had to abandon that pursuit. Once again, Ma Hongjun found himself in a predicament. What was he to do? He had no desire to become a mere jester or a frivolous character. After enduring a month of profound contemplation, he decided to draw upon his memories from his past life, where he had traversed the online realm of cultivation, earning the moniker Little Ma. Consequently, he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation and had made several attempts to practice various techniques. The essence of yoga lies in meditation. However, his understanding of yoga was superficial, leading to a month of aimless experimentation that only resulted in his grandfather nearly deeming him a fool. Thus, Ma Hongjun turned his attention to the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism from his past memories. The core of Buddhist practice is visualization, while Taoist practice centers on intent and focus. Naturally, there are schools like the Qingjing sect that emphasize visualization as their foundation, both of which Ma Hongjun had some familiarity with. However, the dilemma of which path to pursue left him conflicted. Ultimately, Little Ma resolved to practice both of the most fundamental and reliable techniques. After all, there is nothing to lose should he succeed. It would be a significant gain. Consequently, Ma Hongjun embarked on his journey of exploration and cultivation. The concept of intent and focus is straightforward, as the Taoist scriptures state. The J purity leaves behind the carefree technique, teaching only how to concentrate and enter the energy point. The essence lies in the 8 characters. Concentrate and regulate the breath. Regulate the breath and concentrate, encapsulating the secret of intent and focus. Visualization, on the other hand, is more complex, requiring a specific target for visualization. While any object could serve as a focal point, Ma Hongjun was cautious in his selection. This was because the object of visualization, as one delves deeper, can gradually alter a person's body, mind, and spirit. Initially, Ma Hongjun considered that his martial soul would at least manifest as the evil fire phoenix. Therefore, visualizing a phoenix seemed an optimal choice. However, he feared that awakening the evil fire phoenix might expose him to its malevolent influence. Thus, he ultimately settled on the Taiji diagram as his visualization target. The Taiji diagram, with its yin and yang fish entwined, embodies the essence of Balancia perfect. Circle where yin contains yang, and yang envelopes yin. Perhaps, if he successfully visualizes this, even if he awakens the malevolent phoenix martial spirit, he might harness the power of the Taiji diagram to control his inner fire. Thus commenced Ma Hongjun's journey of cultivation. On the first day of his practice, he sensed the emergence of qi in his dantian. However, it is more accurate to assert that it was the birth of this qi sensation that fashioned his dantian, creating a space for energy to reside. As the Taoist scriptures suggest, the dantian is neither within the body nor outside. It serves as a sanctum for nurturing energy, distinct from the naturally existing orifices of a person. While Ma Hongjun focused his mind on the dantian, he perceived it as an empty void, silent, dark, and desolate until the first wisp of qi emerged, introducing a subtle, profound fluctuation. As the saying goes, the profound is indeed profound, and therein lies the gateway to myriad wonders. This revelation led Ma Hongjun to marvel at the efficacy of the celestial teachings passed down by his forebears. Indeed, one true word of transmission outweighs countless volumes of misunderstood texts. Resolute, Ma Hongjun decided to bow towards the west each day before commencing his training, akin to a gesture of reverence from a past life, embracing local customs. This act would symbolize his respect as a disciple towards the genuine teachings of his master, despite the absence of an actual master in this realm. Nonetheless, although he had awakened a sense of qi, Ma Hongjun did not perceive anything extraordinary. The most he felt was a warm sensation in the area around his navel, a heightened state of spirit, and a sense of ample energy, yet nothing beyond that. On the very first day, he successfully entered the realm of Taiji visualization. Perhaps due to his dual existence, his soul was innately more robust than that of ordinary individuals, endowing him with greater mental fortitude, which facilitated his early success. As he visualized, a vivid image of the yin and yang fish swirling around each other materialized in his mind, albeit still ordinary and unchanged. Ma Hongjun even questioned whether he had erred in his cultivation, but regardless, he had indeed succeeded in visualizing the Taiji diagram, despite its lack of transformation. Unable to comprehend the reason behind this, Ma Hongjun resolved to set aside his confusion. He embraced the uncertainty, confident that understanding would dawn upon him in due time. With this thought in mind, he embarked on his daily journey of cultivation. Chapter 2. An Encounter. In truth, Ma Hongjun achieved a full cultivation of his dantian energy within a mere span of 3 months, specifically 100 days, culminating in the opening of his mystical gateway and fulfilling the requirements to channel energy throughout his limbs and meridians. However, after reaching this pinnacle, no matter how fervently he endeavored, he found himself unable to make further progress. Deep down, Ma Hongjun recognized he had encountered a predicament similar to that of Tang San. It seemed that only upon acquiring a soul ring could he advance in his cultivation. Yet he overlooked the fact that soul power could continue to be refined even without a soul ring. At this juncture, he had yet to awaken his martial soul, rendering his so-called soul power not truly soul power at all. Being nearly 3 years old, could he possibly wait idly until the age of 6 to awaken a rudimentary martial soul? Such an idea was, of course, implausible. If he could not cultivate soul power, could he not still strengthen his physique? Could he not persist in practicing Tai Chi visualization? Consequently, Hongjun devised a 3-year training plan for himself. While exercising and practicing martial arts, the soul power within his dantian would, guided by his intent, naturally disperse throughout his body, nourishing his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Thus, he was not deterred by fatigue, for his training regimen was thoughtfully designed to be manageable. After all, he was still a child, in a phase of physical development. Overexertion could lead to detrimental consequences. He was also unconcerned about depleting his soul power, as he diligently engaged in meditation daily, which not only aided in mastering his soul power, but also enhanced its refinement and quality. However, he was cautious not to meditate for extended periods, as he had yet to attain a state of unobstructed meridians. Prolonged sitting could lead to deformities in his little legs. Thus, when meditating, he employed the safest posture, the Lao Jun position, which was even more secure than the natural sitting posture, limiting his sessions to a maximum of 3 hours, though typically only 1 to 2 hours. Following each session, he would rise to stretch and massage his legs to prevent any adverse effects on his skeletal development. His mornings would unfold in this manner, followed by an hour of meditation at noon, substituting for a midday rest. The afternoons were particularly leisurely. He would remain at home, perusing the collection of books amassed by his grandfather, who, as the village head, had gathered an assortment of literature, especially various intriguing storybooks that captivated him. Most delightfully, he discovered that the written language of this world bore a striking resemblance to Chinese characters, allowing him to swiftly learn the writing system of this realm. Thus, he would spend the afternoon engrossed in reading until the evening hour of followed by another hour of meditation. At night, he would lie on his bed, visualizing the Tai Chi diagram, immersing his mind in the dance of yin and yang, lingering in a state of reverie until the stroke of midnight, when he would rise to practice for another hour before retiring for the night. The practice of meditating during the hours of Zi, Wu, Mao, and Yu was a technique Hongjun had learned during his online escapades in pursuit of immortality. According to the principles of yin and yang, these 4 time periods represented the zenith of yin and yang's interplay, with Zi and Wu embodying the extremes of yin and yang, while Mao and Yu balanced the two. Moreover, during these hours, the energy of the universe was particularly rich and gentle. On this particular morning, Hongjun found himself atop Phoenix Mountain, located behind the village. On this particular day, he did not commence his meditation practice as usual. Instead, he focused on visualizing the Taiji diagram. Having cultivated for over 3 years, he was merely 3 days away from awakening his martial soul, yet the Taiji diagram remained unchanged. Previously, he had attempted to gather the essence of the sun and moon during the moments of yin at noon and yang at midnight, but he felt nothing, and the Taiji diagram showed no signs of transformation. Thus, he resolved to visualize the Taiji diagram during the harmonious hours of yin and yang, specifically at the moments of the rabbit and rooster, to observe any potential effects. Throughout the day, only during these 2 time slots could one witness the coexistence of the sun and moon. As dawn broke, the darkness receded from the horizon, and the eastern sky began to illuminate gradually. A purplish-red orb of light slowly ascended at the edge of the eastern horizon, while Hongjun immersed himself in profound visualization. He envisioned himself merging with the sun and moon. His consciousness seemed to transform into these celestial bodies, one half a radiant purplish-red, the other a serene, icy blue, both streams melding into the eyes of the Taiji diagram as yin and yang fish. The once transparent Taiji diagram began to evolve as the essence of the sun and moon infused it. One eye turned a deep purplish red, resembling a miniature sun, while the other transformed into a pale blue, akin to a diminutive moon. A mysterious wave of energy emanated from the Taiji diagram, which began to rotate slowly, with the yin and yang fish adopting the hues of purplish red and icy blue, representing the sun and moon nestled within their respective eyes. Although the Taiji diagram still appeared ethereal and elusive, a significant change had indeed occurred, and a profound understanding surged within Hongjun. The essence of Taiji is born from the boundless, embodying the duality of yin and yang. Previously, his visualization of the Taiji diagram was merely a manifestation of his mental prowess within his consciousness, lacking true essence, hence it seemed mundane and devoid of wonder. However, the situation had transformed. Yin and yang represent the essence of the Tao, Amongst the vastness of the universe, nothing embodies yin and yang more profoundly than the sun and moon. The Taiji diagram had inadvertently facilitated his successful cultivation. As the saying goes, from the boundless arises the Taiji, which emerges from the void. Little did he know that without his own inherent boundlessness, he could never have cultivated the Taiji diagram. As he concluded his practice and rose, the sun had fully ascended in the east. A fleeting purplish-red glimmer flickered in his left eye, while a subtle icy blue shimmer passed through his right. He began to move his body slowly, with the sole purpose of relaxing his muscles and promoting the flow of qi and blood. Moments later, having completed his exercises, he murmured to himself and swiftly turned to run down the mountain towards home. Unfortunately, he lacked the elusive nimbleness of the Tang sect's ghostly shadow, so his agility could not be deemed exceptional. Nevertheless, due to his long-term training, he managed to traverse the ground with relative ease. In the afternoon, as was his custom, Hongjun was engrossed in his reading when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He hurriedly rose to open it. "Uncle Jin, who is this?" Upon seeing the familiar figure of Uncle Jin from the village, he noticed a robust middle-aged man in his 40s standing beside him. This man possessed distinct facial features, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose, reminiscent of a shoe's sole. Wearing a pair of black rectangular glasses, one could not help but feel there was something peculiar about him. "Xiao Hongjun, is the village head around?" This individual is a soul master, known as Flandra. He is passing through our village and intends to stay the night. I thought your family might have an extra room, so I brought him to inquire if your grandfather would permit this esteemed soul master to lodge with us. Uncle Jin, an honest-looking middle-aged villager, explained. The four-eyed cat eagle. Flandra? You say his name is Flandra? Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have read of your legendary tales. It is said that the four-eyed cat eagle, Flandra, is one of the illustrious golden triangle figures in the realm of soul masters, a remarkably powerful practitioner. Internally, Hongjun chided himself for his excitement. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor, respectfully recalling snippets he had encountered in texts regarding the golden triangle. As he gazed at Flandra, his eyes reflected a hint of admiration. This man was destined to be his mentor, and it was astonishing that he had arrived just 3 days before his own awakening of the martial soul. So that is the case. Flandra, with a hint of pride, acknowledged the admiration he received, subtly nodding in response, recognizing that as a figure from the books, his reputation was to be expected. Observing Hongjun's assertion of Flandra's formidable prowess, Uncle Jin's respect deepened, and as the trio conversed, Hongjun ushered Flandra and Uncle Jin into the courtyard, then called out towards his grandfather's room. "Grandfather, we have guests. Come out and greet them." Flandra's lips twitched slightly. There was something odd about that phrasing. The child presumably intended for his grandfather to come out and receive him, which was quite understandable. Moreover, he felt it inappropriate to chastise a child who could not grasp the nuances of such terminology. Uncle Jin mused that Xiao Hongjun was indeed astute and articulate, prompting his grandfather to emerge and welcome the guests. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Old man, today marks the day of Xiao Hongjun's martial soul awakening. I shall accompany you. If he possesses a high innate spirit power, I could very well become his mentor. At the home of the village head, Ma Daochu, Flandra smiled faintly as he prepared to gather the children of the village who were to awaken their martial souls this year. Having encountered Flandra, Hongjun was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. They quickly came to an agreement, and Flandra decided to stay. Subsequently, Hongjun bombarded him with questions, and eventually broached the subject of becoming his disciple. Flandra did not acquiesce without consideration. He stated that if the awakening resulted in a different martial soul with commendable innate spirit power, Hongjun could become a student at his academy. Given the unique circumstances of Phoenix Village, should Hongjun's innate spirit power meet Flandra's expectations, he would accept him as a disciple. What makes Phoenix Village so unique? Essentially, the villagers' martial souls were predominantly avian in nature. Aside from individuals like Hongjun's mother, who had married into the village, those awakening martial souls in Phoenix Village were largely of poultry origin. Since poultry belongs to the avian category, and Flandra's own martial soul is similarly avian. As long as Hongjun's innate spirit power was sufficiently high, he would fulfill the criteria for becoming a disciple. In truth, he harbored little hope in his heart, for he had already traversed 7 or 8 villages this year. Although 1 or 2 had awakened their spirit powers, none had met his expectations. Thus, when he spoke to Hongjun, it was merely to offer him solace and to gently encourage him to retreat gracefully. This year, 9 children from Phoenix Village awakened their martial spirits. On the way, Hongjun inquired of his grandfather what martial spirit he would awaken. Ma Daochu beamed with pride as he replied, "Hongjun, both your father and I possess the golden rooster spirit. Our family's martial spirit is undoubtedly the most exquisite among all avian spirits in the village. Unless fate intervenes, you too shall awaken as a golden rooster. In a few years, if you lack spirit power, I shall pass on the position of village chief to you. The role has always belonged to our family, the Ma clan, due to the beauty of our martial spirit. Should you awaken your grandmother's grass chicken spirit or your mother's carrot spirit, the position may soon be claimed by your Uncle San's family. So, you must strive to excel. Throughout the journey, Flanders remained largely silent, lost in thought. Ma Hongjun felt an immense pressure from his grandfather's words. Yet, understanding his family's legacy, he was confident that his martial spirit would indeed be the vibrant golden rooster, endowed with innate full spirit power. However, he fervently prayed not to awaken the evil fire phoenix, even if he were to awaken the golden rooster spirit. He believed that with his innate full spirit power and future cultivation, he would one day transform it into a phoenix soaring high. The martial spirit hall of Phoenix Village stood at the village's entrance. The official responsible for awakening spirits, Su Yuntao, a level 27 soul master, had already visited over a dozen villages in the past 2 months. Despite having awakened an innate full spirit power youth from the Blue Silver Grass in Holy Soul Village near Notting City 2 months prior, the other villages yielded only low-level spirit power children, lacking any promising future. With his innate second-level spirit power, he had been diligent, yet had only achieved level 27 thus far. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Flanders' eyes. Blue Silver Grass, innate full spirit power. While Su Yuntao deemed it a useless martial spirit with no potential for development, Flanders held a contrary view. Anyone capable of awakening innate full spirit power must possess potential, regardless of the martial spirit's nature. Ma Hongjun felt reassured upon learning that Su Yuntao was in charge of the awakening. It was said that those who awakened their innate full spirit power under his guidance often achieved remarkable heights. Moreover, he had heard that Tang San's martial spirit had awakened 2 months prior, suggesting that his own time to attend school was also approaching. However, Ma Hongjun was aware that this was a recurring jest among those from parallel worlds, poking fun at Su Yuntao. The tale went that any martial spirit he awakened that could not be recognized was deemed useless. Yet, it was also said that many of those deemed to possess useless martial spirits with innate full spirit power ultimately achieved great success. Rumor had it that without Su Yuntao's awakening, the evaluations were invariably negative, and those with unrecognized innate full spirit power often gravitated towards the opposing side of the martial spirit hall. In the parallel realms, Tao Gu is often referred to as the soul awakening tool, the traitor of the spirit hall, the blind Douluo, and the blind god king. His titles are numerous, and Ma Hongjun succinctly enumerates them as follows: the true soul awakening tool, the blind Douluo, the traitor of the spirit hall, the blind god king, Master Su Yuntao. However, it is essential to note that the soul awakened by Su Yuntao does not necessarily imply a formidable power. It is merely a humorous jest. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun harbors a sincere hope that amusing events will unfold for him, as he is about to experience it firsthand. Unbeknownst to him, should he falter during his awakening, his destined teacher, Flanders, may be usurped by the very figure he admires. The soul awakening ceremony progresses, with 8 children preceding him, each possessing souls that resemble poultry such as chickens, ducks, geese, and pigeons, none exhibiting any soul power. Su Yuntao remains unfazed, accustomed to such outcomes. Following instructions, Ma Hongjun steps into the awakening array, enveloped by a gentle golden light. As golden particles seep into his being, his anxious heart miraculously calms, and he ceases to ponder whether his soul would manifest as the evil fire phoenix. A warm sensation envelopes him, akin to being bathed in a comforting glow. As the golden light courses through him, he feels a stirring within, as if something is on the verge of emergence. Outside, as Ma Hongjun's awakening ceremony unfolds, the golden radiance of the array intensifies, surpassing the previous 8 children's awakening lights. Observing from the sidelines, Flanders and Su Yuntao exchange glances, both revealing glimmers of excitement. It is evident that a powerful soul is about to be revealed. Indeed, within the awakening array, Ma Hongjun senses a shattering within him, a force surging outward. His body ignites in a fiery blaze, not merely resembling fire, but truly ablaze, as a layer of purplish-red flames envelopes him. Strangely, his garments remain unscathed. His long, dark hair transforms into a fiery crimson, standing upright and gathering into a mohawk style, presenting an extraordinarily peculiar appearance. From his back, a pair of purplish-red flame wings emerge, spanning 1 meter, adorned with 5 flowing feathers that cascade like a cloak. Layers of purplish-red dragon scale-like armor materialize on his arms, extending to the backs of his hands. His fingernails elongate and curve, transforming into sharp claws, reminiscent of a skilled practitioner of the eagle claw technique. Beneath his neck, scales of the same purplish-red hue cover his torso and limbs, as if he were donned in a dragon scale armor. Yet, this transformation is known only to Ma Hongjun, as it remains concealed from others. Behind him, in the ethereal void, as the soul manifests, an apparition of a purplish-red flame phoenix materializes, measuring 2 meters in length with a wingspan of 1 meter, poised for flight. The depiction of the purplish-red phoenix, with its deer-like antlers and chicken-like beak, snake-like neck, fish-like tail, and dragon-like patterns, mirrors the descriptions found in ancient texts with uncanny precision. In truth, the phoenix's body measures approximately 1 meter in length, with its splendid tail feathers extending nearly another meter, thus creating the illusion of a wingspan of 1 meter and an overall length of 2 meters. The phoenix bears dragon markings, which are actually scales resembling dragon scales, primarily adorning its back and claws. Consequently, upon the awakening of his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun effectively dons a suit of dragon scale armor, encompassing his front, back, and limbs, though obscured by his clothing. With a resounding and melodious cry, the phoenix's call echoed within the confines of the small spirit hall. Flandra and Su Yuntao gazed upon the elegant, noble, beautiful, and powerful phoenix apparition before them, their bodies trembling with excitement. One, exhilarated by the serendipity of encountering a top-tier beast martial spirit, the fire phoenix, felt a glimmer of hope for the future lineage. The other, equally thrilled, sensed a pressure from a superior entity, envisioning prospects of promotion and advancement. Alas, he was mistaken, for Flandra was observing him with keen scrutiny. Quickly, Hongjun, test your innate soul power. Flandra and Su Yuntao spoke in unison, as if sharing an unspoken connection. Upon hearing their voices, Ma Hongjun's crimson eyes sparkled with clarity, the blue moonlight of the Taiji diagram within his consciousness radiating brilliantly, instantly awakening him and dispelling the tidal wave of desire that had surged within. His hair, influenced by the martial spirit, usually appeared a dark reddish hue, seemingly black in dim light, but under a bright reflection, it transformed into a deep wine red. His physique had also rounded out slightly, morphing from a slender, youthful boy of 7 or 8 years into a cherubic little plump figure. "Teacher, look at me," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unaware of the changes in his facial features and hair color, but acutely aware of the tightness of his clothing, which had once fit him comfortably. Hearing Ma Hongjun address him as teacher, Flandra did not deny it. However, upon hearing the boy's voice quivering with emotion, he furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing the issue. The black hair, the slender, delicate face, and the lean figure had all vanished. Were it not for the unmistakable aura and his vigilant observation, Flandra might have believed Ma Hongjun had been swapped for another. At that moment, Su Yuntao also noted Ma Hongjun's transformation, his heart sinking at the thought of potential complications. Moreover, Ma Hongjun had just referred to this soul sage as his teacher. Su Yuntao felt his prospects dimming, realizing that his hopes for advancement had likely evaporated. His body had become entirely rounder, transforming him into a little chubby figure. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. During the eruption of flames, a powerful desire surged within him, fixated solely on release, fearing that if he suppressed this fiery essence for too long, it might culminate in an explosive eruption. He believed that this newfound weight was a consequence of that very fire, and sooner or later, he would become increasingly corpulent, culminating in an explosive climax. Ma Hongjun, on the verge of tears, vividly described his predicament to Flandra. Flandra and Su Yuntao were momentarily speechless. As adults, they instantly comprehended the nature of Ma Hongjun's predicament. Su Yuntao found himself at a loss for words, pondering the peculiarities of martial souls, astonished that such an eccentric one existed. If it were not for the risk of gaining weight or suffering a catastrophic fate, this ability would indeed evoke envy among men. How could a martial soul be so bizarre? However, it would be prudent to test the soul power first. I believe there must be a solution, and it need not lead to such an extreme outcome, Flandra remarked with an unusual expression, calm yet contemplative. He held on to the belief that there is always a way out, a solution to every dilemma. If all else fails, for the sake of his life, Ma Hongjun might have to accept such a fate. Ma Hongjun resigned himself to his destiny, for what other choice did he have? It seemed that the evil fire phoenix was a challenge he could not evade. Extending his chubby little hand to press against the crystal ball, Ma Hongjun felt his soul power being drawn forth from his dantian, instantly surging into the crystal. In that moment, the crystal ball erupted with a brilliant blue light, the influx of soul power permeating every corner of its structure. Innate full soul power, Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock, glancing at Flandra, who wore a look of delight, while his own heart sank. Yet, he remained undeterred and suggested, "Hongjun, Would you consider joining our spirit hall? Perhaps the higher-ups could devise a remedy for your martial soul's hidden dangers. No, Master Su Yuntao. I have promised my teacher that upon awakening my martial soul, I would follow him to study, Ma Hongjun replied, acknowledging that he could only take things one step at a time, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. If his memory served him correctly, the celestial herb that Tang San would provide in the future could resolve his martial soul's issues. Should he not reach that moment? He still had the sun and moon Taiji diagram. Just moments ago, the cold light emanating from the inside of the Taiji diagram had quelled the rising desires within him, awakening him to clarity. Given this revelation, Ma Hongjun decided against short-term soul power cultivation. It appeared he needed to prioritize mastering the Taiji visualization technique. Boy, do you think it wise to recruit my students in my presence? Are you so lacking in respect for me? Flandra scoffed. A wave of soul sage pressure descending upon Su Yuntao. Honorable soul sage, I truly had no knowledge of Hongjun's intention to train under your guidance. Had I known, I would not have dared to pose such an impertinent question. I beseech your forgiveness for this oversight, Su Yuntao replied, bowing deeply, his voice respectful yet strained. Hongjun, what is the name of your martial soul? Is it the Fire Phoenix or something else? Su Yuntao inquired, struggling to find the right words. Evil Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun lamented. Flandra nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the name Evil Fire Phoenix was indeed fitting. After completing the documentation for Ma Hongjun's martial soul awakening, Su Yuntao hurriedly departed from Phoenix Village, neglecting even Ma Daochu, who awaited outside the spirit hall to inquire about the awakening. He had just unwittingly offended a powerful soul sage and had no time to linger. He needed to flee to avoid retribution or worse, being dealt with by other staff members of the spirit hall. Honorable soul sage, how did Hongjun's martial soul awakening go? What is his martial soul? Does he possess soul power? Ma Daochu was unable to obtain an answer from Su Yuntao and turned to inquire about Flandra as he emerged. As for Ma Hongjun, who stood behind Flandra, his specific form went unnoticed. Hongjun's martial soul was the Fire Phoenix, and his soul power was innately full. There was a minor issue. Yet he proved to be quite remarkable. I shall accept this disciple, Flandra remarked with a slight smile to Ma Hongjun's grandfather. However, he refrained from revealing the true nature of the potential risks associated with Hongjun's martial soul. A Fire Phoenix with innate full soul power? My heavens, truly our ancestors are watching over us. The Ma family is finally able to produce a soul master, and a Fire Phoenix soul master at that. The reputation of Phoenix Village is now assured. Let us see who dares to disparage our name henceforth, Ma Daochu exclaimed, his face a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Calling upon the spirits of their ancestors to bless the family with such a prodigious talent. Hongjun, come here and let your grandfather have a look at our little genius. Ma Daochu joyfully beckoned. Ma Hongjun slowly stepped out from behind Flandra. What on earth happened to you, Hongjun? Ma Daochu gasped, taken aback by the sight of the chubby child before him. Had he not raised him from childhood, he would scarcely have recognized his own grandson. Grandfather, this is what my teacher mentioned regarding my martial soul issues. I've put on weight. That slender and charming little grandson of yours has transformed into this little chubby fellow. Ma Hongjun replied with a forced smile, not wishing to cause his grandfather any concern. Ma Daochu examined him closely, pinching Ma Hongjun's plump cheeks, and chuckled. Oh, how delightful. You look so healthy and robust. Now I need not worry about you being swept away by the wind. Flandra and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a wry smile. Chapter 5, Departure. Flandra stayed at Ma Hongjun's home for an additional 2 days, primarily to allow Hongjun to spend quality time with his grandfather while conducting a comprehensive evaluation of his martial soul. The results of the assessment brought Flandra some joy, primarily. The exceptional enhancement provided by the beast martial soul to the body was noteworthy. Moreover, the crimson flames emanating from the defect in Ma Hongjun's martial soul were indeed a valuable asset. They were not only intensely hot, but also exhibited remarkable adhesion, igniting anything they touched and proving difficult to extinguish. Furthermore, these flames possessed a formidable vitality, a quality that Hongjun could not effectively manage, leading to his weight gain and the need to release the malevolent fire, which posed a risk of self-destruction. In summary, the vitality was so overwhelming that it threatened his very existence, and his weight gain was merely a mild consequence. Yet, there were regrets. Firstly, it was astonishing that Ma Hongjun, the malevolent Fire Phoenix, could not fly. This revelation left Flandra somewhat bewildered, without the ability to soar. Did that magnificent pair of purple-red phoenix wings on his back serve merely as decoration? Upon verification, it was discovered that while they were not mere ornamentation, they could only glide, much to Hongjun's chagrin. Feeling he was losing the dignity of the phoenix, he recalled the mythical phoenix, which would only perch on the finest parasol trees, consume the purest bamboo, and drink from the sweetest springs, soaring high and dancing through the heavens. drawing all creatures to its presence. How had the grandeur of such a being been diminished in his case? Ma Hongjun vowed to train his phoenix wings. Even without relying on soul techniques, he would learn to fly. Moreover, not only would he take to the skies, but he would also aspire to become the sovereign of the aerial realm. For one destined to soar like a phoenix, one should dance through the heavens and laugh triumphantly at the vast expanse of the sky. Of course, an underlying purpose is to secure more time for cultivating the Tai Chi visualization technique. Only with a robust practice of this method can he hope to discover a solution to the flaws in his martial spirit, which remains the sole viable path at present. As for relying on his infatuation, that will require another 6 or 7 years. Should he cease to seek a resolution, he would inevitably tread the same old path once more. Even now, despite his martial spirit having awakened, Ma Hongjun shows no signs of resignation. In recent days, he has refrained from further cultivating his soul power, only engaging in restorative practices when completely depleted. Yet, he steadfastly avoids excessive training. Aside from refining his Tai Chi visualization, he spends time with his grandfather and assists Flandra in conducting tests. During these moments, he engages in vigorous exercise and boxing while in the state of martial spirit manifestation. Such vigor stems from his robust vitality and abundant energy. Previously, he hesitated to intensify his training, but now he sees no reason to hold back. As long as he does not overexert himself to the point of collapse, he can push his limits without fear of harming his body while in this state. Thus, over the past 2 days, he has trained until his soul power is entirely expended, only ceasing when his martial spirit naturally reverts to its original state. Although enveloped in violet flames during manifestation, the temptations that arise are ever present. However, the occasional emergence of a cool, energy from the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram allows him to maintain his resolve. He has also discovered a crucial insight. While practicing Tai Chi, he can suppress the surging desires within, further solidifying his commitment to relentless training. Ma Hongjun shared these revelations with Flandra. As for how he came to such knowledge, he simply wove a tale, claiming to have gleaned insights from a book. Regardless, it matters not, as others perceive him merely as engaged in meditative practice. Yet, who would suspect that Ma Hongjun lacks true meditative prowess? What is required for the practice of Tai Chi? Having navigated the realm of cultivation in his past life, little Ma knows well. It entails guiding the breath with intention, embodying the spirit of Tai Chi, cultivating tranquility, and embracing a gentle, natural flow. One could argue that Tai Chi emphasizes internal development, which is precisely what Ma Hongjun needs to fend off the corrupting fire that seeks to invade his heart. As for the physical aspect, it is straightforward. Engage in vigorous exercise to release excess energy. This not only alleviates immediate crises, but also fortifies the body and enhances one's constitution. Truly a win-win scenario. Although Tai Chi has its stipulations, one must not be misled into thinking it is devoid of physical exertion. Such a belief would be erroneous. Tai Chi encompasses both softness and strength. True mastery lies in the harmonious blend of both. Ma Hongjun conveyed all these insights to Flandra. However, in contrast to Ma Hongjun's optimism, Flandra's outlook remained more cautious. This method, while seemingly effective in suppressing and harnessing the corruptive fire, may only yield temporary results, leaving Ma Hongjun to confront the original predicament once again. Thus, amidst his fervent training, 2 days swiftly passed, with his grandfather only believing that Ma Hongjun was diligently committed to his cultivation. The day arrived when Ma Hongjun was to leave with Flandra. Although 2 days of training seemed brief, it proved to be remarkably fruitful. At the very least, Ma Hongjun appeared less bloated and felt considerably more robust. Hongjun, make sure to diligently pursue your training with your teacher. Listen to his guidance and refrain from causing him any trouble. Do not worry about your grandfather. With your departure, he will have your third uncle and others to look after him. Additionally, if the opportunity arises, do visit your uncle in Saint Spirit Village. His old companion passed away early, and with only your mother as his daughter, he lives in solitude, which is quite pitiful. The elderly man's eyes brimmed with reluctance as he gazed at the sturdy young boy, offering a stream of heartfelt advice. Foolish child, why are you crying? Remember, you are the pride of the Ma family, as well as of Phoenix Village. Because of you, our village is truly deserving of its name. Out there, you must remain strong. A man sheds blood, not tears, and you must not weep in the outside world. The old Taoist, with a gentle demeanor, affectionately patted Ma Hongjun's head, his expression radiating pride. Their family's golden pheasant had ultimately soared to the treetops, transforming into a phoenix, fulfilling the long-held aspirations of the Ma lineage. I will, grandfather. Ma Hongjun sniffled, his gaze resolute, no longer choked with emotion. Lord Flandra, I entrust Hongjun to your care. After imparting his words of wisdom, the old Taoist spoke with reverence. Rest assured, Hongjun is my disciple, akin to a son, I shall ensure his well-being. Flandra assured him with a serious nod. Then I leave him in your capable hands. Well then, you may go. I shall not see you off any further. The old Taoist spoke earnestly, turning to close the door, choosing not to gaze back at Hongjun and Flandra, fearing he might become too sentimental. Chapter 6. Shrek. Teacher, is this truly your academy? Hongjun inquired as he followed Flandra into a village marked by a sign depicting a green monster. Indeed, this is Shrek Academy. My esteemed institution. Why are you not at all astonished? Flandra replied, pride evident in his voice, yet slightly puzzled. Under normal circumstances, anyone encountering such a dilapidated academy would surely be taken aback. The books say one should not judge solely by appearances. As a formidable powerhouse, how could your academy possibly appear so ordinary? Hongjun articulated, though he refrained from admitting that he had long suspected the academy's worn condition, having merely harbored curiosity until now. Ah, very well reasoned. I am pleased to see you possess such insight. Though my academy appears shabby, it is anything but ordinary. I can assure you, no institution in this world boasts a faculty as exceptional as ours at Shrek Academy, a point I will elaborate on later. You are aware of the admission requirements, so for the time being, you are merely a preparatory student and not yet a full-fledged member of Shrek Academy. Once you reach the age of 13 and your soul power attains level 21 or higher, you will officially be recognized as a true Shrek student. Flandra nodded with satisfaction, explaining further. Yes, teacher, I understand. I will strive to improve my abilities. Flandra had already provided a general overview during their journey, so Hongjun comprehended the situation well. At present, the academy has no students, save for one preparatory student akin to yourself, who is 2 years your senior. This individual possesses a martial spirit known as the sausage and is currently the only known prodigy with innate full soul power in the food system. The cultivation of soul power in this domain is exceptionally slow, thus he is merely a level 16 soul master at this time, named Oscar, an orphan whom I have taken under my wing. I shall introduce you to him shortly. Upon hearing Flanders mention Oscar, Hongjun nodded obediently, surprised to learn that Oscar had already reached level 16. However, considering Oscar's 2-year advantage in age, it seemed reasonable for him to have achieved such a level by now. Thank you, teacher. Hongjun respectfully accepted the exquisitely crafted crimson ring and the meditation cultivation book, his face alight with joy, clearly delighted. This was his first encounter with such a wondrous item, a storage space, and most importantly, it was a gift from his teacher, Flanders. This ring was acquired during an adventure with a friend. You may name it, Flanders explained. By inputting your soul power, you can unlock the ring to store items, an invaluable treasure for a soul master. Flanders grimaced slightly, feeling the pinch of parting with it. Hongjun casually glanced at the meditation book, placing it aside with care as he admired the fiery red ring, reminiscent of fire jade. Feeling its gentle warmth against his skin, after a moment of contemplation, he proposed a name to Flanders. Teacher, since this ring is as red as fire and resembles fire jade, let us call it Flame. Flame Ring, what a splendid and fitting name, Flanders acknowledged. By the way, teacher, what is a soul guide? Does it also serve as a storage space? Hongjun inquired with curiosity, as he donned the flame ring on his right index finger. It magically adjusted to fit snugly, providing a most comfortable sensation without any constriction, a truly remarkable experience. Watching Hongjun delightfully retrieve and replace items from the flame ring, Flanders wore a subtle smile and explained, a soul guide is a device operated by soul power, encompassing various types. However, legacy soul guides are rare, mostly lacking offensive capabilities. Moreover, soul masters typically do not require weapons. Nowadays, soul guides could be likened to artifacts. Their origins and methods of creation have long been lost to time, leaving only those that have fortuitously survived. Hongjun nodded earnestly, having become proficient in handling the flame ring after a brief period of play. As he attentively absorbed Flanders' explanation, he solemnly declared, Teacher, since our academy mandates that one must attain at least level 21 in soul power before officially enrolling at the age of 13, I wish to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City as a guest student for the next few years. This way, I can visit my grandfather in Holy Soul Village during the holidays. I will maintain correspondence with you monthly to report on my cultivation progress and any questions I may have, and I hope you will grant my request. You wish to study elsewhere? Are you dissatisfied with my rules and expectations? Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Flandra was taken aback and coldly replied, No, teacher. With your wise guidance, I believe I would thrive in any learning environment. My grandfather has always encouraged me to visit my maternal grandfather whenever possible. Thus, I considered that Holy Soul Village is situated near Notting City, which is not too far from our academy. I plan to temporarily attend as a visiting student for a few years. This way, I can conveniently visit my grandfather, correspond with you, or reach out to you should I have any matters to discuss. Ma Hongjun hastily gestured to Flandra, attempting to elucidate his reasoning. From their week of acquaintance, Ma Hongjun had gleaned some insights into his teacher's character, avaricious and miserly, cunning as a fox, yet also sentimental and fiercely protective of his own. This was something he had already discerned. Thus, when Flandra presented him with the flame ring, he was filled with joy. For the miserly Flandra to endure the pain of parting with a storage soul guide for him was a testament to Flandra's acknowledgement of his worth, which naturally brought him happiness. However, what concerned Ma Hongjun was his teacher's tendency to be petty and hold grudges. Should one inadvertently offend him, their name would surely find its way into his little notebook, and misfortune would follow. He worried that if he failed to convey his intentions clearly, Flandra might interpret it as dissatisfaction with the Academy's requirements, leading to his name being inscribed in that ominous book. Such a fate would cast a shadow over his future life at the Academy. Well, that could work. How long do you intend to study there? Flandra's previously cold and displeased demeanor faded as he considered Ma Hongjun's words and replied calmly. At most 3 years, given my talent. Even with the hindrance of the evil fire, I am confident that I can reach at least the 21st rank within 3 years. Furthermore, there is another advantage to attending the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Did not the Spirit Hall steward, Su Yuntao, mention that there is a naturally gifted individual with full soul power in Holy Soul Village? I could assess his situation. If all goes well, he may enroll in the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, allowing me to establish a rapport with him beforehand. If he trains well, our connection could ensure his admission to Shrek Academy after graduation. Conversely, should he choose not to attend due to the belief that blue silver grass is a useless martial soul, I could write to you, teacher, and bring him to our academy for guidance. Thus, regardless of the outcome, we would be gaining another prodigy for the academy. Ma Hongjun articulated his analysis of the pros and cons to Flandra, secretly thinking that by attending Notting Academy, he would forge a solid relationship with Tang San. If fortune favored him and he could learn the secrets of the Tang sect, he would no longer need to navigate the path alone. Moreover, his endeavor would not only yield one genius, but potentially two. Additionally, his teacher's second brother, the master, resided at Notting Academy. Perhaps, with his profound theoretical knowledge, he might conceive a solution for his martial soul's deficiencies. Flandra's eyes lit up. If what this young man proposed proved true, it would indeed be a profitable venture. A smile crept upon his lips as he mused that this boy was increasingly resembling him, having begun to learn the art of meticulous calculation. Furthermore, from his words, it was evident that he harbored no dissatisfaction with the academy. After a moment of contemplation, Flandra spoke. Your idea is indeed commendable and filled with confidence. However, do you truly believe that a blue silver grass, deemed a worthless martial soul, holds any promise for development? Teacher, I refuse to accept that the blue silver grass, which can thrive in every corner of the world, is a futile martial soul. Not only is it one of the most resilient forms of life, but it also possesses innate, full soul power. How could such a being be considered worthless? Based on the knowledge you have imparted to me over the past few days regarding martial souls, soul beasts, and spirit rings, it seems improbable for the blue silver grass to possess innate, full soul power unless it is linked to a powerful martial soul, which enabled its awakening. Furthermore, given the tenacity of the blue silver grass, it could potentially absorb any soul ring without conflict. Viewed in this light, the prospects for the development of its martial soul shine brightly. Ma Hongjun elaborated, holding back some thoughts. As long as something exists, there must be a reason for it. What? You suggest it could be a twin martial soul? How is that possible? Flandra inquired. Indeed, your theory holds merit. I cannot believe I overlooked this. Although the blue-silver grass exhibits remarkable vitality, it cannot awaken such high soul power unless it possesses an even more formidable martial soul. Haha, splendid. I did not anticipate your insights to be so unique. What you propose is indeed quite plausible, and thus, you must bring it to our academy. No. It is imperative to do so. This could be a rare occurrence of a twin martial soul. Remember, there are no worthless martial souls. Only soul masters who lack the ability to cultivate. Therefore, never underestimate any martial soul. Here is the plan. Remain at the academy for a month while I observe your martial soul's development. If all proceeds according to your training regimen, I shall arrange for you to attend as a visiting student after this month, allowing you to procure your first soul ring in the soul hunting forest and witness the potential genius of what could be a twin martial soul. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flandra was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with intense enthusiasm as he burst into hearty laughter, filled with satisfaction. At that moment, Tang San, still laboring in Holy Soul Village, remained unaware of his father's admonition to keep his twin martial soul a secret. Yet, due to Su Yuntao's persistent remarks, he encountered Ma Hongjun, who recognized his worth and was aware of his situation. In his eagerness to gain an advantage and acquire a technique to practice, he had unwittingly divulged his twin martial soul status through reasonable speculation. Chapter 7. Earning money as a month gradually passed. From the second day of Ma Hongjun's arrival at Shrek Academy, he plunged into a fervent training regimen. With Oscar by his side, he neglected even the practice of meditating to restore his soul power. Instead, he consumed the restorative sausages purchased from Oscar whenever his energy was depleted, resuming his intense training once he had sufficiently rested. Both Ma Hongjun and Oscar were preparatory students, thus exempt from regular classes. They addressed any questions through self-study or by consulting their respective instructors, Flandra and Xian. Naturally, they were also welcome to seek guidance from other academy teachers, who were equally eager to assist them. Dean Flanders, his mentor, possesses the martial spirit of the Cat Eagle, a level 75 agility-based battle spirit saint. The Vice Dean, Zhao Wujia, renowned as the Unmovable King, wields the martial spirit of the Mighty Golden Bear, a level 72 strength-based battle spirit saint. Teacher Xian, who is also Oscar's mentor, has the martial spirit of the Jelly Bean, a level 68 food-based auxiliary spirit emperor. Teacher Li Yusong, with the martial spirit of the Dragon Pattern Staff, ranks as a level 62 strength-based spirit emperor. Teacher Lu Qibin, with the martial spirit of the Star Chess, is also a level 62 control-based spirit emperor. With 2 spirit saints and 3 spirit emperors, the faculty is undeniably formidable. However, when it comes to claiming the title of the strongest in the world, Ma Hongjun can only suggest that his teacher was perhaps exaggerating. The ultimate strength may be attainable in the future, but not at present. A new companion arrived at the academy, which brought joy to Oscar, who appeared delicate like a young maiden. Finally, he had someone to play with. He eagerly offered Ma Hongjun his large sausage. Ma Hongjun calmly accepted and consumed it, much to Oscar's delight. Though the effect of his sausage was commendable, the peculiar incantation surrounding it made even the academy's teachers reluctant to partake in it during their leisure time. To Oscar's astonishment, Ma Hongjun did not disdain his sausage. Igniting a wave of excitement in the somewhat shy boy, he expressed that Ma Hongjun could have as many of his sausages as he desired, promising to provide them free of charge as long as he could produce them. However, Ma Hongjun could not possibly agree to such terms. Oscar's background was even more pitiable than his own. At least he had his grandfather's savings set aside for his future bride. When he left with Flanders, he had received a total of 10 gold soul coins. As an ordinary villager, even with his grandfather serving as the village chief, accumulating 10 gold soul coins over the years was no small feat. This disparity illustrates the chasm between ordinary people and soul masters, as if they inhabit 2 different worlds. Thus, Ma Hongjun could not accept Oscar's sausage for free, for it was a manifestation of his martial spirit's soul power. The arduous training to cultivate soul power demands time and effort, after all. Therefore, Ma Hongjun handed Oscar a gold soul coin, intended as compensation for the sausage he would need to replenish over the month. Oscar, whose sausages sold for merely 2 copper soul coins each, felt that Ma Hongjun had given him too much and resolutely refused. Yet, Ma Hongjun insisted that Oscar's sausages were underpriced and encouraged him to adjust his pricing strategy. He suggested that for ordinary people, the sausages should remain at 2 copper soul coins each, while for soul masters, they should be priced at 10 silver soul coins each. Soul masters have a greater need for Oscar's sausages, and they typically do not lack finances. Thus, 10 silver soul coins for 1 sausage would still be considered a bargain. Ma Hongjun further proposed that Flanders dedicate some time each day to accompany Oscar to sell sausages outside the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena. In return, Oscar would pay Flanders 30 of his daily earnings as a protection fee, given his youth and current vulnerability. This idea sparked a glimmer of interest in Flanders. And after consulting with Oscar's teacher, Xian, Flanders began taking Oscar to sell sausages outside the Grand Soul Arena each evening. Moreover, as the most powerful and agile among them, with the ability to fly, Flanders provided the highest level of safety for Oscar. Indeed, on the inaugural day of selling sausages alongside Oscar, Flanders dedicated an entire day to prepare 100 sausages, all of which were sold out. Thanks to the ingenious ideas proposed by Ma Hongjun, most patrons of the Fighting Soul Arena are soul masters. And with effective promotion highlighting the sausage's unique ability to replenish soul power, there were plenty of eager buyers. After some contemplation, Ma Hongjun did not decline, recognizing this as a form of investment in knowledge and as a partner in Oscar's sausage venture. He suggested that Oscar limit the daily sales to 100 sausages, ensuring that he would have ample time each day for training and personal pursuits. Additionally, this approach would create a sense of scarcity, enhancing the perceived value of the product. After all, rarity breeds desirability. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement at this suggestion. exclaiming that his decision to share 20% of the profits with Ma Hongjun was indeed wise. Thus, Ma Hongjun needed only to lend his voice while effortlessly earning 20 gold soul coins each day, while Oscar garnered 50 and Flandra 30, leaving all three exceedingly satisfied. Flandra, observing the cleverness of his apprentice, initially sought to test whether Ma Hongjun had any additional money-making ideas. To his delight, he discovered that Ma Hongjun had indeed formulated one. Over the past few years, Ma Hongjun had been using a soap he concocted himself during his baths. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he found that the standard bathing practice involved merely a substance akin to soapwort. Although he was unaware that the wealthy utilized more luxurious floral waters, it was fortunate that soap was not prevalent. Consequently, when Flandra inquired about money-making methods, Ma Hongjun revealed his technique for producing soap using vegetable oils and animal fats, advising him to hire individuals to manufacture and sell it. Although a bar of soap fetched only 5 copper soul coins, its profitability was anticipated to grow exponentially as more people began to purchase it. Thus, Ma Hongjun proposed that he receive 10% of his teacher's annual soap business profits, to which Flandra readily acquiesced, perceiving it as a minor agreement that did not warrant much concern. Little did he know that he would later regret this decision upon discovering the substantial profits associated with soap. When Ma Hongjun sensed that Flandra was poised to inquire further about additional money-making opportunities, he decisively stated that he had none to offer at present, promising to inform Flandra should any new ideas arise in the future. The soap business alone was already quite lucrative, and should he propose further money-making ventures, Flandra would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Flandra regarded Ma Hongjun with a hint of skepticism, unable to ascertain whether to trust his claim of having no other profitable schemes or to suspect that he was withholding further ideas. A month of rigorous training swiftly elapsed, during which Ma Hongjun successfully restored his physique to its pre-awakening state. Observing the stability of his condition and the absence of any flare-ups of his malevolent fire, Flandra felt reassured that his training regimen continued to yield positive results. With this sense of security, they could prepare for their journey to Notting City to acquire soul rings. In retrospect, it appeared that the defects in his martial spirit had inadvertently fostered his training progress. After a month of intense exercise, Ma Hongjun not only persevered, but also refrained from utilizing medicinal baths, maintaining his physical condition without issue. After the manifestation of his martial soul, he found himself perpetually besieged by desires. It was perplexing that the illustrious sovereign of birds bore such peculiar attributes. Logically, such flaws would be more fitting for a dragon. However, the interference of desire posed no substantial threat to Ma Hongjun. Setting aside the suppression exerted by the sun and moon Taiji diagram, the foundational Taiji mindset he cultivated through rigorous practice of Taiji Quan allowed him to tread upon thin ice, remaining as immovable as a mountain. Thus, the disturbances of desire were merely a drizzle to him. His paramount concern lay in the impact of the malevolent fire energy. He could not forsake his training for reckless exertion, as his soul power still required enhancement. This raised a pressing dilemma. As his strength escalated, so too would the malevolent fire energy, making the next eruption of this energy undoubtedly more formidable than the initial awakening of his martial soul. Nevertheless, he had no alternative, as Ma Hongjun was compelled to venture to Notting, and both Flandra and Xiao Xin opposed Oscar accompanying him. Throughout the month, Ma Hongjun imparted Taiji Quan to Oscar, as it would significantly aid in Oscar's cultivation and enhance his physical constitution. Most importantly, mastering Taiji Quan would bestow upon Oscar impressive combat prowess, transforming the stereotype of support-type food-based soul masters as mere weaklings. Regrettably, he lacked the time to instruct others, such as Oscar's teacher. Thus, this task would have to be gradually undertaken by Oscar in the future. However, Taiji Quan was not a discipline that just anyone could master. For instance, Zhao Wujia, despite his earnest attempts to learn alongside Ma Hongjun during training, found himself unable to grasp the essence and core of Taiji Quan. Ma Hongjun reasoned that Taiji Quan's principle of blending hardness and softness was ill-suited for a soul master as purely aggressive as Zhao Wujia. Perhaps one day, when Zhao Wujia traversed the path of sheer aggression to the point of yielding strength, he might comprehend the philosophy of Taiji. In Chapter 8, The Pride of the Phoenix, having a companion capable of flight greatly reinforced Ma Hongjun's resolve to popularize transportation in this world. However, he could not present this idea to Flandra just yet. He would have to wait for a more opportune moment. On the day of their departure from Shrek Academy, they arrived in Notting City that very evening. Yet, Flandra did not take Ma Hongjun directly to register at the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. Instead, they rested in Notting City for the night. The following day, Flandra led Ma Hongjun straight to the nearby soul-hunting forest. After another day of flight, the master and disciple spent the night in a small town outside the soul-hunting forest. The next morning, following Ma Hongjun's training, Flandra plunged them into the depths of the forest. Fortunately, his robust constitution and the transformation of his soul power to the fire attribute post-awakening spared him from the risk of catching a cold from the prolonged high-altitude flights. Ma Hongjun, possessing innate full soul power, was already eligible to acquire his soul ring. For Flandra, this had been delayed for over a month, which explained his eagerness to take Ma Hongjun to obtain his first soul ring. Only with the addition of a soul ring can Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit harness formidable offensive power and take flight. Otherwise, given Ma Hongjun's current state, he can only engage in direct confrontation, his fists enveloped in flames, clashing head-on with others. While this approach is not without merit, the strength derived from such direct encounters is a product of Ma Hongjun's relentless training rather than the abilities conferred by his martial spirit. Thus, it is only through obtaining a soul ring that the true potential of his martial spirit can be unlocked. However, both the master and disciple share similar and divergent views regarding which soul beast's ring should be affixed to Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. Their common ground lies in the belief that attributes such as thunder, fire, light, wood, and wind would enhance the evil fire phoenix's offensive capabilities. Thunder and light also possess the effect of countering and purifying malevolent energies, potentially rectifying the deficiencies of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. Wind could bestow flight or enhance speed upon the evil fire phoenix, even augmenting the offensive prowess of its fiery wings. Following the principle of elemental synergy, wood could bolster the fiery onslaught of the evil fire phoenix, providing comprehensive attribute enhancements to Ma Hongjun's troublesome purple flames. Additionally, thunder and wind can be seen as mutations of the wood element, which aligns with their shared perspective. Their differing opinions emerge when it comes to the selection of the soul ring. Flandra contends that as long as the attributes and age are appropriate, any soul beast could serve as Ma Hongjun's soul ring. In contrast, Ma Hongjun insists that as the revered phoenix, the king of all birds, it must reside upon the phoenix tree and consume only the bamboo fruit. Therefore, the soul beast he selects for his ring must possess phoenix lineage. If such a beast is unattainable, the next best option would be avian soul beasts or those with dragon bloodlines, as well as some exceptional soul beasts. The phoenix's ability to be reborn from its ashes leads him to consider the blue-silver grass, known for its tenacious life force, as the soul would attribute soul beast capable of aiding in the development of the phoenix's rebirth ability. The preference for dragon attribute soul beasts arises from the belief that dragons and phoenixes are a perfect match, apart from the aforementioned types. He is inclined only towards dragon attribute beasts. Furthermore, any other soul beasts that do not contribute a soul ring are simply unworthy of consideration. Flandra, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to strike Ma Hongjun for his pickiness regarding soul rings. Was he selecting a soul ring or a spouse? Ma Hongjun countered that he could select a maximum of 9 soul rings, to which Flandra humorously noted that choosing a spouse could indeed be a fair comparison. After contemplating the rarity of discovering such a talented successor, Flandra refrained from acting on his impulse, recognizing the validity of Ma Hongjun's stubbornness in this matter. Beneath the radiant sun, the towering trees stood tall in the tranquil soul beast forest, which retained its primal visage, occasionally echoing with the roars of unknown soul beasts. The soul beasts bred within the soul-hunting forest were primarily rare specimens, ranging from 10 to 100 years old, with those over 5,000 years being exceedingly scarce, and the 10,000-year beasts being nearly mythical. For Flandra, a soul saint of level 75 specializing in agility and offense, these creatures posed no threat. Upon entering the soul beast forest, Flandra immediately activated his martial spirit, maneuvering deftly through the towering trees alongside Ma Hongjun, heading straight for the area inhabited by century-old soul beasts. Given Ma Hongjun's physical prowess, he had no issues absorbing a soul ring of up to 100 years, and in fact, could surpass that limit. Thus, they sought a soul beast approximately 600 years old. This slight excess was deemed feasible, considering Ma Hongjun's formidable vitality attributed to his evil fire, which warranted a bold attempt. This decision had been meticulously contemplated by the master and disciple. It was, in essence, a gamble. Should they succeed, Ma Hongjun's future would be bright, yet failure would leave Flandra to mournfully seek another successor. Nevertheless, based on the evaluation results of the evil fire phoenix martial spirit, it appeared that absorbing a soul ring of a higher age was actually safer and more beneficial for Ma Hongjun. While a soul ring exceeding one's limits is undeniably powerful, it also poses severe risks of bodily harm, a danger that ordinary soul masters cannot withstand. Thus, the peril of exploding from an overload is a real threat when attempting to absorb an exceeding soul ring. However, Ma Hongjun was different. Through destruction comes rebirth. The process of rebuilding necessitates immense life energy for recovery, a trait showcased by the robust vitality of the evil fire. It was not merely that his life force was excessive. His small frame simply could not contain such vitality. Hence, they considered providing him with a larger vessel. Whether that vessel could be sustained would depend on the evil fire's capacity to restore his body afterward. Thus, it was indeed a gamble for the master and disciple. However, they were cautious not to select a soul ring that was excessively old, settling on a target of around 600 years. Even in the event that the evil fire faltered and failed to aid Ma Hongjun in repairing the damage inflicted by the soul ring, Ma Hongjun's physical constitution and unwavering determination might enable him to endure. This rationale was why Flandra consented to Ma Hongjun's choice of a 600-year soul ring. After all, even though he endorsed the notion of gambling, he would never trivialize the life of his chosen successor. It was this glimmer of hope in their gamble that ultimately propelled the duo to undertake this venture. Provided they adhered to their shared criteria of compatibility and appropriate age, any soul beast would suffice. As they navigated through the dense forest, fortune appeared to favor Ma Hongjun. Within roughly an hour of arriving in the century-old soul beast zone, Flandra suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Hongjun, your luck is exceptional. Over on that cliff, there resides a purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow. This soul beast was notoriously fierce, capable of unleashing lightning and causing significant devastation, also inflicting explosive damage upon soul masters and other soul beasts. The attributes were suitable, and it possessed a remarkably thin trace of the phoenix bloodline. Now, it was merely a matter of determining if the age was appropriate. Let us go take a closer look." Indeed, it was remarkable luck. Typically, soul masters prepare for days or even weeks when seeking soul rings. Yet Ma Hongjun had stumbled upon a fitting soul beast almost immediately. As they drew nearer, Ma Hongjun discerned the nature of the soul beast. Enveloped in a dense purple mist, with sparks of electricity dancing across its form, it resembled a celestial bird, measuring 3 meters in length with a wingspan of 6 meters, exuding an imposing presence. However, in the image of Ma Hongjun, the celestial bird appears with blue feathers, while this thundercloud swallow is adorned in a shade of bluish-purple. "Hongjun, observe this thundercloud swallow. It measures 3 meters in length with a wingspan of 6 meters, subtly shimmering with a yellow glow beneath the thick veil of storm clouds. Thus, this creature is indeed a soul beast nearing 6 centuries in age. Its physical prowess is formidable in every respect, likely bestowing you with significant enhancements across various attributes. Its ability to unleash lightning bolts may grant you a soul skill akin to fire breathing, and perhaps even bestow upon you explosive fire capabilities. Furthermore, the thundercloud swallow is not lacking in speed. As a winged soul beast, it may enable your phoenix fire wings to attain flight. Additionally, it possesses an exceedingly rare trace of the phoenix bloodline, making it exceedingly suitable for you in every aspect." Flandra, having discerned the characteristics of this soul beast, proceeded to elucidate its features to Ma Hongjun. Listening intently, Ma Hongjun, slightly exhilarated, said, "Teacher, I shall choose this soul beast for my first soul ring. Please be cautious." "Impudent lad, do you presume to underestimate your teacher?" Flandra chuckled, knowing well that this was Ma Hongjun's concern for him. Scanning the surroundings, he selected a relatively safe spot to set him down. With a swift unfurling of his wings, he soared toward the thundercloud swallow. Despite the formidable impression the thundercloud swallow made during Flandra's explanation, it was merely a match for soul beasts and soul masters of equal rank. For Flandra, a soul sage adept in speed, it was hardly a challenge. Ma Hongjun anticipated a fierce battle, yet the vicious thundercloud swallow launched only a single attack. It opened its beak and unleashed a jagged bolt of lightning, which missed Flandra entirely. The anticipated fierce confrontation was replaced by a one-sided display of dominance. In a matter of moments, Flandra had effortlessly subdued the beleaguered soul beast and brought it to Ma Hongjun's side. Observing in astonishment, Ma Hongjun watched as Flandra discarded the thundercloud swallow and tossed him a dagger. "Hurry, finish off this soul beast. Only the soul master who defeats the beast can absorb its soul ring. This creature is on the brink of defeat. Its weakness lies in its eyes. Striking anywhere else with your current strength would be futile." Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously, seizing the dagger and hastening to the incapacitated thundercloud swallow, where he unhesitatingly plunged it into its eye. With a splatter, the liquid gushed forth, a sound that delighted him, reminiscent of past hunts. Unable to resist, he licked his lips, wondering about the edibility of the thundercloud swallow's flesh and its flavor. At that moment, a bright yellow soul ring with hints of purple electric sparks ascended from the carcass of the thundercloud swallow. Flandra regarded the emerging soul ring with unprecedented seriousness and inquired, "Hongjun, it is not too late to withdraw. Are you truly determined to proceed?" Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly, affirming, "Teacher, I am resolute. It is imperative. Either you succeed or face demise." "I, Ma Hongjun, would rather perish than become a mere trifler. Very well. Persevere, my dear student. No matter the onslaught of the soul ring's power, you must endure, and remember, never to surrender. Flandra urged earnestly, his gaze fixed on Ma Hongjun. He had long since discerned from the young man's demeanor and their acquaintance that his disciple possessed a pride akin to that of the phoenix, preferring death over a life of mediocrity and subservience. Flandra was not mistaken. The woman Ma Hongjun chose would undoubtedly be one of his own heart's desire, not one dictated by the corrupting flames of temptation, nor could she be akin to a mere passenger on a bus that wealth could purchase. Chapter 9. Breakthrough. It had been over an hour since Ma Hongjun began absorbing the soul ring, a period fraught with torment for Flandra. The initial moments were particularly harrowing. Ma Hongjun's veins had burst under the strain of the soul ring's power, his body drenched in blood, quickly consumed by the searing purple flames that turned him to ash. Flandra, observing the trembling form of Ma Hongjun, furrowed his brow in concern, his hands clammy with anxiety, fearing that the next moment might witness the young man exploding in a cataclysm of power. Deep within Ma Hongjun's sea of consciousness, a magnificent 2-meter-long crimson phoenix, with a wingspan of 1 meter, was entangled in a fierce struggle with a blue-purple lightning-drenched celestial sparrow. Their violent clashes were a spectacle of brutality, yet shockingly, no blood was shed. Their mutual pecking and clawing resulted in feathers transforming into glimmers of light, dissipating into the depths of this ethereal realm. Though the phoenix's body was indeed 2 meters long, its actual length was merely 1 meter, with its tail feathers extending an additional meter, thus presenting an imposing appearance. As he commenced the absorption of the soul ring, Ma Hongjun entered a state of introspection, for the first time uncovering the location of his martial spirit within the depths of his consciousness. Previously, during moments of martial spirit manifestation, he had pondered its whereabouts. Yet without the ability to introspect, he remained blissfully ignorant. After all, the remnant soul of a century-old soul beast was but a lingering resentment. And had it been an ordinary beast, the phoenix's mere cry would have dispelled its essence. However, Ma Hongjun understood that even the most mundane flora and fauna leave behind echoes of their will upon death, let alone soul beasts. He recognized this from his past life, where Taoism referred to it as the will of living beings, while science termed it biological electricity, toxins, and brainwaves. The stronger and more sentient an animal, the more substantial the brainwaves left behind upon death, which is why many practitioners in his previous life abstained from consuming meat, seeking to preserve their vital essence. Yet in this realm, Ma Hongjun need not fret, for he possessed soul power to refine his body, and within him burned the flames of vitality, rendering him impervious to the meager biological toxins left by a deceased soul beast. In this world, the mightier the soul beast, the more potent the lingering resentment within the soul ring upon its death. Although the residual essence of a century or millennium-old soul beast might not be overwhelmingly strong, it could still disrupt one's mental state during the absorption process. Thus, soul masters must steadfastly guard their thoughts, focusing intently on their martial spirit while absorbing the soul ring. After an eternity of existence, the lingering resentment of the soul becomes particularly potent, exerting a direct impact and tumult upon the heart and spirit of the soul master. Perhaps the purple lightning-devouring lark he absorbed, being a premier phoenix-type soul beast, possesses a stronger residual malice postmortem than that of an ordinary soul beast, thereby creating a more formidable disturbance to his heart and spirit. However, despite its intensity, the martial soul swiftly dispersed and assimilated the disruptive energy, indicating that it was ultimately negligible. As long as the martial soul remained steadfast and the heart was guarded, there was no cause for alarm. Ma Hongjun comprehended this well. It was akin to the difference between a 1,000-year soul beast rabbit and a 1,000-year soul beast tiger upon their demise. He firmly believed that the spiritual shockwave emanating from the tiger would be significantly more powerful. This exemplifies the hierarchical disparity among soul beast species, a concept previously imparted to him by Flandra during his time at the academy. It resonates with the principles of scientific inquiry from his past life, except that the residual malice of soul beasts under 1,000 years is not a matter of concern. Thus, maintaining a guarded heart and focusing on the martial soul suffices. With a resounding cry, the fiery phoenix emitted a glorious note, its beak opened wide, summoning an unseen force that drew in the drifting starlight into its very being. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt an intangible energy infuse his soul, invigorating him profoundly. The martial soul triumphed over the residual malice, dispelling the interference, compelling Ma Hongjun to exit the sea of consciousness. Upon introspection, he realized the dire state he was in, with the residual malice within the spirit ring resolved. He understood it was imperative to absorb the spirit ring. Otherwise, he risked either being overwhelmed or succumbing to blood loss. The absorption of a spirit ring necessitates a focus on the martial soul, a concept that Flandra had elaborated upon in the meditation and training texts he provided. However, Ma Hongjun did not adhere strictly to the methods outlined in that book. The meditation techniques described therein encompassed visualization, concentration, and breath regulation, along with pathways for soul power circulation, which, although invaluable to the majority of soul masters, offered limited applicability to him. He discovered that in this world, a soul master's soul power resided within the meridians, while his was stored in the dantian. Thus, the meditation book could only inspire his future practice but would not dictate his methods. Moreover, with the profound teachings of the Yuling Grandmaster's care freedom technique at his disposal, he saw no reason to alter his approach. As he prepared to absorb the spirit ring and maintain focus on his martial soul, Ma Hongjun found himself in a state of martial soul manifestation, negating the need for further concentration. Following the principles of the carefree technique, he focused his mind on the energy points, uniting his heart and the soul power within his dantian into a harmonious state. Gradually, the soul power began to surge into his dantian, initiating a gentle rotation. As the influx of soul power intensified, the rotation accelerated, and after an indeterminate duration, a swirling vortex of purplish-red flames took shape, slowly spiraling within his dantian. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt as though something within him had shattered. A cyclone of soul power swirling in his dantian split, surging through the fracture and entering a specific acupoint. In his inner vision, he beheld the crimson acupoint and recognized it as the Yin Xiao, also known as the life and death aperture. As the soul power flowed into the life and death aperture, Ma Hongjun's little brother transformed instantaneously into a stabilizing force akin to the needle of the sea. He understood that he must not lose focus at this critical juncture. He steadied his mind, remaining impervious to the rising tides of desire that seemed to have no bearing on him. Before long, the soul power emanating from his dantian traversed the huine, subsequently connecting another acupoint. Ma Hongjun recognized this as the coccyx. The soul power surged forward, connecting yet another acupoint, this one remarkably expansive, rivaling the dantian itself. With a tumultuous sea of purplish-red flames roiling within, he realized this must be the Ming Men, and the flames contained therein were likely the energy of sinister fire. He had not anticipated that the acupoint housing his Ming Men would be as grand as his dantian. No wonder the sinister fire was so potent, concealing such an abundance of its essence. It proved exceedingly difficult for the soul power to surge through here, as the space of the Ming Men was engulfed in a raging sea of purplish-red flames. What to do? Was he to fail in absorbing the soul ring, facing annihilation? No, absolutely not. There had to be a way. As he gazed within the Ming Men space, observing the soul power that bore a striking resemblance to the color of the fiery sea, an idea sparked in his mind. His soul power, influenced by the awakening of his martial soul, shared a similar nature with the tumultuous purplish-red flames in the Ming Men. Why not directly absorb the purple fire swirling in the sea to merge with his soul power? Thus, he proceeded, the soul power intertwined with his consciousness, swiftly absorbing the drifting purple flames in the sea, plunging into the inferno without facing any rejection. The subsequent influx of soul power, mirroring his actions, rapidly connected the Ming Men, carving a passage through the fiery sea, where tendrils of flame melded seamlessly into the flow. Continuing onward, he traversed the Jiaji, Zhongshu, Lingtai, Shindao, Dazhui, and Fengfu, until he reached the Baihui. Upon arriving at the Baihui, the soul power halted once more. As the ceaseless flow of soul power from the soul ring entered the dantian and was refined by the cyclone, the soul power resting at Baihui began to stir again. This time, it did not surge upward. Ma Hongjun sensed that he had reached the pinnacle, and the soul power began to descend, passing through the Xinhui, Shangxing, Shinting, and Yintang, continuing downward to merge into the Tianxin ancestral acupoint at the center of his brow. Here, the soul power paused not due to depletion, but because it surged en masse into the rotating Tai Chi diagram within the Tianxin space, particularly into the Yang Eye, transforming from purple to a deep purplish red, solidifying significantly. Subsequently, the Yin fish began to take on the same purplish red hue, also becoming more substantial. As the Yang fish fully transitioned to purplish red, the faint blue moon eye within began to gradually solidify, followed by the Yin fish, which also gained solidity through the rotation of the Tai Chi diagram. As the Tai Chi diagram continued its rotation, a stream of faint blue soul power flowed from the Yin fish, imbued with a refreshing yet subtly intense warmth, bursting forth from the Tianxin, continuing downward through the Shuigo and Yinjiao. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt as if the flow of water had naturally aligned, effortlessly pressing his tongue against the palate. Bridging the gap, the soul power surged across the Magpie Bridge, traversing the 12-story tower, all the way to the Danzhong. Upon reaching this point, Hongjun discovered, following the Ming-Men, Baihui, and Tianxin acupoints, yet another meridian that rivaled the Dantian, revealing a hue of earthy yellow within his inner vision. He understood that this acupoint must be the Zongdanshan, also known as the Huangting. As an increasing flow of surged into the Huangting, a blue lotus gradually took shape, floating upon the small pool of soul energy. The blue lotus, symbolizing the third grade of lotus blooms, had at its core a colorless, transparent flame. The instant Hongjun glimpsed this flame within his inner sight, he comprehended that this was the true essence of the wicked fire. While the purplish-red flames in the Ming-Men were merely the flames of the phoenix. Previously, he had mistakenly believed that the two were intertwined, leading him to equate the purple fire with the wicked fire. The immense vitality must have emanated from the phoenix's purple flames, while the ability to stir human desires originated from this wicked fire. As long as emotions and desires lingered within the human heart, this fire would persist endlessly. The previous explosive nature of the flames posed a threat to life because they had not been refined or controlled. Now, with his true energy, or soul power, flowing through the Ren and Du meridians, he had gained a modicum of refinement and control over these two flames, allowing them to differentiate, thus presenting a solution to his crisis. With this newfound clarity, Hongjun felt a sense of liberation. As his mindset shifted, his soul power became more vibrant, surging forth from the Huangting, traversing the Zhongting, Jiuwei, and Zhuek, moving through the upper, middle, and lower wrists, reaching the Jianli, entering the Shinkei, and subsequently merging into the lower Dantian. As this entirely distinct yet origin-sharing soul power flooded in, the purplish-red scorching soul energy within the Dantian showed no signs of repelling the cool. Instead, the cyclone began to whirl with increasing speed. Within Hongjun's inner vision, a Taiji diagram, identical to the one in Tianxin, slowly formed at the center of the cyclone. The refreshing soul power surging through the Ren meridian integrated into the yin eye of the Taiji diagram. As the Taiji diagram rotated, it transformed through the yang eye into purplish, scorching soul energy, emanating from the yang fish and merging into the cyclone in tandem with the Taiji diagram's motion. This energy then flowed out from the Heidi acupoint, ascending through the Du meridian, and upon exiting the Ming-Men, the scorching purplish soul energy was tinged with a purplish-red hue, continuing upward through the Du meridian, descending at Baihui, and upon entering Tianxin, transformed under the Taiji diagram into, continuing down the Ren meridian. In the Huangting, the colorless wicked fire was separated, allowing the pure to flow downward, merging into the yin eye of the Dantian Taiji diagram through the Shinkei. Thus, the cycle of Du ascending and Ren descending continued, forming a perfect loop. Chapter 10, The First Soul Skill. Observing that his soul power had broken through, Hongjun withdrew his spirit from the circulation of true energy, allowing it to naturally flow along the Ren and Du meridians. He began to keenly sense the changes in other aspects following this breakthrough. The first thing he noticed was that he had not gained weight, and the surging desires within him were not as intense. This indicated that although the issues with the wicked fire and purple fire had not been entirely resolved, he had found a method to address them. With persistent and dedicated practice, he could eventually overcome these challenges, which is why the wicked and purple fires had not erupted this time. This realization brought Hongjun immense joy, for he no longer needed to worry about his own life or the burdens of becoming a phoenix in the brothel. Furthermore, under the baptism of the soul ring's energy, the overall physical qualities have nearly doubled. Due to the unique method of absorbing the soul ring, the enhancements received are comprehensive, including significant increases in strength, defense, and speed. Additionally, this soul ring has finally granted him the ability to soar. His fiery phoenix wings are no longer relegated to mere gliding. This epiphany struck him upon successfully absorbing the ring. Lastly, the soul skill acquired is noteworthy. Flandra remarked that this soul ring is remarkably close to 600 years in age. Upon absorption, Hongjun realized that it was precisely 600 years, bestowing upon him a soul skill strikingly similar to one he had encountered before. Thus he felt no need to devise a new name. He simply referred to it as the Phoenix Fire line, which operates in the same manner. When activated, it allows him to unleash flames from his mouth, the power of which is dictated by his soul force, with no limit on usage. As long as his soul force is sufficient and he can endure it, he can transform into a rapid-fire weapon, continuously unleashing a barrage of flames. What distinguishes this Phoenix Fire line is its dazzling display of sparks and lightning. It possesses the adhesive quality of purple flames, which are not only intensely hot and difficult to extinguish, but also exhibit destructive power akin to lightning. Moreover, the fire line can explode, a characteristic endowed by the purple lightning swallowing lark. This aspect excites Hongjun, as he envisions a scenario where Provided he has ample soul force, he can unleash a relentless stream of flames like a machine gun, culminating in explosive artistry that would surely delight his enemies. He mused that if, in the future, he mastered the manipulation of the evil fire and integrated it into the Phoenix fire line, it would no longer just be a dazzling display of sparks and explosions. It could potentially become a phenomenon of spontaneous combustion. The thought sent shivers down his spine. As he gradually withdrew his energy, Ma Hongjun's eyes flickered with hues of purple and blue, and he smiled at Flandra, his protector. How do you feel, you little rascal? Has the defect of your martial soul been alleviated? What kind of soul skill have you acquired? How has the soul ring enhanced you? What level have you reached? Flandra inquired, his voice hoarse and tinged with concern, revealing the weariness he felt from the prolonged process. The longer it took, the more exhausted he became. Consumed by anxiety and worry, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, he had done nothing but watch Ma Hongjun absorb the soul ring, which left his throat parched from tension. Upon hearing Flandra's hoarse, rapid-fire questions, Ma Hongjun felt deeply touched. His mentor was like a father to him, embodying the responsibilities of parenthood in his concern. A bear-like leap propelled Ma Hongjun directly onto Flandra, illustrating the remarkable swiftness of the moment. His youthful and charming visage collided with Flandra's weathered shoe, and in a burst of excitement, he exclaimed, "Teacher, I have found a solution to the flaws in my martial soul." Before delving into his own matters, Ma Hongjun prioritized sharing Flandra's most pressing concern. Flandra stiffened momentarily, thinking, how audacious of this brat to take advantage of me. Yet, a deeper feeling of gratitude swelled within him. Such displays, he had only witnessed from fathers with their sons. To experience it himself was unexpectedly heartwarming, affirming that he had indeed chosen a worthy disciple. Grasping Ma Hongjun by the collar, Flandra unceremoniously pulled him off, exclaiming with mock disdain, "You little rascal. Do you realize you've taken advantage of me? But wait, what did you say? You found a solution for your martial soul? Speak, quickly." This time, Ma Hongjun revealed the carefree technique passed down from his ancestor and his self-created concept of Taiji visualization, although he continued to weave a tale around the carefree technique. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's explanation, Flandra was filled with astonishment. So it is true. The soul power within a person can indeed be stored in what you refer to as the dantian. Moreover, the human body possesses multiple such meridians. It is truly marvelous. No wonder it took you so long to absorb your first soul ring. And your martial soul is extraordinarily unique, possessing two kinds of exceptional flames. Instead of calling it evil fire, perhaps we should refer to it as strange fire. Strange fire? Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing. He observed his evil fire more closely, noting its increasing resemblance to a certain type of strange fire from his memories. Perhaps in the future, it could indeed transform into that form. Lotus blooms from the heart as fire, stirring desires. Fire is born from the heart, refining essence and forging bones. A chill ran down his spine. Have I mistakenly crossed into another realm? With this thought, Ma Hongjun cast an odd glance at Flandra, beginning to suspect that Flandra might also be from another world. As his doubts deepened, a cryptic phrase slipped from Ma Hongjun's lips. The King of Heaven covers the Earth Tiger. Huh, what is this King of Heaven covers the Earth Tiger nonsense? Why are you staring blankly? Speak about the soul rings and the soul skills they have granted you. Flandra responded, momentarily bewildered but quickly shifting back to a teasing tone. A hint of disappointment flickered in Ma Hongjun's heart. It seemed his teacher was not from another world after all. He then began to recount his other gains to Flandra. Quite impressive. That is a formidable soul skill, and the comprehensive enhancement from the soul ring is commendable. You have finally become a qualified soul master with a Fire Phoenix martial soul, Flandra remarked with a smile, stroking his stubbled chin playfully. Ma Hongjun sheepishly touched the tip of his nose, acknowledging, "Indeed, who has ever seen a phoenix that cannot fly?" Flandra then inquired, "And what of your strength? How much has your soul power level increased?" Realizing that night had fully fallen and Ma Hongjun had yet to disclose his soul power level, Flandra's curiosity piqued. With an awkward smile, Ma Hongjun replied, "I am at level 10. What? You mean to say you are only at level 10? But that is a soul ring of 600 years. How could you have absorbed so much soul power?" Flandra exclaimed, astonished, his expression a mix of disbelief and incredulity. "Teacher, I have just explained to you that uniting the Ren and Du meridians is a process that depletes one's soul power significantly. This has taken me 600 years to achieve the breakthrough. Had I chosen the maximum age for the first soul ring, I would likely have faced failure in absorbing it, getting stuck in a precarious position. Nonetheless, it matters not, for my disciple possesses unparalleled talent and insight. Even in the absence of the additional soul power from a soul ring, my cultivation will ascend rapidly. Furthermore, I need not worry about defects in my martial soul. I can train normally now. Before long, my soul power level will rise." Ma Hongjun explained calmly. Indeed, you are a top-tier Phoenix martial soul, and you possess innate full soul power. Given this, let us head directly to the soul hunting forest. I will soar above to scout the path for you, while you fly below, illuminated by your flames. You need not fear visibility, although it may attract soul beasts with me around. Even a soul beast of 100 years is no cause for concern. Flandra nodded seriously, recognizing the bond between teacher and disciple, one who dares to speak boldly, the other who dares to believe. As Flandra summoned his martial soul, eager to depart from this place, Hongjun interjected, "Wait, teacher. Can we eat the meat of the purple lightning swallow? If so, I would like to take some for later." He had not forgotten his desire for the delicacy. "Yes. Let us hasten the dissection. I am weary of this place," Flandra urged. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with Tang San. Within the shadowy depths of the soul beast forest, amidst dense foliage, flashes of green, blue, and red light occasionally darted by, accompanied by distant roars of beasts. A purplish-red flame figure, with wings stretching over a meter, glided through the thickets, adorned with 5 resplendent purple-red flame feathers. It flitted about like a fledgling bird learning to fly, bobbing up and down, swaying left and right. Reminiscent of a drunken man flapping his wings awkwardly, closely trailing a massive silhouette soaring toward the forest's edge. Above this unsteady figure, atop the canopy, was Flandra, his martial soul manifesting as the four-eyed cat eagle. Below, the erratic flyer was none other than the newly airborne Hongjun. Upon taking flight with Flandra, Hongjun realized he had been led into a predicament. Although he had acquired the ability to fly after absorbing the soul ring, he had yet to practice. Moreover, navigating through the dense, shadowy forest, where flashes of green, blue, red, and yellow occasionally revealed the eyes of soul beasts, filled him with trepidation. His flames provided illumination, but only within a 20-meter radius. Such proximity was perilous, as he feared colliding with a tree at any moment. Hongjun had no doubt about this possibility. During his previous life at university, he, as little brother Ma of the online cultivation world, had once collided with a telephone pole while engrossed in discussion with friends. He now flies with utmost caution, as it is his inaugural attempt at flight. Lacking mastery over his technique and control, he harbors a profound fear of plummeting mid-flight. Having witnessed fledgling birds tumble from the sky, he harbors no illusions about achieving flawless flight. As he and Flandra departed, Flandra, soaring above the treetops, displayed a glint of cunning in his eyes. He was well aware of Hongjun's situation, yet his confidence in Ma's safety was unwavering. Colliding with trees or falling during flight was a common occurrence, merely a trial that would test Ma's resolve and impart the anxious sensation of fatigue. Alas, the unscrupulous Flandra relished in his role as a mentor. The earnest Hongjun found himself ensnared by his teacher's antics. Just as fate would have it, Hongjun found himself perilously close to crashing into a towering tree. Frantically attempting to steer his wings, he struggled to gauge the necessary force and maintain equilibrium, ultimately cascading downwards in a most spectacular fashion. "Help! Teacher, save me! I'm going to fall!" Hongjun cried out in a panic. The further he descended, the more frantic he became, and with each surge of anxiety, his wings became increasingly unresponsive, leading to a rapid descent. In this vicious cycle, he flapped his wings even more desperately. With a thud, he landed from a low altitude, feeling as though he had struck a tea tree, only to find it perplexingly soft. The scent of tea wafted through the air, leading him to believe he had indeed collided with a tea plant. Unbeknownst to him, his sudden descent startled a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, who was locked in a life-and-death struggle with a 400-year-old mandala snake. Mistaking Ma's fall for another soul beast attack, the boy nearly loosed a hidden arrow, but thanks to his purple extreme magic eyes, he could see clearly even in the dark. Recognizing that the figure was a child similar in size to himself, engulfed in purple-red flames and adorned with a pair of matching wings, with fiery red hair styled in a mohawk, and 5 purple-red flame feathers trailing from his back, he wisely refrained from loosing the arrow, narrowly avoiding the tragic mistake of harming an innocent child. However, he found it peculiar that the boy was flying alone in the forest of soul beasts at such a late hour, and there was no apparent threat to him that would warrant such a fall. By a twist of fate, Hongjun landed directly atop the mandala snake's head, leaving the snake momentarily dazed. Although Ma called for Flandra's assistance, the serpentine creature and the boy were too engrossed in their deadly duel to notice his plight. By the time they became aware of him, Ma had already completed his extravagant descent. The mandala snake hissed in agony as the unexpected weight upon its head emanated an aura it dreaded, surrounded by searing purple-red flames that began to ignite upon contact. In a fit of pain, the snake violently tossed its head, flinging Hongjun towards the boy, who watched them both with wary eyes. Though it had contemplated a direct assault on Hongjun, The oppressive might of the phoenix emanating from him instilled a sense of dread, compounded by the searing flames that inflicted agony. Most vexing was the tenacity of these flames. Despite having hurled the individual away, they continued to blaze atop its head. Should it neglect this peril, its very life would be forfeit. The mandala serpent dared not dwell on this thought, for each moment of contemplation brought forth additional suffering. It hastily rubbed its head against the ground, attempting to extinguish the violet fire. Yet, the phoenix's purple flames were not so easily quelled, and the venom that enveloped the mandala serpent served only as the perfect fuel for the fire. Before it could douse the flames upon its head, the violet fire had already spread across its entire body. In a state of panic, the mandala serpent emitted a pained shriek, thrashing violently as if it were a fiery serpent in a frenzied dance, scattering broken branches and raising clouds of dust in its futile attempts to extinguish the purple blaze. Meanwhile, as Ma Hongjun was flung away, he realized he had not landed on a tea tree, but rather upon some sort of spirit beast. The child battling the mandala serpent was none other than Tang San, who had come with Master to acquire a spirit ring. With Master incapacitated by poison, he was left to fight alone. Ma Hongjun's low-altitude descent prompted both the mandala serpent and Tang San to momentarily cease their struggle. Observing Ma Hongjun hurtling toward him, Tang San found himself in a quandary regarding whether to catch him. Should he fail to do so, the child would surely crash to the ground. And given the force with which the mandala serpent had cast him away, he risked sustaining severe injuries or even internal damage. Conversely, catching him posed its own dangers, as the child was engulfed in perilous flames. Tang San was thus troubled, yet he felt compelled by his sense of chivalry, ultimately deciding to make the attempt. However, he was not foolish enough to use his hands. Instead, he summoned the still unactivated blue-silver grass, employing Tang Sek's exquisite technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, to swiftly ensnare Ma Hongjun. Yet, he underestimated the phoenix flames that enveloped Ma Hongjun. Upon contact, his blue-silver grass ignited, though it did yield some effect. Through Tang San's relentless exertion, the velocity at which Ma Hongjun was hurtling was diminished. As he was propelled through the air, he rapidly adjusted his position, and with the aid of Tang San's blue-silver grass, he ultimately landed steadily before Tang San just as he was about to crash. "Are you all right, my friend?" Tang San inquired, swiftly severing his connection with the extending blue-silver grass and retracting his martial spirit, his demeanor tinged with caution. Upon recognizing the scene before him, Ma Hongjun also withdrew his martial spirit, having identified the child standing before him. The presence of the blue-silver grass, the mandala serpent, and the motionless figure of the middle-aged man in black nearby were unmistakable identifiers. If he failed to recognize them, it would indeed be a wonder. Tang San nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward the mandala serpent, which was nearing its end. However, with Ma Hongjun standing nearby, he hesitated to use any hidden weapons for a final strike against the mandala serpent, feeling a sense of urgency. However, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to the impending loss of the mandala snake's soul ring that would soon befall Tang San. He spoke to himself, "Greetings, brother. I am Ma Hongjun, the grandson of Elder Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Might you be Tang San?" How do you know my name is Tang San? Furthermore, I haven't heard Elder Jack mention he has a grandson," Tang San inquired, his voice laced with caution as he discreetly raised his left arm, prepared to act should the situation escalate. Ma Hongjun, unaware of Tang San's movements, continued his explanation. "My parents passed away when I was very young, and I have been raised by my elderly grandfather. Consequently, I have never visited Holy Soul Village. About a month ago, Su Yuntao, a deacon from the Spirit Hall, came to our village to conduct the Spirit Awakening ceremony. He lamented having awakened a child with the blue-silver grass spirit in Holy Soul Village, one endowed with innate full soul power. When I witnessed you rescuing me with your blue-silver grass, I surmised that you might be the Tang San mentioned by Su Yuntao. After all, the blue-silver grass spirit rarely possesses soul power, and it was evident that you wielded it to save me, suggesting that you hail from my grandfather's village." After finishing his explanation, Tang San, feeling despondent, turned towards his master, anxious to check on him, as he had fallen into a coma and could not afford any further mishaps. Chapter 12, A Sudden Reflection. Frandel, having heard Ma Hongjun's call for help, paid no heed, as he had previously glanced down and discerned that there was no immediate danger, so he continued his slow ascent. "Teacher, come down quickly. You won't believe whom I've encountered," Ma Hongjun shouted towards Frandel, who circled lazily atop the trees, seemingly indifferent to his words. "Who else could you possibly meet in this soul-hunting forest? Who do you know? Do not tell me you've encountered that prodigious youth of the blue-silver grass that Su Yuntao spoke of. Hurry up and leave. Do not dawdle," Frandel urged, showing no inclination to engage in further conversation with Ma Hongjun. "Indeed, teacher, I have encountered the prodigy you have been longing for, Tang San. You must come down at once. His elder seems to be in peril and is awaiting your assistance. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as Frandel's ominous predictions proved accurate. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun claim he had met Tang San, Frandel descended swiftly, trusting that Ma Hongjun would not jest at his expense. However, before he could land, he caught sight of the master lying unconscious on the ground. In an instant, he accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, he was by the master's side. Disregarding Tang San's protective glare, he cradled the master in his arms, his voice trembling with urgency as he called out, Xiao Gang, what has happened? Please awaken. Xiao Gang, it is Frandel. Ma Hongjun, does your teacher know mine? Tang San pondered momentarily, noting that Frandel's display of genuine concern seemed sincere. He questioned Ma Hongjun with intrigue, reflecting on the serendipity of the day, encountering the grandson of Elder Jack, and discovering that his teacher appeared to have a connection with his own. The nature of their relationship seemed to be quite significant. I am uncertain. However, I heard your teacher refer to him as Xiao Gang. Perhaps your teacher is none other than the illustrious Master Yu Xiaojang, renowned in the Spirit Master community as one of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, the Corner of Wisdom. Of course, Ma Hongjun could not claim to be acquainted, but based on the current circumstances, he could only express his recommendation. What is the wisdom angle of the Golden Triangle? However, my teacher is indeed referred to as a master, Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. That is correct. The Golden Triangle refers to your teacher, my teacher, and another individual, who together ventured into the world of soul masters, earning the esteemed title bestowed upon them by other soul masters. The three of them were capable of forming an exceptionally rare Trinity fusion technique, powerful beyond measure, thus establishing a formidable reputation within the soul master realm, and consequently, they were revered as the Golden Triangle. My teacher, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flandra, is a level 75 agility attack type soul sage, honored with the title of the Soaring Angle, serving as the elder brother to your teacher and another individual. Your teacher is the second, also known as the Wisdom Angle. The third individual is the Killing Angle. However, my teacher did not divulge specific information about him, hence my lack of knowledge. Therefore, Tang San, my brother, we are indeed brothers now, by seniority. I must address your teacher as Uncle Master and you as Junior Brother. Ma Hongjun elucidated to Tang San. How can you be certain that you are the elder brother and not the younger? Tang San remained non-committal to Ma Hongjun's earlier statements. But the final remark struck a chord. Suddenly, there was a little friend whose status as either elder brother or younger brother was undetermined, and who had inadvertently lost his soul ring. Was this a delightful surprise? A remarkable twist? You are a disciple of Xiao Gang? Then I shall call you Xiao San. Enough with the chatter. Please inform me. What has happened to Xiao Gang? Upon overhearing the children-esque conversation, Flandra recognized that the short-haired boy in blue was indeed Tang San. Flandra, my teacher may have just been bitten by the mandala snake, leading to his soul being poisoned. Please allow me to examine him. I possess some knowledge in this area, Tang San quickly responded, realizing that he and Ma Hongjun were wasting time when his teacher was in a precarious situation. Xiao San, my teacher is your teacher's elder brother, so you ought to address him as Uncle Master. Do not speak so formally. Ma Hongjun interjected. All right, you are correct. Uncle Master, what do you suggest? Tang San felt somewhat helpless. Ma Hongjun reminded him of Xiao Wu, exhibiting a playful demeanor. Nevertheless, this was a means to foster camaraderie and avoid excessive formality, which could hinder open communication. Thus, despite his reluctance, he did not reject the suggestion. Very well, please proceed with your examination, Flandra replied, cautiously placing the master back on the ground. Hongjun, I heard from Xiao San that Xiao Gang was injured by the mandala snake. Where is that wretched snake? You arrived before me. Did you happen to see it? Flandra's voice was icy, and his tone made it clear that if the mandala snake were still alive, it would not escape his grasp. Teacher, look, that dark creature is the mandala snake. When I fell earlier, I fortuitously landed on its head, resulting in my purple fire contaminating it. Since it is inherently poisonous, it served as one of the best fuels for my purple fire, leading to its swift demise. Ma Hongjun pointed towards the distance, where a yellow glow hovered above a dark, serpentine form exceeding 4 meters in length. Should you be certain of your ability, proceed with haste. Yet, the priority lies in detoxification. I possess no antidote for the venom of the mandala snake, Flandra remarked, inadvertently adjusting his spectacles. The procedure of incising the hand, allowing the blood to flow, and utilizing one's inner energy to expel the poison unfolded seamlessly in Tang San's adept hands. In mere moments, as the toxic blood oozed from the wound on his wrist, a subtle aroma of tea began to waft through the air. Ma Hongjun, impressed by Tang San's technique, approached the master, channeling his soul power to summon a purplish-red flame from his palm, which he cast upon the pooled toxic blood. This manifestation of fire was a skill acquired after mastering the flow of energy through the Rin and Du meridians, enabling him to refine and control the Phoenix purple fire. The toxic blood sizzled and evaporated rapidly, a precaution against the spread of the mandala snake's venom, which, though diluted in the air as a tea-like fragrance, could still pose a risk if inhaled excessively, leading to mild poisoning that would impair one's neurological responses. Observing Ma Hongjun's actions, Flandra nodded in approval, acknowledging his disciple's occasional attentiveness. Meanwhile, Tang San's fluid detoxification process captured Flandra's attention, prompting him to contemplate the potential of Xiao Gang's student. Given the master's condition, Flandra decided against venturing into the soul-hunting forest that evening. Hongjun, come lend me a hand. We must fashion a stretcher for our teacher. After the bloodletting, he shall likely be too weakened to walk tomorrow. Thus we will need to carry him, Tang San called to Ma Hongjun. No need. I'll carry Xiao Gang on my back tomorrow. Flandra interjected. Very well, Tang San replied with a calm nod. Xiao San, why the lack of enthusiasm? Are you still worried about your uncle? Perhaps this. My blood possesses remarkable vitality. If I were to provide some to my uncle, he should be fine by tomorrow. You need not fret about my potential blood loss. My constitution is rather unique, and I possess an abundance of life force and energy, Ma Hongjun stated. But what troubles you? Whatever difficulties you face, I, as your senior brother, shall assist you. If I cannot resolve it, I shall call upon your master for help. Ma Hongjun offered generously, emphasizing the importance of fostering good relations with Tang San. He assured that his intentions were not merely to curry favor, but rather to solidify a bond with a future brother and friend, a relationship that could only yield benefits. Though Tang San's character had its flaws, Ma Hongjun was well aware of the type of person he was. Despite his imperfections, Tang San was dependable when it came to his own. Such a brotherhood could be trusted with one's back. Moreover, Ma Hongjun, though he practiced Tai Chi, the Yuqing carefree technique, and Tai Chi visualization, was merely navigating his path through trial and error, each step a careful negotiation of obstacles. In contrast, Tang San bore the entire legacy of the Tang sect. Given this, why should Ma Hongjun not seek to join the Tang sect at the earliest opportunity? If I could join early, even if it meant sacrificing my current soul power to start anew with the Xintian skill, it would not be too late. If I wait a few more years until my realm is higher, it would be difficult to part with it, even if I wanted to. Tang San gazed at the charred corpse of the mandala snake, its yellow soul ring floating above it, momentarily lost in thought. He quickly reined in his emotions and spoke softly. It's nothing to worry about. I'm fine. Unable to burden others, Tang San could only comfort himself. It's all right. I can wait a few days until the teacher recovers and then acquire a soul ring. Surely, I will find other suitable ones. Chapter 13. A sip for the master. Ma Hongjun, following Tang San's gaze, was taken aback upon seeing the floating yellow soul ring and exclaimed, Little San, you're not thinking of absorbing that mandala snake's soul ring, are you? At the same time, his mind raced, recalling all the information about soul beasts he had encountered during his month at Shrek Academy, pondering how to remedy the situation. Well, since you figured it out, I want to hide it, Tang San acknowledged with a subtle nod. You rascal, just look at what you've done. How could you lose your junior brother's soul ring? Flandra scolded Ma Hongjun, partly out of genuine anger and partly for Tang San's sake. After all, he was the Master's disciple and one of Flandra's promising students for Shrek Academy. Knowing that he was the Master's student, Tang San felt he could not escape Shrek Academy. However, he did not expect that Ma Hongjun would lose Tang San's soul ring upon their first meeting. Flandra began to doubt whether this was the person he had hoped to recruit. Teacher, Ma Hongjun stammered, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He had not anticipated losing Tang San's soul ring so soon after their first encounter. Uncle, do not blame Hongjun, it was an accident. He fell from the sky and happened to land on the mandala snake's head. I do not hold it against him. Let us wait until the teacher's health improves in a few days before searching for a soul ring, Tang San explained, touched and hastily gesturing that he did not mind, feeling only a slight regret. Ultimately, at that moment, Tang San remained quite innocent. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to leap off a cliff for the sake of his previous life as Tang clan. Now, he was easily swayed by Flandra, a cunning individual. It seems that Little San wishes to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring, likely aiming to develop his control skills. The mandala snake can bestow toxins, resilience, and hardness to the blue-silver grass, making it an excellent soul ring. Additionally, he must be eager to validate his uncle's theories, right? Seeing Tang San nod, Ma Hongjun continued, however, I believe the blue-silver grass, being the embodiment of tenacity, should not reject any soul ring it absorbs. When Little San saved me earlier, I noticed that his blue-silver grass ignited upon contact with my purple fire. I suspect that absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring would not significantly alter that scenario. Therefore, My thought is that since the blue-silver grass possesses such remarkable adaptability, it could develop in multiple directions. In other words, while progressing towards control abilities, the blue-silver grass could also acquire formidable offensive or supportive capabilities. I can think of several soul beasts that would be particularly suitable for these aspects, alleviating concerns of overextending. As this venture progresses towards the control system, it adeptly balances both offensive and supportive capabilities. Your thoughts are commendable. What spirit beasts have you contemplated? Flandra nodded in appreciation, satisfied with his performance. Hongjun observed Tang San listening attentively and gradually articulated his thoughts on the spirit beasts. The ones that come to mind include the purple-scaled sky-swallowing python, the netherworld soul-capturing python, the blood-devouring diamond vine, the demon eye-iron birch, and the devil-s thorn vine. Tang San appeared perplexed. These spirit beasts sounded extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, the 5 spirit beasts you have chosen are quite impressive. Your reading has not been in vain. Flandra affirmed Hongjun's suggestions, believing these spirit beasts would complement the blue-silver grass splendidly. However, it all hinges on whether such powerful spirit beasts inhabit this forest. Now, let us not keep you in suspense any longer. Please elucidate the characteristics of these spirit beasts to your junior brother. These spirit beasts, like the mandala snake, are all top-tier formidable entities. They share a commonality. Each can impart remarkable resilience and hardness to the blue-silver grass while exhibiting substantial control capabilities, which I need not elaborate on. Instead, I shall discuss their unique characteristics. Hongjun began to introduce each one to Tang San. The devil's thorn vine possesses a parasitic ability akin to that of the ghost vine, yet is even more terrifying, also exhibiting potent toxicity. The demon eye-iron birch, with its soul-capturing ability, can inflict a degree of soul damage and possesses a certain immunity to physical elements, rendering it impervious to blades, fire, and water, and resistant to lightning strikes. The blood-devouring diamond vine boasts an extraordinary blood-sucking capability, similarly endowed with some resistance to physical elements. The netherworld soul-capturing python, akin to the demon eye soul-capturing, also possesses a degree of immunity to physical elements. Lastly, the purple-scaled sky-swallowing python emits a fragrant aura, possesses immense strength, and holds a terrifying devouring power, also exhibiting significant resistance to physical elements. Is that so? Hongjun, I have never heard my teacher mention these spirit beasts. Tang San expressed astonishment, yet he did not fully trust Hongjun's words. At that moment, Flandra interjected. Your teacher must have spoken to you about his strength and martial soul. Due to certain special circumstances in the past, he has avoided meeting me, and I have been unable to locate him. Thus, even if he knows that these spirit beasts are exceptionally suited for you, he has had no means to procure them. The spirit beasts Hongjun mentioned are either extraordinarily powerful or exceedingly rare, thus likely omitted from the spirit rings Shao Gang considered for you. Much like the mandala snake. Although it is also a top-tier spirit beast, it likely falls outside of Shao Gang's purview. If I am not mistaken, you must have encountered the mandala snake by chance. Correct? Seeing Tang San nod, Flandra glanced at the unconscious master and continued. He once stated that he would find someone to validate his theory and proclaim to the world that his theory was indeed correct. This person must be you. Though he does not seek us out, this encounter is fortuitous. Rest assured, as long as these spirit beasts inhabit this forest, your master uncle will ensure their capture for you to absorb. Although each of these spirit beasts is overwhelmingly powerful, a century-old spirit ring is still insufficient in my presence. Rest assured, my dear third, tomorrow when he awakens, I shall converse with him. Tang San nodded earnestly. Indeed, the master had not considered the mandala serpent as a potential soul ring. His initial instinct had been to hastily flee with him. Yet not only had they failed to escape, but he had also remained behind. Nevertheless, he felt deeply touched, for he understood the master's predicament. However, being a person not adept at articulating his emotions, he found it challenging to express his gratitude, and thus merely nodded solemnly. Master, since we are to search for a soul ring for our junior brother tomorrow, it would be prudent to allow my blood to be given to our esteemed uncle. This will facilitate matters for us tomorrow, suggested Hongjun. Very well. After you have fed Shao Gang, you two should rest aside while I keep watch through the night. Tomorrow we shall embark on our quest to find a suitable soul ring for our third. Flandra acquiesced to his proposal with a nod. Indeed, the two youths responded with earnest nods. Tang San assisted the master, while Hongjun retrieved the dagger and a cup previously provided by Flandra. Firmly grasping the blade, he drew it sharply across his hand. Soon, blood as vibrant as rubies flowed into the cup, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern flecks of purple luminescence within the blood, rendering it quite exquisite. Hongjun, Tang San gasped in surprise at Hongjun's boldness, wishing to intervene. But it was too late. Fear not. My recovery ability is remarkably swift. You must feed our uncle while it is still warm. If it cools, the energy will dissipate, and its efficacy will diminish. I shall prepare some meat for us, as I suspect you have not dined, Ma Hongjun reassured him, as his left hand flickered with violet flames, and in a moment, his wound had already begun to scab over. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Ma Hongjun's remarkable recuperative powers. Yet, they were unaware that within Ma Hongjun's precious blood lay not only a hint of divinity, but also an exceptionally high energy level. Disregarding Tang San's act of feeding the master with his blood, Ma Hongjun produced previously prepared celestial quail meat and fresh water from his flame ring. Cleansing the meat before retrieving a skewer and seasonings. He rinsed the dagger with clear water, cut the celestial quail meat into pieces, skewered them, and ignited violet flames with his left hand, directly commencing the roasting process. Tang San watched in astonishment. The array of items was truly remarkable. What an eccentric individual he was. He wondered when Ma Hongjun had prepared these provisions. Unbeknownst to him, these were meticulously gathered by Ma Hongjun during the years leading up to his martial soul awakening. As he would put it, one must not neglect the joys of food and cultivation. As for beautiful maidens, he was but 6 years old, and thus not within his realm of consideration. The violet flames burned at an incredibly high temperature, and soon the celestial quail meat began to sizzle. Ma Hongjun then extinguished the flames, swiftly sprinkled seasonings, and with a flick of his finger, reignited the violet flames to continue roasting. In the past, he had not found such convenience in his grilling endeavors. It appeared that this peculiar martial soul had its merits. Before long, a rich aroma of meat began to waft through the air, prompting Flandra and Tang San to involuntarily twitch their noses as their stomachs rumbled audibly. After Master finished drinking the blood of Ma Hongjun, his complexion gradually became more vibrant, suggesting a remarkable recovery, particularly in a certain area of his body that seemed to have regained youthful vitality, almost as if it had pitched a small tent. This was a consequence of Ma Hongjun's martial soul defect. Although he now had a remedy, time was too short. Thus, while his blood possessed tremendous vitality, it was equally infused with the malignancy of the evil fire. Despite the issues with his blood, they were not of great concern. At worst, Master might experience a beautiful dream or a nightmare. If the situation worsened, he might even wet his pants, but it was nothing serious. Moreover, Flandra and Tang San were both captivated by the aroma of roasted meat, so no one noticed the master's peculiar transformation. Chapter 14. The Defect of the Martial Soul. The night swiftly passed, and the following morning, the dense soul beast forest resounded with a chorus of beast roars and bird songs. The morning is crucial for the day's endeavors. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Tang San had completed their training and leaped down from the trees. Flandra remained vigilant atop a nearby tree, surveying their surroundings. Tang San began to pack up the tents where they had rested, while Ma Hongjun prepared the roasted meat. Before long, as the rich fragrance of meat wafted through the air, Master finally opened his eyes, only to discover that his pants were wet. His expression darkened, but fortunately, he was clad in dark attire, rendering the situation less noticeable. Reflecting on the dream he had the previous night, Master sighed. He had dreamt of them. Then he realized he was sleeping in a tent. Upon noticing his disciple tidying up another tent, and recalling that they were still in the soul-hunting forest, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. So reckless. Just the two of them in the perilous soul beast forest. One had fallen unconscious, and the other dared to set up a tent and sleep? Master's thoughts raced, but then he felt a jolt of excitement and incredulity. He had actually reached level 30. What was that aroma in the air? Master wondered, turning his head to see an unfamiliar child. One hand enveloped in purplish-red flames while the other held skewers of meat over the fire, the enticing smell emanating from the glistening meat. Master was even more perplexed, his brow furrowing. Who was this strange child, especially with such peculiar hair? At first glance, it appeared black, but upon blinking and catching the light's reflection, it turned out to be a deep burgundy. Furthermore, the child was not dressed in the Nodding Academy uniform, but instead wore a vibrant red round-collared robe, embroidered with a purple-red fire phoenix poised for flight. The attire was quite striking, indicating that he was not a student of Nodding Academy. So who was he? Who had brought such a child into the soul-hunting forest, and how had he spent the night alongside Tang San? Master pondered, concluding that the child must be good company, especially since he had fallen unconscious, leaving Tang San alone in such a treacherous environment, which was hardly safe. In truth, he was not mistaken. After his unconsciousness, a tall and rugged figure had been quietly guarding Tang San nearby, until Ma Hongjun plummeted from a low altitude, inadvertently killing the mandala snake and thereby disrupting Tang San's soul ring. This imposing and disheveled figure had been observing intently. It was only when Tang San and Ma Hongjun, under the protection of Flandra, succumbed to slumber that this figure quietly departed. If the master were to inquire about the attire worn by Tang San and Ma Hongjun, Tang San would respond that it was a round-collared robe, a garment he often donned in his previous life. However, in this lifetime, having never ventured beyond the Holy Soul village, he considered Ma Hongjun's attire to be commonplace in this world, hence he found no peculiarity in it. It was this familiar garb of Ma Hongjun that evoked a sense of nostalgia within him, for it was indeed a common fashion of his former era. Master, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Tang San, while tidying the tent, cast a subtle glance toward the master as he emerged, quickly averting his gaze, and respectfully, yet caringly inquired. Moments prior, after that fleeting glance, Tang San's mind was racing, astonished by the extraordinary vitality within Ma Hongjun's blood. Uncle, you are awake. Are you feeling better? Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Tang San's words, turned to greet the master with a smile, and like Tang San, discreetly glanced at a certain area before hastily looking away. At that juncture, a tall figure clad in a black trench coat and adorned with dark-framed glasses materialized before him. Xiaogang, how is your health? Is there any lingering discomfort? Flandra, observing from a nearby tree, swiftly approached the master upon noticing his awakening and inquired. The unwelcome visage had indeed manifested, fulfilling his ominous premonition. With a scowl, the master grit his teeth, feeling helpless and despondent. Flandra, what brings you here? Oh, I brought my disciple to the Nodding Academy for his studies, and to acquire his first soul ring, Flandra explained calmly, scrutinizing the master's significantly aged visage. The surge of emotions that had erupted upon seeing the master the previous night had since subsided, allowing for a semblance of calmness. The master, rendered speechless, fixed a piercing gaze upon Flandra. Are you attempting to deceive me? You are the head of an academy. How can you claim to bring your disciple to Nodding Academy for schooling? While this exchange unfolded, Ma Hongjun and Tang San were on the side, savoring roasted meat and sipping beverages, quietly observing their teacher and occasionally exchanging glances regarding their earlier discoveries. Flandra began to elucidate matters to the master. Yet he remained unaware that the master's breakthrough was a result of decades of accumulated experience, now finally coming to fruition. Originally, the master's frail constitution and delicate meridians had hindered him from accommodating excess soul power, which had thwarted his progress. Now, however, the potent vitality coursing through Ma Hongjun's blood was fortifying his physique, facilitating the unblocking of his meridians and enhancing their resilience. This transformation allowed him to harbor greater quantities of soul power, thus enabling his breakthrough. Ma Hongjun's blood? What is his martial spirit? What abilities does he possess? Please elaborate on the deficiencies you mentioned regarding martial spirits. The master furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, donning an expression of scholarly inquiry as he solemnly began to speak. With Flandra's elucidation, both the master and Tang San's gazes towards Ma Hongjun grew increasingly peculiar, astonished that such an extraordinary martial soul could exist in this world. After Flandra concluded his explanation, the master reflected briefly before stating, "Thus, the first spirit ring you selected for Hongjun is 600 years, providing a remedy for the deficiencies in his martial soul. It is also at this juncture that you realized his martial soul's malevolent fire is not merely a flame, but rather the potent life force of the phoenix purple fire, along with the colorless, transparent that evokes desires within the heart, correct?" Although he posed this as a question, upon seeing Flandra and Ma Hongjun nod in affirmation, the master continued without awaiting their response. "It appears your deductions are indeed accurate. The reason why the purple fire posed a threat to Hongjun's life is that these flames were not properly controlled and refined. The solution to this predicament lies in the interplay of these two flames. Consequently, Hongjun can augment his training regimen to become more acquainted with his martial soul. The deeper his mastery over his martial soul, the more adept he will become at controlling and refining the purple fire and, moreover, it is imperative for Hongjun to familiarize himself with and master his martial soul, even to the extent of achieving profound communication with it." Observing the thoughtful yet puzzled expressions on the faces of the three, the master continued, "The remedy you have discovered is merely a superficial fix. The purple fire originate from his malevolent phoenix martial soul. No, referring to it as the malevolent phoenix is no longer accurate. I propose renaming Hongjun's martial soul to Phoenix. The term malevolent fire can only signify the transparent that stirs desires. Yet it does not encompass the vibrant life force of the Phoenix purple fire. Both flames possess peculiar and unique properties, thus I believe Phoenix is the most fitting designation." Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Tang San and Flandra nodded in agreement, realizing that according to the master's assertion, Phoenix indeed seemed more precise. The master nodded at Ma Hongjun and continued, "Since the essence of these two flames is rooted in the martial soul, to thoroughly rectify Hongjun's martial soul deficiencies, It is essential to gain control over and refine these two flames at the level of the martial soul itself. My own case demonstrates that the purple fire energy within Hongjun's blood has enhanced my constitution, enabling me to accommodate greater soul power, which is why I have achieved the 30th level. However, while Hongjun's blood is rich in purple fire energy, it also contains the energy of the malevolent fire. So I advise against anyone attempting to exploit Hongjun's blood, lest the situation become quite awkward. Flandra had initially contemplated whether to procure a sample of Ma Hongjun's blood for his own experimentation, but after hearing the master's caution, he promptly abandoned the idea. Tang San understood why his teacher had expressed such concerns, shivering at the thought. That flame was truly enigmatic. Ma Hongjun felt as though an additional weight had been placed upon his heart, and Flandra felt similarly. They had initially believed they had discovered a solution, only to realize it was merely a superficial remedy. The root of the issue still lay within the martial soul. Until the problems related to the martial soul were resolved, this issue would persist. However, they were fortunate to have temporarily found a solution to alleviate his immediate crisis. Chapter 15. The Unique Summoning System. Master, how should I communicate with my martial spirit? Ma Hongjun inquired eagerly after listening to the master. Hearing that the master indeed had a solution brought a smile to Flandra's face. It was a testament to his learned companion's vast knowledge. It seemed that sending Ma Hongjun to Notting for further study was indeed a wise decision. Upon hearing the master suggest methods to enhance spiritual power, Flandra could hardly contain his excitement. Ah, how fortuitous. Hongjun has inadvertently created a visualization technique that perfectly aligns with the training of spiritual power. Oh, how remarkable. What method is it? The master responded, momentarily taken aback and genuinely intrigued. It is worth noting that the techniques for cultivating soul power he had summarized were merely a compilation of meditation practices, derived from the book Flandra had given to Ma Hongjun. Yet, he had never heard of anyone mastering the cultivation of spiritual power. Even the sex distraction control merely involved multitasking. Flandra proudly boasted to the master about the Taiji visualization method for cultivating spiritual power at the upper dantian. Moreover, he continued, I have also discovered another technique for cultivating soul power, the Yuling Xiaoyao Ju, which focuses on the lower dantian. Indeed, the master nodded in understanding. Walking alongside Flandra toward the roasted meat that Ma Hongjun had placed on a plate, the aroma was undeniably enticing. And it was this very scent that had roused him from his reverie. The names Tai Chi Visualization and Yuling Xiaoyao Ju sparked astonishment in Tang San as he gazed at Ma Hongjun, whose expression shifted from shock to excitement. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Ma Hongjun was not of this world, at least not in spirit. The distinctly local names, coupled with Ma Hongjun's fiery red robe adorned with a purple fire phoenix, further convinced Tang San that he and Ma Hongjun hailed from the same realm. Tang San trembled with exhilaration. Encountering a kindred spirit in a foreign land was indeed one of life's greatest joys, though not an old acquaintance. The fact that they might share the same origin filled him with uncontainable excitement. While Flandra elaborated on his cultivation methods, Ma Hongjun discreetly observed Tang San from the corner of his eye, witnessing his transformation from astonishment to fervor, eventually settling into a calm demeanor. Ma Hongjun felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Tang San came from the ancient Tang sect era. Although his personality had its quirks, his character and values were commendable. Unlike those from the modern era who would eliminate a fellow countryman on sight, he refrained from questioning Tang San about his silence, understanding that they were both astute enough to notice Flandra and use camaraderie nearby. Thus, Ma Hongjun continued to roast meat nonchalantly, casting a glance at Tang San that seemed to say, "Am I not impressive?" After savoring the delicious skewers of roasted celestial bird meat and the delightful beverages Ma Hongjun had prepared, the four of them began to traverse the century-old region. Their first task was to assist Tang San in searching for a soul ring, followed by continuing their quest for the master. In the lush soul beast forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the ground, and fortunately, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Flandra did not follow closely behind Ma Hongjun and the others. Instead, he navigated skillfully among the trees, soaring through the air while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Ma Hongjun, too, was airborne, his martial spirit manifesting as he flew, albeit at a lower altitude, remaining near Master and Tang San. His flight was decidedly unsteady, reminiscent of a drunken giant. In that moment, Tang San grasped why Ma Hongjun had plummeted from the sky the previous night. It was evident he resembled a fledgling bird just embarking on its first flight, unable to avoid a descent. Reflecting on this, Tang San couldn't help but marvel at his rather carefree master, who had the audacity to permit Ma Hongjun, a novice flyer, to weave through the perilous thickets of the soul forest under the cover of night. Truly, one could see the strength of character in such a powerful individual. Moreover, Tang San felt a twinge of envy. He was confident that he could eventually master feats such as scaling walls, traversing snow without a trace, or crossing rivers on a reed. Yet, in truth, he still lacked the ability to fly. Xiao Gang, what type of soul beast do you intend to seek? Flandra inquired from above. Master, upon hearing this, replied, given that the attack of the three cannons is akin to mere gas, my primary focus leans towards elemental and toxic attributes. I am considering soul beasts of the 1,000-year variety from the 8 attributes: ice and fire, wind and thunder, gold and poison, light and darkness. Ideally, the soul beast should not exceed 2,000 years. That is the maximum I can currently absorb. He had long since determined his direction: ice and fire, wind and thunder, gold and poison, light and darkness. Oh, the three cannons truly possess an exceptional flair, Flandra chuckled, envisioning the rotund figure of the three cannons emitting gas with such effect. Regardless of its power, the mere image was delightfully amusing. Ma Hongjun and Tang San, upon hearing his jest, struggled to suppress their laughter. Master shot Flandra a fierce glare, admonishing him to be serious. Enough with the nonsense. The plump, violet-gray figure, clearing a path ahead of Master and Tang San, voiced its displeasure at Flandra's teasing with a couple of disgruntled sounds. It was none other than the three cannons. Why so serious? One must learn to enjoy life. Flandra, noticing Master's irritation, found the situation all the more amusing, while Master chose to ignore him. Uncle Master, your martial spirit possesses remarkable sentience. I just comprehended its discontent towards my teacher, Ma Hongjun remarked from the air, astonished, and relayed the sentiment expressed by the three cannons. It seems to convey that it is indeed displeased with Flandra. Ma Hongjun pondered internally, baffled by how he had come to understand the three cannons' words. What? You can actually comprehend what the three cannons is saying? Master exclaimed, taken aback. His brows furrowed deeply. Could this be linked to Ma Hongjun's bloodline? You were correct. The three cannons was expressing dissatisfaction towards Flandra, and your interpretation captures its essence. This is quite perplexing, as it shouldn't be the case. The three cannons is indeed quite sentient, much like a child of 3 or 4 years. However, being my martial spirit, it should only connect with me and communicate with soul beasts. Uncle Master, did the three cannons not claim to be a dragon? If it truly is a dragon, then that would indeed explain it. I recall reading that dragons and phoenixes are complementary, enhancing one another, Ma Hongjun posited. In reality, this was merely his assumption. His ability to comprehend what Luo Sanpao was saying stemmed from the subtle divine essence present in his blood, which had little to do with the notion of dragon and phoenix compatibility. Ma Hongjun flew unsteadily, and Tang San feared he might fall again, hoping he wouldn't land on him. Indeed, Luo Sanpao was a dragon. However, due to an unfavorable mutation of his martial spirit, he now appeared in a form that was neither pig nor dog. The master paused, grasping the meaning behind Ma Hongjun's words, and offered an explanation. So, Luo Sanpao truly was a dragon. This revelation made sense. The energy of phoenix fire coursing through my blood may have triggered Luo Sanpao's evolution after your absorption, Master. Since it was my blood that was absorbed, it has granted me a degree of telepathic connection with him, Ma Hongjun deduced. Your analysis may indeed hold merit. Perhaps that is the reason. Unable to conceive of any other explanation, he could only acquiesce to Ma Hongjun's reasoning. This is truly splendid. Master, how about this? I will feed Luo Sanpao more of my blood in the future. It might accelerate his evolution. Moreover, I believe you should not choose the offensive system, but rather the summoning system. I feel that for such a unique martial spirit as Luo Sanpao, summoning is the most suitable path. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement at the prospect that his blood could aid the evolution of a dragon-type martial spirit. This only underscored the extraordinary nature of his phoenix purple fire, rightfully acknowledged as an exceptional flame by Flandra and the Master. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of regret. A martial spirit resembling a pet creature like Luo Sanpao should ideally develop along the lines of summoning, yet it was not his to command. Never mind. Your blood contains not only the energy of purple fire, but also the energy of sinister flames. However, what exactly do you mean by the summoning system? I have never heard of such a thing, the Master remarked, somewhat perplexed, while Tang San and Flandra, hovering in the air, exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Sanpao also perked up his ears slightly, understanding human speech, and sensed that Ma Hongjun's words might be highly beneficial for him. The summoning system is akin to training hunting dogs. You should train Luo Sanpao to engage in combat independently and utilize his soul skills. Equip him with soul rings that enhance his physical attributes, treating him as a formidable offensive soul master. You would coordinate and command from the rear, acting as a control or support system. Since the martial spirit resides within the body, when released, you summon Luo Sanpao to attack autonomously, granting him substantial independence while still being bound to his master. This encapsulates the essence of the summoning system. Moreover, given Luo Sanpao as high intelligence, you could allow him to learn to absorb soul power for cultivation. This approach would not only conserve your soul power, but also accelerate your own cultivation speed. After all, if Luo Sanpao can cultivate independently, it is akin to having an assistant aiding in your training, naturally expediting the process, Ma Hongjun elaborated, striving to articulate his thoughts using terminology that the master and others could grasp. Luo Luo, Luo Luo. Luo Sanpao excitedly wiggled his little rear, eagerly calling out to the master. Hongjun, I truly thank you. Your ingenious ideas seem to have opened a new window for me. The summoning system is indeed the most fitting for both me and Sanpao. Look, Sanpao can hardly contain his eagerness to embrace the path of summoning. The master trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The fragmented words of Ma Hongjun, combined with his recent breakthrough, illuminated a promising path ahead. The summoning system, represented by the spirit of Luo Sanpao, the soul summoner soul master, Yu Xiaojiang. Master, you flatter me excessively. How could I possess such profound wisdom? This is merely drawn from tales I have perused in the past. In our Phoenix village, we are all ordinary folk, and this world is predominantly filled with the mundane. Thus, they may concoct absurd stories for their own amusement. Ma Hongjun elucidated, the summoning system, summoners, and pet spirits are merely the whimsical creations of ordinary people, devoid of the ability to cultivate. Your observations are astute. Indeed, the majority of the world consists of common individuals. Although they cannot cultivate, their wisdom should not be underestimated. The master remarked with a sense of wonder. It was astonishing that such imaginative concepts stemmed from the fancies of ordinary people, crafted to entertain children. Yet, this aligned perfectly with Luo Sanpao and himself, proving to be both practical and viable. Summoning system, summoner Yu Xiaojiang, pet spirit Luo Sanpao. Flandra shared the same sentiment, while Tang San experienced it firsthand. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person. Yet, he had created martial arts that allowed commoners to cultivate and achieve transcendence. Hence, the wisdom of the ordinary is indeed formidable. Chapter 16, The Heavenly Starvine. Xiaojing. Approximately 800 meters ahead, there appears to be a valley. Shall we investigate? Flandra inquired from the air. Since we are already moving forward, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, the master pondered before responding. Flandra nodded, his wings propelling him ahead, while Ma Hongjun swiftly followed with his phoenix fire wings. The master and Tang San hastened to keep pace. After half a day's continuous flight, Ma Hongjun's flying skills had significantly improved. Flandra, unlike the previous night, was not hindering him. He pointed out essential aspects to consider while flying and offered guidance on how to improve. Ma Hongjun was unperturbed by the consumption of soul power, as he could replenish it with Oscar's recovery sausages. Oscar's recovery sausages could last for 7 days. Hence he had prepared 300 for Ma Hongjun before their departure. However, this time frame would diminish as Oscar progressed in rank. Once he attained a higher level, the quality of his soul power would increase, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of the first recovery sausage and necessitating greater soul power. This reduction in duration was reasonable, otherwise, it would be excessively powerful. Conversely, as Oscar's rank improved, the creation of recovery sausages at his current soul master level would consume less soul power, while the preservation duration would extend, enhancing their efficacy further. The higher the rank, the longer the duration. The effectiveness and duration have indeed improved, primarily due to the enhanced quality of his soul power. However, despite the efficacy, there exists a limitation dictated by the age of his soul rings. After all, his first soul ring is merely a century-old one. In the context of a team, the higher the rank of a food-type soul master, the superior and more sought after the food they produce. The longevity of preservation is of little consequence, as it is typically utilized immediately on-site. Nonetheless, for an army, a powerful food-type soul master is highly esteemed. Most individuals within the army are either ordinary people or low-ranking soul masters. Thus, a food-type soul master need not create food that aligns with their own rank. Rather, they should focus on producing food that caters to the needs of soldiers and low-ranking soul masters. Consequently, as one's rank ascends, the quality of soul power improves, resulting in reduced soul power consumption for creating food required by low-ranking soul masters. This not only allows for a greater quantity of food production, but also extends its preservation duration, with effects that surpass those of food crafted by lower-ranking soul masters. These insights were shared with Ma Hongjun by Oscar and his mentor, Xiao Xian, who speculated that a food-type soul master of title Douluo level has yet to manifest. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun has grasped the principle. Crafting food for a lower rank using higher rank abilities consumes less soul power, allows for greater quantity, enhances preservation duration, and yields superior effects compared to food made at a lower rank. Conversely, creating food for higher ranks demands greater soul power consumption, resulting in fewer quantities produced, albeit with enhanced effects and shorter preservation times. Regardless, the food prepared will always be constrained by the age of the food type Soul Master's soul rings. Should Oscar's soul rings evolve into 10,000-year or even 100,000-year rings, the outcome remains uncertain, a matter beyond Ma Hongjun's comprehension. Oscar's sausages were declined by Flandra. Firstly, due to Flandra's superior strength rendering the effect of Oscar's sausages mediocre for him, and secondly, as one of Oscar's disinclined critics. The master initially presumed Ma Hongjun was consuming ordinary sausages, based on his calculations that Ma Hongjun should have long depleted his soul power. To his astonishment, after consuming the sausages, Ma Hongjun appeared to possess a vitality akin to that when fully charged with soul power, suggesting a remarkable recovery of stamina. Recognizing the exceptional nature of the sausages, the master inquired further. This prompted Flandra to boast about the prodigious talent of Oscar from Shrek Academy. However, under Ma Hongjun's subtle cues, Flandra refrained from divulging Oscar's soul abilities. This revelation only deepened the master's astonishment. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power is indeed rarer than Tang San's dual martial souls. To the master's knowledge, Oscar is likely the sole food-type soul master with innate full soul power in the world. He is aware that his senior brother, Ma Hongjun, and a companion of his senior brother also possess innate full soul power, one being a food type, and the other a top-tier beast martial soul, the Phoenix of Divine Fire. Tang San's curiosity is harmless, yet upon posing his question, he unwittingly ensnared both Flandra and Ma Hongjun in a web of intrigue. Taking advantage of the moment, Flandra promoted his Shrek Academy and extended an invitation to Tang San, with Ma Hongjun chiming in support. Tang San felt a surge of excitement, and Master did not oppose the idea. Thus, it was decided that he would apply for early graduation when Ma Hongjun returned to school, allowing him to accompany his senior brother to Shrek Academy. However, that was a matter for the future. Since Ma Hongjun had introduced Tang San to Oscar's sausages, it was only fitting that he also treat him to some. It is worth noting that Oscar had initially expressed his welcome to the group by offering his special sausages, and so Ma Hongjun insisted on treating Tang San to his own, as a gesture of camaraderie. Tang San readily agreed, and, together with Master, enjoyed one, praising Ma Hongjun's Oscar brand sausage to the skies after finishing it. As they walked, Flandra noticed something unusual and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Why is this journey so peculiar? Over 800 meters, yet not a single moderately powerful soul beast in sight? With such abnormalities, Flandra cautioned, be alert, something is amiss. Naturally, Master also perceived the anomaly. The area was steeped in strangeness. There was not a single century-old soul beast, only those of around 10 years old, which was quite abnormal for a region known for its century-old soul beasts. Ma Hongjun descended from the air, exchanging a bewildered glance with Tang San, and they obediently followed along. Covering the distance of over 800 meters, the four soon arrived at a small valley, roughly 500 meters in circumference. The valley was lush with greenery, yet, curiously, the deeper they ventured, the more desolate it became. Both Master and Flandra sensed that something was off and grew increasingly cautious. Flandra even abandoned high-altitude flight, opting for low-altitude flying instead, allowing him to respond swiftly should any issues arise. As they gradually advanced, within a 100-meter radius of the valley's center, an inexplicable silence enveloped the area. All living beings had perished, transforming it into a realm of utter desolation. The vegetation within this 100-meter expanse appeared as if drained of all vitality, lying lifeless. The area was strewn with withered plants and animal soul beasts, their energies and life forces seemingly siphoned away, leaving behind massive skeletons and desiccated flora. Moreover, the deaths of these creatures did not appear to have occurred long ago. Master and Flandra furrowed their brows, realizing that such an eerie landscape must harbor some mystery or perhaps a strange soul beast. Xiao Gang, what do you see over there? Why have all the surrounding creatures perished, yet there remains a single vine? Flandra asked, pointing towards the center of the valley, captivated by the enigma before them. Peering into the distance, they beheld a tall, withered greenwood tree standing amidst the desolation, its size indicative of being around a millennium old. It was indeed rare to encounter a millennium-old greenwood tree in a region designated for century-old soul beasts. Furthermore, the resilience of the greenwood tree as a soul beast was renowned. Strangely, however, this millennium soul beast had met the same fate as the others, lying lifeless among the dead surroundings. Even more bizarrely, entwined around the withered greenwood tree was a vine of a deep violet hue, its leaves resembling enlarged blades of blue-silver grass. This was the only living organism in the vicinity. Such an incongruous scene evoked a sense of strangeness and abnormality, steeped in an aura of the uncanny. Xiao Gang, do you think that vine is wisteria? Is it suitable for Xiao San? Flandra questioned, his expression one of astonishment. pondering how all other life forms had perished while this vine thrived. Upon closer inspection, he noted the violet hue, reminiscent of wisteria, though he remained uncertain. The master scrutinized it thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in contemplation, before finally stating, "This vine is not wisteria. I have never encountered such a soul beast. However, given the surrounding desolation, it certainly cannot be wisteria, which is not so domineering." Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. "Let us not dwell on it. We should move on and search for a suitable soul beast for Xiao San," Flandra suggested, frowning slightly. The master continued to fix his gaze upon the violet vine, deep in thought, and then urged, "Flandra, exercise caution as you approach. Could those exposed rocks beneath the vine be meteorites? What is the significance of that?" Flandra queried, puzzled. "I am uncertain, but verification is necessary," the master replied. Flandra stilled his breath, cautiously advancing. The eerie atmosphere demanded utmost care to avoid potential calamity. For reasons unknown, the master's demeanor shifted, displaying a flicker of excitement as information about a certain soul beast surfaced in his mind. He restrained his presence and quietly moved forward 50 meters. Not daring to make a sound, his gaze fixed intently on the violet vine. Beyond this point lay the realm of extinction, and he dared not venture further. Caution was the better part of valor. Noticing this, Flandra warned Tang San and Ma Hongjun, guiding them to approach with similar caution. "Flandra, I believe I may have discerned the nature of this soul beast," the master whispered after a lengthy observation. At this juncture, they could no longer converse freely as before. They had to tread carefully to avoid disturbing the violet vine. The master's expression was peculiar, a blend of exhilaration and regret, as though he had glimpsed a treasure beyond his reach, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. "What is it?" Flandra asked softly. Ma Hongjun and Tang San watched the master with eager anticipation, entirely unfamiliar with what he referenced. Oddly, Ma Hongjun mused, if that entity were to shrink and turn blue, it would likely resemble the blue silver grass found by the roadside. The master, with a conflicted expression, finally spoke with difficulty, if the texts are accurate. "This should be the fabled starry sky vine." "What? The starry sky vine?" Flandra exclaimed in shock, astonished that such a soul beast truly existed. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances, inquiring, "Starry sky vine? What is that?" "Quickly retreat." In a moment of excitement, his breath escaped him, and the master's expression darkened significantly as he swiftly alerted the three individuals. Flandra, with no intention of delaying, grasped Tang San with one hand and Ma Hongjun with the other, retreating rapidly. The master followed closely behind, urging Luo Sanpao to run with great haste. At the center of the valley, a purple-black vine seemed to come alive, thrashing wildly like venomous serpents, lunging toward Ma Hongjun and the others. Only then did the master exhale in relief, observing Flandra as he set down Tang San and Ma Hongjun, before turning his intense gaze back to the purple-black vine, stating, "That must be the celestial starvine. Other soul beasts of the century cannot extend to 100 meters in length while launching an attack. A century-old celestial starvine? I never imagined such a thing truly existed," Flandra mused. "It must be the ideal soul beast for Xiao San. But why do you look so troubled?" Flandra's confusion was evident, for he had only heard the master mention such soul beasts on rare occasions. Previously, he had been uncertain of their existence, let alone their identification. The master appeared to have come to a realization, his countenance softening slightly as he sighed. "This should be approximately a 500-year-old celestial starvine, surpassing what Xiao San can absorb." "Master, what is the celestial starvine?" Tang San inquired, while Ma Hongjun looked equally perplexed. The master collected his thoughts and explained. "The celestial starvine is a rare soul beast that exists only in legends. I have only encountered references to it in a fragmentary ancient text that I once stumbled upon. Such soul beasts are virtually non-existent on the continent. They only have a chance of appearing in our world when meteors fall from the sky. Thus, they could materialize anywhere. This is why I had you check the exposed rocks for meteoric remnants." Flandra, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San exchanged knowing glances, finally understanding the rarity of such a soul beast. "Master, what are the characteristics of this soul beast?" Tang San asked. The master gazed intently at the eerie purple-black vine in the distance, replying, "The celestial star vine is the most resilient and robust among the plant-type soul beasts I am currently aware of. The ancient text states that it possesses formidable physical immunity, able to absorb any form of energy, and shares the infinite growth characteristic akin to the sky blue vine. It evolves not through conventional growth, but rather through predation and consumption. If left unchecked, its continued evolution would undoubtedly bring about catastrophic calamities to this world." The trio stared in horror at the purple-black vine, astonished that such a terrifying soul beast existed. The master nodded and continued, "However, there is no need for excessive concern. Although such records exist, I estimate that it would require millions, if not billions, of years to reach that level of development. Moreover, since there are accounts of its previous existence, it implies that it has been encountered before, yet ultimately vanquished. Look, it has 5 tendrils, each approximately 10 meters long. The celestial starvine produces 1 tendril every 100 years and grows 1 meter every decade, which indicates that this particular specimen is indeed around 500 years old. The stems and leaves of the celestial starvine are a deep purple-black, rendering it strikingly reminiscent of wisteria. If it were to be reduced in size and transformed into a shade of blue, it would bear an uncanny resemblance to blue-silver grass. Only after a millennium does it manifest golden, mysterious patterns upon its stems and leaves. Observe the surrounding creatures. All have perished, unequivocally confirming the presence of the celestial starvine, for wisteria does not exhibit such voracity, nor does it drain the vitality from its vicinity. Regrettably, this particular celestial starvine exceeds the age limit for the first spirit ring, rendering it unsuitable for San. Flandra, eliminate this celestial starvine, and we shall seek a more appropriate spirit beast for San. Wait, master, interjected Tang San, hastily blocking Flandra's advance. If we do not intend to choose it, why must we destroy it? The master elucidated, the celestial starvine is exceptionally unique. As you have observed, it is exceedingly domineering. Generally, any plant-type martial soul possesses an 80% chance of perfectly inheriting all its capabilities. However, due to the characteristics of the celestial starvine, should it be allowed to grow unchecked, it could potentially bring catastrophic calamity to this world. Such spirit beasts are nothing short of invasive predators from beyond. It remains a mystery how this particular celestial starvine has gone unnoticed. Perhaps it has only recently matured. The master sighed inwardly, lamenting that few spirit masters possess the ability to recognize such spirit beasts, let alone ordinary individuals. Upon hearing his explanation, Hongjun and the others grasped the unsettling truth. Allowing this spirit beast to thrive could indeed lead to unimaginable disasters for their world. Master, does the celestial starvine grow rapidly? Hongjun queried, intrigued by the master's earlier musings. The master nodded, then shook his head, responding to their puzzled expressions. The celestial starvine descends alongside meteorites, yet its landing is unpredictable, which means it could appear anywhere. Such a spirit beast may be cunning. Upon its initial descent, it might endure a dormant period of 1,000 or even 10,000 years, perhaps acclimatizing to our world, though this remains uncertain. I suspect that even if it has appeared before, it is exceedingly rare. Some may have been obliterated by celestial fire upon the meteorite's arrival. This particular vine may simply be one that fortuitously survived. The optimal method for identifying a celestial starvine is to observe whether meteorites are present around it and if it grows upon one. After its dormant phase, the seeds will begin to root and sprout rapidly, due to their domineering nature and ability to absorb any energy, resulting in swift growth. I surmise that this particular celestial starvine has likely flourished only in recent years. However, once it attains the age of 10,000 years, its growth rate will decelerate, mirroring that of ordinary blue-silver grass, becoming exceedingly slow. Perhaps it is precisely this gradual decline that has led to the extinction of the celestial starvines that once sporadically appeared. Finishing his thoughts, the master cast a glance at the lifeless creatures 100 meters away and shook his head, stating, "This celestial starvine has drained the life force and soul power from that millennium-old green tree, leading to its demise. It is likely that this vine has not yet reached a year in age, and may even be less than 6 months old." The three gasped in astonishment. The celestial starvine was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Fortunately, the growth rate will slow down after reaching the 10,000-year mark. Otherwise, it would indeed be terrifying. However, this led Hongjun to pose a new question to the master. Master, you mentioned that the sky starvine grows exceptionally quickly. Yet why does its growth rate decelerate once it reaches the 10,000-year level? The master furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. I am not entirely certain. However, based on the descriptions found in ancient texts about the sky starvine, I speculate that it is only upon reaching the 10,000-year threshold that it truly begins to undergo a terrifying transformation, necessitating a far greater amount of energy. Perhaps this is why its growth rate slows at this stage. The three nodded in understanding, finding the master's analysis quite reasonable. The truth may indeed be as he suggested. Nonetheless, this was fortunate, for should the sky starvine fully mature, it would likely herald a catastrophic disaster. Master, I wish to choose it as my first spirit ring. I believe I can absorb the spirit ring of this beast, Tang San stated after some contemplation. He felt it would be a pity to let such an extraordinary spirit beast go to waste. Allowing himself to absorb it could serve to eliminate a potential threat to the people, and perhaps, as the master and others suggested, It might also rectify the shortcomings of his blue-silver grass, deemed a useless martial spirit. Given the balanced nature of the Xiantian skill and its refined control over spirit power, coupled with his extensive training, he felt optimistic about his chances of absorbing this spirit ring. Xiao San, how confident are you? The seriousness in Tang San's eyes caused the master to furrow his brow. He internally resisted the idea, yet the prospect of relinquishing such a precious spirit ring was equally disheartening. Tang San did not appear lacking in confidence, so he directly inquired about the likelihood of success. 80%, Tang San replied solemnly. Very well, Flandra, you are to cut down all the vines of the sky Starvine, as well as the 5 roots below, ensuring that the central golden sphere connecting the root and vine remains intact. That is its heart, the master instructed Flandra. Just wait and see. This formidable predator is perfectly suited to serve as Xiao San's spirit ring, ridding the world of its menace. I can hardly contain my anticipation to witness the transformation of the blue-silver grass once Xiao San absorbs this spirit ring, Flandra remarked with a slight smile. Realizing it was indeed the sky Starvine, he understood the peculiarities of the situation and felt reassured. Moreover, it would be a pity to forfeit such a precious spirit ring. At merely 500 years old, it exceeded the limit for a first spirit ring by just 77 years. It was still worth a gamble. The sky Starvine possesses the trait of infinite growth. Although this particular 500-year-old specimen can only extend 100 meters, when it comes to combat, who will protect Xiao San and Hongjun? The master retorted. All right, you are the master. Your words are wise. Flandra conceded with a resigned shrug, and after speaking, he approached the sky Starvine. The disheveled figure observing from the shadows was momentarily startled by the sky Starvine. He hoped that this spirit beast could indeed become Tang San's spirit ring, but regrettably, its age was unsuitable. He silently resolved that should Tang San find himself in danger, he would intervene without hesitation, sparing no effort to ensure his safety. Within a 50-meter radius of the celestial Starvine, not a single living creature could be found, a testament to its dominance, as it monopolized nearly all the energy, leaving no space for other spirit beasts to thrive. The eagle claws sliced through the air with precision and ferocity, while the iron wings executed powerful slashes, impervious to any resistance. The dark purple vines danced and lashed out with the ferocity of a giant python or a roaring dragon. Observing that Flandra had engaged the celestial Starvine in battle, the master began to elucidate its attack patterns and vulnerabilities to Hongjun and Tang San. Tang San discerned the salient point in the master's words and queried, Teacher, you mentioned that the celestial Starvine possesses almost no weaknesses against spirit beasts and spirit masters of the same level. This implies there must be some weakness. What is it? Indeed, if it were not for the advantage of defeating foes of a higher rank, the resilience of the celestial Starvine would make it exceedingly difficult for an average spirit master to breach its defenses without persistent assaults on a specific point. As the master expounded on the intricacies of the situation, Flandra successfully vanquished the celestial Starvine, approaching with a wooden stake that had only a small remnant of roots still attached. Urgently, Flandra urged Tang San, quickly, finish it off. Otherwise, once it recovers, its boundless growth and energy will require considerable effort to subdue again. Tang San nodded earnestly, retrieving the dagger given to him by the master and targeting the golden orb nestled within the wooden stake, which measured 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter. With a decisive thrust, he pierced the orb. Puff! The celestial Starvine met its end. Little San, you must remember, regardless of the intensity of the spirit ring's power, you must persevere, never yield, for only then will you have the chance to succeed in absorbing it. The master solemnly instructed as he observed the yellow light beginning to coalesce above the wooden stake in Flandra's hand. Teacher, I will, Tang San replied, nodding resolutely. Rest assured, absorb it without worry. I shall ensure no one disturbs you, Flandra declared as he handed the wooden stake to Tang San. Thank you, master. Tang San expressed his gratitude earnestly. Go for it, little San. Hongjun cheered, and Tang San nodded seriously before stepping aside to absorb the spirit ring. Chapter 17, Blue-Silver Celestial Stargrass. As Tang San began to absorb the spirit ring, his body trembled violently under the pressure of its power, causing Hongjun and the others to clench their fists tightly, fearful for his safety. Thus, Tang San's body quaked for an entire hour, leaving Hongjun, the master, and Flandra in a state of worry for the same duration. Gradually, Tang San's body began to calm, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the trio. Hongjun finally comprehended why his teacher's voice had turned hoarse and weary from pure concern. Well, it seems little San has passed the critical phase. Now we need only wait patiently, the master exhaled, addressing Flandra and Hongjun. Teacher, master, may I collect the remains of the celestial Starvine? Hongjun inquired brightly. Having noticed a peculiar phenomenon, Despite the spirit beast being a treasure trove, why did spirit masters neglect everything but the spirit rings and bones after slaying them? Previously, there were oblivious spirit beasts that mistook the three of them for prey, and after being dealt with by Flandra, their remains were casually discarded by the roadside. At that time, Ma Hongjun found it quite peculiar, especially upon observing their indifference towards the celestial Starvine. This prompted his inquiry. Moreover, considering the extraordinary nature of the celestial Starvine, it would be improbable for them to encounter it without extraordinary luck, since they had stumbled upon it. Wouldn't it be prudent to collect it for further study? This cannot be consumed. What purpose does it serve? Flandra asked, perplexed. Well, spirit beasts are treasures in their entirety. Ma Hongjun replied. So I thought these vines and roots might prove useful and could fetch a fair price. If nothing else, given the resilience of the celestial Starvine, I could fashion these vines and roots into sticks, wood carvings, barbecue skewers, chopsticks, and the like. Moreover, this celestial star stump could be sculpted into a cup or bowl, which would be more than sufficient. As for this golden orb, although the spirit energy of the celestial Starvine has condensed into a spirit ring, this orb, acting as its heart, must represent the essence of the vine, suggesting that the liquid within could greatly aid in my cultivation. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the treasures of the celestial Starvine. The master's lips twitched. Ma Hongjun indeed exhibited the traits of his mentor. However, he refrained from commenting, recognizing that the celestial Starvine had been hunted by Flandra, thereby granting him rightful ownership. A glint of brilliance shone in Flandra's eyes as he smiled and said, "You are quite right. I appreciate your meticulousness. Go ahead and collect it." "Thank you, teacher." Ma Hongjun replied joyfully, rushing to gather the remains of the celestial Starvine, particularly the golden orb, convinced that ingesting the liquid within would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed. "Teacher, these roots are too lengthy for my flame ring to accommodate, and they are exceedingly resilient. I cannot sever them. Please assist me in dividing each one into 5 equal sections of 2 meters." Ma Hongjun contentedly collected the stump and the orb, neglecting the leaves, as he had already determined their fragility rendered them useless. However, he noticed that some leaves bore mysterious patterns, all remarkably similar. So he collected a few of the largest and most intact leaves for future examination. During his previous dissection of the purple lightning-swallowing lark, he had also gathered several feathers adorned with similar mysterious patterns, selecting those that were the largest and most complete. While attempting to manage the roots, Ma Hongjun despaired at his inability to sever them, and with his flame ring only providing a diameter of 2 meters, he was left with no choice but to seek help from his mentor, Flandra. Truly useless, unable to handle even this minor task, Flandra chided with a chuckle, his eagle talons flashing with a cold gleam, swiftly assisting in the cutting. Ma Hongjun sheepishly smiled, refraining from argument, as it was clear Flandra had anticipated his inability to sever the roots, indicating he was merely jesting. Ma Hongjun had a good understanding of his teacher, who was rather lecherous and possessed a peculiar sense of humor. As Ma Hongjun completed gathering his treasures, Flandra inquired with a smile, "Are you curious as to why we previously disregarded those spirit beast corpses?" Ma Hongjun understood the situation completely, nodding earnestly without the slightest concern about sharing his treasure with others. Master did not comment on Flandra's decision, merely giving a faint nod. Given their relationship, there was no need for formality. Just as in the past, he had thoroughly emptied Flandra's assets for the sake of teaching, nearly driving him to bankruptcy. Once his treasures were neatly arranged, Ma Hongjun seated himself to cultivate his soul power. After all, every moment spent refining his soul power would deepen his mastery over both the purple fire and the evil fire. Despite obtaining a soul ring, he remained at the 10th level. What would one think of a 6th century soul ring paired with a mere 10th level soul power? Thus, Ma Hongjun could now cultivate with peace of mind, naturally striving to exert himself further. Observing his diligence, Flandra felt a sense of satisfaction, while the master expressed his admiration, recognizing the potential in this child. Time passed in a steady rhythm as they awaited, until evening arrived when they sensed Tang San's soul power retracting. Turning to look, they confirmed that he had indeed concluded his practice. Ma Hongjun, who had been cultivating as well, also ceased his efforts. After a month of intense training and the enhancements provided by the first soul ring, he no longer feared that sitting in meditation for extended periods would adversely affect his lower body's development. "Xiao-san, how do you feel? What soul skill did you acquire? Has your blue-silver grass inherited the abilities of the Heaven Starvine?" The master inquired excitedly. "Teacher, I succeeded. The 500-year soul ring granted me my first soul skill, the blue-silver Heaven Star grass, characterized by its abilities of whipping, ensnaring, and strangulation. However, the blue-silver grass has only partially inherited the powers of the Heaven Starvine. Nonetheless, this characteristic is capable of growth and will enhance as my strength increases." Its resilience, hardness, and immunity to physical elements are slightly inferior to those of the Heaven Starvine at the same level. This soul ring primarily augments the blue-silver grass with the ability to absorb energy in battle, provided it does not exceed its limit. In terms of physical attributes, it enhances my strength and defense. The energy consumption is minimal, meaning that as long as my soul power recovery and stamina keep pace, I can continuously activate my first soul skill, Tang San replied joyfully. Although he was unsure why he had not fully inherited the abilities of the Heaven Starvine, he was immensely satisfied with this first soul ring. He felt grateful for Ma Hongjun's unfortunate fall the previous night. Without that twist of fate, he would not have had the opportunity to acquire such a remarkable soul ring. Moreover, and most importantly, his Xian Tiangong had successfully advanced to its second level, which brought him great relief. Excellent. Although it hasn't completely inherited the abilities of the Heaven Starvine, the fact that this characteristic can grow is truly wonderful. The master exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before expressing his joy. Though there was a hint of regret, the outcome was still commendable. Indeed. Xiao San's luck is extraordinary. This soul ring is exceptional, Flandra concurred, affirming that the potential for growth alone made it a worthwhile gain. Excellent. With this soul ring, I can rest easy regarding you. Xiao San, he added. Ma Hongjun exhaled a sigh of relief, acknowledging that he was the one who had inadvertently caused Tang San's mandala snake to be lost. Now, unexpectedly acquiring a soul ring that surpassed the mandala snake in quality brought him great comfort. Thank you so much, Brother Hongjun. If it weren't for you, I would never have obtained such an exceptional soul ring. I never held you responsible for last night's incident, so please do not blame yourself. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for inadvertently destroying the soul ring I was set to acquire last night, Tang San said earnestly. He genuinely did not blame Ma Hongjun. Rather, he felt immense gratitude. Had it not been for the destruction of his soul ring, he would not have encountered such a remarkable one. Moreover, his teacher had also experienced a breakthrough because of Ma Hongjun. What Xiao San says is true. You are not to blame for last night. In fact, we should be grateful to you, Hongjun. If you hadn't fallen, the mandala snake would not have been destroyed. If you hadn't fallen, Xiao San would not have met his martial uncle, and without encountering Flandra, even with my luck, I would have been incapable of assisting Xiao San in hunting down the celestial Starvine. Furthermore, had you not fallen, I would not have achieved my own breakthrough with your unintentional assistance. Therefore, both Xiao San and I truly owe you our thanks. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your teacher for being so negligent towards his disciple. It was one thing to disregard safety on the first flight, but to do so amidst the perilous night in the Soul Forest is quite another. Fortunately, you landed on the fire-averse mandala snake. Had it been a fire-resistant soul beast, you might have found yourself in grave danger. Flandra is exceedingly unreliable. The master's words echoed Tang San's sentiments, filled with gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. Before he began to chastise Flandra, this caused Flandra's face to darken, leaving him to awkwardly chuckle on the sidelines, casting wary glances at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his nose. Was the master displeased with him for having soiled his trousers last night? Was he thus publicly shaming him in front of Flandra? The more he pondered this, the more he felt it could be true, realizing that he had underestimated the master's character. However, the master was not incorrect. He indeed had limited capabilities and had never intended to assist Tang San in hunting the mandala snake, opting instead to prioritize their escape. Had it not been for his teacher's presence, Ma Hongjun would not have mentioned those formidable soul beasts to Tang San. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tang San's fortune would be so remarkable, allowing him to encounter the celestial Starvine, which fortuitously fell within a range he could contend with? Ma Hongjun could only sigh in admiration, acknowledging Tang San as a true child of destiny in this world, the embodiment of the Creator God, with luck that seemed almost divine. Chapter 18, The Peculiar Soul Beast. After helping Tang San secure his soul ring, it seemed that luck had run out for Ma Hongjun and his companions, as they encountered no suitable soul beasts for the master over the next 2 days. The weather was bright and clear, with sunlight radiating warmly. Suddenly, Flandra swooped down from the treetops, his voice laced with excitement. Xiao Gang, I have spotted a dragon-type soul beast up ahead, approximately 2,000 years old, which should be quite suitable for you. Upon entering the realm of 1,000-year soul beasts, Ma Hongjun refrained from flying any further, instead dutifully following the master. Luo Sanpao cleared the path ahead, while Ma Hongjun and Tang San flanked him, one to the left and the other to the right, with the master bringing up the rear. Let us proceed and take a closer look. The master felt a surge of excitement, prompting the trio to hastily proceed towards the destination indicated by Flandra. As they advanced, the dense forest suddenly gave way, revealing a clearing measuring over 200 meters in diameter. The ground, no longer damp earth, was now composed of rocks and grains of sand, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise several degrees. At the center of this sandy expanse, a soul beast, resembling a small dinosaur forged from pure gold and covered in hard scales, suddenly rose. Measuring 3 meters in length, its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, its entire form radiating an extraordinary brilliance reminiscent of gold. This creature was none other than the fire-poison dragon beast, a being of 3 meters that had existed for precisely 1,500 years. The master's gaze burned with intensity. Xiao Gang, allow me to inflict severe injury upon it first. Flandra chuckled. The fire-poison dragon beast, with its fiery venom, possessed attributes of both fire and poison, making it a formidable soul beast. Its golden scales were exceptionally tough, with its vulnerabilities lying in its eyes, lower abdomen, and rear. The master nodded in agreement, reflecting on the brutal reality of a world governed by the law of the jungle, where immense power grants one the ability to act with impunity. Over the past few days, Flandra had led them recklessly through challenges, and upon hearing the master's words, he charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, the roar of the dragon reverberated through the air, toxic flames wreaked havoc, and the eagle struck the heavens, its claws tearing through the void. The steel-winged cat-eagle danced like a blade, invulnerable and relentless. While Flandra engaged in battle, the master remained behind with Hongjun and Tang San, providing insights into the nature of the fire-poison dragon beast. However, as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. Both Hongjun and Tang San were equally bewildered. Initially, Flandra was locked in combat with the fire-poison dragon beast, but to their astonishment, just as it seemed on the verge of defeat, the soul beast inexplicably transformed into a fully intact earth spike rock flame pig, aged around 2,000 years. The master furrowed his brow in contemplation, then spoke. Flandra, I have never encountered such a soul beast, but for the sake of caution, let us eliminate it quickly. Understood, Flandra replied. Moments later, he exclaimed in frustration, Damn it. Today, I shall dispatch you and uncover your true nature. What incited Flandra's ire? Just as he was about to vanquish the earth spike rock flame pig, it astonishingly morphed into a 3,000-year-old purple lightning golden python. Fourth soul skill, cat eagle featherblade. Flandra seethed with fury, feeling that his dignity as a soul sage was being gravely insulted. Was this an endless cycle? Enraged, he activated his soul skill, having previously refrained from utilizing it, relying solely on speed, eagle claws, and sharp iron wings in battle. The master's expression grew increasingly troubled, while Hongjun and Tang San stood in stunned silence, grappling with the bizarre transformations occurring before them. Once the soul skill was unleashed, the purple lightning golden python could not withstand even 2 strikes before it morphed into a 5,000-year-old roaring beast. Under Flandra's relentless assault fueled by rage, this roaring beast also succumbed after 5 strikes, transforming yet again into a 5,000-year-old windstorm beast. Another 5 strikes passed, and it changed into a 5,000-year-old flame lion. Each transformation led to the same dismal conclusion. The enigmatic soul beast continued to metamorphose into 6 different 5,000-year-old soul beasts, all meeting a similarly grim fate. Subsequently, this peculiar entity transformed into a blob resembling a bowl, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, akin to a shallow, blue jelly-like substance, remaining still in its place. Fran was incensed, contemplating whether to tear apart this squishy thing. What on earth was it? At that moment, Hongjun on the sidelines suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Teacher, please show mercy. I recognize this creature. What? You know it. Speak up, what is it? Fran replied, his expression sour, nearly driven mad by this bizarre apparition. I'll explain shortly. First, let the master deal with this creature. If the age is appropriate, I believe this soul beast would be quite suitable for Master S. Martial Spirit. The 3 cannon. Does anyone have a blunt instrument, or perhaps a hammer? Hongjun's mind raced, as this creature reminded him of something from a storybook his grandfather, Ma Daochu, had once shown him. This resemblance was uncanny. Hongjun was astonished, realizing it was not merely a whimsical creation for children. In his previous life, he had encountered such things online, concocted for amusing children. Thus, when he spotted this entity in his childhood storybook, he had not anticipated that even across different realms, human imagination would share such similarities. Yet, he was now witnessing it firsthand. Recalling the descriptions from the storybook, Hongjun discerned that this entity might not be intended solely for children's amusement. His thoughts raced, but his feet did not falter. He hastily approached and seized the soft blob. At that moment, he confirmed that this was indeed the same entity from the storybook, and he breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Fortunately, I caught it in time. This gelatinous, soft blue form was the essence of the creature. It possessed no offensive capabilities but could split and flee. Thankfully, holding it in this manner would prevent it from escaping. However, unbeknownst to them, a drop of white sludge had already seeped into the ground. Interestingly, I had only seen this soul beast in a storybook, initially thinking it was merely a fabrication to entertain children, yet here it is, real. Look, as Ma Hongjun spoke, he began to stretch and mold the jelly-like object into various shapes, resembling Play-Doh and proving exceptionally entertaining. Upon releasing it, it reverted to its original form. At that moment, Tang San and the master hurried over. Tang San, holding a hammer, handed it to Ma Hongjun, saying, "Brother Hongjun, I have a hammer." "Good, master. You must eliminate this creature. Due to its extreme softness and elasticity, it is impervious to sharp weapons. Only blunt instruments or fire can vanquish it. As you have seen, its transformation is one of its abilities, which could grant the three canon an impressive soul skill. Enough talk. We must deal with it swiftly, lest it regain its strength and transform again." Ma Hongjun quickly retrieved a square iron plate from the flame ring, originally intended for barbecuing, but now proving useful. He placed the iron plate on the ground and set the blue jelly-like entity upon it, urgently handing the hammer to the master, urging, "Hurry, master." With great fervor, he struck it, causing its juices to splatter, pounding it into a flat cake. As long as the soul ring did not emerge, he would not relent. The master nodded solemnly. Regardless of the absorption, the priority was to eliminate this soul beast. With each strike, a resounding sound echoed, until, after a considerable duration, under the intense gaze of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Flandra, the master finally shattered the final barrier, and the juices erupted forth. The pale blue liquid splashed onto the master, resembling blue ink staining his attire, and at last, the creature was truly pounded into a flat cake. At that moment, a violet halo began to take shape above the blue mass. "Ah, finally vanquished. What a strenuous endeavor," sighed Ma Hongjun, appearing even more fatigued than the master. "Master, can you determine the age of this soul ring?" "Approximately 2,000 years, the master replied, scrutinizing the soul ring. "Hongjun, what sort of soul beast is this?" After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hongjun began to explain, astonished that such a creature truly existed. "This creature bears a resemblance to the name of our academy. It is called a slime. I never anticipated such a soul beast would be real." "Slime?" Flandra and the others exclaimed in surprise. Ma Hongjun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, slimes possess no combat ability. However, they can split. The tales do not specify how many they can divide into, so I am uncertain. A slime can also replicate the abilities of any soul beast or soul master, as we just witnessed with its transformation, which was a disguise into another soul beast. As long as it has even a drop of the opponent's blood, it can replicate their abilities. It is said that slimes below the golden variety face increasing difficulty in copying the abilities of more powerful soul beasts or soul masters. Even if the replication is successful, there are often flaws or limitations. "Replication? Does that mean to copy?" Tang San interjected, puzzled. Ma Hongjun nodded in response and continued, "A slime is a jelly-like, soft, and elastic soul beast, perceived as amusing and adorable. When I read about slimes in storybooks at home, I fantasized about their existence and wished to keep one as a pet. Slimes possess a certain stickiness and remarkable elasticity. Their bodies are extremely pliable, allowing them to replicate, transform, and merge. They can stretch and mold into any shape, just as I demonstrated earlier. The true form of a slime is quite rare. They typically disguise themselves as other soul beasts to survive. Fortunately, in the soul hunting forest, powerful soul beasts are scarce, and slimes rarely venture far from their territory. Otherwise, should they manage to replicate the abilities of thousands of soul beasts or accidentally acquire the blood of an exceptionally powerful creature, it would pose a significant threat. The most terrifying scenario would be encountering a slime that has obtained your own blood. Imagine battling against a version of yourself. Everything you can do, it can do as well. I cannot articulate that feeling. When I first learned about these creatures, I simply found them immensely entertaining and envisioned having a slime of my own. I imagined that when I attended school, it could transform into me for class while I ventured out to play." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun shyly smiled, observing that Flandra, Tang San, and the master were attentively listening. He continued, "Slimes under a century are semi-transparent and jelly-like in white. Those under a millennium are pale yellow, while those below 10,000 years are a light blue. Slimes exceeding 10,000 years take on a blue-golden hue, and those aged 100,000 years are golden yellow. I have not encountered any descriptions of slimes older than that in my storybooks, thus I remain uncertain. However, it is said that slimes aged 1,000,000 years are transparent, resembling air. Even if they were before your eyes, you would scarcely notice them. When I peruse the storybook, I often yearn to possess a golden slime or a transparent slime, as I imagined it would be immensely entertaining. Moreover, it is rumored that when one slays a slime, they not only gain the abilities of the slime, but also have a chance of inheriting other capabilities that the slime can replicate, particularly those deemed most powerful or useful. "Master, Since this slime's age is appropriate, you should swiftly absorb this spirit ring. I am genuinely eager to witness how formidable Luo Sanpao will become after acquiring the abilities of a slime. Upon finishing his words, Ma Hongjun was brimming with excitement. He truly wished to see if Luo Sanpao would become as amusing as a slime after absorbing the slime spirit ring. Indeed, it is a peculiar spirit beast. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe that such bizarre entities exist outside of Shrek, Flandra, and the Master Lamented, with Tang San sharing their sentiments. Acknowledging the strangeness of the slime's spirit beast. Hongjun, is that storybook still at your home? The Master inquired, evidently intrigued by the unfamiliar spirit beast. It is not at my home, it is with me, Ma Hongjun replied, momentarily taken aback, as it seemed he had inadvertently brought the book along when he left. With a thought, he channeled his soul power into the fiery ring on his right hand, and with a flash of red light, a children's storybook materialized in his grasp. This was indeed the book his grandfather had given him, and during the time he departed with Flandra, he had packed this book among his belongings. Afterward, when Flandra gifted him the fiery ring, it was stored in his own soul guide, resting at the bottom of his collection. After all, he was no longer a mere child when his grandfather had presented him with the storybook. It was because he felt he was too young and did not play with other children, hence he bestowed this book upon him. Ma Hongjun, upon seeing the slime depicted in the storybook, reflected that even across different times and spaces, human imagination remained similar, leading to his fondness for this particular book. He often thought how wonderful it would be if slimes truly existed and if he could possess one. The Master was taken aback, joyfully accepting the storybook that Ma Hongjun handed over. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun would carry this book with him. It was indeed splendid. He eagerly began to flip through its pages. The title of Ma Hongjun's storybook was I Have a Slime. It narrated the tale of a young boy and his slime pet, adorned with colorful illustrations. The slime depicted in the book closely resembled the one the Master had just defeated, albeit the illustrations rendered it rounder and more endearing, likely to captivate young readers. The book, comprising only 4 to 5 thin pages, broadly introduced the characteristics of slimes, aligning with what Ma Hongjun had just described. Within mere minutes, the Master had completed his reading. Upon witnessing this, Flandra seized the book and began to peruse it himself. Shortly thereafter, he handed it to the eager Tang San, who, after finishing, passed it along to Ma Hongjun. The Master then sighed, remarking on the marvel of such a mystical soul beast, exclaiming how vast the world is, filled with wonders and countless secrets. Indeed, we often presume to possess extensive knowledge of our world, yet upon closer inspection, we realize there remain many enigmas beyond our comprehension. This is akin to the storybook in Hongjun's possession, which is regarded by both adults and children as mere fanciful tales for children. Yet, who could have anticipated that slimes truly exist? Flanders echoed this sentiment with a look of wonder. Tang San blinked in agreement, nodding enthusiastically, as did Ma Hongjun. However, both the Master and Flanders understood that this world has developed over millions of years. Even the most erudite Master, reputed to be invincible in theoretical knowledge within the realm of soul masters, cannot claim to know how many types of soul beasts inhabit this world. Many extraordinary soul beasts, much like slimes, may remain unbeknownst to him. Furthermore, who could say how many tens of thousands of years old soul beasts have mingled within human society? Perhaps these peculiar folktales have been passed down through generations in this manner. The Master's thoughts remained a mystery to Ma Hongjun, but had he known, he would certainly concur. In a world with such a rich history, there are countless secrets hidden from the populace. No one can assert they possess complete knowledge of it all. Even the tales Ma Hongjun encountered in his previous life merely presented a minuscule glimpse through the lens of Tang San, the child of destiny. In essence, every individual is the protagonist of their own narrative, making it impossible for anyone to unveil all the secrets of the world. This concept was clear to Ma Hongjun. Even the gods of this realm cannot fathom every mystery it harbors. Perhaps some have long since uncovered the truth of this world. However, such revelations may remain obscure, buried in the annals of history, or exist as folklore that goes unnoticed and unacknowledged. Similar to his past life, where the enlightened sages of Taoism and Buddhism had revealed the truth of existence, few were willing to accept such truths. Chapter 19. Transformation and Freedom. As the Master absorbed the soul ring from the slime, Flanders stood guard, vigilant against any potential threats, while Tang San anxiously observed the Master. As for Ma Hongjun, Flanders looked on in exasperation, yet refrained from intervening, amused by this rare display of childishness. What was Ma Hongjun up to? He was playfully toying with the slime's remains, which had been pulverized by the Master, its essence splattered about, now resembling a small pancake. Yet, upon lifting it, it transformed back into a gooey mass of blue jelly. The amusing part was that Ma Hongjun, while playing, sported a silly grin, prompting Flanders to remark on this rare glimpse of his youthful spirit. 3 hours elapsed, and a joyous, carefree laugh resonated in the ears of the trio. Ha! The master successfully absorbed the soul ring of the slime, and indeed, the slime's powers proved formidable. He felt an immense satisfaction with the soul skills and accompanying abilities he had acquired. "Master Uncle!" exclaimed Tang San and Ma Hongjun. "Xiao Gang, judging by your appearance, it's evident that this soul ring suits you perfectly. It's truly wonderful. Do tell us, what kind of soul skills have you obtained?" Flandra inquired eagerly. "My soul ring is..." "Wait a moment, Uncle, allow me to guess. Although I know this soul ring originates from a slime, after all, that is merely the stuff of storybooks," Ma Hongjun said excitedly while rubbing his hands together. "Ah, you? But I suppose your request has been granted by Uncle." The master replied with a slight smile. "All right then, watch closely. Sanpao, come here." "Luo." At Ma Hongjun's call, Tang San and Flandra turned their gazes towards Luo Sanpao, instantly revealing expressions of astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, the once purple-gray body of Luo Sanpao had transformed into a vibrant purplish-red. Though still the same chubby little pup, the small red bump on its forehead had changed to a deep purplish hue, seemingly rising higher as if it were about to burst forth like a flame. Its eyes appeared brighter and more lively, and beneath the purplish-red fur, a layer of golden scales emerged, while its claws seemed sharper and more formidable. The transformation of Luo Sanpao was truly remarkable, seemingly evolving towards a dragon-like form. "Sanpao, come, show us your transformation," Ma Hongjun urged, drawing a dagger across his finger and flicking a drop of blood towards Luo Sanpao. With a swift leap, Luo Sanpao gulped down the blood, and without the master's command, a purple soul ring materialized around its body. A rich purplish-red glow shimmered around Luo Sanpao, and in the astonished gazes of the two identical figures adorned in fiery red round-collared robes, embroidered with purplish-red fire phoenixes, appeared before Tang San, the master, and Flandra. The two identical Ma Hongjuns exchanged glances and smiled widely, finding the sensation quite peculiar. "Hongjun? Sanpao? Luo." The left Ma Hongjun called out twice upon hearing their words, revealing that this was indeed Luo Sanpao. The master was astonished that Luo Sanpao could utilize soul skills independently, while Tang San and Flandra were taken aback by the fact that Luo Sanpao had truly transformed into a human, to the extent that it hadn't even noticed its own use of soul skills. "Sanpao, unleash the phoenix fire line over there," Ma Hongjun commanded. Luo. In that moment, Ma Hongjun instantly manifested his martial soul, enveloped in purplish-red flames. His black-red hair transformed into fiery red spikes in the blink of an eye, gathering in the center to form an extraordinarily bizarre mohawk. A pair of purplish-red fire wings, spanning 2 meters, materialized behind him, with 5 purplish-red feathers cascading down his back like a flowing cloak. His hands were adorned with scales resembling dragon scales, and beneath his clothing, he wore dragon scale armor that covered his body from the neck down. His fingers curled like claws, resembling a pair of indomitable talons. At this moment, a brilliant yellow soul ring manifested around Ma Hongjun, illuminating slightly. The handsome young man's mouth opened, and a flame imbued with threads of lightning erupted forth, igniting a nearby tree that he had pointed to, which subsequently exploded. A purplish-red glow enveloped Ma Hongjun, who then transformed into the portly figure of Luo Sanpao. Instantly, a flickering purplish-red light surrounded him, accompanied by a series of popping sounds. 1, 2, 3, 16, 17, 18, 19. The 4 individuals counted the successive appearances of Luo Sanpao, a total of 19, leaving them bewildered. "Luo Sanpao, can you still utilize your innate soul skills in this manner?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Roar, heaven-shattering Luo Sanpao, hypnotic Luo Sanpao, scorching river and boiling sea Luo Sanpao." One of the Luo Sanpaos called out, as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings encircled it, radiating a lustrous yellow and vibrant purple glow, causing the 3 rings to shine simultaneously. The 18 Luo Sanpaos promptly turned around, their bellies inflating rapidly like balloons, and then, with a lift of their necks and a parting of their mouths, 6 of them unleashed orbs of lightning, while another 6 expelled a cloud of purplish-red smoke, and the final 6 emitted fierce purplish flames. Observing the chaos of explosions and raging flames surrounding them, coupled with the pervasive purplish-red smoke, it truly appeared as if the heavens were being shattered and the seas scorched. "Goodness, this is utterly astonishing," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his awe palpable. "All right, Luo Sanpao, quickly retract your powers." He was astounded by the sheer might of this skill. In the future, who among the same rank could possibly rival the master or Luo Sanpao? Not a single one. I could summon a multitude instead. However, He pondered over the rarity and peculiarity of the slime's soul beast, realizing he might have overestimated the situation. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's command to retract, the 18 Luo Sanpeos transformed into beams of purplish-red light, converging upon a single one, leaving only one Luo Sanpao in the arena. This is beyond impressive. It is truly extraordinary. Xiaojing, your soul skill is simply remarkable, Flandra exclaimed in astonishment, while Tang San, still in a state of shock, nodded vigorously. Let us not digress. Hongjun, I must express my gratitude for allowing me to absorb this soul ring, granting me this extraordinary ability. The master bowed deeply to Ma Hongjun. Although he understood the soul skills and other attributes post-absorption, nothing could match the impact of witnessing it firsthand. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, hurriedly dodged. Master, please refrain from such gestures. You are making me feel overwhelmed. This is also your fortuitous opportunity. He continued, as for the slime's ability, I believe it is most fitting for Luo Sanpao. Even if others face limitations, it would still be an incredibly formidable soul skill, one we can only envy. Isn't that right? Junior brother San? Ma Hongjun remarked, glancing at the master, who appeared pale and drained. Indeed, master, we already possess soul rings. Even without them, we could not absorb this soul ring. It perfectly aligns with your absorption, as brother Hongjun mentioned, making it ideally suited for you. This is undoubtedly your serendipity. Our envy is futile, Tang San replied, his expression filled with admiration. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun retrieved 3 recovery sausages and handed them to the master, who was left utterly drained by Luo Sanpao. Indeed, Xiaojing, your soul skill evokes a deep envy within me, yet it remains unattainable for any of us. Thus, this is your fortune, and there is no need for you to express such gratitude towards this rascal. Flandra's envy was palpable as he addressed the master. Nay, based solely on this soul ring, Hongjun has certainly earned my respect. Given your sentiments, I shall cherish this kindness and will not hesitate to call upon you in the future, the master replied. He consumed 3 recovery sausages in quick succession. His complexion improved significantly, and the emptiness within him subsided. Although Luo Sanpeo's ability was formidable, it drained soul power excessively, having launched merely 2 attacks. He had exhausted all his inner energy. His current limit was to split into 31 Luo Sanpeos at once, but due to the necessity of attacking post-transformation, he had only managed to divide into 19. While the multitude of Luo Sanpeos appeared imposing, each attack they executed bore merely a tenth of the soul skill's true power. This was primarily due to the Master's exceptionally pure soul power. Otherwise, even that fraction might have been unattainable. After all, the Master's soul power had remained at level 29 for decades, and he had never ceased his cultivation, making its purity undeniable. At the Soul Master level, it was unlikely anyone could match the purity of the Master's soul power. Yet, despite its significant consumption, the might of this soul skill could not be overshadowed. Very well, Master. Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat helpless at the Master's grave demeanor, could only acquiesce upon Flandra's and Tang San's nods of approval. What about me, Xiaojing? I toiled diligently to hunt soul beasts for you. Flandra feigned sorrow. You? Do I even need to be polite with you? The Master retorted earnestly. Had it not been for Hongjun's timely intervention, you would have likely aided that slime in its escape with a single swipe. His tone suggested a familiarity that rendered Flandra's pretense unnecessary. However, unbeknownst to them, the slime had indeed already split and fled. Otherwise, the Master would have been unable to absorb that soul ring. Let us not dwell on that. Speak of the soul skill instead, Luo Sanpao chimed in. The transformation was remarkable. Not only could he wield the soul skill himself, but the method of its release had also evolved. Henceforth, our golden sacred dragon would become even more formidable and would no longer require a mask, Flandra chuckled. For the Master's strength directly correlated with the enhancement of their Trinity martial soul fusion technique, the golden sacred dragon. Thus, the closer their relationship, the happier he became with the Master's growing power. With a strained smile barely gracing his face, the Master declared, the slime soul ring has precisely 2,000 years of age, granting me 2 soul skills. One is the fiery poison dragon beast skill, burning rivers and boiling seas Luo Sanpao, while the slime's skill is the transmutation of freedom Luo Sanpao. Upon absorbing this soul ring, my soul power has now reached level 31, and Luo Sanpao's abilities have also transformed. It can now not only unleash the soul skill independently, but the manner of its release has also changed. There exists a technique akin to flatulence, and another reminiscent of exhalation. Thus, this third soul skill possesses a unique soul incantation. It manifests as a release akin to fiery expulsions, capable of incinerating rivers and boiling seas, known as the 3 cannons of the Rose San. The second variant resembles an echo, allowing for the transformation into the essence of others, also referred to as the three cannons of the Rose San. As the three individuals listened intently, the master continued, stating that the previous limitation of releasing the three cannons only thrice had been lifted. Henceforth, as long as one possesses sufficient soul power and the integrity of the three cannons remains intact, one may unleash soul skills at will. The enhancement from this soul ring primarily benefits the Rose San, whereas my own augmentation remains relatively modest, unchanged from before. Consequently, I am unable to transform or divide myself as the Rose San can. However, I have acquired certain capabilities. Observe. As the master spoke, he began to channel his soul power, wrapping one arm around his waist and extending the other upwards, elongating his neck dramatically. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Flandra, Hongjun, and Tang San, the master elaborated on his newfound attributes, noting that his body could now become as supple and elastic as that of a slime. But little else had changed. It is worth mentioning that the Rose San has wholly inherited the abilities of a slime, which is a growing attribute that can evolve alongside my strength. As for the soul skill derived from the fire poison dragon beast, I need not elaborate, for Hongjun has just prompted the Rose San to demonstrate it. Turning to the slime's abilities, though they may appear devoid of combat power, they possess the remarkable capacity to replicate any other martial soul or soul beast. By merely acquiring a drop of the opponent's blood and allowing the Rose San to consume it, one can permanently utilize their powers. This applies to both weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, as well as others. Thus, the ability to transform into another manifests as an embodiment of their essence. Of course, this ability is not without its drawbacks. The more formidable the martial soul or soul master, the more challenging it becomes to replicate. And the same holds true for the most elite soul beasts. Moreover, even when successfully copied, certain imperfections arise, and the energy expenditure is considerable. However, for more common martial souls and soul beasts, the Rose San can flawlessly replicate their abilities. Notably, since the Rose San is a unique, detached martial soul, whether replicating a beast martial soul or a weapon martial soul, it assumes the form of the other, much like a slime would. Due to the limited enhancement provided by the Rose San, I lack the physical constitution typically associated with a corresponding martial soul. Thus, even if it transforms into another martial soul, neither a beast martial soul nor a weapon martial soul can grant me their powers. The master, while introducing these concepts, suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy, realizing that such formidable abilities were rendered unusable due to his own weaknesses. As for division, at my current level, I can create a total of 31 Rose San, each possessing strength equivalent to that of the original. However, they can only utilize my abilities and those of the Rose San itself, while the replicated skills remain inaccessible. This process is immensely taxing on soul power. With my current reserves, I can sustain the full force of 9 Rose San at most, after which my energy would be entirely depleted. Similarly, the greater the number of divisions, the more energy is consumed, resulting in diminished potency for the Rose San's attacks. A total of 31 Rose San would yield merely 10% of the original soul skill's power, a testament to the purity of my soul power. Otherwise, even that fraction would be unattainable. Following the release of an attack by 31 Rose San, I would find myself utterly drained. Once again, it is a transformation followed by a division, and 2 attacks have completely exhausted all the soul power within me. There is also a limitation. Luo Sanpao cannot split while transforming, nor can he transform while splitting. Furthermore, he replicates the strengths of formidable martial souls and soul beasts, along with the flaws and limitations of these powerful martial souls. For instance, the exceptional Flame Phoenix of Hongjun is a premier beast martial soul. Thus, when Luo Sanpao replicates it, he inherits certain flaws and restrictions. Currently, my strength surpasses that of Hongjun, which allows me to retain a remarkable 90% of his original power upon replication. Were Hongjun to reach the same level as me, a soul Douluo, I would estimate that the replication could yield only 70 or 80% of his power at best. Nevertheless, this soul skill remains extraordinarily potent, and Hongjun certainly deserves my respect. The master remarked that only through first-hand experience with this soul skill can one truly appreciate its unparalleled nature. Imagine, if he were to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo, not even necessarily becoming unrivaled, how formidable would he be upon first attaining that title? Upon hearing the master's exposition on the properties of the soul ring and the soul skill, Hongjun and his companions fell silent, fully grasping the immense power of this soul ring. They did not speculate on whether the master could reach the rank of title Douluo. Just consider this. If he were given a drop of blood from a title Douluo and provided with ample energy for Luo Sanpao's replication, even with flaws and limitations, Luo Sanpao would genuinely possess the might of a title Douluo. Even if such power were temporary due to the constraints and imperfections, it would still be the essence of a title Douluo. Now, if 9 Luo Sanpayos were unleashed, who among the soul masters could rival them? It is not merely the soul masters. Even those of the higher soul sect would be brought to their knees. Invincible? I believe you are overestimating the situation, commented the master, dismissively regarding Flandra's assertions. Flandra chuckled awkwardly, adjusting his spectacles. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to these two. Flandra, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San all appeared taken aback, wearing expressions of contemplation. That was a commendable statement. I hope you both endeavor diligently to become unparalleled soul masters. The master nodded, encouraging Ma and Tang. Indeed, they both replied solemnly, the thought of becoming invincible soul masters igniting their spirits. Observing their enthusiasm, the master and Flandra felt a sense of gratification, recalling a time when they too brimmed with such fervor. Alas, ideals are often grand, while reality can be harsh. And they have now become middle-aged gentlemen. Tang San recalled his earlier confusion and inquired, Senior Brother Hongjun, you mentioned that the slime soul ring is most suitable for Luo Sanpao, while others would face limitations. Why is that? Ma Hongjun elucidated. This is determined by the inherent characteristics of the slime. Whether it is your weapon martial soul, the blue silvergrass, or my beast martial soul, the flame phoenix. Acquiring this soul ring would likely only allow for the replication of the martial soul itself, while the slime's abilities of transformation, division, and rubberization may not be inherited. In fact, should you obtain the slime soul ring, you might find yourself limited to merely replicating weapon martial souls. Upon my acquisition, I may only be able to replicate the beast martial soul, failing to achieve a complete inheritance and transformation akin to that of Luo Sanpao. When the slime evolves into a soul ring, its abilities will be inherited by the soul master in the form of that ring. Luo Sanpao, being a tangible martial soul capable of existing independently, possesses the most compatible affinity with the slime's soul ring. The fact that Luo Sanpao has completely inherited the capabilities of the slime underscores this notion. Ah, I see. Tang San nodded in understanding. Indeed, Hongjun's analysis is quite sound. Both I and Flandra believe that an ordinary soul master acquiring the slime soul ring would likely only gain the ability to replicate martial souls. Weapon martial souls can only replicate other weapon martial souls, while beast martial souls can solely replicate other beast martial souls. The master articulated his and Flandra's conjecture. As Flandra spoke, he turned to Ma Hongjun and Tang San, saying, Hongjun, make sure to diligently train while following Xiao Gang, and you too, Xiao San. When you both reach level 20, we shall seek the second soul ring. If anything arises, simply write to me. The three nodded, continuing with Flandra leading the way as they had done over the past few days. It was only after they exited the territory of the Millennium Soul Beasts that Ma Hongjun began to soar high once more, needing to consistently hone his flying abilities, while also hastily consuming Oscar's sausages before they expired. Additionally, the master had mentioned the necessity of continually mastering his martial soul, and flying serves as a form of exercise. At this juncture, he had already attained a steady flight in the air, prompting Ma Hongjun to begin refining his other flying skills. Acceleration, sharp turns, high-altitude dives, and spirals, as well as how to fly faster while minimizing the consumption of soul power and physical strength, and strategies for aerial combat. These were all aspects he needed to practice and contemplate regarding his flight capabilities. Throughout their journey, whenever his soul power began to wane, Ma Hongjun would promptly consume Oscar's large sausages to restore it, and he had plenty in reserve. Thus, he devised a plan, asking Tang San to refrain from walking and instead use his blue silver grass to carry him. This would not only expend his soul power, but also enhance his proficiency with the blue silver grass, deepening his control over it, while simultaneously aiding in the consumption of Oscar's sausages. By not walking himself, it meant that with each step Tang San took, he was not merely traversing the ground, but rather being gracefully supported by the blue silver grass, akin to the mythical lotus blooming beneath each step. In Ma Hongjun's vision, since the extending blue silver grass is formed by the condensation of soul power through the martial soul, it could naturally manifest in the air. Therefore, should this ability be well trained and thoroughly mastered, Tang San would acquire the capacity to traverse the skies, akin to the blooming blue-silver grass beneath his feet. Upon presenting this proposal, Tang San was stirred, his face alight with eagerness, for he had long coveted the ability to fly. The master also found it plausible, acknowledging that even if they could not perfect the art of walking in the air or the blooming blue-silver grass ability, it would still deepen Tang San's control over his martial soul. Thus, the master readily consented. Consequently, with two individuals now needing to develop and refine their skills, their pace naturally slowed. By the time they emerged from the soul-hunting forest, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Flandra, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San nodded in agreement and casually sought lodging in a local inn. Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang shared one room, while Ma Hongjun and Tang San occupied another. Ma Hongjun requested 4 exquisite dinners made from soul beast meat, for he possessed a total of 610 gold soul coins, rendering him financially untroubled. The accommodation was quite affordable. 2 rooms for 4 individuals cost merely 1 gold soul coin, and the soul beast meat, albeit somewhat pricey, amounted to 4 coins. However, he felt no remorse in spending, as earning money was effortless for him. With just a few words, his teacher and his companion Oscar would assist him in making money, so he found no hesitation in his expenditures. Nevertheless, he always ensured to retain 10 special gold soul coins, a sum his grandfather had saved for his future. Much like the tale of the legend of the sword and fairy, where the demon Lord Zhong Lu bestowed a magic sword upon Jing Tian, who was obliged to give him a copper coin in return. Although 10 gold soul coins were not substantial for him at present, they held significant sentimental value. When he reached adulthood, should he find a charming lady to his liking, he would bestow these 10 gold coins upon her, symbolizing his commitment to her as his lifelong partner. As he reminisced, Ma Hongjun found himself missing his grandfather. His thoughts drifted back to the first time he accompanied his grandfather to Qingyang town, where he encountered an exceptionally clever little girl, seemingly a year or 2 older than himself, remarkably endearing. Yet, her complexion was rather pale, her lips lacking color, and her physique appeared frail. Throughout their journey, she persistently sought his companionship for play. What made him somewhat uncomfortable was her audacity to refer to herself as his little sister, simply because of his handsome and charming appearance, along with his long, lustrous black hair, reminiscent of her own. Ma Hongjun resolutely declined her invitation to play and, in a fit of childish impulse, struck her with a beautiful piece of multicolored stone. Engaging in play with a girl seemed far less intriguing than diligently honing his skills, and her calling herself his little sister was a sentiment he found utterly absurd. Had that little girl known of his disdain, she surely would have been infuriated with him. But regrettably, he forgot to inquire about her name. Moreover, he had mistakenly chosen the wrong stone to throw, having only picked up that single colorful pebble. It is worth noting that she was Ma Hongjun's first companion in this realm, yet he had chosen to dismiss her, focused solely on his cultivation, having even struck her in the process. That little girl, alas, was blind to the fact that she possessed those stunning, azure eyes. She failed to recognize the charm of the handsome young man before her, who she had so brazenly dubbed her little brother. How foolish of her. Ma Hongjun internally chastised the girl, having been known in his past life for his unwavering masculinity. He pondered whether she had awakened her martial soul. Surely she must have. Yet, he remained curious about the nature of her martial soul and whether she possessed any soul power. With those striking azure eyes, it was conceivable that her martial soul could be related to vision or perhaps even water attributes. Furthermore, given her frail appearance, he wondered about her current well-being. Lost in these reflections, he unexpectedly felt a pang of regret, realizing he ought not to have treated a young girl in such a manner. In his heart, he silently uttered an apology to the little girl. Ma Hongjun's thoughts drifted, leading him to reminisce about his second companion. This was a girl he encountered during his 3rd visit to Qingyang town with his grandfather, who, like the first, was also eager to play with him. However, this little girl was rather simple-minded, lacking the cleverness of his first friend, though she was undeniably charming with her beautiful golden hair cascading down her back. Most importantly, she was perceptive enough to affectionately call him little brother throughout their journey, which delighted him. In a moment of joy, he indulged her for a brief 2 minutes before departing without even asking her name. The childish antics bored him immensely. He had no desire to linger for even a second longer. Yet, he found her excessively slender and somewhat haughty, traits that he found less appealing. Branding her as a silly girl, albeit one not deserving of reprimand. No, it seemed neither of them warranted such treatment. The world was far too beautiful for him to resort to violence. He wondered if the wind might whisk her away, whether she had awakened her martial soul, and what kind of martial soul it might be, if she possessed soul power at all. His 3rd companion was Oscar. It was worth noting that he was the first to sample Oscar's sausages, which deeply touched Oscar at the time. In truth, Oscar was more pitiable than he. Ma Hongjun at least had a grandfather, while Oscar was merely an orphan taken in by their teacher, with no given name, only a surname. Thus, during their month at Shrek, he bestowed upon Oscar a name imbued with his earnest hopes for him. At this moment, he imagined Oscar must still be selling sausages outside the Sodto Great Soul Arena. With their teacher, Flandra, absent, it was likely that Vice Dean Zhao Wujia was accompanying him. He pondered whether Oscar had employed any workers. A month should be sufficient for him to establish a brand. As for his 4th companion, Tang San, their encounter was the one he found most unsatisfactory. How could it be that he, the illustrious Ma Hongjun, fell during his first flight right in front of Tang San? This was a blemish on his past that the cunning Tang San was surely bound to remember. Lost in thought, Ma Hongjun furtively glanced at Tang San. who was meditating on the other bed. Indeed, he too should practice. Tang San had already reached level 12 while he remained at level 10, which was unacceptable. Settling into a comfortable position, Ma Hongjun adopted the most natural posture of the old immortal's meditation, embracing unity and guarding his essence. He gradually entered a profound state of fetal breathing, with all 48,000 pores of his body opened wide. The external soul power was absorbed into his being, circulating through his Ren and Du meridians, where it was refined and assimilated, descending through the 12 layers, after passing through the Huangting. The corrupted soul power was filtered by the azure lotus within, merging into the colorless, transparent, malevolent fire atop the lotus platform. As a result, the cool, inattributed soul power became increasingly pure, flowing into his dantian via the Shinkai, nourishing his inner reservoir. After a full cycle, the soul power within his dantian grew slightly stronger. Moreover, as the soul power traversed the Tianxin ancestral orifice, it was further divided by the diagram of the sun and moon's Taiji, nurturing his soul and enhancing his spiritual strength. This is a marvelous cycle. Although he is unable to enter a meditative state due to insufficient mental strength, he understands that each time his soul energy circulates and converges into the dantian, the essence of the soul energy becomes purer. When it emerges from the depths of the sea and ascends through the governor meridian, passing through the Mingmen space, the two flames, Phoenix purple flame and colorless evil fire, will amalgamate, infusing into the soul energy, thus reducing the intensity of the flames correspondingly. When the purple-red flames in the Mingmen space are entirely refined, and the sun and moon Taiji diagram within the heavenly heart ancestral aperture transforms completely into purple, it signifies the complete refinement of the Phoenix purple fire, as well as the total refinement of the transparent evil fire. With the governing ascent and descending and the operation of the universe, Ma Hongjun, who has entered the profound fetal breathing state, remains utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, he has transitioned from a seated position to lying sideways on the bed, one arm cradling his head while the other lightly covers his solar plexus. One leg bent and the other extended, resembling a dormant dragon. He truly appears as if a slumbering celestial being, with breaths returning to the mysterious aperture, exhaling in harmony with nature. Who claims he is merely a dazed man? He is asleep, yet not asleep. The intricacies of Taoist cultivation are indeed beyond words. Chapter 21. The path is utterly simple. In sleep, the universe is vast. In the pot, the sun and moon endure. Immersed in fetal breathing, Ma Hongjun remains unaware of the flow of time. His slumber lasts a full 3 days. Upon awakening, he feels invigorated, rolling out of bed and stretching luxuriously. The sound of crackling like frying beans resonating throughout his body, an indescribable sensation of comfort enveloping him. Brother Hongjun, you have finally awakened. Tang San greets him with envy. Observing Ma Hongjun stretch. What is this situation? Did Xiao Sen not sleep? Ma Hongjun muses internally, but responds naturally. Upon raising his head, he is momentarily taken aback. Yet another glance leaves him in astonishment. What is this? Master and Flandra are actually in his and Tang San's room. Red June. I heard from Xiao San that you entered a state of cultivation that many yearn for but cannot attain. Thus, we dared not disturb you for these 3 days. How do you feel now? What level is your soul power? Flandra inquires anxiously, watching Ma Hongjun awaken from his stupor. The master beside him also gazes at him with concern, feeling a sense of familiarity with Ma Hongjun's condition, yet cannot recall why. 3 days prior, as they prepared to leave, they discovered that Ma Hongjun and Tang San were missing. Upon entering their room, they found Ma Hongjun in deep slumber while Tang San sat beside him, gazing enviously at the sleeping figure. Both were taken aback. What is this? Did Tang San not sleep at night? As Flandra and the master prepared to rouse Ma Hongjun, Tang San hastily intervened, stating that his brother Hongjun had entered a profound state of cultivation, and he would awaken on his own once he achieved a breakthrough. With that, he resumed his envious gaze upon his brother. After observing Ma Hongjun's state closely, they concluded that he indeed appeared to be in a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Flandra and the master could only wait. For soul masters, cultivation is of utmost importance, since nothing seems amiss or if he is not simply indulging in sloth. They would patiently await his progress, for he is in the midst of cultivation. As they waited, the passage of time only heightened the anxiety of the two. On several occasions, they contemplated rousing Ma Hongjun from his slumber, but Tang San intervened each time. He claimed that in his youth, he stumbled upon a book that detailed a cultivation method akin to Ma Hongjun's current state. According to the text, this condition was the coveted state that cultivators yearn for yet find elusive. In this state, his senior brother Ma Hongjun's aura harmonized with the heavens and the earth, greatly benefiting his soul power cultivation. After elucidating this, Tang San encouraged Fu Yu and the others to closely observe this extraordinary state, asserting that any insights gained would immensely aid their future cultivation endeavors. He continued to gaze at Ma Hongjun with envy, while his spirit meticulously savored the profound intricacies of the moment. Seeing Tang San's unwavering certainty, Fu Yu and the others felt reassured, recognizing that his expressions of envy were genuine and unmasked. Thus, they set aside their own impatience and, like him, patiently observed Ma Hongjun's remarkable state, also standing guard to prevent any disturbances from outsiders. As they continued to watch, Fu Yu and the others discerned the subtle wonders at play, confirming Tang San's assertions. Indeed, Ma Hongjun appeared to be in perfect harmony with the cosmos. In truth, such a state does exist within this world, yet Ma Hongjun's state was evidently more profound. Observing Flandra's initial bewilderment transform into focused scrutiny, one could ascertain that despite having reached the Soul Sage realm long ago, he had never entered such a state. Otherwise, he would have recognized it instantly. Thus, 3 full days passed as the trio awaited Ma Hongjun's awakening. When he finally stirred, although they understood he had entered a remarkable state of cultivation, an undercurrent of tension remained. What, teacher, you say I have slept for 3 days? I felt as if only a moment had passed. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before joyfully adding, I feel an indescribable sensation of comfort and clarity throughout my entire being. Teacher, wait a moment, let me see what level I have attained. Fu Yu and Tang San nodded in affirmation. My soul power level is now at 12. How could this happen so swiftly? Ma Hongjun said, astonished. I merely took a nap and have awakened to find myself 2 levels higher. This is truly incredible. What? You are at level 12? This is astonishingly rapid progress. Fu Yu and the others exclaimed in disbelief, recalling that just 3 days prior, he had been at level 10. At that moment, Flandra urged, you must carefully assess whether your soul power feels unstable. A solid foundation in the early stages of cultivation is crucial. Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly, closing his eyes to thoroughly contemplate the state of his soul power. At this juncture, Tang San's eyes shimmered with envy as he spoke. Teacher, master, you need not worry. The soul power cultivated by my senior brother in this state will transition directly to level 20, without any instability or foundational issues. In fact, it may even surpass the quality of power gained through gradual cultivation. Flandra furrowed his brow, pondering, is such a miraculous phenomenon truly possible? Upon seeing Tang San's affirmation, the master urged, Little San, since you are aware of this, please elucidate it for us. Tang San pondered for a moment and spoke. I have never attained the coveted state of embryonic breathing, so I can only articulate what I know, rather than depict that profound realm. Go ahead. Fu Yu and the others nodded in agreement. In the state of embryonic breathing, one's essence harmonizes with the universe, akin to the heavens aiding Brother Hongjun in his cultivation. His breath intertwines with the cosmos, and at this juncture, the soul power he cultivates bears a striking resemblance to the innate soul power acquired during the awakening of the martial soul, with no concerns regarding the foundational aspects. In essence, it can be encapsulated in the words, when the time is right, the universe lends its strength. And it is as if the heavens themselves are assisting Brother Hongjun in his training, Tang San elucidated, his voice tinged with uncontainable envy. At that moment, Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, joy radiating from his countenance. Teacher, my soul power is remarkably pure and refined. I feel it is far superior to my previous state, devoid of any sense of superficiality. Fu Yu and the others exhaled in relief, reassured by his words. Tang San, filled with admiration, inquired, Brother Hongjun, how did you enter the state of embryonic breathing? Could you elaborate on that experience? Embryonic breathing? You Little San? Ma Hongjun stared at Tang San in disbelief. On one hand, he was aware of embryonic breathing, but he hadn't anticipated that he had actually entered this sought-after state of cultivation. On the other hand, he was astonished that Tang San had spoken of it, implying that Tang San had revealed a shared understanding between them. Tang San, with a look of envy, solemnly nodded, affirming his insight. Ma Hongjun acknowledged this, deftly steering away from discussions of their backgrounds, and remarked, so I have indeed entered the embryonic breathing state. The cultivation of my jade clear leisurely technique is quite straightforward. It begins with embracing the primordial unity, focusing the mind on the dantian, and immersing oneself in the energy points. One merely needs to concentrate and regulate their breath, allowing the breath to guide the mind. The subsequent stages unfold naturally. One must not forget to remain tranquil and maintain inner peace. Noticing Tang San's astonishment and Fu Yu's contemplative demeanor, Ma Hongjun continued. As for the later stages of cultivation, I am uncertain how to proceed. It all flows naturally and operates on its own. At that moment, I entered a state where my heart and breath were interdependent, merging my spirit with my soul power. allowing it to circulate naturally. Eventually, I felt as if I were in a daze, my entire body becoming one, a singular point, maintaining a mysterious and specific frequency with each breath. And it seemed only a brief moment had passed before I awoke. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's account, Tang San appeared enlightened. I see now. However, your method of cultivation is, in fact, quite intricate. The path is remarkably simple, yet true transmission is often encapsulated in a single phrase. While false transmission requires volumes of texts, the state you just described is precisely aligned with the embryonic breathing state recorded in the scriptures, confirming that you have indeed entered into it. Fu Yu and the others, unfamiliar with Taoist concepts, listened to the exchange with a sense of awe, yet found themselves utterly perplexed. Flandra interjected, "Little San, so you mean to say that Hongjun was truly asleep? I must confirm that I did not mishear." According to Ma Hongjun's description, it seems he was merely sleeping, without engaging in any cultivation whatsoever. Tang San observed the perplexed expression on Flandra's face and chose not to elaborate further. He simply stated, "Master, it is not sleep, but a meditative state that resembles sleep." "Indeed, teacher, I am truly cultivating. I have reached the 12th level now," Ma Hongjun hurriedly clarified, fearing that if it were confirmed as mere slumber, it would be a dire situation. "That is true. Not everyone is like me," Flandra chuckled awkwardly. The master shot him a glance and remarked, "It seems that what Hongjun and Xiao San have acquired is inherently connected, allowing them to comprehend one another effortlessly. However, Xiao San's words hold merit. The path to greatness is often deceptively simple. It appears uncomplicated precisely because it aligns with the natural order, yet it is challenging for ordinary individuals to grasp its profound essence. You ought to marvel at the fact that you have taken on a prodigious disciple with exceptional talent, rather than dwell on whether he is asleep. Besides, have you ever seen anyone elevate their soul power by 2 levels in a single slumber? Do not reveal your own ignorance and expect others to share in it. That is quite audacious of you." "Humph, do not call me foolish. You did not comprehend either," Flandra replied, visibly despondent. The master smiled faintly and said, "Do you think everyone is like you? I have indeed grasped some understanding. Hongjun's method of cultivation is akin to learning from and emulating nature, integrating with it. Hence, it appears ordinary, yet it embodies the simplicity that Xiao San speaks of. A coarse individual, driven by greed, cannot fathom this." Flandra's expression darkened, but he could not refute the master's words. He opted for a swift change of subject. After all, Ma Hongjun was his cherished disciple. The more formidable his pupil, the more glory it brought to his own reputation. Therefore, he accepted the rebuke silently, knowing he lacked comprehension. Ma Yu, Tang San, and the others nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them departed their lodgings. Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang had indeed considered the possibility of discrepancies in the cultivation methods of the two. Yet they were aware that both had previously been strangers from distant lands. Now they had become brothers in arms, sharing a lineage in their cultivation. It could only be deemed fate, and thus they harbored no suspicions. Little did they know, there existed a scenario that could unravel this harmony. Chapter 22, The 7th Dormitory. Upon entering the academy, Tang San followed the master, who led Flandra and Ma to meet the principal of Nodding Academy, Su Fei. Upon explaining their intentions, Su Fei readily agreed to Ma Hongjun's enrollment, transforming it directly into formal admission. He also consented to allow Ma and Tang to apply for early graduation if they reached the required level of cultivation in 3 years. Tang San, unwilling to abandon his companions, brought up Xiao Wu. This delighted Su Fei, who had not anticipated that 3 innate full soul power prodigies would join the academy this year. However, out of respect for the master, he granted his approval. Ma Hongjun's attendance at Nodding was permissible, but it came with an annual tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins. Flandra, unwilling to acquiesce to such a demand, swiftly unveiled a potent bargaining chip, the work-study student quota from Phoenix Village. This was bestowed to Ma Hongjun by his grandfather, intended to exempt him from tuition fees upon his arrival at Shrek Academy. However, as Ma Hongjun was Flandra's disciple and did not require tuition, this powerful bargaining chip now found its purpose. The master's expression darkened. Flandra's frugality was astonishing, having even prepared a work-study student quota from Ma Hongjun's village. Dean Sufi wore a bittersweet smile, acknowledging the distinct personality of his old friend's brother. However, out of respect for the master and the student quota, he could only acquiesce. At that moment, Ma Hongjun truly witnessed his teacher's shrewd business acumen. He was utterly unwilling to incur any loss, a veritable miser. Thus, Ma Hongjun became a work-study student at Nodding Academy, and after 3 years, with his cultivation surpassing level 20, he and San Wu would be eligible to graduate. Ma Hongjun also reminded Flandra not to forget to have Oscar send him 100 sausages each week, while his share could be sent every 3 months. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he was met with a cacophony within. A group of children, aged between 8 and 12, along with a 7 or 8-year-old girl adorned in a pink dress with braided hair, surrounded Ma Hongjun's bed, their curiosity piqued by the sudden addition of a new occupant. The little girl, sharp-eyed, noticed Tang San entering with a charming girl clad in a fiery red robe, embroidered with a crimson phoenix. Her long wine-red hair glistening in the sunlight. With a crisp voice and a displeased expression, she inquired. Inside the dormitory, the rowdy children gathered around. Led by the spirited Xiao Wu, the reigning head of the 7th dormitory at Nodding Academy. Sengu, why have you brought a little girl to the academy? Wang Xing interjected, arms crossed and a peculiar expression on his face. Tang San's expression faltered, awkwardly attempting an explanation. Only to notice Ma Hongjun's face had darkened entirely. It seemed he had once more encountered those blind to his allure and envious of his beauty. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun remained silent, standing quietly beside Tang San like a gentle and endearing girl. Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the other children gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. After a moment, Xiao Wu, with a bemused expression, remarked, "So you're a boy. A new student at that. I was wondering why a boy would wear such a frilly outfit, truly misleading." "Huh, clearly, it's your eyes that are deceiving you." Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in disdain. Xiao Wu stepped forward, huffing, "Since you're new, you must fight me. I'm the boss of the 7th dormitory and the leader at Nodding Academy. We have a rule. New arrivals must face the boss in combat. The victor claims the title." Tang San, speechless, realized he had forgotten the customs of the 7th dormitory. He was uncertain of Ma Hongjun's abilities and thought it wise to witness the encounter. When Ma Hongjun glanced at him, he nodded affirmatively, refraining from suggesting they forego the match, knowing that disobedient children often required a good thrashing. Ma Hongjun was at a loss. How had he overlooked this? Very well. Step aside. With that, he focused his thoughts, his body engulfed in flames, though he did not activate his martial spirit. Tang San was left bewildered. Was this a bit of a cheat? With the intensity and heat of Ma Hongjun's phoenix purple flames, wouldn't Xiao Wu be scorched? Xiao Wu, be cautious. The flames surrounding senior brother Hongjun are particularly potent. Do not let them touch you. Tang San promptly reminded Xiao Wu, for otherwise she would surely suffer. Ma Hongjun was not adept in combat. Having never fought before, he could only remain stationary, adhering to the principles of Tai Chi, employing stillness to govern movement, and employing the unchanging to respond to myriad changes. Flames surged, forcing Xiao Wu's attacks to retreat, while Tang San's reminders left Ma Hongjun somewhat speechless, who then jestingly remarked, "Little San, you are not even married yet your elbow is already bending outward." Tang San's expression turned awkward at his senior brother's words. Boom. Once again, flames erupted, pushing Xiao Wu back. Throughout the encounter, Ma Hongjun merely maintained a defensive posture, showing no inclination to initiate an attack. As for utilizing his soul skills, he deemed it unnecessary. His abilities were ill-suited for use in the dormitory. He was not there to develop or engage in demolition work. Damn it. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth in anger. Why are you so shameless? Do you dare to extinguish your flames so we can have a proper fight? Dare not, he replied. The flames are one of my abilities, and besides, I have never fought before. Given your stance, I know I cannot defeat you. If you can break through my flames, I shall concede. He thought to himself, I've only ever thrown stones at a clown girl. I even once dropped a stone from the sky that killed a snake. Ma Hongjun promptly conceded. Given his limited combat experience, he could only bully less skilled friends. Fighting against Xiao Wu was out of the question. One could traverse rooftops and cliffs with ease, and the other was a rogue rabbit transformed with 10,000 years of cultivation. How could their combat experience be lacking? Moreover, did he not hear Xiao Wu's earlier proclamation? She was not only the leader of the 7th dormitory, but also the head of Nodding Academy, undefeated in battles throughout the dormitory and academy. She must have a penchant for fighting, a true violent loli, unlike his two previous companions, who were clever, gentle, and charming. In that moment, Ma Hongjun finally recalled the merits of the two companions he had once dismissed. Regrettably, he had never inquired about their names, nor did he know if he would recognize them in the future or if they would remember him. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Was he this forthright? So straightforward in admitting his weaknesses, having never fought and being unable to defeat her, was remarkably candid. It took courage to stand up and contest, even when one knew they could not win. There was a shared understanding between heroes, and Tang San thought similarly. However, he found it peculiar, given Ma Hongjun's cultivation methods. He should have been a core disciple of a major sect in his past life, undoubtedly not lacking in combat training. How could he have never fought? This warranted further inquiry at an opportune moment. Xiao Wu held Ma Hongjun's attitude in high regard, not begrudging him for using flames to shield himself. Such behavior was indeed appropriate. Let us cease fighting. In light of your perceptiveness, call me Sister Xiao Wu, and follow me from now on. I shall teach you the art of combat. Otherwise, I shall break through your flames and give you a sound thrashing, even if it means I must endure injuries and rest for a few days." Ma Hongjun was left speechless. It was confirmed. She was indeed a violent loli. "Sister Xiao Wu." Ma Hongjun smiled faintly and called out naturally, showing no resistance. After all, in this world, the strong are revered. He mused that if it weren't for his earlier apprenticeship compared to Tang San, the master would still be a second-rate figure, and he would have likely ended up calling him third brother instead of little third junior. Xiao Wu nodded with excitement, having gained another commendable little brother. She was confident that, after her guidance, he would prove to be an exceptional companion. "Third brother, I never expected you to have such a weak senior," Wang Sheng muttered with a hint of disdain. "Weak?" Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjun, who had extinguished his flames, and smiled lightly. He did not share this sentiment. Despite lacking battle experience, Ma Hongjun's martial soul advantages and abilities rendered him anything but weak. When one is spewing fire from above, and the other is merely hopping about on the ground, could the latter truly prevail? One careless moment, and one would be scorched, hardly a depiction of weakness. It was merely unfortunate that the dormitory was not suitable for martial soul battles. Otherwise, it would be evident who was weak. He believed that Ma Hongjun's agility, demonstrated when he landed that night, suggested that while he might not defeat Xiao Wu, he was certainly not someone like Wang Sheng could bully. Moreover, Ma Hongjun practiced Tai Chi, a discipline that emphasizes stillness and adaptability. Standing still seemed entirely reasonable. Ma Hongjun was indifferent to Wang Sheng's murmurs of him being weak. Knowing oneself is key, and he was here to study, cultivate, and reconnect with kin. He had no desire to bicker like a child, a sentiment that remained unchanged over the years. Tang San smiled slightly, choosing to ignore Wang Sheng. He also disliked engaging in petty disputes. Xiao Wu inquired further. Tang San began recounting their experiences in the Soul Forest, sharing everything he could while omitting what he could not disclose. After listening to Tang San's narrative, the others exchanged strange glances at Ma Hongjun, astonished that their brotherly encounter had been so fantastical. An unexpected turn of events had destroyed Tang San's first spirit ring. Yet he ended up acquiring an even better one. Indeed, life is full of surprises and unforeseen outcomes. Wang Sheng and the others gasped in astonishment, realizing that Master had made a breakthrough during this outing. However, aware that they could not belittle the Master in front of Tang San, Wang Sheng stifled his thoughts and instead congratulated Tang San's teacher on his advancement. Thus, on Ma Hongjun's first day at DouluoDalu Academy, he spent his time engaging in conversation with the others while Xiao Wu guided him through the academy. Chapter 23. Confession. Ma Hongjun's life of study and cultivation at DouluoDalu Academy commenced. On a serene morning, he and Tang San found themselves on the rooftop, practicing their respective disciplines. Ma Hongjun delved into Tai Chi visualization, while Tang San honed his purple extreme magic eyes. The day after Ma Hongjun's arrival at DouluoDalu Academy, following their lessons, Tang San led him to a secluded grove behind the academy. The two brothers began to unveil the truths of their backgrounds to one another. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun displayed an expression of astonishment and said, "Junior Brother San, I never anticipated that you are indeed the extraordinary genius recorded in the secret history of the martial world, a talent seldom encountered in a century within the Tang sect. However, you need not worry. I recall when I perused the secret history, it was mentioned that the then leader of the Tang sect had cleared your name. Therefore, you can confidently promote the Tang sect in this world, for you are the sole designated heir of the sect's leadership by the last generation's master. What? Is this truly the case?" Tang San trembled at the revelation, his eyes brimming with tears of joy, his voice quivering. Ma Hongjun nodded affirmatively. "Brother Hongjun, is what you say genuine? Can you elaborate further?" Tang San's voice was choked with emotion, a slight tremor evident. "Let me ponder, as I have merely read about these events in books, which recount occurrences from centuries past. Ah, I remember." Ma Hongjun feigned contemplation for a moment before speaking again. "Brother Hongjun, please share. I am listening intently," Tang San said, his gaze fixed anxiously on Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun nodded and began. "The secret history of the martial world states, after you leaped from the cliff, the master of the Tang sect was filled with regret, and the elders within the sect advised against mourning for a traitor. The sect leader rebuked those elders fiercely, proclaiming, 'Who among you dares to label him a traitor? Have you ever seen a traitor who acquires our sect's highest secret skills, yet does not flee? Have you witnessed a traitor who would rather die than abandon their principles? Have you encountered a traitor who possesses unparalleled hidden weapons capable of annihilating any master of the Tang sect, yet offers them as a final gift to the sect? Tang San is no traitor. He is the most exceptional genius our sect has seen in 2 centuries. Thus, I issue this decree. All disciples of the sect are to mobilize. Seek out Tang San, whether alive or dead. From this moment forth, Tang San shall be promoted to an inner disciple of our sect. If he still lives, he shall be the sole heir to my position as sect leader. At this moment, Tang San was already trembling uncontrollably, overcome with emotion, his bright eyes clouded with tears. He choked out, "Rest assured, Master. Tang San vows never to disappoint your expectations. I shall endeavor to rebuild the Tang sect in this world and elevate it to greatness." "That is enough, Junior Brother San. You are alive, and I believe that the spirit of your Tang sect leader in the heavens will be greatly comforted." Tang San wiped away his tears and knelt in the direction of the rising sun, bowing deeply 3 times towards the east, the symbol of his former world. "Brother Hongjun, thank you for revealing to me the events that transpired after my leap from the cliff. The knot in my heart has finally been unraveled." Ma Hongjun waved his hand dismissively. "I trust that even without my words, you would eventually come to understand these matters on your own." With teary eyes, Tang San nodded gratefully. "Brother Hongjun, you often speak of ancient times. Are we not of the same era? Please share with me the circumstances of your era." Ma Hongjun began to narrate the details of his time, and upon hearing his account, Tang San murmured to himself, "In the future, the once illustrious martial sects have vanished into the annals of history, and the warriors capable of shattering the void and immortal beings have ceased to exist." To my astonishment, Zhang Jinren turned out to be the last practitioner who harmonized martial and celestial arts, a master of our Taoist lineage who transcended the void. As Tang San pondered, a spark ignited in his eyes as he turned to Ma Hongjun. "Brother Hongjun, I aspire to resurrect the Tang sect in this world. Since you are unbound by any sect and possess a keen interest in martial arts and Taoist principles, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Tang sect as the vice master. I can also impart the Tang sect's unique techniques, which I believe will intrigue you. What do you think?" Ma Hongjun chuckled, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. "Isn't it true that the Tang sect's secret arts are strictly forbidden from being shared and that non-clan disciples are barred from practicing them?" Tang San replied with a calm smile, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. "As the vice master, you shall be considered one of our own. In this world, the Tang sect is governed by my decree, and I hold no prejudice against those who are not of the Tang family. As long as you join the Tang sect, you will be treated equally." Ma Hongjun grinned widely, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Junior Brother San, then I shall gladly accept your offer." Tang San returned the gesture, and the 2 brothers exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding resonating between them. "By the way, Brother Hongjun, have the Tang sect disciples located my remains?" Tang San inquired suddenly. He paused for a moment, then added with a hint of resignation, "There seems to be much speculation regarding that, but venturing to the celestial realm is indeed intriguing. Although it is not the celestial realm, at least we have arrived in this world. How did you find yourself in this world?" Tang San asked curiously. Ma Hongjun appeared perplexed, smiling ruefully as he replied, "I am uncertain. I merely remember following an impressive-seeming cultivation method I found online, entering a rather mystical state. The text referred to it as the divine fetus or something similar. I thought I had fallen asleep, but when I awoke, I found myself transformed into an infant. Initially, my subconscious believed I had achieved the divine fetus, but it was only when I turned 2 that I fully comprehended my situation. Thus, I am oblivious to how I arrived in this world. Please tell me about the cultivation method you practiced," Tang San urged, his keen intuition suggesting that there was something amiss with that technique. Ma Hongjun began to recount that seemingly miraculous cultivation method. After listening to Ma Hongjun's account, Tang San contemplated for a moment before responding. "Ah, it is indeed the Tao of Heaven. While the method is elaborately crafted, it is ultimately a false technique. You likely unwittingly cultivated the divine fetus as described, but the method is fraudulent. The divine fetus is essentially the primordial spirit. Consequently, you may have entered a state of transcendence. Our Taoist practices require the harmonization of essence, qi, and spirit, meaning that both life and cultivation must be pursued simultaneously. You achieved the divine fetus but were unable to provide it with a source of energy, leading to the depletion of your essence and consequently your transcendence. As for what transpired after your transcendence and how you arrived in this world, I too am unsure. I merely remember jumping, and upon awakening, I found myself as an infant." Ma Hongjun was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming that he had been deceived by the Taoist scriptures, leading to his own demise. Tang San, though slightly amused, spoke earnestly, advising him to consult him before attempting to cultivate any further martial arts or techniques. He expressed relief that Ma Hongjun had chosen the orthodox Taoist practices of the free and easy wandering technique and the Taiji visualization method. Had he opted for any other formidable techniques, Tang San feared he might never see him again. Ma Hongjun quickly nodded. explaining that he had selected those two methods precisely because they appeared simple and stable, reasoning that even if he failed, there would be minimal risk. Thankfully, this very choice had saved his life. You understand, then. The essence of the Tao is simplicity, while your technique may seem straightforward. The initiation into practice is a state that others yearn for. The Tao follows nature. Tang San remarked with a nod, filled with awe. Is that so? I find it rather simple and ordinary. The entire technique comprises merely 22 characters, Hongjun said, perplexed, wondering if Tang San was merely placating him and had no intention of teaching him the Xiantian skill. Indeed, this technique is commendable, yet you have yet to grasp its true significance. You often mention the union of heart and breath, yet there exists a deeper realm, the oblivion of heart and breath. This technique is documented in authentic Taoist sects, focusing on the cultivation of concentration and breath, with the Jade Purity school imparting the free and easy wandering technique, which teaches the focus on the vital points, does it not? Tang San observed Ma Hongjun's astonished nod with a smile, before continuing. When you commence your practice, should you comprehend the oblivion of heart and breath, you would directly enter that state, resulting in the cultivation of innate true qi. From this state of oblivion, the primordial essence arises from the void, transitioning your practice from mere martial arts to the Tao. The subsequent processes of gathering herbs and navigating the great circulations of alchemy are beyond my comprehension, so I shall refrain from elaborating. However, if you fail to grasp the oblivion of heart and breath, entering instead the union of heart and breath, what you cultivate will be merely acquired true qi, essentially internal force, and your practice will remain within the realm of martial arts. Your ongoing cultivation will involve maintaining the primordial essence, focusing on the dantian, allowing true qi to flow naturally, and completing the small and great circulations. Upon achieving the perfection of the great circulation, you will have reached the pinnacle of acquired prowess. Ma Hongjun gazed at Tang San in astonishment, acknowledging that he had heard of such concepts in his previous life, yet never imagined them to be true. The subtleties of this technique were indeed fascinating. A mere word's difference separated the innate from the acquired. He chuckled, feeling fortunate to have encountered Tang San. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious despite his knowledge. Little San, then what about you? Ma Hongjun inquired, curious as to why Tang San, possessing such knowledge, chose not to practice the Tao but instead pursued martial arts. Like you, I too have not grasped the oblivion of heart and breath, which confines me to martial cultivation. Tang San explained with a rueful smile. This revelation left Ma Hongjun further puzzled. How could a martial arts mindset possibly transcend to divinity? Surely, this was preposterous. According to what Tang San just mentioned, mastering the Xiantian skill to perfection signifies reaching the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, which is the highest achievement following his free and easy wandering technique. The next step would involve breaking through to the innate level. How formidable can an innate expert be? Is this not mere nonsense? Ma Hongjun speculated that an innate expert might be comparable to a master. Thus, he inquired of Tang San in a different manner, seeking his insights. Junior brother, I was unable to break through after achieving fullness in my dantian with the free and easy wandering technique. Following the awakening of my martial soul, my true energy underwent a momentous transformation, yet I still could not advance until I obtained my first soul ring, which allowed me to connect the run and do meridians. Based on what you just said, the Xiantian skill and the free and easy wandering technique, when perfected, represent the peak of the postnatal stage. Even if one breaks through to the innate level, they are merely an innate expert, correct? However, isn't an innate expert roughly equivalent to a soul master? What do you think is the reason for our current situation? Tang San pondered and replied, my situation is akin to yours. I too faced a barrier to break through. After awakening my martial soul, the internal energy of the Xiantian skill experienced a radical change. Although the essence of the Taoist Xiantian skill remained unchanged, it transformed into the soul power of this world. Therefore, I surmise that the quality of soul power is superior to internal energy, but inferior to innate true energy. Consequently, once our internal energy was transformed by our martial souls into soul power, the Xiantian skill and the free and easy wandering technique ceased to be mere martial arts, but evolved into a method of cultivating soul power. Thus, each layer of breakthrough reveals unique profundities. I see now, Ma Hongjun responded, fully enlightened. For instance, if we equate soul power to Do Qi or spiritual energy, then the true energy of the Xiantian skill and the free and easy wandering technique, upon being transformed by the martial soul, becomes akin to Do Qi or spiritual energy. Therefore, these techniques can be regarded as methods for cultivating Do Qi or refining energy. If cultivating soul power can lead one to Douluo, then cultivating Do Qi should enable one to reach the Dosheng level. Since one can awaken their martial soul, Does that mean the cultivation of soul power directly bypasses the realm of soul strength, starting instead from the soul master level, which is analogous to the Dough fighter level? As for the comparison to energy refinement and cultivation, I find it rather challenging. Nonetheless, I now comprehend everything. No wonder Tang San was able to ascend to divinity through the Xiantian skill, as his internal energy was transformed into soul power after the awakening of his martial soul, thus shifting the focus of his cultivation from internal energy to soul power. Chapter 24. The Student Council. As days passed at the DouluoDalu Academy, aside from attending classes, Ma Hongjun's schedule was filled to the brim, as he had much to practice. He needed to cultivate his soul power, enhance his mental strength, develop his flying abilities, refine his Tai Chi, and train his soul skills. He did not think that merely resting would suffice. He also needed to learn from Tang San about techniques such as the Xian Jade Hand, Control Crane Seizing Dragon, Ghostly Shadow Displacement, and the use of hidden weapons. Among others, the Xiantian skill and the Purple Extreme Demon Eye required no additional training. These two references sufficed. Understanding the Xiantian skill provided him with clearer direction for his future cultivation of the free and easy wandering technique, which he realized he need not manage personally. The Violet Extreme Magic Eye conflicts with the Tai Chi visualization method he must cultivate. However, it also presents certain advantages. He can directly utilize the yin-yang energy from the Sun and Moon Tai Chi diagram within his celestial heart, adhering to the cultivation method of the Violet Extreme Magic Eye. The technique remains unchanged. Only the required energy has shifted. Therefore, Ma Hongjun has dubbed it the yin-yang eye. Tang San finds this name rather pedestrian and suggests alternatives such as the Sun-Moon Divine Eye or the Magic Eye, or at the very least, the yin-yang Magic Eye or Divine Eye, all of which sound more appealing than the yin-yang eye. Yet, Ma Hongjun prefers the straightforwardness of his chosen name, content with his own preference. Moreover, cultivating the yin-yang eye does not impose the same restrictions as the Violet Extreme Magic Eye, as it requires the energy of the yin-yang fish from the Sun and Moon Tai Chi diagram. Of course, if Ma Hongjun chooses not to practice the Tai Chi visualization technique, he can also harness the morning's purple energy and the moonlight to cultivate the yin-yang eye, which would be more beneficial than relying solely on the energy of the yin-yang fish. As such, Ma Hongjun adjusted his cultivation schedule to alternate between the two methods daily. Additionally, Tang San strongly encourages Ma Hongjun to learn the craft of forging hidden weapons, essentially blacksmithing, as it would be a waste not to utilize such exceptional flames. However, Ma Hongjun is quite reluctant. His training schedule is already packed, and he must also practice combat experience with San Wu. How could he possibly find time to forge weapons? Assisting Tang San in tending the forge might be more feasible. Nevertheless, Tang San's persistent persuasion eventually sways Ma Hongjun to comply. Having agreed to learn, Ma Hongjun requests Tang San to teach him swordsmanship. He muses that flying through the air while wielding a long sword would certainly be preferable to engaging in close combat unarmed. Moreover, having acquired the skill of forging, could he not forge his own sword? Tang San, albeit reluctantly, teaches Ma Hongjun a set of wind and thunder sword techniques, characterized by grace akin to a gentle breeze and swiftness reminiscent of a thunderclap, blending softness and strength, much like his practice of Tai Chi. Upon inquiry, he discovers that the wind and thunder sword techniques are essentially derived from the Wudong sword techniques. Ma Hongjun remarks on how many of the sword maneuvers resemble those he witnessed in his previous life, specifically the Wudong Tai, Yixian Min sword, and Tai Chi sword. It turns out that the wind and thunder sword techniques were imparted by an old Wudong friend of a Tang sect elder, explaining why Tang San is adept in Wudong's martial arts. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun realizes he has developed a slight aversion to Xiao Wu. One might wonder why a soul beast in rabbit form, arriving in the human realm, fails to engage in proper cultivation, instead opting for frivolous antics and mischief. How carefree can one be? Truly, she embodies the essence of a rabbit, bounding joyfully, yet falling swiftly into trouble. Had she not later secured a powerful ally, she would have certainly faced dire consequences in the years to come. However, since she is his companion and a source of combat experience, he cannot simply disregard her. Thus, one day, Ma Hongjun proposes to Xiao Wu, as the leader of Nodding Academy, "I have an idea for you. Would you care to listen? What is it? If it's entertaining, I'm all ears." Xiao Wu replies eagerly. Ma Hongjun smirks slightly, acknowledging her exuberance, yet he continues to articulate his thoughts. "Xiao Wu, look, since you are the leader of the academy, how about we establish a student council at Nodding Academy? You could be the president, while Xiao San and I serve as your aides, along with Xiao Chunyu, Ling Feng, Wang Sheng, and Lu Long as your 4 committee members. All of us working together for the brighter future of Nodding Academy. What do you think?" Ma Hongjun proposed, reminiscing about the student council from his past life. A student council? What is that? It sounds like forming a gang, which could be quite entertaining. Xiao Hong, Tell me how it works, Xiao Wu replied, playfully sticking out her tongue at Ma Hongjun. A shiver ran through Ma Hongjun. He was tempted to unleash a burst of phoenix fire on her, wanting her to experience the dazzling wrath of his fiery temperament. What the heck, Xiaohong? If you can't speak properly, just remain silent. I'll pretend you're mute. However, he decided to endure, knowing that if he lost his temper and struck Xiao Wu, Tang San would surely intervene. Currently, his blue-silver grass was impervious to the flames of his phoenix purple fire. No, that would only invite trouble from the duo of San Wu. Besides, they are still not even 7 years old. That would be quite unbecoming. Let's just let it go. However, that is not the case. Allow me to explain. This council is not about forming a gang, but rather uniting all students, fostering mutual growth and collective learning. We could organize student council members, under the supervision of academy teachers, to hold monthly competitions. The top 3 performers would receive rewards from the academy. We could also arrange for members to engage in cultural knowledge learning, soul skill development, physical training, combat experience exchange, and discussions on how to cultivate soul power. Among other interests, everyone can find peers with similar hobbies to learn together. The most intriguing aspect would be the monthly competitions. Not only can you earn rewards, but you also get to engage in combat, and it's completely legitimate. The academy teachers would commend you for your victories instead of reprimanding you. What do you think? Wow, that sounds like so much fun. Xiao San, what do you think of Xiaohan's proposal? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement evident. She was particularly drawn by the prospect of engaging in combat every month. Tang San cast a surprised glance at his senior brother, reflecting on how Ma Hongjun truly embodied the vibrant thinking of the modern information explosion era. After some contemplation, he found the proposal quite appealing. I think it's a splendid idea, and I have no objections. But will the academy agree? Xiao San, Xiao Wu, trust me, the academy will undoubtedly approve. Ma Hongjun smiled confidently, recalling the student council from his past life, feeling assured that it was a sure thing. Xiao Wu agreed with Xiaohan's proposal, but wondered if Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu would also consent. I'm a little uncertain about what my role as Xiao Wu entails, she admitted. Ma Hongjun sighed, realizing that Xiao Wu's understanding was rather limited. You are the leader of the entire academy. They will naturally follow your lead. Moreover, this initiative is beneficial for everyone, and only a fool would oppose it. Tang San wholeheartedly agreed with Ma Hongjun's perspective. Not only was Xiao Wu the leader of the academy, but the student council also provided an opportunity for Wang Sheng and his peers to earnestly seek guidance from Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, which would undoubtedly incite their fervent efforts to get involved. Observing Xiao Wu's understanding, Ma Hongjun continued, very well. I hereby announce the official establishment of the inaugural student council of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu shall serve as the first president, with you, Tang San, as the blue envoy, and I, Ma Hongjun, as the phoenix envoy. Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, and the others will be the 4 principal committee members, while the remaining students will be council members. We will meticulously plan the details at a later time. The negotiations with the academy will be handled by Tang San and me, while you, Xiao Wu, will inform Wang Sheng and the others. As Ma Hongjun concluded, Xiao Wu dashed off like a gust of wind to find Wang Sheng and his companions, while Ma Hongjun took Tang San to the dean's office to seek Su Fei. You wish to establish a student council? In no time, thanks to the swift agility of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, they arrived at the dean's office. Upon stating their intent, Su Fei confirmed, elaborate on the specific processes. If they benefit the academy and the students, I shall grant my approval. Ma Hongjun began to elucidate the intricacies of the student council. Although he had not directly managed such an initiative, he had garnered considerable knowledge from his previous academic experiences. Quite commendable, indeed, Su Fei responded. I approve of this idea. I will convene a meeting with the faculty shortly to announce it. As for the rewards for the monthly competitions, I can only provide incentives for the top 5 students, 5 gold soul coins for the first place, 4 for the second, and so forth. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's proposal, Su Fei recognized its potential to significantly enhance student engagement and found no reason to oppose it. The academy could easily bear the costs of the competition rewards. Should he present this initiative to the kingdom and the empire, the rewards from them would sufficiently cover the expenses for the students. In the ensuing 2 days, aside from attending classes and training, Ma Hongjun led Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, and others around the city to procure items and set up for the opening ceremony. After Xiao Wu energetically shared the student council plans with Xiao Qinyu and the others, they promptly agreed. By that evening, the news had spread throughout the entire student body. Before long, the 3rd day arrived, and the opening ceremony was adorned with considerable grandeur, drawing inspiration from the formats of previous ceremonies in Ma Hongjun's past life. The cost of living in this world, apart from items required by soul masters, bore a striking resemblance to reality, allowing them to acquire everything necessary for the event. including fruits for the faculty and guests, at a mere expenditure of 4 or 5 gold soul coins. This was particularly reasonable, given that most attendees were soul masters and thus opted for high-quality goods. Although Xiao Wu, being financially constrained, could not bear this cost, Tang San was more than capable. Yet Su Fei generously offered to reimburse them. Indeed, this is quite normal. 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 1,000 yuan, thus it is not a trivial amount. The opening ceremony commenced, with the first item being a speech by the Dean of Nodding Academy, Su Fei, who eloquently encouraged the students to strive diligently. Upon learning that joining the student council would allow them to engage in monthly exchanges with other academy members, with the top 5 receiving at least 1 gold soul coin as a reward, the enthusiasm of all students was ignited. The second item featured a speech from the student council president, Xiao Wu. The script had been meticulously prepared by Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu displayed no signs of stage fright. Rather, her face flushed with excitement. Guests were taken aback to discover that the president of the student council was an adorable girl of just over 6 years old. Their astonishment grew upon learning that she had defeated all her peers within the academy, earning her the title of the leader of Nodding Academy. Although their thoughts remained unspoken, they openly praised Xiao Wu as an exceptional and talented young girl. The flood of compliments only heightened Xiao Wu's excitement, causing her rabbit ears to perk up with delight. The third item involved speeches from the student council's representatives and the 4 committee members, who provided a detailed introduction to the council's functions and the responsibilities each member would undertake moving forward. The fourth item, the inaugural Student Council Soul Master Exchange Competition, was the centerpiece of the event, as this is a world governed by strength. Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for words, aware that although they had the means to purchase bedding, they tacitly avoided discussing it. Thus, the trio shared a single bed and blanket. This circumstance often provided Ma Hongjun with ample opportunities to jest at Tang San, who found himself unable to counter such teasing. In the competition, the second-place finishers, Tang San and Ma Hongjun, ended in a tie, each deliberately concealing their true abilities. They only utilized their martial souls and soul skills, with Ma Hongjun not even attempting to soar into the sky, while Tang San refrained from employing the blue-silver stargrass for whips and strangulation, opting instead for mere entanglement. The third place was claimed by Ling Feng, followed by Xiao Qinyu in 4th and Lu Long in 5th, indicating that Wang Xing needed to exert more effort, as he was the only commoner among the 4 committee members. Nevertheless, Wang Xing firmly maintained his 6th-place position, albeit without any reward. The 5th and final item involved Dean Su Fei presenting awards and delivering a closing speech, expressing gratitude to the attending guests. Thus, the refreshing opening ceremony of the first student council at Nodding Academy came to an end. Master also attended as a guest, from the preparatory stages to the ceremony itself. He had been aware of the proceedings. However, instead of opposing them, he encouraged Ma Hongjun and Tang San to manage the event well, recognizing that it would hone their social and managerial skills. Chapter 25. Breakthrough of Mental Strength. After the establishment of the student council, Xiao Wu indeed ceased to intrude upon Ma Hongjun's time idly, allowing him greater freedom to pursue his own endeavors. Observing the gradual transformation of Xiao Wu into a more earnest individual, Ma Hongjun set aside any lingering reservations he had, finding her newfound demeanor to be exceedingly endearing. On that clear morning, after completing his Tai Chi visualization practice, Ma Hongjun's expression suddenly brightened. He beheld once again the dynamic Tai Chi diagram and swirling energy within his dantian, alongside the flowing soul power within his governing meridians. At that moment, Ma Hongjun realized that his mental fortitude had reached a level where introspection was possible. This indicated that his soul had grown stronger, nourished by the essence of the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram. The success of his Tai Chi visualization was serendipitous. Although he had attempted to impart this technique to Tang San, Master, and Xiao Wu, none succeeded. Consequently, they opted to visualize their own martial spirits, which led to their triumphant achievements. Ma Hongjun himself was perplexed by this outcome. When he consulted Tang San, he was met with equal confusion, leaving the matter unresolved. Subsequently, the master revised his meditation practice, successfully opening his dantian, thus ceasing the storage of soul power within the meridians. Remarkably, he discovered that his cultivation speed had accelerated. Marveling at the profundity of the dantian method, the concept of the dantian is fundamental and uncontroversial. Xiao Wu's soul power is likewise stored within her dantian. Practicing the master's modified meditation technique, with a strengthened soul and a breakthrough in mental power, Ma Hongjun's consciousness once again descended into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Here, tranquility persisted as always, with a 3-meter-long, 2-meter wingspan crimson fire phoenix quietly resting in the sea of consciousness. Its head was nestled within its plumage, resembling a small bird in a deep slumber. A sudden realization dawned upon Ma Hongjun. This was the typical state of a beast martial spirit, falling into a deep sleep when not in use. He perceived this form as somewhat akin to an incarnation, and given the inherent connection between himself and his martial spirit. Upon returning to this space, he felt that the martial spirit was like another version of himself, albeit without a physical form, soul, or consciousness. He discovered that commanding his martial spirit required merely a thought. Thus, deep within the sea of consciousness, the 2-meter-winged fire phoenix soared gracefully, twisting and turning, even executing flips. After some time of playful exploration, Ma Hongjun grew weary of the amusement and conceived an intriguing idea. Since the fire phoenix lacked a soul, could his consciousness inhabit its form? It was worth a try. Ma Hongjun directed his intent toward the phoenix's head. Bang! He was repelled. At this moment, Ma Hongjun finally recognized the issue. It wasn't that the fire phoenix was ordinary, but rather that he had failed to establish communication with it. He began to relentlessly channel his mental energy towards the fire phoenix, attempting to penetrate its essence with his thoughts, only to be rebuffed time and again. Suddenly, he grasped the master's words. Once he could allow his consciousness to enter the fire phoenix, he would have achieved the communication with his martial spirit that the master had spoken of. Previously, he had only been able to issue commands due to their innate connection, allowing for possession during battle, yet he truly understood neither the spirit's nature nor the means of interaction. Refinement was not a process to be hastily accomplished, and thus Ma Hongjun paused after some time. Next, he directed his intent to guide his martial spirit out of the depths of the sea of consciousness. Under Ma Hongjun's mental guidance, the fire phoenix emerged from its place of slumber, soaring towards the heart of the heavens, a portal within the sea of consciousness. This time, there were no unforeseen complications. The fire phoenix soared through the air and soon arrived at the Tianxin Xiao cave. However, the next challenge was how to integrate the martial spirit with the soul power, leaving Ma Hongjun in a quandary. Let us give it a try, he thought. And with that, he issued the command. The fire phoenix transformed into a streak of light, and, under Ma Hongjun's anxious gaze, dove into the yang eye of the Taiji diagram. Watching the fire phoenix successfully merge with the yang eye, resembling a chick yet to break free from its shell, Ma Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. It was a close call, and fortunately, no issues had arisen. Yet, Ma Hongjun soon found himself bewildered again. He realized that while the fire phoenix would follow the movement of the Taiji diagram and leave the yang eye to merge into the other half, the yin fish, it showed no inclination to enter the yin eye at all. After all, it was a fire phoenix, its energy properties entirely opposite to those of the yin eye. How could it possibly venture within? Faced with this predicament, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of helplessness and decided to let the fire phoenix dive back into the yang eye. As the soul power flowed through the ren and du meridians, it would first enter the yang eye, then proceed to the yang fish. The yang generates yin, leading into the yin eye and then to the yin fish. A portion would exit from the yin fish, continuing its circulation along the ren and du meridians, while another portion, through the yin generating yang, would re-enter the yang eye, following the cyclical dance of the sun and moon within the Taiji. In this light, the fire phoenix residing in the yang eye was indeed in harmony with the flow of soul power. Moreover, since the yang eye was born from the yin fish, despite the influx of soul power from the du meridian, the energy within the yang eye remained remarkably gentle, possessing boundless vitality, thus making it an ideal nurturing ground to enhance the fire phoenix's martial spirit. Furthermore, as the soul power nourished and strengthened it, it was akin to Ma Hongjun refining his martial spirit. Seeing that everything was proceeding smoothly, Ma Hongjun chose to leave it be. As the soul power continued its circulation, he found himself in the Huangting space, where he noticed that the once shallow blue pond had transformed into a vast body of water. However, the substance of the pond was more akin to vapor than liquid, as Ma Hongjun's soul power had yet to reach the magnitude necessary for condensation into a fluid state. Upon the illusory surface of the azure sea of soul power floated a third-grade blue lotus, also formed from soul power and thus ethereal in nature. Observing the sinister flame atop the lotus, he noted that it had grown significantly, nearly covering the entire lotus platform. Ma Hongjun understood how to handle this situation. Compression and refinement would suffice. This was not a difficult task for him, given his recent breakthrough in spiritual power. Enveloping the sinister flame with his consciousness, he found that since it had already been refined, it did not disturb his emotions. Ma Hongjun commenced the process of compressing and refining the sinister flame. As he continued to apply pressure, the colorless, transparent sinister flame gradually began to change, transforming into a faint white hue, its temperature rising significantly. Time passed unmeasured, and only a small, milky white flame remained on the lotus platform, quietly burning with intense heat. devoid of anything else. Ma Hongjun focused intently on this small flame and, after a moment's contemplation, controlled a strand of soul power to merge with the milky white flame. To his delight, there was no rejection. Instead, the flame absorbed the soul power, growing in strength, while the soul power itself appeared to become even more refined under the scorching embrace of the milky white fire. Remarkably, it truly worked. In the depths of his heart, Ma Hongjun gasped, increasingly convinced that he had found himself in an incongruous realm. As he intently sensed the transformation of his finger bones, he discerned that they appeared even more pristine than before. This alteration rendered him speechless. Was this not the essence of bone refinement? Coupled with the recent tempering of his soul power, the attributes of this flame had become undeniably apparent. The fire ignites from the heart, refining both the essence and the bones. Let it be, he thought. I shall henceforth refer to this malevolent flame as the fallen heart flame. After all, Master has already renamed the evil fire phoenix to the ethereal fire phoenix. Since this sinister flame exhibits effects akin to the fallen heart flame, it is only fitting to adopt this nomenclature. Is your purpose solely to extract the fallen heart flame from my soul power? Ma Hongjun mused, and it certainly appeared to be so. But what of the phoenix purple fire that remained intertwined with his soul power? Yet, a new epiphany struck him. The transformation of his soul power into flame was, in truth, the phoenix purple fire itself. Thus, the phoenix fire would not burn independently within him. In essence, as his soul power continually refined and sublimated, it was indeed the manifestation of the phoenix purple fire. Furthermore, was the purplish-red sea of flames within his life gate not the inherent soul power bestowed upon him by the awakening of the ethereal fire phoenix? It was merely that he had already cultivated soul power prior, leading to that energy being stored within his life gate. What magnitude of power did that energy possess, which posed a threat to his life? Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether his thoughts were accurate. They might be wrong, or perhaps they were indeed correct. However, he was resolute in his belief that once he fully refined the purplish-red sea of flames within his life gate, the soul power within his dantian would likely transform into a sea of flames akin to molten lava. The fire attribute purple soul power currently residing in his dantian was merely the initial stage of transformation. With this contemplation, Ma Hongjun positioned the fallen heart flame within the yang eye of the Taiji diagram, allowing it to simultaneously absorb soul power to grow stronger while continuously burning and refining both his martial spirit and soul power. As his soul power circulated throughout his body, it would also achieve the effect of tempering essence and refining bones. Moreover, a portion of the soul power within the yang eye of the Taiji was drawn from the life gate, mingled with the malevolent fire, which was perfectly absorbed by the fallen heart flame, as it was the precursor to it. Simultaneously, as the fallen heart flame ignited, it would refine the soul power as well. Ma Hongjun could not ascertain whether it was merely an illusion, but as he persistently practiced, he noticed the cyclone within his dantian diminishing, while the Taiji diagram expanded, as if the latter were absorbing the former. Yet, he paid little heed to this phenomenon. The Taiji diagram was inherently formed from two distinct natures of soul power. Should it completely absorb the cyclone, it would signify that the energy properties within his dantian had become even more stable. Before he realized it, a day had passed, and Tang San, observing his deep cultivation, had requested leave from his morning class with their teacher. Simultaneously, the master instructed Ma Hongjun to visit his office once he awakened from his practice. Chapter 26. Martial Spirit and Soul Rings. Of course, Tang San could not possibly go alone to the master's chamber. Where Tang San went, Xiao Wu, his intimate companion, would surely follow. As a result, what was initially a solitary endeavor transformed into a trio of companions: Hongjun, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu, all of them present. Upon arriving at the master's dormitory, he was somewhat taken aback to find the three young ones present, yet it was within the realm of reason and expectation. It was no secret to the master that Xiao Wu, the confidant of Tang San, was among them. Indeed, the revelation regarding Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu sharing a bed had surfaced. However, despite this, the two had not opted for separate sleeping arrangements. In the world of Douluo, due to the enhancement of their physiques by their martial souls, individuals generally matured more swiftly, both physically and emotionally. In typical households, males around the age of 10 were often capable of marrying and starting families. The master observed with a hint of nostalgia, as the young boys and girls had grown to heights of about 1.30 meter or 40 in just half a year, reflecting on the virtues of youth. Hongjun, please share your training progress with us, the master inquired, nodding at the trio. With Flandra absent, and given his close relationship with the elder Flandra, the master felt a sense of responsibility towards Ma Hongjun. He regarded him much like he did Tang San. As for Xiao Wu, who seemed to embody the role of a childhood bride to Tang San, the master treated her with equal consideration. Given the current trajectory, it was evident to the seasoned master that Xiao Wu would, without a doubt, become Tang San's partner, a conclusion he had already drawn. Yet, it seemed that only the two, Tang San and Xiao Wu, remained oblivious to this unfolding reality. Ma Hongjun commenced recounting his training experiences, viewing the master as a close friend and brother to his teacher. In the absence of his instructor, the master, akin to an uncle, was no different from the teacher himself. Ma Hongjun expressed that while the master's prowess may not be particularly high, he was still more dependable and pedagogically adept than Flandra. However, when it came to the intricacies of flight for soul masters, the master lacked the requisite experience to impart, which solidified the reason why Ma Hongjun was Flandra's disciple. He was the inheritor of Flandra's lifelong insights and experiences, something no one could substitute for the true essence of a flying soul master. After listening to Ma Hongjun, the master nodded in understanding, a hint of wry amusement gracing his features as he remarked, "Do you truly believe that communicating with your martial soul is so simple? Nonetheless, the term refinement you used is indeed a department. Your approach is not incorrect. I had intended to wait until your mental strength had reached a breakthrough to disclose this to you. By refining with your mental energy, you essentially acquire a phoenix body. Subsequently, when you combine this with your soul power to refine the phoenix body, the fallen heart flame and the phoenix purple flame will no longer pose a threat to you. Moreover, while you are refining your martial soul with your soul power, you are simultaneously enhancing its quality, which will undoubtedly require considerable time. However, the success of my research with you is merely a matter of time, and results should manifest within a year or two. Now, I will guide you on the next steps to take, to prevent any reckless actions that might cause us undue worry. Yet, I require you three to promise me that whatever I share next will remain confidential unless I grant permission to disclose it." The master's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. The three nodded, sensing that the theories the master was about to unveil could potentially revolutionize the understanding of the world. With a fervent expression reminiscent of a zealot, the master spoke with fervor upon the complete mastery of his martial soul. The next step for Tang Hongjun is to utilize his mental energy to capture the connection between the soul ring and the martial soul, subsequently refining the soul ring with both mental and soul energy, transforming it into a soul ring that wholly belongs to his martial soul. "Isn't the soul ring inherently a part of the martial soul?" Tang San inquired, his confusion mirrored by Ma Wu and the others. The master shook his head and responded, "Allow me to elucidate. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, it is to attach the soul ring to their martial soul, thereby enabling a breakthrough of limitations and the release of soul skills." Noting the bewildered expressions on Ma, Tang, and Wu's faces, the master continued, "However, the function of a soul ring extends beyond this. It serves as a mechanism that sustains the existence of soul skills. This is precisely why soul rings of greater age possess more formidable soul skills. Nonetheless, the soul energy contained within a soul ring is not abundant, as the surplus energy is absorbed by the soul master during the absorption process. The remaining energy within the soul ring is essentially to maintain the operation of the soul skills, akin to the specific pathways prescribed in our current cultivation methods. Unlike these methods, the operational pathways of soul skills are pre-installed within the soul rings, allowing for immediate release upon the infusion of soul energy. Of course, if a soul master possesses sufficient mental strength to perceive the trajectory of soul energy within the soul ring, their grasp of the soul skills will be markedly more adept, far surpassing mere proficiency gained through repeated usage. This is akin to understanding not only the what but also the why behind the phenomenon. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that soul skills bore a resemblance to the spells and incantations they were familiar with. However, this query had to be temporarily set aside as they focused on the master's teachings. This step is particularly arduous for soul masters, as many are incapable of even perceiving their own martial soul with mental energy, let alone fathoming the soul rings attached to it. The three nodded in agreement, acknowledging their own struggles to locate their martial souls within, having only been able to utilize them. Prior to his breakthrough in mental energy, Ma Hongjun had faced similar challenges as the others. "It is akin to the cup before me. You can see it and utilize it. Yet when asked to connect with it through consciousness, you find it elusive." As the master gestured toward the cup on his desk, the trio nodded, appreciating the vividness of his analogy. Thus, only by enhancing one's mental energy and deepening the connection with the martial soul, essentially refining the martial soul, can one progress. Following the success of this step, the next phase involves perceiving the soul ring with mental energy, and then refining it using both mental and soul energy. The objective is to transform the soul ring into one that is intrinsically linked to the martial soul, allowing the soul skills to become innate abilities rather than mere attachments. Once a soul master has refined a soul ring, it will evolve in tandem with the master's strength, adapting to become the most suitable soul ring aligned with their personal limits, thus becoming a growth-oriented soul ring. For instance, when you reach the rank of soul master, your initial 2 soul rings will automatically upgrade to 1,000-year soul rings, with their ages adjusting to align with your current capabilities. Teacher, is this truly possible? Ma Tangwu swallowed hard, a hint of disbelief in his eyes, as Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. The master, with a confident smile, replied, in the past, I merely proposed these theories. However, many spirit masters lack the mental fortitude to provide me with a theoretical foundation, leaving everything to my conjectures. As he spoke, the master fixed his piercing gaze upon Ma Hongjun. He gestured towards San Wu and himself. The trio of Ma Tangwu nodded laboriously. Indeed, they had already begun to tread this path. After all, what was the purpose of diligently cultivating their mental powers, if not to enhance their strength? Besides, trying it posed no risk. Master, what is the essence of how spirit rings are formed? In other words, how exactly are spirit rings created? Ma Hongjun inquired, scratching his nose with a smile. Hongjun, why do you ask this? The master responded, a hint of regret in his smile. Isn't it because you have developed the theory of growable spirit rings, which is on the verge of becoming a reality? Thus, I ponder whether by understanding the essence of spirit ring formation, we could potentially create our own spirit rings without the need to hunt spirit beasts. After all, spirit beasts evolve slowly, while spirit masters only require a few decades. This practice is tantamount to draining the swamp dry. Furthermore, spirit beasts are living beings, and high-level spirit beasts possess intelligence that rivals that of humans. They are sentient beings, and I believe in the equality of all creatures. The current methods are excessively unfair and cruel to spirit beasts, Ma Hongjun lamented. What? You wish to create your own spirit ring? Your idea is intriguing. Yet you, who relish consuming spirit beasts, do you truly have the right to voice such sentiments about equality among beings? The master, astonished by Ma Hongjun's thoughts, jested lightly. At that moment, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Ma Hongjun transformed dramatically, shimmering with a remarkable brilliance. However, upon hearing the master mention Ma Hongjun's fondness for consuming spirit beasts, her expression swiftly shifted to one of indignation. Tang San, too, was taken aback. While he empathized with spirit beasts, he had never contemplated the notion of creating one's own spirit ring. Perhaps this delineated the divergence between modern and ancient mindsets. Modern individuals are often more inclined towards innovative thinking. After all, they grew up under the red flag, believing in science and understanding the world, unlike their ancient counterparts who were more prone to adhere to conventions. Tang San teasingly remarked, indeed, you sympathize with spirit beasts. Perhaps you fear that if they are all hunted, you will have nothing left to eat. Ma Hongjun awkwardly scratched his nose in response. Is that even comparable? The law of nature dictates survival of the fittest. Spirit beasts hunt one another as well. Therefore, I do not believe there is anything wrong with my fondness for consuming spirit beasts. If we could indeed create our own spirit rings in the future, the relationship between humans and spirit beasts would become one of mutual predation. With all beings being equal, I eat spirit beasts. And should I one day be overpowered and consumed by one, I would harbor no grievances. After all, if we are all destined to be consumed, what is there to argue about? My only sympathy lies with the injustice faced by spirit beasts in this world. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. All creatures should exist as equals. However, as for the spirit beasts that I cherish, I do not consume them, and for those that I relish, unless they can transform into a human, I believe I would still prefer to indulge. But what if the spirit beast you adore were to become human? Xiao Wu inquired from the side, her tone tinged with a peculiar intrigue. Ma Hongjun's thoughts elicited both affection and disdain from her, and his reasoning, though sound, piqued her curiosity about his perspective on shape-shifting spirit beasts. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun replied, if it were an adversary, they must either relinquish their vendetta or seek vengeance. If there were no animosity, then for a male spirit beast, if acquainted, we could either be friends or mere acquaintances. As for a female spirit beast, if she were beautiful, I might consider a different approach, such as marrying her or taking her as a concubine. If she were less than attractive, she would merely be an acquaintance. Chapter 27. The Essence of Spirit Rings. Tang San felt as though he had been caught in the crossfire, though the situation felt rather peculiar. Brother Hongjun, your tastes are rather intense. You even spare no thought for female spirit beasts. Moreover, why would you consider marrying a female spirit beast in relation to me? Tang San expressed his bewilderment, unsure how he had become entangled in this discourse. You are the male here. I have heard that when spirit beasts transform into humans, they are indistinguishable from people. How can one even differentiate between male and female? Xiao Wu retorted, unrelenting in her defense of Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger, uncertain whether Ma Hongjun held an appetite for rabbits. If he did, her identity would be in jeopardy, thus she must ensure he never discovers it. Ah, my apologies, junior brother Tang. I did not mean you. Let me rephrase that. Marrying her as a concubine. Ma Hongjun awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose, hastily clarifying to Tang San. Yet, this explanation only served to imply the notion of Tang San as a third party. Junior San, ha 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 ha. So Junior San means concubine, ha? Xiao Wu laughed. Undeterred by Tang San's dangerous glare directed at Ma Hongjun, while Tang San, in exasperation, issued a silent warning to Xiao Wu. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wu remained unfazed by Tang San's threatening demeanor, unable to suppress her laughter. All right, let us not dwell on this. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Ma Hongjun quickly sought to mediate the situation, realizing that if this continued, the flames of conflict would inevitably engulf him. He decisively employed the art of shifting the topic. Do not perceive my tastes as excessive. I have encountered many such precedents in the stories I have shared with you. For instance, by Nyangzi and Su Xian. This spirit master once saved a 100,000-year-old white serpent, which later transformed into Bai Nyangzi to express her gratitude, and they lived happily together. There is also Nye Shaoqian and Ning Kaichen. This spirit master rescued a 100,000-year-old ghost beast from an evil spirit beast, which later transformed into Nye Shaoqian to repay the favor. Furthermore, there is the sword master Luo Shi, who nurtured a spirit beast, a worm named Tang Bao, which accidentally consumed rare treasures and became human. They too lived happily ever after. Additionally, tales of white foxes, mermaids, dragon knights like Lu Yi, Xiao Yin with the devouring serpent, and the relationships between humans and plants, and between humans and rabbits, are abundant in literature. Do not mistake my taste for being overly intense. Should one transform into a human, I perceive no substantial difference. These predecessors serve as evidence that one can indeed indulge in matters of the heart. However, brother Ma Hongjun, those are merely tales. How can one take stories to heart? Tang San remarked with a hint of resignation, determined to challenge Ma Hongjun's worldview. Inwardly, Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes at Tang San, thinking to himself, your mother is akin to the blue-silver grass, and your future wife resembles a rabbit. You hold no authority to criticize me. Xiao Wu sensed a strange familiarity in the exchange, as if it were a conversation between a person and a rabbit. Yet she was certain she had not revealed her identity in front of Ma Hongjun. In reality, he was overthinking. Ma Hongjun was referring to Hu Meinyang and Su Shilin, as well as the Jade Rabbit and Tang San. Are you not curious about the essence of how soul rings are formed? Allow me to elaborate, Master said. Noticing that the attention of Ma, Tang, and Wu had indeed shifted. A soul ring is comprised of the entirety of a soul beast's soul power and a fragment of its soul, with the soul power being the most crucial element. For the soul is synonymous with mental energy. Now, do you three have any further questions? If not, you may return to your training, the master concluded. Preparing to dismiss them. Master, is there anything that can substitute for the soul power of a soul beast in the formation of a soul ring? Tang San pondered and inquired further. Indeed, according to ancient records, extraordinary beasts from the primordial era, upon their demise, condense into inner elixirs. Soul masters can refine these to obtain soul rings, such as the Snow Maiden, the Fiery Sun Serpent, the Heavy Bright Bird, the Kuei Nyo, the Gluttonous Beast, the Azure Scale Serpent King, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, among others, the master explained. Inner elixir? Tang San appeared perplexed. Wasn't this a world of martial souls and soul rings? How did inner elixirs come into play? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, suddenly realizing that, along his journey, he had indeed obtained a soul ring through some form of inner elixir. He vaguely remembered transforming multiple heads of his martial soul, though the specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun kept this in mind. He would never allow his phoenix to be transformed into such an unappealing form. Have you heard of inner elixirs? Ma Hongjun inquired, noticing the expressions on Ma and Tang's faces, as if they were familiar with the concept. Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjun, who nodded, beginning to weave another tale. Yes, I have heard of them. The cultivation legacy I received mentioned them, and I assumed it was mere jest, only to discover its truth, he replied. Oh, pray tell. What was said? The master, intrigued, quickly retrieved a notebook, eager to document this newfound knowledge. Having already witnessed the extraordinary nature of the cultivation legacies acquired by Ma and Tang, Ma Hongjun contemplated how best to convey this using the terminology of their world, ensuring the master would comprehend. It seems to suggest that the inner elixir is formed from life essence, which is the culmination of vitality, spirit, and energy. Essence refers to the fundamental energy that constitutes the physical body, manifesting as vitality or blood energy in daily life. For instance, the potent life force of my phoenix fire exemplifies this essence. She is akin to the true energy I previously spoke of with Tang San. Comparable to soul power, spirit represents the soul and mental energy. Now, upon hearing your explanation, Master, it appears that inner elixirs and soul rings share quite a few similarities. It is well known that both soul masters and soul beasts possess varying levels of soul energy within them. The fundamental reason for this disparity lies in the fact that their soul energy is influenced by their own martial soul, which transforms internal energy into soul power. Subsequently, they absorb external soul energy, which relates to the essence of their being. Since soul power is cultivated through meditation and is inherently connected to one's martial soul, it is inevitably affected by individual will and spirit, thus intertwining with the divine. Furthermore, the martial soul is intrinsically linked to one's essence and spirit. The stronger the spirit, the higher the innate soul power generated upon awakening the martial soul. Upon reflection, it appears that soul rings are akin to alternative inner elixirs, while inner elixirs might also resemble soul rings. As Ma Hongjun spoke, he experienced a moment of clarity. The master quickly noted down Ma Hongjun's insights, nodding in understanding. This perspective is indeed profound. The inheritance you have received is extraordinary, seemingly at odds with contemporary understanding, yet resonant with the ancient beasts of primordial times. It seems that the cultivation techniques you have acquired are remnants from that era. Given the nature of your practices, it appears that the cultivation realm of the primordial times was exceptionally flourishing, a time one can only long for, though regrettably out of reach. With a gaze filled with yearning, the master imagined the origins of Ma and Tang's cultivation methods. The two exchanged glances, realizing the significance of this ancient lineage of practices. The master nodded seriously and continued. Hongjun, you grasp the essence well. The spirit, energy, and soul of the primordial cultivation realm can perfectly elucidate the origins of innate soul power. The triad of essence, soul power, and spirit is integral. One can only wonder how prosperous the cultivation landscape must have been to yield such insightful theories. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ma and Tang exchanged quick glances, prompting Tang San to excuse themselves, fearing they would be at a loss for words if the conversation continued, as the master seemed quite captivated by their ideas. However, considering the master's remarks about soul beasts condensing inner elixirs, it is likely that practitioners of that era were not referred to as soul masters. Their cultivation methods bore a striking resemblance to various techniques. Likewise, soul beasts may not have been termed as such, but rather as extraordinary or mystical beasts. Well then, off you go. The master, without lifting his eyes, continued jotting down notes. As Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the others were about to depart the master's quarters, he called out to them once more. Wait, is there something else, master? The three paused, turning back in confusion, with Tang San inquiring. The master nodded. Hongjun, I heard from Tang San that you have already reached level 18, correct? Indeed, master, replied Ma Hongjun. After a moment of contemplation, the master continued. Your rapid cultivation speed is concerning. It may hinder your ability to master your own power. Your teacher and I both concur that you should moderate your pace of soul energy enhancement, aiming for a breakthrough of 1 rank every 2 to 3 months. This approach will allow you to better grasp your strength. What do you think? Upon acquiring his soul ring, Tang San initially reached level 12, yet, after a span of 6 months, he has barely progressed to nearly level 15. In contrast, Ma Hongjun, who only achieved level 10 at the time of his soul ring acquisition, has impressively risen to level 18. This remarkable advancement translates to an average of 1 level per month, a pace too rapid for comfort. Although his cultivation method mitigates the risk of instability in his foundation, it poses challenges in mastering his burgeoning strength. Both the master and Flandra find themselves in a state of helplessness, while other soul masters devise ways to enhance their abilities. They must instead compel their disciple to temper his own growth. Such is the disparity of their circumstances. Reflecting upon this, Ma Hongjun recognizes the truth in it. He feels as though he lacks sufficient time each day, primarily due to the swift enhancement of his soul power, which demands a greater allocation of his focus to manage the explosive increase. Very well, master, I shall restrain my cultivation pace, he declares. Seeing that Ma Hongjun has taken heed, the master nods in approval and continues. Indeed, my intention, shared with your teacher, is that until the deficiencies in your martial spirit are thoroughly resolved, your primary focus should remain on cultivating your mental strength, refining your body, becoming adept with your soul skills, mastering your abilities, and gaining combat experience. After all, the stronger your mental fortitude and physique, the safer you will be. Moreover, in situations where levels are comparable, skill remains exceptionally advantageous. Understood. replies Ma Hongjun. Chapter 28. The Millennium Blue Silver Grass. After departing from the master's dormitory and making his way to dormitory 7, Xiao Wu approached Ma Hongjun and, with an endearing tone, inquired, Xiao Hong, do you truly intend to create your own soul rings in the future? Startled, Ma Hongjun trembled, suppressing the urge to retaliate against Xiao Wu. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Xiao Wu, I implore you, cease calling me Xiao Hong. If you persist, I shall only feast on the tender-bodied rabbit, reputed for its exquisite taste. Such a charming creature, the spicy rabbit head must be delightful. He licked his lips deliberately after speaking. Tang San, rendered speechless. Sensed the impending exchange of barbs between the two. Frustrated, Xiao Wu stamped her foot, contemplating an attack, only to be restrained by Tang San, who grasped her braid. Xiao Wu, let it be. Your senior is, after all, a boy. What do you expect by calling him Xiao Hong every day? He has shown remarkable restraint and kindness towards you. Can't you see that under your astute guidance, he has surpassed you? If he truly unleashed his potential, I would be compelled to carry you to class daily. Xiao Wu, feeling helpless, stomped her foot in agreement. Tang San's observations held merit. Under the tutelage of both him and Tang San, Ma Hongjun had indeed become formidable. While she and Tang San were merely at level 15, Ma Hongjun had already reached level 18. Nonetheless, how can you even consider eating such a lovely rabbit? I simply find it endearing to call you Xiao Hong. If not that, then what should I call you? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and responded, do you think you can deceive me? While there is indeed an affectionate tone in your words, it is primarily your amusement that drives it. You may call me Xiao Jun or Brother Ma, either is acceptable. But I must insist you refrain from calling me Xiao Hong. If you do so again, I shall feast upon the rabbit. Such a delightful creature. The spicy rabbit head must be delectable. Xiao Wu trembled all over, realizing that Ma Hongjun indeed had a penchant for devouring little bunnies. It seemed she must conceal her true self. How despicable to eat rabbits. She would never consider marrying him. Well then, Brother Jun. It was all my fault in the past. Please do not take it to heart. Xiao Wu suddenly transformed, her voice soft and sweet, dripping with a coyness that was almost overwhelming. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San shivered simultaneously, hastily retreating toward their dormitory, leaving Xiao Wu alone in a state of disarray. From a distance, Ma Hongjun's voice echoed back, all right, I was merely jesting. Bunnies are far too adorable for me to consume. As for you, Xiao Wu, feel free to call me whatever you wish, as long as I assent little Hong. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration and quickly pursued Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Days passed in the flurry of their activities, and the training regimen underwent adjustments. At last, Ma Hongjun found himself with more time, allowing him to engage in various exercises and studies. After enduring months of pressure, he ultimately broke through to the 20th level. However, this time, Master Flandra did not arrive. For Luo San Pao possessed the abilities of a soul sect expert, Su Fei, and a soul sage, Flandra, coupled with the collaboration of Tang San and Ma Hongjun. The master was confident that he could find an appropriate soul ring for Ma Hongjun. The master was already aware of the soul ring plans that Flandra and Ma Hongjun had initially devised. After conducting a thorough examination of Ma Hongjun's physique, he discovered that it could withstand a soul ring of roughly 900 years. Therefore, for the sake of Ma Hongjun's well-being, the master ultimately resolved to seek a soul ring of over 1,000 years from the blue silver grass, as he was aware of its location. Generally, soul masters overlooked blue silver grass, but Ma Hongjun valued it highly. Flandra and Yu had deliberated deeply and concluded that Ma Hongjun's considerations were quite reasonable. Although he would not acquire an offensive soul skill, the resilient vitality of the blue silver grass should provide him with a commendable amplification soul skill. Perhaps it could even unlock the ability of rebirth through the phoenix's fire. Of course, Flandra, Yuma, and Tang knew that achieving this soul ring would not guarantee a rebirth through flames, but the future remained uncertain. Hence, they chose the 1,000-year blue silver grass soul ring. Moreover, utilizing Ma Hongjun's absorption of this soul ring posed minimal danger, allowing them to validate the correctness of the master's theoretical research. After all, Tang San had inadvertently obtained the celestial star vine soul ring last time. Any further validation would require another opportunity. This suggestion was initiated by Ma Hongjun himself, who recognized the validity of the master's theories. By demonstrating a deep interest in martial souls and soul rings, while simultaneously being captivated by the master's knowledge, he ultimately garnered the agreement of both the master and Flandra. The master's theories were something he firmly believed in, a conviction shared by Flandra as a brother, and one that Tang San, as a disciple, had already embraced. Regrettably, he was unable to assist his teacher in validation at this moment. As a disciple, Ma Hongjun firmly believed he was correct. The master and Flandra were naturally pleased, yet they remained unaware that Ma Hongjun had long known the validity of the master's theories. His current performance undoubtedly served as a powerful reassurance to them. The blue silver grass, often regarded as a worthless martial soul in the realm of spirit masters, proved its inadequacy despite being a millennium-old specimen. Its offensive capabilities remained severely lacking. The master initially thought that Tang San would need to assist, or, at the very least, that Luo Sanpao would have to intervene. However, Ma Hongjun ascended alone, unleashing several lines of phoenix fire in rapid succession, leaving a trail of sparks and explosions. After several assaults, he single-handedly vanquished the Millennium Blue Silver Grass. According to the master's teachings on spirit beasts, blue silver grass typically starts at half a foot in height after 10 years and grows an inch every century, producing 3 leaves. Thus, for a specimen standing nearly 30 centimeters tall and boasting 45 leaves, it was utterly defenseless against Ma Hongjun's onslaught. Had it not been for its resilient life force, a single line of phoenix fire could have obliterated it. Yet, after a series of fiery explosions leveled the surrounding lawn, akin to a flow of molten lava, even the most tenacious Millennium Blue Silver Grass succumbed. In the instant of the blue silver grass's demise, Tang San, who stood alongside the master, suddenly felt a pang in his heart, his complexion paling. The master noticed Tang San's condition, and Ma Hongjun, having dispatched the Millennium Blue Silver Grass, also detected something amiss with Tang San. "Xiao San, what troubles you? Why has your face turned so pale?" Tang San, filled with sorrow and confusion, replied, "I know not why, but at the moment the Millennium Blue Silver Grass perished, I felt a sharp pain in my heart, as though a loved one had died. Just now, I even sensed it calling out for help, wailing in despair." The master was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In his previous investigations, he had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon associated with the blue silver grass. This cannot be. The blue silver grass is merely an ordinary martial soul. Even if your martial soul is blue silver grass, its consciousness is exceedingly faint. You should not be able to receive such sensations. "Uncle, I believe I may have discerned the reason," Ma Hongjun interjected, reasoning that since the soul ring required an hour to dissipate, a brief delay posed no issue. "Oh, Hongjun, please elaborate," the master exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, and Tang San looked on with hopeful anticipation. Xiao San's blue silver grass must not be an ordinary variant. Although it initially awakened as a common blue silver grass, being innately endowed with full spirit power suggests that Xiao San possesses a formidable martial soul. How could a blue silver grass, which is born alongside a powerful martial soul, be considered ordinary? Therefore, Ma Hongjun began to explain, but he was abruptly interrupted by the master. "Hongjun, what did you just say? You mentioned that Xiao San has a twin martial soul? How do you know this?" The master's gaze was filled with profound doubt, mirroring the expression of Tang San. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun being a trustworthy senior brother, Tang San's eyes would have reflected not confusion, but rather danger and coldness. "Ah, Master Uncle. Regarding this matter, it was during our time at Shrek that my teacher and I surmised that Xiao San possessed a twin martial soul." "What? Brother Hongjun, you claim that you and Master Uncle had already deduced this while at Shrek?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, for his father had explicitly instructed him to keep this a secret. "During that time, you presumably did not know Xiao San, correct?" The master's gaze reflected a hint of confusion. Was Flandra truly that formidable? Moreover, did you know Xiao San back then? Surely, you must have an inkling. Hongjun, observing the perplexity of the two, elaborated, "Master Uncle, it is as follows. The individual who awakened my martial soul is the same as the one who awakened Xiao San's." He remarked upon encountering the innate full soul power of the blue silver grass youth from Holy Spirit Village, which was rather unfortunate. At that time, my teacher happened to pass through our village and stayed at my home. Thus he was present during the awakening of my martial soul. 3 days following my awakening, I accompanied him to Shrek. During the month I studied at Shrek, I discovered that the blue silver grass rarely awakens soul power, and even if it does, it tends to be exceedingly low. Hence, my teacher and I conjectured that Xiao San must possess another formidable martial soul. Due to the admission criteria at Shrek, I was not yet qualified. However, my uncle, who is my maternal grandfather, hails from Holy Spirit Village, so I intended to attend Nodding Academy for a few years. Simultaneously, I aim to observe Xiao San's circumstances. If he, due to Su Yuntao's influence, did not attend school, my teacher would take him to study at Shrek. While others regard the blue silver grass as a useless martial soul, both my teacher and I hold a different belief. This belief also explains why I could provide Xiao San with those soul ring options, as my teacher had contemplated how to develop his blue silver grass should he miss school due to Su Yuntao. Furthermore, there is Dai Mubai. Flandra, much like his name, Adio Flandra, is an idealistic dreamer, which is indeed one of his most admirable traits. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, I encountered Xiao San in the Soul Forest, and he is your disciple, Master Uncle. Consequently, my teacher and I refrained from discussing the guidance of Xiao San and his twin martial soul, for with your tutelage, my teacher is entirely at ease. Moreover, even if I possess a twin martial soul, I would keep it concealed from others. Thus, we all understand the matter without question. Familiarity will naturally lead to knowledge when the time is ripe. The master regarded Hongjun with an unusually gentle gaze, nodding in understanding. I see now. Tang San felt deeply moved, realizing that Hongjun and Flandra had begun to consider him even before they had met. Brother, thank you, and thank you, Master Uncle. Tang San's heartfelt gaze left Hongjun feeling a bit flustered, prompting him to dismiss the gratitude with a wave of his hand. It is nothing. The teacher's aspiration is to nurture talent, and he would certainly not wish for your gifts to go to waste. As his disciple, it is only natural for me to assist him. Moreover, as the only plant that can flourish across the world, I hold a great fondness for the blue-silver grass. Having encountered a genius of this plant, I too wish to see your potential realized. However, although Xiao San's blue-silver grass may not be the ordinary variety, based on Su Yuntao's earlier description, it should resemble the typical blue-silver grass, albeit with differing properties. Thus, Xiao San's blue-silver grass, like its common counterpart, likely possesses either no soul power or an exceedingly low level of it, rendering it incapable of endowing Xiao San with innate full soul power. Consequently, he must possess a formidable martial soul that has awakened full soul power for him. This realization prompts a reassessment, suggesting that Xiao San's blue-silver grass may indeed be extraordinary. I suspect it relates to the previous soul ring, the celestial Starvine, as a premier plant-type soul beast, may have activated certain capabilities within the blue-silver grass when Xiao San absorbed it. I recall my master mentioning that the celestial Starvine does not exhibit golden patterns for a century, yet after Xiao San's absorption, his blue-silver grass manifested such golden markings, indicating a partial activation of its inherent properties. Observing today as circumstances, I believe that Xiao San should endeavor to communicate more with the external blue-silver grass during his cultivation. It might yield unforeseen benefits. Hongjun, are you suggesting that Xiao San's blue-silver grass has undergone a second awakening? And how can you be certain that Xiao San's blue-silver grass is not merely an ordinary variant? The master inquired, a mix of delight and confusion evident in his voice. I am not entirely certain either, but you mentioned that martial souls can continuously evolve, which led me to this conclusion. Had Xiao San not recently stated that the blue-silver grass lamented to him, I would have forgotten about the golden patterns altogether, as I did indeed overlook that detail. Ma Hongjun chuckled resignedly before continuing. Both Xiao San and I practice techniques that emphasize the mastery of yin and yang, where the essence lies in harmony and balance. Disparity breeds discord, leading to complications. Thus, when I initially discussed the blue-silver grass with the teacher, I sensed that Xiao San's blue-silver grass deviated from the ordinary. With twin martial souls, they must either both be potent or both be unremarkable to maintain equilibrium and avert issues. Ma Hongjun knew that Tang San's blue-silver grass eventually transformed into the blue-silver emperor, yet before its ascension, despite its unusual nature, it bore no significant differences from the ordinary variety and could hardly awaken substantial soul power for Tang San. This explains why Ma Hongjun, based on the original timeline's master's perspective, speculated about Tang San's twin martial souls and further deduced that, in alignment with the principles of yin and yang balance, Tang San's blue-silver grass was not an ordinary variant. Had Tang San awakened the blue-silver emperor, it would have directly provided him with innate full soul power, likely keeping his twin martial souls a secret from all. However, the blue-silver grass cannot achieve this, even with its extraordinary nature. It remains identical to the ordinary variety in terms of soul power awakening. Moreover, setting aside the knowledge from my previous life in Douluo, Ma Hongjun firmly believed in the Taoist theory of yin and yang. He could not fathom that the blue-silver grass, which coexists with the Haotian hammer, could be ordinary. If it were, it would have been expelled by the robust martial souls, leaving no space for its existence, let alone the possibility of twin souls. The master nodded thoughtfully, recalling the situation of that woman with her dual martial souls buried deep in his mind. You are indeed correct. The balance of yin and yang embodies harmony, akin to a scale that, when unbalanced, tilts and encounters issues. It appears, as you stated, the blue-silver grass of the Little Three is not merely ordinary. However, it has not fully awakened. Thus, despite its extraordinary nature, in terms of awakened soul power, it remains akin to the common blue-silver grass. It seems I must delve deeper into this theory of yin and yang. Your words have deepened my understanding of Tai Chi and have also validated a facet of my theory concerning martial souls. Twin martial souls are either both formidable or both ordinary. The master, suddenly infused with excitement, expressed surprise to Tang San, urging him, quickly, Release your blue-silver grass, so I may observe it. I cannot believe I overlooked this detail that Hongjun mentioned. It is indeed regrettable. The master spoke with a sense of self-reproach, for he is Tang San's mentor. And such critical information had escaped his notice. As Tang San summoned his blue-silver grass, he sincerely remarked, "Teacher, do not blame yourself. I had not noticed it either. Had it not been for senior brother Hongjun's reminder, I would not have realized that the golden patterns emerged after absorbing the soul ring." He comprehended everything that Hongjun articulated. However, his previous focus had predominantly been on the Tang sect's exceptional skills, rendering him less attentive to martial souls. Unlike Hongjun, whose profound interest and inquisitive nature regarding martial souls were evident, Tang San seemed to lack that same fervor. From this perspective, his senior brother appeared more suited to inherit the master's legacy. The master gazed at the golden patterns adorning the purple-black blue-silver grass in Tang San's palm, exclaiming with excitement, "It truly is different. Its aura seems more noble than before, imbued with a vitality that is not found in the golden patterns of the heavenly Starvine, which are mysterious and domineering." Hongjun, let me ask once more. Are you genuinely willing to assist me in validating the correctness of my theory? The master, having calmed himself after a moment of observation, solemnly addressed Hongjun. "Indeed, I believe in my uncle's theory," Hongjun affirmed. Tang San's expression bore a blend of regret and envy. Ideally, it should have been his role to validate the correctness of the theory for his teacher, yet by a twist of fate, he found himself missing the opportunity. The master, touched, nodded and spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Very well, proceed to absorb it. Based on my research, absorbing blue-silver grass should pose no danger whatsoever." While he was indeed moved by Tang San and Hongjun's trust and willingness to validate his theory, since breaking through to level 30 and resuming his cultivation, the master no longer felt the same fervor as before. Even if no one wished to believe him, he could independently cultivate to level 40 and verify the validity of his theory. Moreover, the higher his prowess, the broader and deeper his research domain would become, allowing him to rightfully claim the title of a true master. Nonetheless, he remained profoundly grateful for such commendable disciples and nephews. Albeit with a tempered intensity compared to the past, the soul power of blue-silver grass is gentle, infused with a life force, and exudes tranquility. Its consciousness waves are faint, and very few soul masters regard blue-silver grass soul rings with esteem, unless they exceed 100,000 years. But does blue-silver grass possess such age? The master remained uncertain, based on his conjecture regarding the slow growth characteristics and feeble combat prowess of the blue-silver grass. He presumed it likely did not exist. However, with the multitude of secrets that the world harbors, no one could assert with certainty. Thus the master refrained from guaranteeing its non-existence, merely suggesting it perhaps did not, or perhaps did. Nevertheless, given the traits exhibited by the blue-silver grass spirit power, even a mere millennium-old blue-silver grass spirit ring, even if augmented by an additional 500 years, the master would still allow Ma Hongjun to absorb it. The rationale was simple. It posed little risk, akin to a sacrificial offering, thereby presenting minimal danger. Therefore, he did not caution Ma Hongjun to be vigilant. Regrettably, the master recalled that within the entire soul forest, there existed but this single millennium-old blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass soul beasts, even those a century old, were exceedingly rare. Thus, encountering a millennium-old specimen was indeed a stroke of luck, albeit one that few recognized. While others overlooked it, Ma Hongjun certainly did not. A being capable of flourishing across an entire world could not be deemed ordinary, could it? The strength of blue-silver grass lies in its tenacious vitality and remarkable adaptability, as it thrives in various environments. Such extraordinary adaptability could not be sustained without a resilient essence. The wildfires may consume it, but the spring breeze shall bring it anew. Even if the blue-silver grass appears fragile, easily perished by flames, its vitality is robust, akin to wild grasses. One may burn its surface, yet unbeknownst to them, roots or seeds may endure. In due course, it would swiftly adapt to the altered environment and flourish once more. Ma Hongjun appreciated this resilient characteristic and adaptability. Moreover, once he fully refined his martial spirit, and subsequently the spirit ring, the blue-silver grass spirit ring would evolve into a growth-capable spirit ring, potentially maturing into one of 100,000, several 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years. Could it still be considered ordinary? Furthermore, even if the blue-silver grass could only yield a singular blue-silver emperor, its remarkable adaptability could surely lead to evolutionary advancements in other directions. For instance, it could evolve towards the legendary nine-leaf sword grass, known for its ability to cleave the sunset and stars, or even towards celestial herbs, or, akin to bamboo, despite being grass, evolve to resemble trees. In essence, Hongjun did not perceive the blue-silver grass as ordinary, but rather as possessing boundless potential for development. Even as a blue-silver grass soul beast, provided it is nurtured, it too holds infinite possibilities for evolution, especially in the hands of someone like him, who possessed a cultivation method. Even in the absence of spirit power, it mattered little, for with a cultivation technique, spirit power would inevitably follow. After all, the ability to cultivate inherently signifies the existence of limitless potential. Beneath the Tao, all is possible. Chapter 29, The Emergence of True Fire. The spirit ring of the blue-silver grass radiated a palpable vitality, embodying serenity and tranquility, with its spirit power exceptionally gentle. Even though this spirit ring was 1,500 years old, far exceeding the limits of Hongjun's second spirit ring, it did not exert any oppressive spirit power upon his body. The consciousness fluctuations of the blue-silver grass were exceedingly faint, dissipating immediately after its demise, ensuring that Hongjun's mind remained unperturbed by any lingering resentment of the departed soul. He felt the gentle flow of the blue-silver grass spirit power washing over his body, an immensely comforting sensation. In this state, the spirit power traversed through the 12-layered tower, splitting at his throat into two streams, following the pathways of the Han Tien and Yangming meridians. As the spirit power coursed through these channels, it began to nourish and refine Hongjun's lungs and large intestine. Once the spirit power from the blue-silver grass spirit ring was completely refined, Hongjun turned his inner gaze to his dantian, discovering that only a diagram of Taiji, representing spirit power, was rotating within. The previous cyclone had entirely vanished. Although the cyclone was gone, the Taiji diagram had expanded and solidified significantly. With the Yang fish and Yang eye transformed into a vibrant purple, while the Yin fish and Yin eye remained a pale blue, yet had also become much more substantial. After all, the Taiji diagram embodies the unity of Yin and Yang. When one half changes, the other naturally follows suit. However, Hongjun was primarily concerned with the transformation of his spirit power. He sensed that it had become more vibrant than before, imbued with a tenacious life force. This indicated that the attachment and vitality of the phoenix purple fire had also intensified. With the fire borrowing the vigor of wood, its temperature during combustion would undoubtedly rise. Moreover, all of this was a result of Hongjun's refinement, making him even more elated with its strength. Most importantly, this spirit ring turned out to be one with growth potential. What did this signify? It implied that the blue-silver grass had essentially offered this spirit ring to Hongjun during his absorption, and due to the grass's low exclusivity, which was highly compatible with his martial spirit, it had been directly assimilated. Just as the heavenly Starvine assimilated the blue-silver grass to become the blue-silver heavenly star grass, this spirit ring was likewise integrated into his martial spirit, becoming the innate spirit ring of the fire phoenix. Furthermore, the resilient life force characteristic would elevate alongside his strength, a trait granted by this growth-oriented spirit ring, suggesting that one day, he might truly rise as a phoenix reborn from the flames. As for the spirit skill, Hongjun sensed it was precisely as he had anticipated. It was named Phoenix Rebirth in Flames. The amplification it provided was somewhat terrifying, doubling the power of his flames at 100% increase. With this enhancement expected to grow alongside the spirit ring. Currently, it offered a twofold increase at 5,000 years, threefold at 10,000 years, and so forth. To his astonishment, he discovered that at 30,000 years, the increase would be fourfold, fivefold at 60,000 years, sixfold at 100,000 years, sevenfold at 300,000 years, and eightfold at 600,000 years. Should it reach 1,000,000 years, it could potentially achieve a ninefold increase. Though this was merely his conjecture, he felt that even the current doubling of his flame power was quite impressive. It is worth noting that his flame power would also rise with his own strength. With this amplification, he felt assured that even Tang Xiaosan's blue-silver heavenly star grass would not withstand the blaze. This meant he was finally no longer restrained by Tang Xiaosan. Wood gives birth to fire, and thus it should burn all the brighter. However, the more formidable the amplification, the more terrifying the consumption of his spirit power would be. Hongjun carefully assessed that, with his current spirit power, he could sustain this amplification for a maximum of 3 uses. As his strength increased, it was possible that this could improve, or perhaps it would remain the same, allowing for only 3 full-powered attacks. Nonetheless, this was already quite satisfactory to Hongjun, who did not mind at all. After experiencing these bodily transformations, Hongjun gazed curiously at the yin-yang fish eyes within his dantian. The yin-yang fish eyes seemed to come alive, their centers glowing brightly. Hongjun was puzzled. It was as though they truly believed themselves to be eyes, and they shone with brilliance. He focused his intent to control the 2 beams of light, eager to discover their nature. Ma Hongjun found himself speechless as he contemplated the two flames burning before him. From the yin eye emerged a vibrant red flame, reminiscent of molten lava, evoking the sensation of being in close proximity to both magma and the sun. He recalled that the flames of lava and the sun possessed this fiery red hue, a golden red that surpassed the brightness of orange, radiating with an intensity that was both dazzling and searing. The flames emitted an extreme heat and a vigorous, tenacious vitality, reminiscent of the blazing sun, capable of melting gold and stone. Ma Hongjun mused that with such intense heat, it would be a trivial matter to incinerate Tang Xiaoshan's blue-silver grass. The flame's adhesion and cohesion were remarkably strong. Ma Hongjun realized that this must be the true essence of the phoenix fire, birthed from the yin-yang fish eyes amplified by the blue-silver grass spirit ring. Henceforth, he decided to name it the true phoenix fire. Although he preferred to call it the South Brightly Fire, he thought better of it, deciding to reserve that name for when he transcended to the level of the Vermilion Bird. For now, the title of True Phoenix Fire felt more fitting. Ma Hongjun understood that the subsequent cultivation of the true phoenix fire would involve absorbing and replacing all of the phoenix purple fire within his body, leading to a transformation where his purple soul power would transmute into a fiery red. The flame emerging from the yang eye presented a unique spectacle. Its outer layer was a deep blue akin to blue-silver grass, while its inner flame shimmered with a pale blue reminiscent of the blue moon. This was indeed a blue flame, cool and gentle, devoid of any scorching sensation. Was this truly a flame? Ma Hongjun recognized that this was merely one aspect of the flame's characteristics, much like how the true phoenix fire, when accentuating its gentler side, did not embody extreme heat, but rather resembled the warmth of gentle sunlight, intoxicating in its embrace. In addition to its cooling and gentle nature, this blue flame also held a bone-chilling coldness and an extreme heat, merging the elements of ice and fire in a fascinating interplay. While it appeared to be icy and frigid, it was, in fact, unbearably hot, a remarkable fusion of profound cold and intense heat. Within its gentle aspect, Ma Hongjun sensed the vibrant and resilient life force of the flame, invoking a sudden sense of déjà vu. Could this be a counterfeit manifestation of the life force of the phoenix purple fire, the vitality of the blue-silver grass, and the power of the moonlight, collectively giving rise to a counterfeit life flame and bone spirit cold fire? Even the colors of these flames had been altered. However, the vigorous and tenacious life force of both the true phoenix fire and this blue flame bore a striking resemblance to the life flame from his memories. He wondered if it possessed properties conducive to nurturing medicinal herbs, which he could explore further once it was cultivated and strengthened. Thus, should this flame be named the bone spirit cold fire, the life flame, the vitality flame, the blue-silver cold fire, or the blue moon true fire? In truth, Ma Hongjun secretly wished for a true yin fire to be born from the blue moon within the yin eye. Forget it. Since I was born from the blue-silver grass, let it be the blue-silver true fire. As Ma Hongjun concluded his meditation, he realized that his soul power's bottleneck had vanished, yet his level remained at 20. Indeed, a soul ring that could be absorbed in merely 2 hours proved to be unreliable, leaving him in the same awkward predicament as before, still at level 20. Observing Ma Hongjun rise from his meditation, the master was momentarily taken aback. Such swift progress. Surely, the blue-silver grass, despite its shortcomings, must still be a millennium-old soul ring, far beyond the limits of ordinary experience. Could there be an issue? This thought sent a wave of anxiety through the master. It was imperative that no problems arose. If something went awry, this promising young man could be irrevocably damaged, and how would he explain that to Flandra? Should Ma Hongjun be ruined, the master feared he would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime, never to forgive himself. How is it, Hongjun? No issues, I hope? The master inquired, his voice trembling slightly with concern. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun awaken, Tang San felt a surge of joy. It appeared that his senior brother had absorbed the soul ring with remarkable ease, completing it in just 1 hour. However, as the master spoke, Tang San's heart sank. Could it be that his senior brother encountered a problem during the absorption? Hongjun, are you alright? Tang San asked nervously, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Ma Hongjun was momentarily perplexed by the master's and Tang San's reactions. Did they think something had gone wrong with his absorption? That was impossible. He chuckled heartily and reassured them. Uncle, little San, worry not. I am perfectly fine. I am extremely satisfied with this millennium blue-silver grass soul ring. Look. As he spoke, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one fiery red, materialized beneath his feet, causing the master and Tang San's eyes to widen in astonishment. Such colors for a soul ring? Then, before their incredulous gazes, the fiery red soul ring transformed into blue, then purple, yellow, and white, finally settling back on yellow as Ma Hongjun retracted it, smiling at the two in utter amazement. The master's understanding had been upended. He swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. The master looked at Tang San, who wore a similarly astonished expression, tinged with anxiety. Ma Hongjun, offering them a reassuring glance, began to explain. First, rest assured. There is absolutely no problem. In fact, it is remarkably good. As he observed their expressions settle, Ma Hongjun continued. The true color of this Millennium Soul Ring is fiery red. The reason for the changes is that it is a refined, growth-capable soul ring. I can adjust the color of the soul ring for camouflage, with the limitation being the current age of the soul ring. Hence, I just switch between fiery red, blue, white, yellow, and purple. The master and Tang San were momentarily stunned, only to be overcome with ecstatic joy. A growth-capable soul ring. This meant that when Ma Hongjun became a Douluo, this soul ring would effectively be a 100,000-year soul ring. 100,000 years, how enviable. Yet, amid their elation, new questions arose for Tang and the master. Hongjun, why is the true color of this soul ring fiery red, and how can it change to blue? Is it truly due to the refining you mentioned? The master pondered aloud. Ma Hongjun nodded, ready to elaborate. Indeed, master. The blue-silver grass soul ring is truly as you described, tranquil and serene, imbued with a rich vitality and an exceptionally gentle soul force, devoid of any lingering resentment from past souls. The key aspect is the remarkably low exclusivity of the blue-silver grass, which aligns perfectly with my martial spirit. Consequently, when I absorbed the soul ring, not only did I completely assimilate it, but the soul ring was entirely integrated into my martial spirit. This is why its true hue is a vibrant crimson, representing the authentic form of my martial spirit, the Fire Phoenix. Currently, the purple-red signifies an incomplete metamorphosis, while the blue reflects the color of the blue-silver grass, allowing this soul ring to transform into blue. Since I fully assimilated the soul ring, I now possess the ability to adjust its color for concealment, though there is a limitation based on the soul ring's age. How fascinating. I never anticipated that a refined soul ring would be so extraordinary. The master pondered and nodded. Though still feeling incredulous, he managed to regain his composure. Brother Hongjun, what about the soul abilities you've acquired and the enhancements they provide? And what is your current cultivation level? Tang San marveled at the breadth of knowledge he was gaining, simultaneously feeling joy for Ma Hongjun's fortunate acquisition of such a remarkable soul ring. Ma Hongjun nodded and subsequently elucidated the soul abilities, enhancements, and other transformations he had experienced. Upon concluding, he remarked with a playful smirk, Little San, my flames are no longer restrained by your blue-silver grass. Hee. Ma Hongjun didn't mind that he was still at level 20, as he was progressing swiftly in his training. Tang San helplessly rubbed the tip of his nose, the astonishment brought on by Ma Hongjun's formidable soul abilities dissipating with that one comment. The master nodded affirmatively, exclaiming with delight, that is splendid. This soul ability is remarkable. Truly exceptional. It becomes increasingly powerful as one progresses. Haha. It is indeed perfectly suited to the soul abilities bestowed by the extraordinary Fire Phoenix martial spirit. Who would have imagined such a fearsome ability could stem from a millennium-old blue-silver grass? Moreover, it has not only awakened the true nature of your phoenix flames, but has also birthed a uniquely characteristic blue-silver true flame for you, an amalgamation of ice and fire. The interplay of cold and heat, oppositional yet interdependent. I had not anticipated the emergence of such a flame. This blue-silver true flame has deepened my understanding of certain characteristics of Taiji. Tang San nodded in agreement, both of them having forgotten the reason behind Ma Hongjun's level still being 20. The master is indeed correct. This soul ability is exceptionally good, with the blue-silver true flame almost perfectly embodying the principles of Taiji. However, brother, it seems you shall truly become the three cannons in the future. Tang San jested, recalling that Ma Hongjun's second soul ability could currently only be utilized thrice. Ma Hongjun's lips quirked in response, while the master couldn't help but chuckle, seemingly in agreement with the jest. Noticing the mood shifting, the master quickly redirected the conversation, curbing the playful banter between Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Very well, master uncle. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San replied. Chapter 30, Playful Banter. On this day, Ma and Tang were tidying up their belongings. Tang San inquired of Xiao Wu, who was squatting on the bed, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to her usual lively and cheerful demeanor. At this moment, Ma Hongjun remarked, I find it quite interesting. I have heard that my grandfather, who is also my uncle, has a martial spirit just like my mother. It is the carrot that you adore, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu leaped with excitement. Is it true, Tang San? Is your grandfather's martial spirit truly a carrot? Tang San nodded and replied, Indeed, Grandpa Jack's martial spirit is, in fact, a carrot. However, my family is rather impoverished and lacks the means to entertain you properly. Xiao Wu's exhilarated face turned crimson as she placed her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San and Ma Hongjun. You save your monthly allowance so diligently, unwilling to spend, and yet you fear treating me? Besides, Xiao Jun is wealthy. Why should you be concerned? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and teased, my wealth is mine alone. It has nothing to do with you. While stroking his chin with a mischievous grin, he added, however, if you were to call me Brother Jun and become my little sister, you may spend my money as you please. Xiao Wu beamed with joy, excitedly leaping from the bed and pouncing into Ma Hongjun's embrace, unexpectedly pinning him down onto the bed. Brother Jun, from now on, I shall be your little sister. Later, as we pass through Nodding City on our way to Holy Spirit Village, I want to buy this, buy that, shop till I drop. Ahem. Xiao Wu, mind your image. Tang San cleared his throat, playfully teasing. Xiao Wu's expression faltered, and she quickly jumped off Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's handsome face turned a shade of purple tinged with red. Trembling, he exclaimed, you little rascal. Just because you are my sister doesn't mean you can covet my good looks. You little rascal, humph, don't expect me to fetch your purchases later. Tang San, observing the scene, found it both amusing and exasperating. Indeed, Ma Hongjun only permitted physical contact with Xiao Wu during their sparring sessions. Otherwise, he maintained a respectful distance from her and kept far away from other female classmates in the academy. As he would put it, he was in training, cultivating his discipline and wisdom, leaving both Xiao Wu and the master perplexed. The more Ma Hongjun resisted her advances, the more exhilarated Xiao Wu became. One night, she even crept into Ma Hongjun's bed while he slept, cuddling him throughout the night. After all, they were merely children, fully clothed, and sharing a bed was harmless. The following morning, when Ma Hongjun discovered Xiao Wu nestled in his bed, using him as a pillow, a piercing scream resonated through the dormitory. Ma Hongjun's striking face turned an angry shade of liver, and without a moment's thought, he kicked Xiao Wu, who was still in a deep slumber. The force propelled her out of the window, sending her flying into the woods outside the dormitory. Xiao Wu, startled from her stupor, returned in a huff, her robust physique unharmed, declaring her intent to duel Ma Hongjun. In truth, Ma Hongjun had employed gentle force, intending only to vent his frustration and not to harm her. Then, Tang San, the peacemaker, intervened. It must be said that this predicament was partly his fault. Had he not informed Ma Hongjun that the carefree technique was also a form of martial arts, Ma Hongjun would not have been preoccupied with the notion of innate energy emerging from the void, nor would he have pursued the cultivation of discipline and wisdom. Master Xiao Wu could not comprehend the actions of Ma Hongjun, yet Tang San understood perfectly. The concept of represents a remarkably straightforward and accessible path, yet achieving success within it is quite challenging. Some may adhere to the precepts for a lifetime without ever crossing the threshold of enlightenment. Tang San took the time to elucidate to Xiao Wu that Ma Hongjun was indeed engaged in cultivation. Xiao Wu's impulsive decision to burrow into the bedding and embrace Ma Hongjun for a night left Tang San utterly speechless. Her exuberance was truly characteristic of someone born under the sign of the rabbit. In his previous life, Tang San had heard, better to disturb the waters of 1,000 rivers than to disrupt the heart of a seeker. To hinder someone on their path to enlightenment is akin to committing a grievous offense against one's parents. Xiao Wu's antics had effectively squandered half a year's worth of Ma Hongjun's diligent efforts. In a fit of anger, he merely kicked her away, refraining from further reproach. A decision made out of respect for the close bond they shared. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Tang San's stern demeanor, felt a sense of injustice. As though she had been wronged, punished, yet was expected to express gratitude for Ma Hongjun's mercy in not holding a grudge against her. However, seeing Tang San's earnest conviction, she found herself convinced, albeit with a huff and a stomp of her foot. She declared that should he dare to kick her again, he would face her wrath. Ma Hongjun was left feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Wu was nothing short of a female rogue, a true scamp. If he had any affection for her, her antics would be endearing, yet the truth remained that he was entirely uninterested. The allure of a cute rabbit paled in comparison to the enticing taste of spicy rabbit heads. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's assertion of Ma Hongjun's wealth held a kernel of truth. Reflecting on Ma Hongjun's companion, Oscar, who daily bestowed upon him 20 gold soul coins in dividends, one could only fathom the annual sum. Not to mention the monthly allowances and rewards from the student council competitions. Little by little, these fortunes amassed. It could be said that Ma Hongjun was indeed affluent. Now that the holidays had arrived, the attire worn by her and Tang San, traditional Hanfu, was a birthday gift from Ma Hongjun. One must admit, the garments were truly exquisite. Tang San appeared somewhat dashing, while Xiao Wu looked as though she had transformed entirely. The trio donned round-collared robes, a style most suited for combat. Ma Hongjun's fiery red attire was adorned with an embroidered phoenix poised to take flight, exuding a flamboyant and majestic aura while simultaneously embodying elegance and nobility. Tang San's azure robe featured an intricate design of a purple-black-blue-silver grass, presenting a refreshing and crisp appearance, imbued with an air of mystery and depth. Xiao Wu's pink ensemble showcased a grand white rabbit cradling a carrot, radiating grace and charm, yet simultaneously exuding an endearing playfulness. Since his spiritual breakthrough 6 months prior, Ma Hongjun had gained increasing mastery over his martial spirit. When his spirit manifested, his hair no longer stood on end, and he no longer donned a feathered cloak, a look that, while striking, did not resonate with him. With newfound control over his spirit, he fashioned his flowing dark red hair into a mixed bun, adorned with a phoenix hairpin carved from celestial vines and secured with a black scarf, enhancing his carefree elegance and ethereal demeanor, rendering him even more captivating. As the trio finished packing their belongings, Tang San ultimately found himself waiting in vain for the arrival of Ma Hongjun's grandfather. However, he was accompanied by a lively and adorable little girl with formidable strength, along with his fiery senior, Ma Hongjun. In Notting City, Tang San had purchased a brand new forging hammer for his father, while Ma Hongjun, after inquiring about his grandfather's preferences, procured a plethora of items that Tang San had recommended for old Jack. Do not assume that Xiao Wu, the least affluent among the three, lacked a storage soul guide. In fact, the small rabbit-shaped pouch she wore at her waist served exactly that purpose. Xiao Wu mentioned that it was a gift from her family. Yet, Ma Hongjun speculated that it must have belonged to a soul master who perished in the Sodto forest. After all, countless soul masters had met their demise in that forest over the ages, thousands and even tens of thousands of years, making it unsurprising that Xiao Wu, as a favored soul beast, would acquire a desirable storage soul guide. Had she been aware of the value of money, she would undoubtedly have been the wealthiest among them. Why the wealthiest, you ask? The answer lies in the grim reality that the spoils of violent deeds often lead to riches. There are certainly no shortage of soul masters who have met their end in the Sodto forest. Would they not have possessed wealth? A casual rummage through 100 or so of their remains might have rendered Xiao Wu the richest of the trio. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to her potential fortune and was too hesitant to disclose her identity as a transformed soul beast. Ma Hongjun, too, refrained from broaching the subject, perhaps believing that one day, when her true identity was revealed, he could share this knowledge with her. Even if she were indifferent to such wealth, it would be of immense value to Ma Hongjun and his teacher, as it represented an immeasurable fortune. Without a doubt, Ma Hongjun was destined to inherit Flandra's legacy, making him the next principal of Shrek Academy. Therefore, any amount of wealth would be welcomed, even if he chose not to assume the role of principal. The riches could still benefit his successor. Once all the purchases were made, Tang San hired a carriage and set off towards Holy Spirit Village, accompanied by Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. Chapter 31, Holy Spirit Village. They departed in the morning, and by afternoon, the trio caught sight of Holy Spirit Village from a distance. Tang San announced that his home was at the village's entrance, specifically the dilapidated blacksmith shop. As he spotted the forge from afar, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, and his expression transformed entirely, drawing the surprised gazes of Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, who seldom witnessed such a side of him. As they approached the village, now nearing dusk, Xiao Wu began to complain about the distance to Tang San's home. Yet this did little to dampen Tang San's excitement. Soon, they had entered Holy Spirit Village, and Tang San pointed toward the blacksmith shop adorned with a hammer emblem, smiling at Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu as he said, "Look, that is my home." Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a sense of reverence wash over him. Though he could not quite grasp the reason behind it, he stood momentarily, reflecting on how this resembled his own feelings of pilgrimage to the sacred sites of Taoism from his previous life. Indeed, this was the very origin of the Douluo world. Ma Hongjun mused to himself. As the familiar sight of home came into view, Tang San's heart involuntarily surged with excitement, quickening his pace until he nearly leapt to the doorstep. Following him with a sense of reverence akin to that of pilgrims, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu quietly trailed behind. The front door stood ajar, suggesting that Tang San's father would soon be within reach. The man notoriously dubbed the most ineffectual Haoyan Douluo, the individual regarded as the most disgraceful to bear the name Haoyan, the one deemed the most useless man in history, the one hailed as possessing the most potent bloodline, the individual recognized as the most spineless man, the one notorious for dismantling his own household, the man who, despite being scorned, garnered admiration from others. Is he powerful? Indeed. But what good does it do? None, for he is a coward. He speaks of vengeance, yet who ultimately takes action? He lurks in the shadows, merely observing his son's growth. He claims he will make the spirit hall pay, yet what has he accomplished? He dismantled his own family and then fled in disgrace. They say he is the youngest titled Douluo in history, but since the death of his wife, what has he done? He drinks and awaits death. He even allows a child, not yet 6 years old, to take care of him. Thankfully, Tang San is not an ordinary child. Had he been, his survival would have been doubtful. They claim he is the youngest titled Douluo, suggesting he possesses remarkable talent. Yet as Tang San matured over the years, his strength stagnated. His injuries unchanged. Were it not for the blue-silver emperor's spirit ring sustaining him, he would have perished long ago. Ma Hongjun harbors a deep disdain for Tang Hao, viewing him as nothing more than a second-generation soul master lacking any merit. In his eyes, this ineffectual man pales in comparison to the similarly second-generation master, whose abilities are equally dismal. He cannot fathom why master would idolize such a pitiful figure. Ultimately, Tang Hao is merely a second-generation soul master with great potential. Yet he has never faced significant hardships. Like a greenhouse flower, he crumbles under the slightest adversity. In stark contrast stands Tang San, who, despite being a second-generation soul master himself, has grown resilient through trials and tribulations. To put it plainly, Tang Hao cannot bear failure. He lacks a strong heart and possesses a woeful capacity for endurance. Although Ma Hongjun disapproves of Master S' handling of emotions, he holds great admiration for him in other respects. In particular, he is quite fond of the charming Luo San Pao. How delightful it would be if he were his pet. However, he finds it impossible to appreciate Tang Hao, this spineless coward. How reverent those two syllables should be. They represent the veneration of the sons and daughters of Huaxia throughout history, yet they are ascribed to this ineffectual man. The blue-silver emperor, that shape-shifting enchantress, is truly blind. She is even more so than the foolish girl who fell victim to him. How could she have ever deemed such a coward worthy of her affection? If only he could have traversed time a decade earlier, Ma Hongjun would have ensured that the blind blue-silver emperor never encountered this spineless man, and he would have taught him the essence of true character. Yet now, as he stands on the cusp of meeting this pitiful figure, a wave of anxiety washes over him. No matter how one puts it, this ineffectual individual possesses an immense strength that makes the current Ma Hongjun seem insignificant in comparison. Powerful, terrifying. This is the source of Ma Hongjun's anxiety. At present, he can only recall a vague impression. Upon entering, Tang San exuberantly exclaimed. Neither Ma Hongjun nor Xiao Wu had ever witnessed such unrestrained enthusiasm from Tang San. A gentle voice resonated as an individual emerged from the inner chamber. Ma Hongjun tensed up. Was this indeed the voice of that ineffectual man? Wasn't it supposed to be rather cold? Why did it sound so benevolent and amiable? Reminiscent of a venerable grandfather, cherished and esteemed by others? When old Jack stepped out of Tang Hao's room, Tang San momentarily froze. Grandpa Jack, you are here too. Where's my father? The figure emerging from the inner chamber was none other than old Jack, the village chief of Holy Spirit Village and Ma Hongjun's grandfather. A faint smile graced his face as he extended a piece of paper to Tang San. Upon hearing their exchange, Ma Hongjun relaxed, gazing curiously at this kind-eyed, affable elder. So, this was his mother's father, his great-uncle? He never imagined that upon arriving in Holy Spirit Village, the first person he would encounter would be him. Ma Hongjun's mother was a gentle and beautiful rural maiden, simple yet kind-hearted. It was no wonder she bore such a handsome son. After all, a phoenix has never been ugly. As long as Ma Hongjun avoids the path previously taken, he is destined to grow ever more handsome. For he embodies the divine and the beautiful, the noble and the powerful, a phoenix favored by the larks. Observing the paper handed to him by his grandfather, Tang San took the letter, although his hand trembled slightly, and tears shimmered in his eyes. Simultaneously, he stood frozen, his overflowing joy suddenly transformed into helpless despondency. Father has left. Why did you have to go? Tang San murmured to himself. Old Jack, noticing Tang San's dazed expression, sighed with a bitter smile. That rascal Tang Hao left without a hint of warning. Just the day before, I visited him to have some farming tools made. Now that he is gone, we will need to find another blacksmith. He truly is irresponsible. Ma Hongjun subtly nodded in agreement with his great-uncle's words. That ineffectual man was indeed negligent. What kind of adult would allow a child under 6 to take care of him? Only someone as inept as Tang Hao would do such a thing, yet regrettably. Tang San had been unfortunate enough to be born as his son. Old Jack regarded Tang San and nodded. He must have left just in the past couple of days. Little San, do not grieve. Such a father is not worth your sorrow. Come with me to my home. Ma Hongjun, stifling the urge to acknowledge their kinship, spoke with difficulty. Tang San's situation was dire, having encountered many orphans in his previous life as a minor figure in the online cultivation community. He had offered psychological support to many. He deeply understood the loneliness and helplessness that now dwelled within Tang San. At such a moment, what he needed most was companionship and someone to confide in. Tang San, holding back his tears, nodded gratefully towards Ma Hongjun, as well as to his great-uncle. Old Jack paused momentarily, then sighed deeply before turning and exiting the blacksmith shop. Tang San, clutching the letter, trembled slightly, revealing the turmoil within his heart. Little San, do not grieve. This farewell is but a prelude to a more splendid reunion. Your father may have had his own compelling reasons for departing. Besides, you still have me as your senior brother and Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun nearly stumbled over his words, patting Tang San's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Little San. Xiao Wu, sensing Tang San's emotional state, called out softly. This resonated with her own experience of losing her mother. Indeed, Tang San nodded solemnly, carefully folding the letter and tucking it away. Xiao Wu, embracing her inherent charm, endeavored to uplift Tang San's spirits. Yes, I still have you all. Xiao Wu, will you be my sister? Tang San's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. I can be your sister. Xiao Wu replied, her large eyes blinking, her cheeks flushed with warmth. That's right, little San, you cannot favor one over the other. I can also be your brother. Ma Hongjun interjected with a playful wink. Not possible. I was born in January, and you are 3 months younger than me, while Xiao Wu is nearly 6 months my junior, Tang San countered. That won't do. I am Xiao Wu's sister, and suddenly having an additional brother, what will others think? Xiao Wu protested, shaking her head defiantly. Little San, I am still your senior brother. What does that mean? It means I am your brother. If we drop the senior, it simply becomes brother. Ma Hongjun coaxed gently. But you are younger than me. Tang San exclaimed. A senior brother is still a brother, and if you and Xiao Wu become siblings, will you simply disregard me as your senior brother? Is that fair? As long as you both hold me in your hearts as your brother, the title is of no consequence. You may still call me senior brother or Jungo. Either is acceptable, Ma Hongjun asserted without hesitation. How vexing. Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed, pouting playfully. She mused, I consider you a brother, not merely an ATM. Hee. Ma Hongjun chuckled, playfully rubbing his nose. Sigh. The sorrow of Tang Hao's departure was somewhat alleviated by the light-hearted banter of Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. Tang San sighed once more and turned to tidy the disheveled room. Ma Hongjun joined him, helping to organize the clutter. He thought to himself, since I am the senior brother, regardless of age, I am determined to be your Jungo. Not only that, all of our future companions must address me as Jungo. Of course, to achieve all this, I must possess the strength to command respect. But what is life without challenges? Surprisingly, the typically lively little rabbit, at this moment, maintained a rare silence. Moving beside Tang San and Ma Hongjun to assist in arranging the items, fetching clean water from the outdoor tank to help dust the room. As the sun set in the west, 3 youthful figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith shop. The figure on the left donned a bright red round-collared robe. The one in the center wore a pink round-collared robe. And the figure on the right was clad in a deep blue round-collared robe. There they sat, quietly together. The sun's afterglow, adorned with delicate crimson hues, enveloped them as if draping their bodies in resplendent golden-red garments. The girl in the pink attire turned her head to glance at the boy on her right. Her hands propped beneath her chin, yearning to utter something, yet ultimately refraining. It was the boy on the right who spoke first, gripping a brand-new forging hammer in his hand. Brother, Xiao Wu, thank you both. For what? The girl named Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Ma Hongjun remained silent, unable to comprehend such sentiments as he had not experienced the loss of a loved one. Ironically, he was indeed in that very position. Thank you for always being by my side, Tang San murmured, lowering his gaze to the ground, his eyes shimmering with a blend of wistfulness and fogginess. Yet he held back his tears. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, playfully nudging Tang San's shoulder with considerable force, nearly toppling him over. Do not be disheartened. Your father has merely left temporarily. One day, you shall reunite. Perhaps his departure is but a means to facilitate your growth and fortitude. If you continue in this manner, would it not be a disservice to his heartfelt intentions? A faint smile of bitterness crossed Tang San's face. Perhaps so, but why did he not allow me a final farewell? He lamented. Xiao Wu, do you understand? My father is my sole kin. Without him, home ceases to exist. Yet Xiao San, you must realize, you still have the prospect of seeing your father again, while I shall never behold my grandfather again, Ma Hongjun said, his expression sorrowful, almost slipping his tongue, realizing the need for caution in his words. Tang San cast a glance at the despondent Ma Hongjun, opening his mouth, but saying nothing. Xiao Wu, too, stared blankly at Ma Hongjun before shaking her head, tossing her long braids before her. Even without fathers and grandfathers, you still have me as your friend. If you seek a relative, I would not mind being your sister. Come now, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Everyone else does, except for you, Xiao San. It seemed that, instead of comforting one, they had inadvertently transformed their focus to two. They were already aware of Ma Hongjun's plight. His parents had perished, raised by his grandfather. A promise made by a man is a promise kept, after all, But how could they counsel him otherwise? Perhaps this was the very reason Ma Hongjun had longed to visit Holy Spirit Village to seek out his grandfather. One was his father's father, the other his mother's father, both equally dear to him, and old Jack was merely in his 60s, significantly younger than Ma Dochu, fully capable of being a father. Gazing at Xiao Wu's lovely demeanor and her rosy cheeks illuminated by the sunset's glow, Tang San could not help but smile. In moments of vulnerability, having someone by your side is truly a beautiful blessing. If you wish to be my sister, I have no objections, Tang San declared. Hee. If you are willing to be my younger siblings, I, too, have no objections, Ma Hongjun concurred. No way. I will only be an elder sister, not a younger sister, Xiao Wu retorted playfully, raising both hands to tap Tang San and Ma Hongjun on their heads. Tang San swiftly darted forth, positioning himself 3 meters ahead of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, come with me up the mountain. I have something to show you. You should join us too, senior brother, he declared, already racing towards the small hill where he often practiced. Xiao Wu stood there, momentarily stunned by Tang San's sudden departure, unsure of how to react. Are you foolish? He intends to reveal his precious treasure to you. Hurry and follow him, Ma Hongjun chided, quickly pursuing Tang San. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, stamped her foot, and hurried after the two. Chapter 32, Planting a Seed at the Summit of the Back Mountain of Holy Soul Village. Ma Hongjun reclined on a patch of blue-silver grass, gazing at the star-studded sky, while listening to Tang San promise Xiao Wu a lifetime of devotion. He smiled, content in silence, for merely witnessing this moment filled him with satisfaction. Ultimately, Xiao Wu acknowledged him as her brother, Junge. However, Tang San continued to address him as senior brother, while Xiao Wu persisted in calling him Junge. Tang San assured Xiao Wu that if anyone sought to harm her, they would have to first step over his corpse. What about Ma Hongjun? Xiao Wu inquired. Ma Hongjun responded, since you have accepted me as your brother, I will strive to acquire the strength necessary to protect my younger siblings. Junge, but what if you cannot protect us? Xiao Wu pressed, and Tang San regarded him expectantly. In reality, one often encounters more failures than successes. Despite Ma Hongjun's relentless pursuit of power, there would still be adversaries beyond his capabilities. Thus, he answered without hesitation, in that case, I would swiftly flee, fully aware of the futility, and once I attain the strength, I will avenge you and bring you back to life. The ability to cultivate implies that anything is possible, even if you perish, as long as I possess the strength. I can resurrect you. Xiao Wu and Tang San were left speechless, momentarily taken aback. Tang San then posed, senior brother, what if resurrection proves impossible? Ma Hongjun replied resolutely, that would indicate my power is insufficient. Well, while your answer may seem heartless, it is indeed the most rational choice. It's not devoid of compassion, even if you succeed. Xiao Wu conceded, tacitly accepting his perspective. Junge, can a person truly be brought back to life? She asked, her eyes brimming with hope. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment before responding, I cannot say for certain, but I believe it is possible. Even if one's essence is completely dispersed, leaving no trace in this world, I still hold faith in the possibility of revival. The capacity for cultivation signifies that all things are achievable. If it cannot be done, it merely reflects a lack of strength. Xiao Wu and Tang San contemplated his words, with Xiao Wu considering that she must diligently train, as there may truly be a chance to resurrect her mother. Tang San shared a similar sentiment, although he was unaware of his mother's identity. It was evident from his father's demeanor that she had passed away. Observing their thoughtful expressions, Ma Hongjun continued, all things in existence arise from the void. The tangible and intangible coexist. Therefore, I am convinced that cultivation renders anything possible. Noting their attentive demeanor, he elaborated, for instance, if a person dies and leaves no trace behind, yet you still remember them, as long as you possess strength, you can transcend the boundaries of reality and memory, bringing that individual back into existence. Thus, I assert that as long as one is capable of cultivation and dares to dream, nothing is truly impossible. The only prerequisite being the strength to pursue these ambitions. Listening to my senior brother, it sounded akin to a fantastical tale. Yet I found myself devoid of reasons to refute it, and it appeared to possess a certain logic. Tang San remained momentarily speechless before finally speaking, and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The three of them reclined upon the blue-silver grass, gazing at the myriad twinkling stars above. Ma Hongjun was keenly aware of the differences that set him apart from them. They dared not to dream, their thoughts constrained, whereas he was unbound. Hailing from the modern era, he possessed knowledge that eluded their understanding, a treasure of immense value. Moreover, this treasure seemed to continually surface from the recesses of his mind, perhaps related to what Tang San had mentioned about his soul's transmigration. The Tao scriptures record that with a mere thought, The celestial lord can perceive all sentient beings, can bring forth a world, or cause one to collapse. Furthermore, it is said that countless parallel worlds exist. The realms imagined by people, including those depicted in novels and films, are indeed real, though humanity generally lacks the capacity to traverse them. Ma Hongjun was uncertain of how he arrived in this world. It might have been through soul transmigration, yet the specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, within the vast expanse of parallel universes, there could be innumerable versions of himself. Perhaps the likes of Xiao Ma Gu or Xiao Ma Jia, each living diverse lives. Similarly, within the myriad parallel worlds of Douluo, countless individuals named Ma Hongjun, Ma Juanhao, Ma Hongling, and Ma Honglian might be leading their unique existences. These figures, be they Xiao Ma Gu, Xiao Ma Yi, Xiao Ma Jia, or Ma Hongjun, Ma Juanhao, Ma Hongling, and Ma Honglian, are both him and not him. The explanation is exceedingly intricate, yet he learned of such concepts from his master in a previous life. This encompasses the notions of existence and non-existence, reality and illusion, time and space, fate, and the interplay of cause and effect, an explanation that proves exceedingly convoluted, with aspects even Ma Hongjun himself fails to comprehend. However, he remains unconcerned, setting aside the realms of parallel worlds and imagined realities. The future itself brims with countless possibilities. Thus, one should focus on the present, strive for self-improvement, and diligently cultivate their abilities. As long as one continuously enhances their strength, there will come a day when all mysteries are unraveled. As for why Ma Hongjun chose to share these thoughts with San Wu, it was naturally to plant a seed of strength within their hearts. After all, since the day he departed Phoenix Village with Flandra, his allegiance was already determined. He would stand with Shrek and Tang San in the battles to come. Therefore, it would be prudent to prepare in advance, easing the challenges he would face against future adversaries. While contemplating these matters, he engaged in light conversation with San Wu. Meanwhile, not long after Ma Hongjun and his companions left the academy, at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, the young Soul Master hesitated this morning about whether to accompany them to Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, the Master dissuaded him from this notion, citing numerous reasons that even he struggled to articulate. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. The Master furrowed his brow. Aside from Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, along with the occasional visits from Su Fei, the principal of Nodding Academy, there was rarely anyone who sought his presence. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a tall figure who strode in. Clad in a simple gray robe, his disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his aged face bore the marks of time. His murky eyes seemed to reflect a life nearing its twilight, an incongruity to his roughly 50 years of age. Greetings, Master. Upon noticing the blue-silver grass on the desk, the newcomer's pupils constricted, and he averted his gaze, his voice deep and hoarse. As the man entered, the Master instinctively tensed, even his soul power unconsciously radiating throughout his being. Who are you? Rising slowly, the Master's eyes revealed a hint of perplexity. The gray-clad figure couldn't help but glance again at the blue-silver grass on the desk. It has been nearly 20 years since we last met. Given my current appearance, it is no wonder you do not recognize me. I am Tang Hao. Tang Hao? The Master's previously composed demeanor abruptly shifted, his eyes sharply focusing as he fixated on the man before him, his hands gripping the desk, fingers paling to a ghostly hue. You are Hao. Appa, my idol. You have come. The Master's inner thoughts raced. Tang Hao waved a hand to halt the Master's words, coldly stating, there is no need to mention past titles. We were acquaintances of sorts, and while others may deem you a madman, I understand you to be a man of great resolve. Gradually, the Master's emotions settled, his astonishment evident. Tang Hao nodded slightly, responding matter-of-factly, Ma Hongjun must be lamenting in his heart, exclaiming, how heartless. After nurturing this good-for-nothing for 3 to 4 years, you leave without even a farewell. Dear guest, you owe Tang San 3 years' worth of drinks. You are but a useless Aji, or rather, a feudal Tang Dazue. Alas, Ma Hongjun was not present. I am aware you have taken him as your apprentice. As his father, I should have sought you out long ago. I must take my leave. My only concern lies with him, so I hope to entrust Xiao San to you. Please also extend my gratitude to your nephew. He is a commendable senior. I find solace in knowing that Xiao San has a companion like him in his life. You are leaving? Where to? He is your son. The Master glared intensely at the ineffectual Tang Dazue, his gaze sharp. Tang Hao remained as cold as ever. He is also your disciple. I must depart. There are many matters I must attend to. Following me will not bring him joy. I ask for nothing else. His life should be his own to choose. It has been 10 years since I left this world. He has grown up, and there are things I must address. The Master took a deep breath. I cannot fathom what has transpired in your life, but I can see that Xiao San is deeply attached to you. Do you not think that leaving in such a manner would be too cruel for him? The seemingly useless Tang Deju, Tang Hao, spoke mildly. He has chosen to walk an extraordinary path. To remain with me would be cruel to him. Very well. I shall take this pot of blue silver grass with me. I have said all that I needed to say. Remember, regardless of the time, he is my son. Tang Hao. Upon finishing his words, Tang Hao waved his hand, and a dark token fell with a clang onto the master's table. This token resembled the one the master had shown when he entered the soul-hunting forest with Hongjun and Tang San. Except this one bore a design of 6 distinct symbols. At that moment, the pot of blue-silver grass on the master's desk suddenly soared into the air, landing in the hands of the seemingly useless Tang Hao. Undoubtedly, as the second young master of the Haotian sect, he possessed remarkable skills in the art of telekinesis. No, that pot of blue-silver grass was given to me by Xiao San. You cannot take it. The master protested. Observing Tang Er leaving the token and absconding with the blue-silver heavenly star grass gifted by Tang San, Tang Hao responded coldly. Wait. The master exclaimed urgently. What is it? Speak quickly. You are aware that my strength is still inadequate. Although I can continue my training now, it is insufficient to ensure Xiao San's protection in the future. Therefore, I require a drop of your blood. Since you have been watching over him, you should be familiar with my third soul skill. The master quickly expressed his thoughts, his gaze hopeful and fixated on Tang Hao, his body trembling slightly. Just imagine. This was his idol, the second young master of the Haotian sect, not that seemingly useless Tang Deju. If Luo Sanpao could replicate his abilities, it would at least yield a weaker version of a Douluo, even if it only granted a few seconds of combat prowess. That would suffice, as it would still possess the strength of a titled Douluo, provided the replication was successful. Humph, you certainly have a well-calculated plan. However, I suggest you wait for your disciple to arrive before allowing your martial soul to absorb my blood. Otherwise, if something happens to you, my son will once again be left without care. With a decisive gesture, Tang Hao flicked a drop of blood towards the master, the door closing behind him as his imposing figure vanished. The master stood motionless for a moment, staring at the door and the blood droplet before him. After a long pause, he slowly bowed his head, his gaze falling upon the token, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated that my idol would end up like this. Though Tang Hao's blood was not without issues, its energy was still abundant. He could endure a little longer. Simultaneously, he recalled how Tang Deju had taken the blue-silver grass gifted by Tang San, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Little did you know, that pot of blue-silver grass was nurtured through Xiao San's first soul skill, and it carried a fragment of his intent. As long as you possess it, and especially when you are near Xiao San, no matter how deeply you conceal yourself, he will undoubtedly sense your presence. Chapter 33. Acknowledging kinship. The following morning, after practicing the Yin-Yang Eye, Hongjun, accompanied by Xiao Wu, followed Tang San towards Old Jack's residence. As they drew nearer, Hongjun's excitement grew increasingly palpable. Knock, knock, knock. The ornate red lacquered door was rapped upon, and a kind, elderly voice echoed from within. Who is it? The door is not locked. Please come in. This is an exceptionally tidy and exquisitely adorned farmhouse courtyard. To the right after entering, there is a spacious brick hall, comprising a living room and a bedroom. Oriented to the south, on the right side, a row of side rooms can be found. In front of the house, a broad courtyard opens up, leading to a half-acre garden, where peonies, flowering crabapples, bamboo, and various fruit trees including plums, apples, cherries, peaches, and pears bloom beautifully. To the right of the courtyard entrance stands a small, flat-roofed building, seemingly a kitchen, measuring only half the size of the main hall. On the opposite side of the garden, some livestock can be heard, with the sounds of chickens and dogs mingling in the air. Hongjun spotted a robust yellow-gray dog, resembling both a wolf and a local breed. Upon seeing Hongjun and the others enter, it excitedly ran over, barking softly and wagging its tail. Hongjun was taken aback. This dog appeared quite intelligent, welcoming them not with barking but with a gentle whimper. Yet circling around him with its tail wagging left him puzzled. Come on in, Xiao San. Old Jack stood beneath the eaves and, spotting Tang San and his classmates, greeted them with a warm smile and a wave. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Tang San respectfully called out. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, nodded, and remained silent, emanating an air of obedience. Hongjun, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, so he remained silent. Following Old Jack into the hall, he gestured for them to take a seat and settled down himself. Tang San, familiar with the surroundings, fetched tea leaves from the hall, washed the cups, and poured water for Old Jack and the three of them. Old Jack watched Tang San bustling about with a smile, not intervening, as he regarded Tang San as his own grandson, and Tang San had often visited his home, feeling quite at ease. Xiao San, are you feeling all right? Old Jack inquired gently as he observed Tang San pouring the water. Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I am fine now. I came today mainly to see you and to discuss something, Tang San replied with a slight smile and a nod. The living room in Old Jack's home was tastefully decorated. Directly opposite the entrance stood a redwood 8 immortals table, adorned with several calligraphies and paintings on the walls. Although their origins and whether they were masterpieces remain unknown, they exuded a profound artistic ambience. To the right of the entrance, beside a bright and transparent window, was a soft large bed, and directly across from it stood a row of sliding wardrobes. To the left of the entrance, there was a tea table, a sofa, and several pots of unnamed greenery, all arranged pleasingly, creating a refreshing atmosphere. On the left wall hung a beautiful, yet unnamed painting depicting playful fish. Directly facing the tea table and sofa below, the floor was laid with yellow wooden planks, and the entire room was arranged with an antique charm, reminiscent of the elegance of ancient Chinese aesthetics. Ma Hongjun observed this place where his mother once lived intently, and upon hearing Tang San's words, he retrieved a large assortment of items from the flame ring, placing them on the tea table, gifts for Old Jack. As the gift was unveiled, Ma Hongjun seamlessly took over Tang San's words, gesturing for him to speak. Grandfather, may I be so bold as to inquire about your daughter's name? Ma Hongjun's expression was gravely earnest. Old Jack was taken aback. His daughter had passed away many years ago. Observing Ma Hongjun's countenance closely, Old Jack suddenly felt a surge of emotion and trembled as he spoke. My unfortunate daughter was named Jack Hong Hong. Upon hearing this, tears instantly blurred Ma Hongjun's vision. He swiftly rose from the sofa, taking 2 steps at once to kneel before Old Jack, his voice quivering with emotion. Grandfather, I am Ma Hongjun. A thunderous realization struck Old Jack's mind upon hearing these words. He gazed at Ma Hongjun in disbelief. He quickly rose to embrace him tightly, weeping. Child, my dear child, I had just guessed you were my unfortunate grandson, the child of Hong Hong and Junsheng. At last, you have come to see your grandfather. Grandfather, Ma Hongjun, with tear-filled eyes, nodded and held on to Old Jack tightly, continuously calling out for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Tang San silently observed the joyous reunion, feeling elated for him. Finally, Jun had found his granduncle, who was also his maternal grandfather. After weeping for a while, the emotions of the grandfather and grandson settled. Old Jack pulled Ma Hongjun to sit beside him and began to recount. Years ago, after losing contact with your mother Hong Hong and your father Junsheng, I sought news through others, nearly losing my breath in the process. Eventually, realizing that you, my unfortunate grandson, were left to rely on my son-in-law Lao Dao. I longed to bring you here. Alas, you were too young, and this world is perilous for ordinary folk like us. Thus, I had to suppress my yearning for you. Your parents lacked soul power, and I thought I would never see you come to find your grandfather. Yet here you are, so soon. Hongjun, you and Shaoxin should come closer. It seems you possess the soul power to become a soul master now. Pray tell, what is your martial soul, and what is your level of soul power? As he spoke, Old Jack inquired with mounting excitement. Grandfather, my martial soul is the Fire Phoenix, and I am currently a level 20 soul master. Look, Ma Hongjun nodded, noting that Old Jack's words echoed those of his grandfather, Ma Daochu. As his martial soul manifested, Ma Hongjun was enveloped in a blaze of violet-red flames, and a pair of magnificent fiery wings unfurled from his back. Simultaneously, his coiled hair transformed from black-red to a vibrant crimson, and 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath him, pulsating rhythmically. At the moment his martial soul took form, a shadow of the Fire Phoenix flickered behind him, and a melodious, resonant cry of the Phoenix echoed throughout the living room. This is the Fire Phoenix, a level 20 soul master. My heavens, a 7-year-old with a top-tier Fire Phoenix martial soul and the prowess of a soul master. Ancestors, bless me. I never imagined my grandson would possess such remarkable talent. Old Jack's excitement rendered him almost incoherent, utterly astounded by Ma Hongjun's displayed strength and martial soul. After a considerable while, Old Jack finally calmed down from his excitement and turned to Tang San, inquiring, Little San, what about you? What level are you at now? Grandpa knows you possess innate full soul power. You must have become a soul master by now. Grandpa Jack, I have indeed become a soul master, currently at level 18. Look, as Tang San spoke, a half-foot-tall, deep purple-blue silver grass sprouted from his hands, adorned with mysterious golden patterns on its stems and leaves, while a yellow soul ring pulsed rhythmically around him. Is this blue-silver grass? What an astonishing transformation. It seems you have encountered an excellent teacher, Little San, who has not wasted your innate full soul power potential. How wonderful. Our Holy Soul Village has finally produced another soul master. And counting Hongjun, we have 2 prodigious soul masters now. Truly splendid. Seeing Old Jack's excitement, he continued, It appears that your classmate, this girl, should also possess commendable abilities, right? Old Jack was thrilled. His decision to send Tang San to school was evidently justified, who said that blue silver grass could not cultivate. Moreover, Old Jack believed that a companion of his two talented grandsons must possess substantial talent and level as well. As Old Jack spoke of himself, Xiaowu responded sweetly, "Hello, Grandpa Jack. I am the younger sister of Jun Go and San Go, and my name is Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning dance. My martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit, and I am currently at level 17. As she spoke, her martial soul manifested, and a yellow soul ring danced around her. Haha, Grandpa's guess was spot on. Xiao Wu is indeed a little genius. Since you are Hongjun and Xiao San's sister, that makes you my granddaughter as well. From now on, consider this place your home. Do not stand on ceremony or feel out of place." Old Jack chuckled heartily, speaking gently. "Hongjun, your soul power level is so high. Your innate soul power must be quite impressive, right? Could it be that, like Xiao San, you also possess innate full soul power?" Observing Tang San and Xiao Wu chuckling beside him, Old Jack felt a sense of joy. Tang San realized that the Hunyuan bun had its advantages, and he silently resolved to grow his hair and style it into a Hunyuan bun so that Old Jack, Master, and others could not pat his head anymore. Although he understood that the elder's patting was a sign of affection and closeness, he possessed the soul of an adult. "Grandpa, the three of us all have innate full soul power," Tang San exclaimed. "Previously, I did not keep the Hunyuan bun because my hairstyle would be ruined when my martial soul manifested. However, with my deepening control over my martial soul, that is no longer a concern. Naturally, I will keep the Hunyuan bun, and it complements the Hanfu I wear, does it not? Goodness." Old Jack was so astounded that he could hardly speak. It was exceedingly rare to encounter innate full soul power geniuses, and he had stumbled upon three at once, all of whom were his grandchildren. Overwhelmed with emotion, Old Jack could hardly find words to express his feelings. Three innate full soul powers, talents that are exceptionally rare in a century. I am truly fortunate to have encountered all three, and they are all my grandchildren. I, Jack Lid, have no regrets in this life. Grandpa, please don't say such things. You will surely live to 100. Ma Hongjun protested. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Tang San thought to himself, so, Old Jack's name is Lid. What a splendid name. He truly is a virtuous and beloved village chief. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to a particular truth. Although age may weigh upon the body, the spirit can remain youthful. Moreover, Old Jack was merely in his 60s and still capable of many endeavors. Were Old Jack to have a woman in his life, it would not be surprising if Ma Hongjun had an uncle younger than him. Initially, Tang San mistakenly believed that Jack was Old Jack's given name. But after spending more time in the village, he realized that Jack was, in fact, a surname. Akin to how elders in his previous life were referred to as Grandpa Mao, Grandpa Jiang, Grandpa Hu, and Grandpa Shi, among others. It was then that Tang San discovered the peculiarities of surnames in this world. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, had no such queries. He understood that this world was a blend of Eastern and Western elements. Furthermore, his mother and teacher bore names that reflected this, one being Jack Hong Hong and the other, Adieo Flanders. The latter's name translates to a dreamer of flight. Even his companion Oscar possessed only the singular name Oscar, lacking a surname, as he was an orphan. The name Yuan Huang, or Primordial Sovereign, was bestowed upon him by Ma Hongjun. As for the reasoning behind this name, perhaps Tang San would eventually discern it, or perhaps he would not. As the holiday swiftly came to an end, Ma Hongjun and his companions resumed their classes and training regimen. In the span of half a year, Ma Hongjun's soul power level had risen by 2 ranks, now reaching level 22, while Tang San and Xiao Wu had both attained level 20, thus qualifying them to acquire their soul rings. Xiao Wu mentioned that her relatives would assist her in obtaining her soul ring, alleviating any concerns from Master and the teachers at Nodding Academy. However, the Master suggested that Xiao Wu's martial soul should evolve towards the Jade Rabbit, and that her second soul ring should ideally be a speed-type soul skill. This would greatly enhance her safety as a close combat soul master and improve her strategic control in battles. The Master was pleased with Xiao Wu's choice of second soul ring, which she acquired based on his advice from an 800-year-old lightning rabbit, granting her the soul skill of teleportation. Although this skill had limitations, requiring a 3-second cooldown before reuse, it allowed for instantaneous movement within 5 meters, marking it as a commendable soul skill. Given that Xiao Wu's martial soul was merely an ordinary soft-bone rabbit, the Master's recommendation was for her to evolve it towards the pinnacle of rabbit-type soul beasts, the Jade Rabbit. His research indicated that, with proper planning for her soul rings, there was a significant possibility for her soft-bone rabbit to evolve into a Jade Rabbit. Ma Hongjun remained silent on the matter. While Tang San wholeheartedly supported the Master's perspective, Ma Hongjun chose not to voice his thoughts, as both the Master and Tang San were unaware that Xiao Wu's true form was a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. However, the disparity in bloodlines, aside from mere cultivation levels, could not be overlooked, despite Xiao Wu being a 100,000-year level soul beast. Facing off against a titan giant ape of the same rank could very well result in the demise of the 100,000-year-old softbone rabbit, illustrating the stark differences in bloodlines. Should Xiao Wu's martial soul evolve into the jade rabbit, she would indeed experience a remarkable transformation, elevating her from an ordinary softbone rabbit to the esteemed status of a top-tier beast martial soul, the jade rabbit. Thus, Ma Hongjun remained silent, and Tang San readily endorsed this developmental direction. The jade rabbit, too, is a divine beast, comparable to the illustrious dragon and phoenix in the realm of spirit beasts. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San were well aware of this fact. According to legend, the jade rabbit is a celestial spirit of the moon. Known for its associations with the moon's embrace, the concoction of elixirs, its ascendance in the east, and gazing at the moon. Many tales abound regarding it. And its only notable counterparts are the golden toad, another moon spirit, the golden crow, a sun spirit, as well as the formidable creatures such as the dragon, phoenix, Qilin, Xuanwu, thunder dragon, candle dragon, and Kuanpun. With the addition of the third spirit ring from the three-headed cannon, the master seemed to undergo a transformative revival. This time, as he sought a spirit ring for Tang San, he refrained from summoning Flandra or the dean of Nodding Academy, Su Fei, opting instead to venture forth alone with the trio. Initially, the master intended to accompany only Ma Hongjun and Tang San, but Xiao Wu, like a cat drawn to the scent of fish, insisted on joining them. After some contemplation, the master reasoned that he would merely be seeking a spirit ring of approximately 900 years in age for Tang San. Given the current capabilities of the three-headed cannon and their collective synergy, they would remain relatively safe within the realm of century-old spirit beasts. Thus he acquiesced to Xiao Wu's presence. The blue-silver star grass significantly enhanced Tang San's physique, and his regular practice of Tai Chi with Ma Hongjun further fortified his body, which was why the master felt confident in procuring a spirit ring of such age for him. Xiao Wu, similarly, had her physical attributes bolstered, yet her resilience paled in comparison to Tang San's, resulting in her acquisition of an 800-year spirit ring, the utmost limit her body could withstand. Nevertheless, this surpassed the typical limits for a second spirit ring among soul masters. The master guided the trio through the soul-hunting forest for 3 consecutive days before finally locating a suitable spirit beast for Tang San, a 918-year-old poison fire thorn vine. The poison fire thorn vine bore a resemblance to the devil thorn vine and ghost vine, yet it proved to be even more formidable and tenacious than the latter, albeit slightly inferior to the former while still possessing its own advantages. In addition to its resilience and parasitic abilities, the poison fire thorn vine also exhibited both fire toxicity and fire immunity. However, the latter attribute was inconsequential for Tang San, as it could not shield him from Ma Hongjun's flames, though it could protect against other forms of fire. The poison fire thorn vine, being a fire attribute plant spirit beast, could absorb a certain amount of fire energy, thereby exhibiting some degree of fire immunity. This characteristic also augmented the fire immunity of the blue-silver star grass to a certain extent. Nonetheless, it could not transcend its inherent limitations. For instance, Tang San could not evade the flames of Ma Hongjun. The truly terrifying aspects of the poison fire thorn vine lay in its parasitic nature and fire toxicity. Should one come into contact with it, the seeds of the poison fire thorn vine would latch onto the victim, rapidly siphoning soul power for growth. The fire toxicity inflicted upon the opponent would cause excruciating suffering, akin to being seared by raging flames, ultimately leading to a grotesque decay until reduced to mere pus. While the poison fire thorn vine was indeed fearsome, it fell short in comparison to Tang San's blue-silver star grass, which exhibited greater resilience and was unperturbed by its thorns or parasitism, immune to all forms of physical elemental damage at its level of extremity. Thus, the poison fire thorn vine, under the duress of Ma Hongjun's first and second spirit abilities, was scorched nearly to oblivion by several waves of intense flames, rendering any intervention from Luo Sanpao unnecessary, as Tang San effortlessly resolved the matter. The master merely served as an observer, while Xiao Wu was there solely for amusement. This realization instilled a profound sense of helplessness within the master, prompting yet another lamentation regarding his own ineptitude. Ever since Luo Sanpao underwent the transformation of his third spirit ring, the master had begun training him according to Ma Hongjun's summoning techniques. Gradually, he became aware that he had devolved into a mere bystander, relegated to cheering and providing support for Luo Sanpao. Once again, the master quietly resolved to diligently practice Tai Chi and the wind and thunder sword technique, vowing to enhance his combat abilities and to ensure he would not hinder Luo Sanpao, aspiring instead to fight alongside him. With the battle concluded, Tang San dedicated the better part of half a day to absorbing the spirit ring. Upon completion, his spirit power reached the 21st level. The blue-silver grass remained a deep purple-black, yet it subtly shimmered with a fiery glow. At Tang San's behest, it could sprout numerous sharp thorns, evoking a sense of dread and horror, not to mention the accompanying parasitic and fiery toxins. The spirit ability Tang San acquired was still the parasitic one. When the blue-silver grass attacked, it would emit countless minuscule seeds that would directly attach themselves to the enemy. Once activated by Tang San, these seeds would swiftly absorb the host's spirit power, growing rapidly, and once the fiery toxins spread, the effects would be similarly devastating. The efficacy of this spirit ring undoubtedly surpassed that of the 600-year-old ghost vine, which they had observed during their quest for spirit beasts, contemplating its capture should they fail to find a suitable alternative. Since gaining his first spirit ability, Tang San had transitioned from a control type to a strong control type spirit master, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers, while the blue-silver heavenly stargrass's capabilities further aided his cultivation. The pot of blue-silver grass given to the master was the result of collective research, allowing the blue-silver heavenly stargrass's properties to be conjoined with ordinary blue-silver grass. This enabled the blue-silver grass to absorb surrounding spirit power without adversely affecting its own growth, effectively creating a pseudo-gathering array. While its effectiveness was not overwhelmingly strong, it was certainly better than nothing. Following the successful research, Tang San gifted the master a pot of blue-silver grass, and they also placed several pots in their dormitory. Others merely perceived Tang San's martial soul as blue-silver grass and thus favored it. However, unbeknownst to them, if one lacked sufficient mental acuity, who would realize that the blue-silver grass was intended for spirit power absorption. The blue-silver heavenly star grass could absorb any form of energy. Yet this applied during combat. Ordinarily, unless Tang San could first sense the energy, he could not absorb it. However, Tang San could only perceive basic spirit power, unable to sense other elemental energies such as fire or water attributes. By the time he could sense them, he might be able to absorb attributes related to the blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer. Nevertheless, due to the inherent characteristics of the blue-silver heavenly star grass, even if Tang San could not perceive other energies, he could still unleash blue-silver grass to absorb and consolidate the surrounding spirit power, effectively carrying a portable pseudo-gathering array, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Although Ma Hongjun possesses stronger mental strength than Tang San, he is limited to sensing only basic soul power, fire attribute soul power, and the essence of the sun and moon. He cannot perceive anything beyond that. Thus, he must rely on instinctual cultivation. However, he can absorb 3 types of energy, which naturally accelerates his progress compared to Tang San and the others. Despite his pronounced martial spirit attributes, even if he cannot sense fire attribute soul power, he can instinctively absorb and cultivate it, albeit at a slower rate than if he were able to actively sense it. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San can sense the morning purple qi, though the duration is far too brief to support regular cultivation, yet it is better than nothing. Ma Hongjun can perceive the essence of the sun and moon. However, he only dares to absorb the sun's essence during the early morning, while he can absorb moonlight whenever it shines down, allowing his cultivation speed to surpass that of San Wu, not merely due to the nature of his techniques. His cultivation steadily accumulates over time. Consequently, the student council selected 4 new committee members. Ma Hongjun merely glanced at them before losing interest, as the primary intention behind establishing the student council was to extricate himself from Xiao Wu's entanglements. It is rumored that Wang Sheng and his companions have allied with a formidable figure named Meng Iran at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy for Exotic Beasts, where they have established their own student council and resumed their roles as the 4 major committee members. However, these matters are of no concern to Ma Hongjun, who regarded it as merely a casual move. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the name Meng Iran sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But he couldn't recall. If he couldn't remember, then he wouldn't dwell on it. Such was Ma Hongjun's attitude. Why overthink and tire oneself out? In Chapter 35, the discovery of clarity, more than a year had passed, and he was ready to propose additional money-making ideas to Flandra. In this correspondence, Ma Hongjun sketched a flat-panel bicycle and explained some components he was familiar with, leaving the rest for Flandra to tinker with. Whether it would materialize was no longer his concern. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but marvel at his teacher's business acumen. He initially thought Flandra would seek someone to manufacture soap. Instead, Flandra quickly negotiated a partnership with a small manufacturer in Sodto City, sharing the same mindset as Ma Hongjun. He merely needed to speak, and others would generate the profits. Truly, one could say they were well matched as teacher and student. Meanwhile, his friend, the honest Oscar, had already hired staff and even rented a small shop next to the Sodto Great Spirit Arena, specializing in selling sausages. With more than a year passing, Oscar's soul power had reached level 21, enabling him to sell 2 types of sausages. However, Ma Hongjun declined his detoxifying sausage, as he was not concerned about ordinary toxins due to the protection of his true fire. Upon returning to the academy, Ma Hongjun resumed his daily cultivation. It had been quite some time since he acquired the purple lightning swallow and celestial star leaf. Whenever he had spare time, he would study them. Yet he had made little progress. For instance, he tried tracing the patterns onto jade, metal, wood, and the skins and bones of soul beasts. Then used his soul power to circulate over those patterns, but to no avail. The unwavering dedication of Ma Hongjun towards his research is rooted in the striking resemblance of certain patterns to the runes depicted in ancient Taoist scriptures concerning spells and incantations. How did these runes originate? According to the Taoist texts, the runes trace their lineage back to the mystical cloud seal. And what is the origin of the cloud seal? It emerged from the void at the dawn of calamity, drifting intermittently, either sinking or floating, traversing the 5 directions, just beyond a yard's length. The celestial sovereign, with a brush in hand, inscribed the sacred texts. As the primordial essence descended, the true script blossomed forth. Its existence is apparent, while its essence remains elusive. Ailing souls can find healing, and those burdened by worldly troubles can be uplifted. The ethereal realms shall soon rely upon it, thus ascending to immortality. This elucidates the origins and functions of the cloud seal, which subsequently evolved into various spells and incantations. Moreover, certain esoteric Taoist scriptures are inscribed in this very cloud seal. From another perspective, the cloud seal is a record of the incense rising, as the ancestors and deities were invoked in prayer by the ancient people. As the saying goes, a stick of genuine incense arises naturally, auspicious smoke billows from the haunting furnace. In the air, floating clouds take shape, blessing the sovereign with eternal longevity. Therefore, Ma Hongjun does not dismiss the patterns resembling runes as meaningless. Rather, he is convinced that he has yet to discover the proper method to unlock their potential. He harbors a premonition that should his spiritual power undergo another breakthrough, he will witness tangible results. Perhaps it is due to the mysterious essence of his former self that Ma Hongjun finds his mental fortitude expanding rapidly during his practice of the Taiji visualization technique. He senses that tonight may be the night of his breakthrough. It may indeed be the case that his primordial spirit has traversed time, thus awakening memories from his past life, which explains his initial ignorance and his desire to cling to Tang San's coattails. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, the bright moon ascended, and Ma Hongjun had already entered a meditative state upon his bed. He refrained from meditating at noon, as the sun's potent essence was beyond his capacity to absorb and digest. This marked the first time his mind had issued a warning against proceeding with his cultivation, leading him to recognize that the extreme solar essence was not something he could currently assimilate. The moon that night was resplendent and full, casting a silvery luminescence unreservedly upon the earth. The essence of the bright moon was gradually absorbed by the yin perspective of the Taiji diagram in Ma Hongjun's visualization. A gentle stream of the moonlight flowed from his brow into the sea of consciousness. As the Taiji diagram rotated, the moon's purifying light transformed into soul energy, nourishing Ma Hongjun's spirit and gradually enhancing his mental prowess. He did not ponder why the celestial orb appeared as a white jade disk while the one within him was blue. Having witnessed both blue moons and blood moons in his past life, he chose not to delve deeper into the mystery. The hours of the night slipped away in his cultivation until, just past the midnight hour, as Ma Hongjun prepared to conclude his practice and rest, he suddenly paused in astonishment. He recalled that he should have had his eyes closed, and indeed, he confirmed that. Yet he was astonished to find that he could see everything within the dormitory despite his eyes being shut. He beheld a radiant aura enveloping his forehead, and it was through this ethereal, colorless, and translucent light, clear as water and seemingly void, that he discerned the scene within the dormitory. In that moment, every detail within a 10-meter radius was rendered vividly clear to him. Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. What had he witnessed? A mouse was concealed within the drawer in front of Xiao Wu's bed, stealthily feasting on her snacks. The remnants of sunflower seed shells were nearly carpeting the bottom of the drawer. What astonished Ma Hongjun further was the mouse's uncanny ability to tear open a packaging bag. In the brief time Ma Hongjun observed, the creature had already gnawed open a packet of Xiao Wu's spicy strips and commenced its indulgence. The crunching and rustling sounds of the mouse munching echoed faintly throughout the dormitory. Some, like Tang San, remained oblivious to the disturbance, while others, such as Xiao Wu, who was comfortably resting with a leg draped over Tang San, were blissfully unaware. They had previously agreed to respect each other's space during sleep. Yet whenever Xiao Wu fell asleep, she would inevitably wrap herself around Tang San like an octopus upon waking. Amused, Ma Hongjun noted that the mouse had finished a packet of spicy strips and was now making its way toward a packet of red dates belonging to Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun was aware that their dorm harbored mice, attracted by Xiao Wu's penchant for various snacks, which is why Tang San was unfazed, having grown accustomed to it. However, despite his knowledge, Ma Hongjun had never actually witnessed one before. Shifting his gaze from the mouse, which had devoured several dates, he began to survey the sleeping forms of his 8 dorm mates. It dawned upon him that he had experienced a breakthrough in his mental prowess. Reaching a state where he could perceive his surroundings externally, one might refer to it as spiritual awareness. As for its further applications, he would explore that tomorrow. With Wang Sheng having departed, a new work-study student had arrived, maintaining their group at 9. This newcomer, introduced by Ma Hongjun and his companions, hailed from Holy Spirit Village and was named Zhu Banjin. His martial soul was akin to his mother S, an agricultural tool, a 9-pronged rake, with an innate soul power of merely half a level. Neither his parents nor old Jack had personally escorted him, as Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were already affiliated with Nodding Academy. Moreover, Tang San's reputation in Holy Spirit Village was impeccable, instilling confidence in the villagers. Ma Hongjun, being the cherished grandson of old Jack, further alleviated any concerns. Particularly, Zhu Banjin's mother and grandfather, old Jack, felt assured. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ma Hongjun sensed a peculiar gaze from old Jack towards Zhu Banjin, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth towards the boy. Time seemed to pass swiftly in this state of spiritual awareness. Ma Hongjun curiously glanced around, unaware of how long had elapsed until the chirping of birds outside reached his ears. The early bird catches the worm. At that moment, Tang San had extricated himself from Xiao Wu's grasp and climbed out of bed, surprised to find Ma Hongjun already dressed and seated on his bed, awaiting him. "Senior brother, you're up so early today? Please wait a moment. I'll be ready shortly." Sleep had evaded him, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. Today was once again a day of rest, free from the obligations of classes. Unlike the previous life where there were 2 days off a week, this world offers a single day of rest each month, which translates to a 7-day break, thus providing a relatively generous holiday. As per routine, Tang San ascended to the rooftop to cultivate the purple extreme magic eye and inquired, "Senior brother, what are your plans for today?" "I intend to take a nap first, and then contemplate those patterns upon waking," Ma Hongjun replied. "Wait, didn't you just wake up? Why the desire to sleep again?" Tang San remarked, perplexed. "This isn't like you. Who said I just woke up? I experienced a breakthrough in mental strength last night, reaching a level where I could perceive the surroundings. Out of curiosity, I began observing here and there, only to realize that hours had slipped by and dawn had arrived." Ma Hongjun explained, feeling somewhat exasperated. "By the way, I should inform Xiao Wu that the sunflower seeds, spicy strips, and jujube she had stored in her drawer have been devoured by a mouse. It's puzzling why she would leave them out, especially when she possesses a storage bag. It truly baffles me." Tang San paused, realizing the reason for Ma Hongjun's early rise. He had not actually slept. A breakthrough in mental strength? How could that happen so swiftly? He expressed his astonishment. "This is rather remarkable. What is the situation with you, Ma Hongjun? During our time as Soul Masters, it took 2 months to advance a level, and only once a year did we achieve a breakthrough in mental strength. As Great Soul Masters, it's 3 months per level, yet still only an annual breakthrough in mental strength. How does one cope with such pressure when alongside you?" After contemplating, Ma Hongjun articulated, "It might be connected to my unexpected attainment of the primordial spirit in my past life. Although I cannot sense the primordial spirit, I feel that each time I visualize, my mental strength increases rapidly." Tang San exhaled in relief, nodding in understanding. The primordial spirit can sense and foretell the future, so this development is quite plausible. Indeed, although it led to your demise, achieving the primordial spirit does make some peculiarities seem rational. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Ma Hongjun retorted, "Do you not know how to converse? If you cannot, simply refrain from speaking. I shall act as if you have remained silent, and you may consider yourself mute." Tang San mischievously blinked, choosing not to engage further with Ma Hongjun's comment. He still needed to inform Xiao Wu that her snacks had again been pilfered by a mouse. "Be careful not to fall." Ma Hongjun waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 36. Runes. After some contemplation, feeling not at all weary, the phoenix fire wings manifested from Ma Hongjun's back. With a powerful flap, he soared towards the summit of the back mountain. While Tang San and Xiao Wu typically trained deep within the woods where the blue-silver grass rabbits thrived, Ma Hongjun preferred the mountain's peak, which brought him closer to the heavens and was deemed more suitable for his training. However, upon reaching the summit today, Ma Hongjun did not engage in his usual practice. Instead, he was eager to explore the capabilities of his heightened spiritual awareness. Sitting cross-legged at the peak, he found himself able to utilize the natural position rather than the old man's position. With an abundance of life force bolstering his physical training, his body was developing rapidly. Currently, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were still around 1 meter 50 in height, Ma Hongjun had already grown to a remarkable 1 meter 70. This truly affirmed his identity as the charismatic figure he was. Though his handsome visage appeared youthful, his stature alone indicated that he was indeed becoming a young man, particularly considering he had only just surpassed 8 years of age. However, recalling that this was the world of Douluo, it was not unusual to contemplate marriage and family within the next couple of years. Setting aside his errant thoughts, Ma Hongjun delved deep within himself, entering a state of introspection. Within his inner sea of consciousness, his spiritual awareness commanded his martial soul to emerge, revealing a resplendent fire phoenix, vibrant as the dawn sun. Before his eyes, its form appeared more magnificent, with a wingspan of 4 meters and a length of 5 meters, though its actual body measured merely 2 meters. The length predominantly attributed to its elongated tail feathers, exuding an impressive and formidable aura. However, this representation was merely a reflection of Ma Hongjun's spiritual awareness. In reality, the martial soul did not possess such grand dimensions within the sea of consciousness. The fiery sea within his life gate had dwindled to a mere fifth of its original size. The soul power within Ma Hongjun, as well as the colors of his heavenly heart and the Taiji diagram in his dantian, had transformed from a purplish hue to a vibrant crimson, akin to the nascent sun, radiating an intense heat far surpassing that of the previous purple tones. As his spiritual awareness ventured towards the adorably naive fire phoenix, it was forcefully repelled once more with a resounding thud. A sigh escaped Ma Hongjun's lips. It appeared that his efforts were still in vain. Alas, he resolved to persevere. Observing the state within, Ma Hongjun noted that the Yangming stomach meridian within him was already largely unblocked. Initially, he believed that the unblocking of meridians through soul power was a prerequisite for breaking through to the next level. However, it was only after a conversation with Tang San following his second acquisition of a soul ring that he realized the fallacy of his understanding. The meridians were inherently open, requiring no forcible unblocking. This was evident to Ma Hongjun, who had long maintained that he was using soul power to clear and open the meridians. In truth, the process of unblocking meridians could be gradually cultivated through diligent practice. It was only upon reaching the next level as threshold that one might encounter obstructions. For instance, after breaking through to become a soul master, Ma Hongjun could have gradually unblocked the Ren and Du meridians during his regular training. Upon advancing to the Great Soul Master rank, he could similarly have utilized soul power to slowly unblock the Han Tien Lung meridian and the Han Yangming large intestine meridian. Only when his soul power reached level 20, with the Han Yangming large intestine meridian nearly fully unblocked, would he encounter a bottleneck. Understanding Ma Hongjun's circumstances allowed Tang San to grasp why, upon his breakthrough to Soul Master, Ma Hongjun absorbed a soul ring with an extraordinary age of 600 years, yet possessed only level 10 soul power, as he had simultaneously unblocked both the Ren and Du meridians. Later, upon absorbing a soul ring from the 1,000-year blue silver grass, he again found himself with merely level 20 soul power, as he had once more unblocked both the Han Tien and Han Yangming meridians in one go. Tang San was indeed correct. Ma Hongjun was now on the verge of reaching level 24 soul power. This realization hinted that had he understood the gradual unblocking of meridians during his training, the soul power derived from the 600-year and 1,000-year soul rings would have likely elevated him to at least level 26. Regret washed over Ma Hongjun as he pondered why soul rings were regarded as treasures by soul masters. It was not solely because they bestowed soul skills, but also due to the significant enhancement of soul power they provided. The more formidable the soul ring, the greater the amplification of soul power it offered. Akin to the elixirs of the cultivation world, potent and irreplaceable, for one could only absorb them personally. Ma Hongjun, filled with regret, had devoted himself to gathering resources in the hope of concocting something akin to a miraculous elixir to rapidly enhance his cultivation. However, the outcome was far from favorable. It was not the inadequacy of the millennium-old blue silver grass spirit ring, nor the deficiency of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow spirit ring that hindered him, but rather his own ineffectiveness in harnessing the spirit power. What should have been a mere fly swatted with a fly swatter ended up being dealt with as if it were a cannonball, leading to unnecessary waste. Upon recognizing this situation, Ma Hongjun understood that during the initial 6 months of the previous year, his rapid advancement was not solely due to his innate speed in cultivation, but also the enhancement provided by the Celestial Star Life Pearl. Although he had shared half of its benefits with Tang San, it still allowed him to elevate his rank within a month. Thus, upon discovering the proper method to channel his meridians, Ma Hongjun diligently commenced his cultivation, ensuring a thorough connection of his meridians. Yet today, his objective diverged from this path. Upon inspecting his body with his spiritual sense, he noted that the flame at his life gate was reduced to 1/4, an observation well within his expectations, which he chose to disregard. With his spiritual sense withdrawing from the introspective state, Ma Hongjun retrieved a jade tablet, roughly the size of his thumb and 2 fingers wide, from the flame ring. With his eyes closed, his spiritual sense emerged from his forehead and penetrated the jade tablet. Pure, luminous, warm, and profound. These were the sensations that enveloped him as his spiritual sense entered the tablet. Although this exquisite jade was one he had purchased at a reasonable price, it was not the ultimate aim of his endeavor. His spiritual sense transformed into a carving tool, etching the intricate patterns acquired from the feather of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow onto the jade tablet. This was an experiment Ma Hongjun had long wished to undertake. However, his previous lack of mental fortitude had prevented him from attempting such a trial within his sea of consciousness, leading to the delay until now. The precision and convenience of using his spiritual sense for carving surpassed that of manual effort, and in no time at all, he completed the etching. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the jade tablet unchanged, yet when he closed his eyes and inspected it with his spiritual sense, he discerned the identical patterns from the feather within the jade, albeit dim and devoid of luster, with the tablet showing no visible alteration. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hongjun restrained his burgeoning excitement and cautiously infused a trace of soul power into the jade tablet, directing it through the entry point of the patterns. Gradually, he allowed it to flow along the lines until it connected back at the exit, forming a perfect closed loop. Buzz. As the soul power circulated within the patterns, a transformation occurred. Ma Hongjun's spiritual sense perceived the jade tablet absorbing the soul power, with strands of purple electric sparks darting across its surface, accompanied by a faint wisp of purple smoke enveloping it. This, indeed, resembled runes. My conjecture was spot on. I had surmised that those patterns bore a striking resemblance to runes. How could they possibly be without purpose? Overcome with exhilaration, Ma Hongjun trembled with anticipation, as his hypothesis had come to fruition. In his mind, those patterns served as a template for circuitry, while the lines etched with his mental energy represented the pathways, and the soul power functioned as the electric current. Without a complete circuit, the energy was futile. Conversely, without energy, the circuit held no utility. Thus, in that moment, as he completed the circuit, the transformation began. The next step was to ascertain the effects of this jade talisman. If his predictions were accurate, it should exhibit similarities to the innate skill of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow. Ma Hongjun murmured to himself, clutching the jade talisman, as his spiritual awareness locked onto a nearby large boulder. Infusing it with an abundance of soul power, he aimed the talisman at the stone. After waiting patiently, the talisman failed to unleash the thunderball, leaving Ma Hongjun momentarily perplexed. Could it be that his assumptions were misguided? That seemed unlikely. After all, this was the rune of the purple lightning devouring cloud sparrow, so it must be related. After observing the talisman with his spiritual awareness for an extended period, Ma Hongjun finally discerned the underlying issue. The rune's operational trajectory was flawless, forming a perfect loop, thus preventing any explosion when soul power was infused. Yet, did Ma Hongjun accept this? He did not. Surely, there must be a limit to the energy it could withstand. He refused to believe otherwise. With flames swirling around him and fiery wings manifesting from his back, Ma Hongjun gently grasped the jade talisman, diligently channeling soul power into it. Even after infusing 60% of his soul power, the talisman did not explode. Instead, the purple mist and electric sparks surrounding it grew denser. Once he reached that 60% threshold, the jade talisman transformed into a thunder talisman enveloped in swirling purple lightning clouds. It had evolved. However, since both the patterns and soul power were provided by him, it bore no impact on his own abilities. Thus, it became clear to Ma Hongjun that the purple lightning devouring cloud sparrow's transformation was indeed due to this rune, which continuously absorbed soul power and converted it into electrical energy, facilitating its evolution into the purple lightning devouring cloud sparrow. Contemplating the thunder talisman swirling with purple lightning clouds in his hand, new questions arose within him. However, if this thundercloud could not be transformed into an offensive capability, what purpose did it serve? Furthermore, would this talisman continually absorb soul power, functioning as a magical artifact, or could it eventually become a soul beast? He wondered if he could halt its absorption. With this thought, Ma Hongjun directed his spiritual awareness into the thunder talisman, cautiously severing the entrance and exit of the energy flow. Should anything go awry, he would retreat swiftly. As he disconnected the energy flow, the jade talisman retracted, becoming an ordinary blue-purple jade plate, yet it contained a vast reservoir of stored electrical soul power, detectable with the slightest probe. Chapter 37, A Fortuitous Encounter. Ma Hongjun pondered how to convert this thunder talisman into a usable rune. Mastering this would pave the way for easier handling of other runes in the future. He carefully positioned it around the jade plate, ensuring it was shielded from potential damage. He was not foolish enough to directly use his spiritual awareness to destroy it. While the explosion from 60% of his soul power would not be fatal, it could certainly cause him harm. Once the modifications were complete, Ma Hongjun reconnected the energy flow, and the thunder talisman resumed its absorption of soul power. Holding the talisman, he casually tossed it towards a boulder 20 meters away. A violent collision ensued. Boom. The talisman erupted, shattering the boulder into countless pieces, dust swirling and fragments scattering. Ma Hongjun's expression brightened. He knew he had succeeded in discovering how to convert the thunder talisman into an offensive force. Tang San, the master, and Xiao Wu, along with their teachers and companions far away in Shrek, had yet to reveal their mental prowess before it could manifest externally. After all, who does not harbor a few secrets and hidden cards? Moreover, even if he were to disclose this information, it would be of no practical use to them. Before long, a month had elapsed, bringing them closer to the holiday season. Through relentless experimentation over the past month, his lightning talismans had evolved. They no longer required collision to detonate, but could now be entirely controlled by his will. Within a 100-meter radius, he could simply throw them, and with a mere thought, they would explode. However, there were limitations, influenced by the current strength of his spiritual consciousness. A single talisman could unleash a full-force explosion equivalent to 3 times his present maximum attack power. Thus, each talisman could accommodate up to 3 runes, each capable of bearing an additional multiplier of his attack power. Exceeding this number would result in catastrophic failure. Moreover, he discovered that the most suitable containers for these runes were jade, crystal, and gemstones. Only these materials exhibited the optimal conductivity for the rune's pathways and spiritual power. Consequently, Ma Hongjun expended 300 gold soul coins to purchase 300 high-quality crystal orbs, each the size of a walnut, crafting them into what he termed thunderbolts. He produced 100 of each potency, 1, 2, and 3 times the attack power. Ma Hongjun felt as if he were merely burning through money. After all, each explosion would equate to 1,000 coins. While there were cheaper variants of jade, crystal, and gemstones, their inferior quality would not suffice for effective rune and spiritual power transmission, prompting him to opt for the finest available at 1 gold soul coin apiece. The specific type of crystal was inconsequential, as they would all transform into a mesmerizing blue-purple hue once fashioned into thunderbolts, exuding an ethereal beauty imbued with a mysterious allure. Naturally, each trial was conducted far from the academy, deep within the forest, where the sounds of the explosions were muffled and did not reach the institution. He had yet to explore the celestial star leaf rune. It was already commendable that he had grasped the intricacies of the lightning talisman in just a month. Ma Hongjun also noted the presence of runes within the bodies of the flame ring and the slime. Had it not been for his spiritual awareness, he might never have discerned them. However, he chose not to delve into this matter further for the time being. At the entrance of Holy Soul Village stood a stone tablet, marked with a profound handprint, said to be left by a soul sage of yore. There was a signpost at the crossroads, with the left path leading to the Starluo Empire and the right to the Heaven Do Empire. Though Ma Hongjun found himself bored at home, he could practice daily on the small hill known as Shoqing Mountain in Holy Soul Village and spar with Xiao Wu. Nonetheless, he still felt a tinge of ennui. Spending each day in the same manner inevitably led to weariness. He wondered how Tang San managed during his own time. Determined to venture further afield, Ma Hongjun resolved to explore the left path he had never traversed before. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Jack, and Xiao Wu, he set off. Following the path, he flew for quite some time, yet was met only with desolate mountains and wilderness. A sense of restlessness stirred within him. He felt a simmering frustration, questioning his own sanity for embarking on such a journey through this barren landscape. What could possibly lie ahead? Feeling disheartened, even the most picturesque landscapes appeared as desolate wastelands to him. He possessed an arsenal of 100 thunderbolts, yet he remained unperturbed by any potential dangers. These locations were frequented by humanity, and the spirits of the forest had long been eradicated. Any soul beast that might appear would typically be no older than a century. Such minor adversaries posed little challenge for Ma Hongjun. However, amidst this barren expanse, he unexpectedly encountered a figure who seemed to be of similar age. As he gathered his spirit energy and prepared to depart, a silhouette emerged on the path ahead. Taller than Ma Hongjun, the individual had striking golden hair, and what set him apart were his mesmerizing eyes, possessing an alluring charm, albeit with a peculiar 4 pupils. To further intensify the situation, he appeared even more handsome than Ma Hongjun. Dressed in extravagant attire, he unmistakably belonged to a wealthy lineage, suggesting he was far from an ordinary person. The youth displayed an air of arrogance as he brushed past Ma Hongjun without even a glance. This affront ignited Ma Hongjun's fury. He had already been harboring considerable frustration. And now this young man's dismissive demeanor felt like an insult. "Hey, stop right there," Ma Hongjun called out, crossing his arms and adopting a rather indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, the young man halted and turned around, his gaze icy as he regarded Ma Hongjun. The pride in his eyes was palpable, and anger was etched across his face. Clearly, Ma Hongjun's words had provoked him. Without a reasonable explanation, this matter would likely escalate. "What do you want?" The young man replied tersely, exuding an air of aloofness. Beneath his composed facade, a latent murderous intent simmered, as if it had been accumulating for some time and was on the verge of eruption. Taken aback by his fury, Ma Hongjun wondered if the young man was unhinged. Did he truly believe he could threaten him so brazenly? Ma Hongjun refused to indulge him, responding with a cold laugh. "Oh? What is it you seek? Do you even know where you are?" While the question itself seemed innocuous, the tone carried a hint of reproach. The young man, growing impatient, stated curtly, "This place is known as the 18 Peaks. If you continue ahead for half a day, you will reach the territory of Baodel City in the Starluo Empire. Any further inquiries?" For reasons unknown to him, Ma Hongjun sensed that this youth was suppressing his rage. What had transpired in his life to elicit such a feeling of despondency? Why was he seemingly evading something? Though adorned in splendid attire, far superior to Ma Hongjun's own, the young man emanated an unmistakable noble aura, his arrogance surely cultivated from a life of privilege. The phrase living in luxury suddenly echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind. This marked his first encounter with an individual of supposed nobility, as such figures had become extinct in his previous world. Here, his interactions had predominantly been with unsophisticated folk, himself included. In his former life, his grandmother had referred to him as a little bandit, a member of the uncultured class. Known for stirring trouble until his middle school years, when he developed a passion for classical literature and calligraphy, gradually tempering his unruly disposition. The young man's circumstances appeared less favorable than they seemed. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such a sense of defeat, nor would he be wandering alone in this desolate place. What does this have to do with Ma Hongjun? He is consumed by an overwhelming fury, eager to confront someone, to engage in a brawl. He needs to vent, to channel the negative emotions festering within him, for if he were to suppress them, the accumulation could lead to psychological distortion. Ma Hongjun could have chosen alternative means to express his frustrations, yet the arrogant youth had unwittingly crossed his path. "You are mistaken. This is my territory. I care not who you are. I dictate the course here, and if you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. Otherwise, you shall face grave consequences." Ma Hongjun scoffed dismissively. "Your territory? Are you jesting?" He perceived that this individual was seeking trouble. The youth was genuinely enraged. The Starluo Empire was his home. Though he was at the borders, it still belonged to Starluo. Could he be bullied in his own domain? Absolutely not. There are limits to what one can tolerate. Even if he had resolved to give up resisting, he would not allow this unexpected brat, clad in such shabby attire, to act recklessly before him. A commoner daring to act so boldly in his presence? This defied all logic. "Ha, what is this? Do you intend to strike?" Ma Hongjun sneered. "Humph. Enough with the chatter." The youth was truly incensed, and in an instant, his martial spirit manifested. A formidable pressure enveloping the air as a striking white tiger materialized behind him. The white tiger martial spirit, its appearance, its essence, seemed somewhat familiar. But why dwell on it? He would contemplate later, after the battle. Chapter 38, Battle with the White Tiger. So it turns out to be a small brain axe. Ma Hongjun quipped as he observed the white tiger appearing behind the individual, though inwardly he recognized the seriousness of the situation. A top-tier beast martial spirit, the white tiger. This youth warranted his utmost attention. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, the boy's hands transformed into enormous, razor-sharp tiger claws, impressively broad and powerful, capable of obliterating anything in their path. Ma Hongjun understood that those who possessed top-tier martial spirits were typically quite proud, himself being no exception. However, encounters between top-tier martial spirits were rare, let alone opportunities for sparring. Due to their scarcity, this was the perfect chance to ascertain whether the white tiger, the master of slaughter from the Western realms, was indeed superior to his own esteemed Skylark, the avian sovereign. Ma Hongjun deliberately provoked him, seeking a confrontation to release his pent-up anger. Should that coward learn of this, he would surely retaliate. Ma Hongjun did not believe his current physique could withstand Tang Dechue's petite punches. Moreover, negative emotions must be expressed and resolved. It is rather unfortunate that the small brain axe happened to stumble into Ma Hongjun's line of fire, becoming his unwitting pawn. Small brain axe. What a ridiculous moniker. Surely, it refers to me? The youth glared at Ma Hongjun, gritting his teeth. Say that again if you dare. Small brain axe. If you want to fight, then do so, stop your prattling. The way you carry yourself resembles a defeated tiger, humiliated in its quest for dominance over the forest, a mere useless beast. Ma Hongjun spared no mercy in his taunts, simultaneously unleashing his own martial spirit. The transformation was striking. His hair had turned a fiery red, his body enveloped in flames. And his hands resembled fierce claws, with the backs adorned in dragon scales, while other features remained concealed. The presence of dragon scales on a phoenix is easily comprehensible. For the phoenix possesses a beak akin to that of a chicken, a shell reminiscent of a turtle, and is inherently imbued with the essence of dragons, symbolized by the scales. These scales predominantly adorned his back, abdomen, and the talons of the phoenix. Thus, when Ma Hongjun manifested his martial spirit, it was as though he donned a suit of dragon scale armor, with the scales cloaking his form beneath his garments, obscured from view. This was the state of his martial spirit, since he gained mastery over its embodiment. The dragon scale armor provided formidable defense, enveloping his entire body from the neck down, prompting him to retain this embodiment. Aside from the fiery red hair and the flames that engulfed him, under Ma Hongjun's control, no other martial attributes were revealed. Ma Hongjun's words struck deeply at the core of the youth's heart. Indeed, he was the wasted tiger, for otherwise, he would not have fled. He could not bear to meet his brother's gaze, haunted by fear, as his brother represented an insurmountable chasm in his mind. Thus, he chose to escape, to wallow in his degradation, to relinquish everything, including the fiancée who had steadfastly stood by him, unwittingly condemning her to a fate of despair due to his selfishness. How utterly absurd. It was unexpected that Ma Hongjun would inadvertently expose his inner turmoil, revealing the grotesque side of his being. In an instant, he was on the brink of a furious outburst. Ma Hongjun's words had pierced his heart, and he could no longer endure the torment. "I will kill you," he seethed. "Ah, have my words struck a nerve, inciting your wrath? Come, let me show you why the flowers bloom so vividly." In the face of the youth's fury, Ma Hongjun welcomed the challenge. "Taste my palm thunderfire," he declared, as the thunder symbol materialized in his palms. Infusing his soul power, he unleashed a powerful strike reminiscent of Taiji, propelling it forward with force. The resulting clash summoned swirling purple lightning and fiery clouds. This was among the fruits of his study into the purple lightning and thunder cloud runes, allowing him to inscribe the symbols within his palms, akin to a thunderclap, enabling him to enhance his close combat prowess significantly. As his soul power surged, he thrust his palm forward, igniting an explosion of thunder and sparks, stirring up a cloud of dust. The white tiger youth was clearly no pushover. As a wielder of a top-tier beast martial spirit, he harbored a sense of pride. With a powerful leap, he charged at Ma Hongjun, a tremendous force surging towards him. A direct confrontation? Bring it on. The battle was imminent, instigated by Ma Hongjun, and soon he would face the frenzied advances of the golden-haired youth. Boom. The forest was dense with trees, and a shockwave erupted, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings as trees toppled in disarray. In a single strike, Ma Hongjun was forced back 3 meters, while the golden-haired youth fared even worse, retreating 5 or 6 meters, clearly caught off guard by the previous blow. As the possessor of the white tiger martial spirit, he had the foundation for his arrogance. Yet it was not blind pride. He only regarded those of equal strength. It was evident that Ma Hongjun had garnered his attention as he subtly massaged his palm, and the arrogance in the golden-haired youth's eyes dissipated, replaced by depth and seriousness. "It appears I have underestimated you. Remember, the one who seeks to end your life is named Dai Mubai." The young man approached with a mocking smile upon his handsome visage, his unique heterochromatic eyes glinting alluringly. Observing the flames enveloping Ma Hongjun and the scales adorning his hands, it became evident that he was likely a dragon or a defensive beast martial soul of the fire attribute. Yet, to his astonishment, the attack unleashed was of the thunder fire attribute, a most peculiar occurrence indeed. As one of the dominant forces among the assault-type martial souls, the white tiger should not falter even without the use of soul skills. Dai Mubai, intrigued yet astonished, noted that this brash, audacious individual, though somewhat irksome in his speech, exhibited remarkable prowess. He had never encountered anyone at his level who could withstand his strength with such ease. Could it be that he possessed a fire dragon martial soul? Yet, the crux of the matter lay in his underestimation of Ma Hongjun. The latter, fully aware of his opponent's white tiger martial soul, harbored no contempt. This exemplified the disparity between intention and perception. Ma Hongjun approached each battle with utmost seriousness, as he lacked ample combat experience. Even in a seemingly simple spar, akin to a lion exerting its full strength against a mere rabbit, it was essential to engage earnestly. This was a matter of respect for both his opponent and himself. A defeat would be quite humiliating, especially after boasting so boldly. How could he face the repercussions of being bested? Dai Mubai appeared to possess a soul power level near 25, and Ma Hongjun was also at that level, making them evenly matched. Both wielded top-tier beast martial souls, presenting an excellent challenge. Most crucially, Ma Hongjun recalled the name Dai Mubai, recognizing him as one of the infamous trio known for their lewd charm in the future, Dai Mubai, Oscar. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Your name is Dai Mubai? Good heavens, what have I done?" As he beheld Dai Mubai approaching, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head dismissively. Regardless of his identity, he resolved to engage first. He would ensure that Dai Mubai understood who his superior was. It seemed this fellow had only just escaped and was attempting to flee to another land. "Do you truly believe you can make me submit, handsome?" Dai Mubai's anger flared at the audacity of the taunt, and he erupted in rage, unable to contain the fire within him. Activating his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, a blinding white light erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. 2 yellow soul rings circled around him rhythmically. The second ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a wave of white light, his power reaching its zenith. And the speed of this soul skill rivaled that of Ma Hongjun's first soul skill. "I too possess a skill, first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line." As the White Tiger's Radiant Wave approached, 2 yellow soul rings suddenly appeared around Ma Hongjun. With the activation of the first soul ring, a fiery orb, glowing a vivid red and crackling with arcs of electricity, surged forth and collided with Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Boom! An explosion ensued, causing both combatants to stagger backward simultaneously. "What? Your martial spirit is a phoenix?" Dai Mubai was taken aback, astonished that Ma Hongjun possessed a similar offensive capability. "Isn't your martial spirit a fire dragon? Didn't you claim it was the Phoenix Fire Line? Is this really what you call a fire line? Where are the characteristics of your phoenix?" Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun, feeling profoundly deceived. "Humph, you lack insight. The phoenix is imbued with dragon markings. Isn't this precisely it?" Ma Hongjun retorted disdainfully, gesturing to the dragon scales on the back of his hand. Previously, his Phoenix Fire Line indeed emitted flames in a fiery arc, accompanied by sparks and lightning. However, through relentless practice, he had learned to unleash it in the form of a fireball. "Dai Mubai, your second soul skill lacks potency. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my second soul skill." Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Upon completing his declaration, Ma Hongjun shouted, and both yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Flames erupted around him in an instant, and with a swift motion, he conjured a blazing red electric fireball, hurtling it toward Dai Mubai at an astonishing speed. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai responded with a cold snort, activating his first soul skill to block the attack. He realized that Ma Hongjun's second soul skill was an amplification skill, and at this distance, evasion was futile. The doubled intensity of the flames elevated the Phoenix Fire Line to an unparalleled temperature, which was why it no longer succumbed to Tang San's restraint. Boom! Crack! A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a lightning strike on a clear day, shaking the very heavens. The overwhelming force collided with a tremendous explosion, sending dust swirling for several meters, flames raging and electric sparks flickering, as Dai Mubai was propelled over 10 meters away. Fortunately, this spared him from being scorched by the searing phoenix flames. Dai Mubai was thrown into the air, tumbling for several meters, his once proud demeanor now covered in dirt and disheveled. "Haha, Dai Mubai, now you resemble a fallen tiger. Now do you comprehend my prowess? If that wasn't sufficient, let me show you the true power of the original Phoenix Fire Line." Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, reveling in the stark contrast between Dai Mubai's current state and his previous arrogance. Moreover, Ma Hongjun's attack came without warning. One moment, he was mocking Dai Mubai's feeble offense, and the next, the fireball was upon him, catching him completely off guard. "I will kill you." The humiliation was unbearable for Dai Mubai. In a fit of rage, he lunged forward, swiping with a claw in a rapid assault. Enraged beyond measure, Dai Mubai, even knowing he might be outmatched by Ma Hongjun, refused to concede. This was his unwavering principle. Dai Mubai lunged forward, directly striking at Ma Hongjun with his formidable tiger paw. The sheer power behind that strike was immense. A single blow could result in either death or grievous injury. Yet, Ma Hongjun remained undaunted. As twilight descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a serene atmosphere over the riverbank. Butterflies flitted through the mountain air, while fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong filled the surroundings. The gentle gurgle of the stream added to the tranquil ambience. Along a secluded path, the river meandered lazily, bordered by flourishing flora, the delicate scent of flowers wafting in the breeze. Ma Hongjun sat upon the sandy stones by the river, skillfully roasting meat, while beside him lay an unconscious figure, battered and bruised. Ma Hongjun had significantly improved his roasting technique. He no longer needed to hold flames in his hands. With the aid of his spiritual awareness, a vibrant fire burned before him, and he adeptly controlled the temperature, replenishing his soul power as needed. Glancing at the unconscious Dai Mubai, he mused. Truly worthy of the white tiger martial spirit, this fight was quite exhilarating. Yet, Dai Mubai's resilience is remarkable. He merely fainted after enduring my fiery assaults, sustaining only minor injuries. However, I too am not without my own discomfort. He may have a bruised visage, but am I not in a similar state? Nevertheless, my skill has proven superior. Though Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat disheveled, he fared much better than Dai Mubai, and he was content with the outcome. After all, one cannot strike without suffering repercussions. Maintaining the upper hand is commendable. Although Ma Hongjun harbored some disdain for Dai Mubai, who had callously abandoned the strong Zhu Zhuqing, proving himself to be a true scoundrel, he acknowledged that this was simply a parallel version of himself. While he shared a name with this Ma Hongjun, he was not the same individual, allowing him to release his frustrations through this encounter. Moreover, Dai Mubai possessed admirable qualities. His loyalty to friends and brothers was commendable. Despite his misgivings about Dai Mubai, those feelings were yet to manifest, and though Ma Hongjun had his own ambitions, he was not a selfish individual. As the Tao Te Ching states, heaven and earth endure for eternity. The reason they can endure is that they do not seek to exist for themselves. Thus, they can achieve longevity. Therefore, the sage places himself behind others to be ahead and extends beyond himself to remain relevant, not out of selflessness, but to ultimately fulfill his own desires. Much like the universe nurtures all beings, sacrificing excess to replenish the insufficient, this represents a selfless contribution. As a soul master on a path of cultivation, Ma Hongjun, despite his personal desires, would not allow himself to become selfish. Only through selflessness can one realize their own aspirations, embodying the spirit of Taoist cultivation. The ancestral master Sanfeng also espoused the notion of complementing strengths and compensating for weaknesses, emphasizing that self-sacrifice for the sake of others is the essence of Taoism. Conversely, the ways of humanity often involve diminishing the insufficient to benefit the abundant, promoting one's strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Unlike those selfish individuals who consider themselves superior, Ma Hongjun, as a practitioner of the Tao, did not view himself as above others. He harbored no intentions of seizing the protagonist as possessions, nor of dismantling any relationships. He believed that embracing the future with an open heart would yield tranquility. Therefore, to those who are self-serving and consider themselves to be superior, Ma Hongjun may appear as nothing more than an obsequious follower. In truth, Ma Hongjun had never contemplated the idea of ingratiating himself with anyone. He possessed a profound fascination with martial spirits and held a particular fondness for several of them. Thus, he was inclined to offer assistance whenever it was within his capacity. As he muttered to himself, pondering the intricacies of life, the nearby Dai Mubai gradually regained consciousness. Bewildered as he rose from the ground, still somewhat dazed and uncertain about the events that had transpired. "Oh, you're awake? You must be the prince of the Starluo Empire, Dai Mubai. I presume you managed to escape, but what brings you here? Do share." "As we are now somewhat acquainted through our unintentional encounters," Ma Hongjun remarked, extending a skewer of roasted meat towards him, motioning for him to take a seat. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai accepted the meat, biting into it with fervor, mumbling indistinctly, "What does it matter to you, if I'm not a mere commoner?" Ma Hongjun flashed a grin at Dai Mubai, gesturing with his hand as 2 bottles of soda magically appeared on the ground, indicating that Dai Mubai should sit down and gather his thoughts before engaging in conversation. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun smile, a shiver ran down Dai Mubai's spine, awakening him further. As he settled beside Ma Hongjun, savoring the roasted meat and sipping the soda while gazing at the gently flowing river, he found the picturesque scenery rather pleasant, albeit marred by the 2 disheveled figures on the riverbank. Undeterred by the circumstances, Dai Mubai concluded that this individual was not sent by his elder brother to humiliate or pursue him. Rather, he had endured an inexplicable beating that left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Are you also from the Starluo Empire? What is your name? Which family do you belong to?" he inquired. While roasting more meat, Ma Hongjun took a skewer for himself, enjoying another sip of soda, relishing the moment. "Put away that royal demeanor of yours. What is there to be proud of? You fled, didn't you? Listen well, I am Ma Hongjun, but fret not, for I am not from Starluo. I hail from a different place. Now, tell me how the illustrious prince of Starluo came to be in such a predicament. It seems you are indeed seeking refuge." Ma Hongjun spoke candidly, gesturing towards the direction of Holy Spirit Village, which lay within the Tiando Empire. "What do you intend to do?" Dai Mubai retorted. his anger flaring as the taste of the roasted meat lost its appeal. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the intricacies of your royal lineage. You must be one of the chosen heirs of this generation, am I right? Have you truly given up? Have you considered that there may still be another person struggling valiantly? Ma Hongjun remarked disdainfully, his expression cold and unyielding. How do you know this? Are you sent by her to humiliate me? Dai Mubai trembled, his eyes reddening as he shouted, lunging at Ma Hongjun once more. With a thunderous impact, Ma Hongjun's strike sent Dai Mubai flying. Ignoring the convulsions of Dai Mubai, who was still reeling from the electric shock and burns, Ma Hongjun pulled him back to sit beside him, offering a faint smile as he spoke softly. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough yet? Would you prefer another beating to clear your head? Curious how I know? Don't ask. I merely read it in a book. The affairs of your royal family are widely known among those of a certain standing. Is that so surprising? Besides, how old are you? 11 or 12, perhaps? Has the competition for the throne already concluded? Is that so? Have you given up so easily? Do you not think that is a sign of cowardice? Pathetic. Dai Mubai erupted, his voice filled with despair. What do you understand? Do you know? He is a full 6 years my senior. I have exerted every ounce of my strength to catch up, but what good has it done? He stands nearly 2 realms above me. How can I possibly compete? Tell me, how can I compete? Ma Hongjun, contemplating, nodded slightly and replied with a faint smile, my apologies. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Ma Hongjun, a spirit master of the Fire Phoenix, currently at the 25th level, and I am merely 8.5 years old. Dai Mubai was taken aback, clearly shocked to discover that Ma Hongjun's spirit was indeed the top-tier beast spirit, the Fire Phoenix. No wonder he had been so easily subdued. Seething with hatred, he retorted, even you, a stranger, have come to humiliate me and mock me as a failure. Yet he did not lunge at Ma Hongjun again. He was aware he could not defeat him. He was already injured, and while Ma Hongjun appeared slightly disheveled, he seemed to have regained his strength. Thus, the remnants of his rationality quelled his impulsive heart, sparing him from further humiliation. Ma Hongjun regarded him curiously, saying, is this truly how you perceive things? Now I understand why you cannot catch up to your elder brother. It is because your mind is muddled and you are rather foolish. Do you have any other insults or mockeries you wish to hurl at me? Dai Mubai, filled with resentment, pointed angrily and plopped down onto the rocky ground, tearing into the meat that Ma Hongjun had roasted, as though he were venting his frustrations upon him. Ma Hongjun was unfazed, recognizing that the anger was his own. He settled beside Dai Mubai and began to explain, you seem to be around 11 or 12, yet here I am at merely 8.5, and I am already superior. If I can achieve this, why can't you? The reason you feel incapable is clear, do you not see? It is because you fear to think, you are untrained, and you lack the courage to strive. When in poverty, one must change. Change leads to understanding. Understanding fosters achievement. And achievement brings longevity. Thus, I reiterate, your mind is muddled, and you are rather foolish. Dai Mubai trembled, calming himself, and fell into a long silence, lost in thought. Ma Hongjun did not intrude upon his contemplation. After a considerable time, a new light sparkled in Dai Mubai's eyes, akin to a flame of hope rekindled. With a look of aspiration, he inquired of Ma Hongjun, you are truly only 8.5? Ma Hongjun nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Dai Mubai sprang to his feet, bowed respectfully to Ma Hongjun, and without hesitation began to stride toward the path from whence he came. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, pondering whether Dai Mubai had come to the realization that he should not wallow in despair. Confused, Ma Hongjun called out to him, wait. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, thinking to himself that he would overlook Dai Mubai's previous insolence, turned calmly to face him, ready to speak. Ma Hongjun beckoned him to sit down, speaking without pretense. Dai Mubai remained speechless, but suppressed his frustration and approached. I truly appreciate your words. Chapter 40, Recruitment. Eat. And let us converse as we do. As Dai Mubai settled back down, Ma Hongjun offered him a skewer of grilled meat. Dai Mubai, with a frigid demeanor, nodded slightly and began to eat slowly. At this moment, his noble bearing emerged, contrasting sharply with his earlier ferocity, now exuding an aura of elegance and grace. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, reflecting on the undeniable poise of this noble scion, which remained unblemished despite his disheveled appearance, bruised and battered. Perhaps he had been too lenient in his earlier actions? Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun pondered the absurdity of delivering another beating but quickly shook his head, dismissing the reckless thought. What then? Should he merely sit idly and await his fate? Dai Mubai remained silent, recognizing the wisdom in Ma Hongjun's words, which felt like a revelation to him. He felt gratitude welling up inside, yet the bluntness of Ma Hongjun's remarks swiftly undermined that feeling. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's comments, Dai Mubai paused, lowering his gaze, finding that the grilled meat had lost its appeal, and even the soda felt insipid. After a long moment, he lifted his head, his tone somber and dejected. Ahem. Ma Hongjun cleared his throat to draw Dai Mubai's attention back to him, stroking his chin as he spoke. Our journey northward will take us through Shanghun Village, Nodding City, and Qingyang Town, leading us to Sodto City. Just south of Sodto City lies an academy that exclusively admits monsters, which would be an ideal place for you to develop your talents. He waved his hand, lamenting the absence of a feather fan to enhance the theatricality of his gesture. An academy that only admits monsters? A glimmer of interest ignited in Dai Mubai's eyes as he murmured. Indeed, monsters are the epitome of genius. The Shrek Academy only enrolls soul masters under the age of 13 with a soul power of at least level 21 and the optimal spirit ring configuration. One cannot graduate until reaching the soul ancestor rank before the age of 20. Your qualifications align perfectly, allowing you to study diligently and amass strength. After a lengthy contemplation, Dai Mubai spoke with newfound conviction. Very well. I shall attend this academy that admits only monsters. He felt no hesitation in trusting Ma Hongjun, as he recognized that if there were ulterior motives, Ma Hongjun would not have awakened him nor shared such valuable information. Consequently, his animosity towards Ma Hongjun transformed into an unexpected trust. How frustrating it was for him. He had only sought to escape, yet fate had led him to Ma Hongjun, who had seized him and administered a thorough beating, all for no good reason. Ma Hongjun, why do you assist me? Ma Hongjun smiled slightly, adopting a serious tone. My master, the four-eyed cat eagle, Adi Ophiland, is a 76th level agile attack type battle soul master, affectionately known as the flying horn of the golden iron triangle. And he is the principal of Shrek Academy. I am destined to be the future principal. It is only natural for us to recruit geniuses when we encounter them. Given your princely status, a simple inquiry will reveal the truth. Thus I have no need to deceive you. Dai Mubai nodded and inquired further. Will you not mind that I am from the Luo Empire? With a confident smile, Ma Hongjun recalled his conversations with Flandra and replied, at Shrek Academy, we concern ourselves solely with the geniuses among geniuses. Everything else is of little significance. Even if your character is questionable, our academy's instructors can guide you back onto the right path. As Ma Hongjun reminisced about Zhao Wuji's formidable fists, he took a moment to silently mourn for Dai Mubai's future. It was evident that, given Dai Mubai's martial spirit, he would undoubtedly attract Zhao Wuji's focused attention. Much like himself as a primary interest of Flandra, Dai Mubai responded with a serene smile. Indeed, individuals like you are truly the epitome of genius, especially when possessing a top-tier beast martial spirit like the Fire Phoenix. Oh, this is nothing. Our academy is home to even more extraordinary talents. As you will discover in due time, Ma Hongjun remarked with a grin, referring to his companion, the food-type innate full soul power user, Oscar. This was a fact that even he and Tang San could acknowledge. Are top-tier beast martial spirits rare? Certainly. Yet, they do occasionally manifest. Particularly in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Luo royal family, which boast these two elite beast martial spirits. Are twin martial spirits rare? Indeed. However, prior to Tang San, two had already appeared in this world. But has there ever been an innate full soul power food type? Never. Yet, Oscar stands as the unprecedented first. Thus, Ma Hongjun's assertion that there are geniuses surpassing him was not unfounded. A genius surpassing you. Dai Mubai was taken aback, gazing at Ma Hongjun's earnest expression. He inhaled sharply. How terrifying must a genius even more exceptional than Ma Hongjun be? Truly, this academy is remarkable for only admitting monsters. Dai Mubai exclaimed with genuine admiration. Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. Dai Mubai had clearly misunderstood something, yet he had no intention of clarifying. If he chose to misconstrue, so be it. After all, Ma Hongjun had not deceived him. Every word was the truth. Eventually, when he met Oscar, he would surely come to understand. Ma Hongjun had already resolved that in the future, among the Shrek 7 devils, he would assume the role of the powerhouse in both strength and spirit, as their esteemed brother. As for leading and commanding, that responsibility would fall to Dai Mubai and Tang San, as those were not his strengths nor his interests. His focus remained primarily on cultivation. What brings you all the way here when your home is over there? Dai Mubai inquired, puzzled and recalling the scuffle they had earlier that day, which left him feeling irritable. Ma Hongjun awkwardly rubbed his nose, and then replied nonchalantly, Did you not say you were idle? So I came to see what was around here. Who would have known that after flying for so long, I found nothing? It left me enraged, and seeing your haughty demeanor, as if others owe you millions of gold soul coins, I could hardly contain myself. You can even fly? After the lengthy fight this afternoon, it turns out you were hiding your strength. Dai Mubai was astonished, his expression reflecting disbelief. My martial spirit is the Fire Phoenix. Is it so strange that I can fly? If I were to soar into the sky and bombard you with force, that would be easy and visually delightful. but it wouldn't relieve my frustration. Nothing beats the satisfaction of a good, solid punch. Ma Hongjun declared with an air of certainty. You actually used me as a punching bag. Alas. Yet, indeed, a real man should engage in a true test of strength. After finishing his words, Dai Mubai suddenly realized and responded with a bitter smile. Ma Hongjun chuckled and nodded, showing no concern for Dai Mubai's threats. I'm looking forward to your challenge. If you manage to defeat me, you can call me Tiger Brother, Mu Gu, Bai Gu, Little Bai Gu, or even Dai Lauda otherwise. I shall remain your Jun Gu. Ma Hongjun continued, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Since we have already forged a bond through our banter, and you'll soon be a student of Shrek Academy, let's drop the formalities. You may call me Mu Bai, and I shall call you Jun Gu. What do you say? Ma Hongjun, grinning, gazed intently at Dai Mubai. I'm 3 years your senior, after all. If I refuse, are you planning to force a confession? Dai Mubai, taken aback by Ma Hongjun's ever-present cheerful demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine and responded with a voice tinged with despair. Ma Hongjun playfully raised his fists, declaring, Not at all. I excel in persuading others through virtue and reason. He lifted his left fist while mentioning virtue, and his right when referring to reason. Indeed, the duality of virtue and reason is unmistakable. How could Dai Mubai fail to grasp such a clear implication? However, he misunderstood. Ma Hongjun's notion of virtue and reason was merely a jest. Ma Hongjun continued, Consider this. Once you enter Shrek Academy, you will undoubtedly be my junior, thus designating me as your senior. Therefore, addressing me as Jun Gu is indeed appropriate. Besides, my own disciple is older than I am. Yet he still calls me Jun Gu. Very well, Jun Gu, Dai Mubai uttered weakly, finding Ma Hongjun's reasoning somewhat compelling. Realizing he could not overpower Ma Hongjun, he reluctantly whispered the title, so softly that had it not been for Ma Hongjun's keen senses, it might have gone unheard. With satisfaction, Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and remarked, I was merely teasing you earlier. It appears you have truly set aside your princely airs, which is commendable. This will aid you greatly in navigating the outside world and allow you to learn more. From now on, we are friends and brothers. You may call me Hongjun, and I shall call you Mubai, or even Little Jun and Little Bai if you prefer. Dai Mubai paused, realizing that Ma Hongjun had merely been testing him, not acting out of arrogance or oppression. He felt a newfound respect for Ma Hongjun and nodded earnestly. The thought of friendship and brotherhood resonated within him, though it carried a bittersweet undertone, as his real brothers sought to bring him harm, while friends outside treated him as kin. This sentiment was difficult for Dai Mubai to articulate. Regrettably, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Had he known, he would have told Dai Mubai that if he had ventured into the kitchen and mixed oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, he would have gained a clearer understanding of how to express his feelings. Wait, Hongjun, what are you doing? Dai Mubai suddenly exclaimed. Witnessing an astonishing sight, Ma Hongjun was roasting himself over a blazing fire, the intense flames burning fiercely, with an alarming heat and a particularly strong adhesive quality. Half of Dai Mubai's current predicament could be attributed to those flames. Yet, Ma Hongjun did not appear to be in a state of despair. Healing, if you doubt it. Extend your hand and feel for yourself. Fire can bring both calamity and destruction, yet it can also offer illumination and warmth. The aspect of flames that Ma Hongjun currently wields undeniably embodies this light and warmth. Dai Mubai, rather foolishly, reached out his hand to test it. To his surprise, it was neither scorching nor excessively hot, devoid of any sticky or adhesive quality. Instead, it radiated a gentle warmth that was quite comforting, accompanied by a soothing energy that penetrated into his hand. As the warm currents coursed through him, Dai Mubai instinctively leaned closer to Ma Hongjun's flames, discovering that it felt even more pleasant. Noticing Dai Mubai's reaction, Ma Hongjun was moved, and a vivid flame erupted, instantly enveloping Dai Mubai as well. Startled, Dai Mubai nearly thought that Ma Hongjun intended to harm him. Fortunately, he was mistaken. As he basked in the comforting warmth, he realized that it was indeed quite pleasant. Chapter 41, The Allure of Cultivation. Steady yourself, we shall arrive shortly. Ma Hongjun soared through the sky, addressing the restless Dai Mubai perched on his shoulder. Ma Hongjun, you truly are a rogue. You could have at least consulted me first. Is it customary to carry someone aloft without warning? Dai Mubai chastised him furiously. Yet he remained obediently still, fearful that any sudden movement might lead to a perilous fall. The sequence of events unfolded thus. After Ma Hongjun had healed their injuries and alleviated their bruises, although the marks remained visible, they were no longer a concern. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding, intending to inquire how Ma Hongjun would facilitate their flight. However, before he could voice his question, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly seized him in a hold and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Simultaneously, the phoenix fire wings manifested, and with a powerful flap, By the time Dai Mubai comprehended the situation, they were already soaring through the sky. Dai Mubai scolded Ma Hongjun, questioning why he could not find a more suitable way to carry him. To which Ma Hongjun retorted, "Shall I embrace you? Or clasp your waist? Tell me, would you prefer that? Or is this arrangement less awkward?" After a moment's contemplation, Dai Mubai decisively relinquished his objections. Although being carried posed a risk of falling and was undeniably dangerous and uncomfortable, he found it more acceptable compared to being held or clasped around the waist. Nonetheless, the very nature of this position felt perilously treacherous, leaving him with an incessant sense of impending doom. Over 2 hours later, Ma Hongjun reached the skies above Shunghun village, where the majority of the villagers had already succumbed to slumber, rendering the atmosphere remarkably serene. Only the lights of old Jack's household remained aglow, where 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, an elder and 2 youths, stood in the yard awaiting Ma Hongjun's return. In truth, they had already scoured the vicinity in search of him, but with no success and unaware of his whereabouts. They could only trust in Ma Hongjun and wait patiently at home. Old Jack was filled with worry, and the 2 young men shared in his anxiety. Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai swiftly descended from Ma Hongjun's shoulder, rubbing his sore abdomen, his handsome face flushed with embarrassment as he darted behind Ma Hongjun, resembling a startled rabbit. Contemplating this, Tang San cast a peculiar glance at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Elder Jack, with his dimming eyesight, failed to notice the lingering bruises on their faces and expressed mild concern. Ma Hongjun shot a reproachful glare at Xiao Wu, who merely made a funny face in return. He then introduced Dai Mubai to Elder Jack, saying, "Grandpa, this is my friend, Dai Mubai, a 25th level soul master with the White Tiger martial spirit. You may simply call him Mubai." As he spoke, he gently nudged Dai Mubai forward. "Greetings, sir." Dai Mubai addressed the elder politely. "I am Hongjun's friend. You may call me Mubai. Let us proceed inside and sit down." Just as Elder Jack finished speaking, Ma Hongjun quickly kicked Dai Mubai playfully, grumbling, "Why call him elder? Just call him grandpa." Elder Jack waved his hand dismissively, shooting a stern glance at his grandson while smiling. "It's quite all right, quite all right. Let us go inside and sit." Dai Mubai paused for a moment, awkwardly running his fingers through his golden hair before smiling courteously. "Greetings, Grandpa Jack. Hongjun is right. You are indeed an elder, and I should address you as such." "Very well, let us go in," Elder Jack exclaimed. "Xiao San, Xiao Wu, please prepare some tea and snacks. We shall converse inside," he instructed swiftly. "Understood, Grandpa Jack." Xiao San and Xiao Wu replied in unison. "Go on, De Huang. Play over there," Ma Hongjun said, patting the large dog that had come to rest at his feet. It turned out that this dog had been raised by his mother long ago, which explained its affectionate demeanor upon their first encounter. After coaxing De Huang away, Ma Hongjun led Dai Mubai to follow Elder Jack into the hall. Meanwhile, far away in the Xinglua Empire, within the imperial palace of Xinglua City, an imperial guard was presenting a report to Emperor Dai Tianqing in the council hall. After hearing the guard's report, the imposing figure seated above spoke with an air of authority and regal presence. "You say that Mubai encountered someone at the border who claimed to be a disciple of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Flying Corner, and engaged in a skirmish, only to be bested and subsequently awakened by this individual? He intends to attend Flandra's Shrek Academy, which only accepts prodigies." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard replied respectfully. Emperor Tianqing continued, "You mentioned that the one who bested Mubai possesses a top-tier Phoenix martial spirit, is a 25th level soul master, and is merely 8.5 years old? How intriguing. It is no wonder that such an academy attracts only exceptional talents. I do hope my Mubai finds true transformation there." He then concluded, "Return to your duty of protecting your master, as long as he is not in a life-threatening crisis. You need not reveal yourself or intervene." "Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave," the guard responded, respectfully bowing before exiting the council hall. As Dai Mubai's personal guard departed, Emperor Tianqing surveyed the resplendent and imposing grandeur of the vast hall. "Uncle Luo, I must trouble you to investigate that lad named Ma Hongjun, as well as gather information regarding the Shrek Academy." "Certainly, Your Majesty." A tall and imposing figure emerged from the shadows of the grand hall, his voice tinged with amusement as he addressed Dai Tianqing. "Ah, you are my cousin. I have told you countless times not to be so formal with me. Yet, you persist," Dai Tianqing replied with a hint of annoyance in his laughter. "Haha, courtesy must not be discarded. After all, you are the emperor of our Xinglua. Not to mention one of the 2 titled Douluo among us," the middle-aged man named Dai Luo remarked. "Indeed, you are quite unyielding, Uncle Luo. After all, you are a soul sage of level 72, Dai Tianqing sighed. He shared a close bond with his cousin, and when conversing with Dai Luo, he exhibited neither the aura of a ruler nor the authority of a powerful figure, appearing instead as an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in the residence of Old Jack in Shunghun village, Old Jack observed that Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had already dined and said, Mubai, you, Hongjun, and Xiao San shall share the main sleeping quarters tonight, while Xiao Wu will rest in the side room. I shall take the bedroom in the kitchen. Very well, Grandpa. It is getting late. Please rest well. Ma Hongjun replied to old Jack. All right then, I shall not intrude on your conversation any longer. Do not stay up too late. Old Jack concluded before retiring to his quarters. Tang San proposed an idea, but Ma Hongjun outright declined it. Very well. Tang San acquiesced reluctantly, aware that he and Xiao Wu now stood around 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall. With Xiao Wu's physique beginning to show its development, what needed to protrude was starting to do so, and what needed to uplift was beginning to rise. Although they still did not sleep apart, each night posed a challenge for Tang San, as he had to conquer his own distractions. Xiao Wu shyly nodded. Accustomed to being teased by Ma Hongjun, she was quite fearless, yet her shyness stemmed from the presence of Dai Mubai. It is worth noting that Xiao Wu was quite restless in her sleep. Despite the rule against crossing boundaries, she often awoke to find Tang San entangled with her. Xiao Wu frequently sensed Tang San poking her with a stick. The precocious little rascal understood everything, yet Tang San never overstepped his bounds, which both relieved and disappointed her each time. This was also the reason why Xiao Wu was so determined to continue sharing a bed with Tang San. As a playful little rascal, the more you resisted, the more delighted she became, eager to test the limits of his patience. After all, they were both clad in their inner garments, and at merely 8 years of age, they were still children, so what was there to fear? Moreover, she was a rabbit. Throughout her long existence as a spirit beast, she had encountered myriad experiences. However, transforming into human form was akin to a new rebirth. With her intellect and body indistinguishable from that of a 6-year-old human child, there were certain matters that Xiao Wu might not comprehend. In the realm of cultivation, advanced female practitioners could achieve a state where, no matter how much land was cultivated, as long as it was tended to, it would always return to its untouched state, or to the state of having been cultivated only once. Regardless of the method employed in tilling the land, it can always be restored to its most vibrant and freshly cultivated state. Naturally, there will be no overworked oxen. The deeper the cultivation, the more refined the essence and spirit become, resembling a tightly coalesced magnetic field, remarkably robust. In such circumstances, unless the practitioner consents, the oxen laboring in the fields cannot simply exhaust themselves without first breaking the consolidated essence and opening the gathered aura. Chapter 42, The Emergence of Flames. Dai Mubai stared in disbelief at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, Xiao Wu, you too? Dai Mubai was astounded, questioning the openness of the Heaven Do Empire. Was it truly so outrageous that they began sharing a bed at such a tender age? No wonder the Heaven Do Empire's population surpassed that of the Starluo Empire. This revelation was enlightening for him. Mubai, it's not what you think. Tang San and Xiao Wu are merely 6 years old. They've been sleeping together since that time. Besides, we are all just children. What is the big deal? Ma Hongjun uncharacteristically defended Tang San and Xiao Wu, even gesturing to illustrate how they were just little sprouts 2 years prior. Oh, you startled me. I thought everyone in the Heaven Do Empire was so precocious. It seems their larger population compared to ours is not due to this, Ma Hongjun remarked. He vowed to keep a watchful eye on Dai Mubai for Zhu Zhuqing, determined not to let him turn into the notorious playboy Dai Xiao. As for whether he would have a harem of 3 palaces and 72 consorts upon becoming emperor, that was beyond Ma Hongjun's concern. This protective stance did not stem from any particular affection for Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, among the Shrek 7 devils, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were the only 2 he truly admired. Both were incredibly resilient and eager to grow stronger, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who, as a girl, had never contemplated giving up. Her strength, courage, diligence, and unwavering desire for power were qualities Ma Hongjun held in the highest regard and wished to support. The rest were merely valued for their future camaraderie. For instance, Dai Mubai was the one he found most disagreeable, akin to Tang San's insufferable father. It was no wonder he felt compelled to confront him at every encounter, a reaction fueled by frustration and disdain. Although he once detested the original Ma Hongjun, he had now become that very person, thus rendering any animosity toward himself impossible. He vowed never to emulate the likes of Dai Mubai or the former Ma Hongjun. All right, Mubai, now that Grandpa Jack is resting, why not tell Xiao Wu and me how you met Brother Hongjun? And what is this about your relationship? Tang San chuckled, unfazed by the misconceptions surrounding Dai Mubai. Though he may be as unyielding as a log, he cherished the warmth of soft companionship, a sentiment he relished despite not fully realizing it. After all, having shared such prolonged intimacy without rejection spoke volumes. Just as Ma Hongjun prepared to clarify, Dai Mubai interjected, dramatically recounting to Tang San and Xiao Wu how Ma Hongjun had bullied him, omitting, however, the fact that he was a prince of the Starluo Empire. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's own admission that he learned it from a book, Dai Mubai would not have mentioned it to him. After Dai Mubai spoke, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged peculiar glances, implying, "Is this the friend you spoke of? You have nothing better to do than to get yourself into trouble and then take it out on others. Truly remarkable." Xiao Wu appeared eager, clearly amused by the situation. Tang San cast an apologetic glance at Dai Mubai, offering an apology on behalf of Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun shot an unfriendly glare at Tang San, but chose to remain silent. Xiao Wu, undeterred by Tang San's playful remarks, inquired, "Mubai, are you heading to Shrek Academy tomorrow?" Dai Mubai nodded, his anticipation palpable. With both Tang San and Xiao Wu at the 23rd level of soul power, they were also ready to embark on the journey. In another half-month, when school begins, you can accompany us to Nodding Academy. Once we apply for graduation, we'll all head to Shrek together. All right, let us leave it at that for today. Are you resting or training? If you're resting, hurry up. I'm going to train now. With that, Ma Hongjun paid no further attention to Dai Mubai, Tang San, or Xiao Wu. Folding his legs and sitting cross-legged on the sofa, he focused inward, entering a state of tranquil meditation. With the soft glow of the moonlight streaming through the window wrapping around him like a silken veil, creating an ethereal and dreamlike ambience. Dai Mubai, taken aback, quietly asked Tang San and Xiao Wu, "Is Hongjun always this diligent?" They nodded and then shook their heads. Noticing Dai Mubai's puzzled expression, Tang San explained softly, "Senior brother can absorb moonlight for his training, so on nights with moonlight, he practices until the midnight hour before resting. Perhaps another day, you could have him help you gather moonlight to see if you can sense it. If you can, then you too could absorb it for training. Senior brother often has Xiao Wu and me sense moonlight, but since it's already late today, we didn't do that. We also plan to train until the midnight hour before we rest. Mubai, if you wish to rest, feel free to do so." After finishing, Tang San gestured towards the large bed behind Dai Mubai and led Xiao Wu out of the main room towards the adjacent side room. Whether they intended to sleep or train remained uncertain, but it was likely they would choose to train, considering the considerable pressure Ma Hongjun exerted on them. Upon first meeting, Ma Hongjun had the lowest soul power, only reaching level 10 even after absorbing a soul ring. Yet it wasn't long before he surpassed both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Observing the trio preparing to train, Dai Mubai dismissed his earlier inclination to sleep. How could he allow himself to rest while those younger and seemingly more capable than him were diligently training? Folding his legs, he settled cross-legged on the sofa opposite Ma Hongjun and entered into a meditative state as well. As time slipped by unnoticed during their training, Ma Hongjun felt an unusual surge of vitality within his soul power, sensing a potential breakthrough. Without hesitation, he directed his soul power toward the final acupoint in his toes. Confident that he could connect the Li Dui and Yin Bai acupoints today, allowing the foot Yangming stomach meridian and the foot Taiyin spleen meridian to converge. The soul force continuously circulated between his legs, and at a certain moment, Ma Hongjun felt a lightness in his toes. The last acupoint, Liue, of the foot Yangming stomach meridian was finally opened. The fiery soul force surged through his meridians, and beams of lunar radiance began to gather at the hidden white acupoint at the tip of his big toe, relentlessly striking forth. The cool moonlight penetrated the hidden white acupoint, and with a surge of energy, it further opened the second acupoint, Dedu, of the foot Taiyin spleen meridian. At this moment, the searing soul force flowing through the foot Yangming stomach meridian began to connect with the foot Taiyin spleen meridian. The moonlight at the hidden white and Dadu acupoints was transformed into blazing soul force, continuing its journey toward Taibai, Gongsun, and Shankyu. However, Ma Hongjun sensed that the connection with Shankyu was insurmountable. Yet, he remained unfazed, having understood that opening acupoints required patience. He would not squander his soul force in a single breath to traverse the meridians. A surge of joy filled Ma Hongjun's heart as he realized he had broken through, elevating his soul force to level 26. The purplish-red sea of flames in his life gate had diminished considerably. It would not be long before it was completely refined. As he assessed his internal condition with his spiritual sense, he noted that his soul force had become increasingly concentrated, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a liquid state. Though it still required some time, yet it had already taken on a misty appearance. The fiery phoenix flames, the azure silver flames, and the creamy fallen heart flames were no longer mere flickers. They had evolved into genuine flames. With sufficient soul force, they could manifest into a raging sea of fire. However, Ma Hongjun could currently unleash flames only through his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, and the purple lightning swallowing cloud talisman inscribed in his palm. Additionally, he could empower his sword with soul force and exotic fire to create flame sword chi, which was commendable, though ordinary weapons might not withstand the extreme heat of such exotic flames. This posed a challenge, and it seemed prudent to set it aside for now, awaiting further inspiration. Chapter 43. Scrutinizing Details. As he concluded his practice, Ma Hongjun noticed the sky had begun to brighten, which no longer surprised him. He had grown accustomed to it. After all, if the master were to depart, he would need to carry a considerable amount of books, filling half a room at least. It would likely require 5 carts. Truly a treasure trove of knowledge. However, with his storage soul guide, he would not need to rely on carts. After finishing his letter, Ma Hongjun quietly stepped outside, leaping onto the roof and standing on the ridge to practice Tai Chi, patiently awaiting the rise of the sun. Shortly after, Tang San joined him. Utterly astonished by Ma Hongjun's unique practice on the narrow ridge, akin to a balancing beam. How had he conceived such an idea? Yet, Tang San soon discerned the underlying purpose. This was not merely about practicing martial arts, but also about honing balance and control. The ridge was scarcely wide enough for a single footstep, and its curvature made it even more challenging for an ordinary person to maintain stability, let alone perform martial arts upon it. Intrigued, Tang San began to practice Tai Chi alongside him. Previously indifferent to the art, he had developed an interest after discovering its benefits in refining and enhancing one's physical condition. Through Master Flandra's research on Ma Hongjun, they discovered that in order to add soul rings to Tang San's Haotian hammer without being overwhelmed by their power, he must possess a formidable physique. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. Thus, the master provided him with 2 parallel solutions: to diligently practice Tai Chi and to gather soul bones as much as possible. Both endeavors would enhance his physical constitution, enabling him to withstand the burden of 18 soul rings. In secret, Tang San also collaborated with Ma Hongjun to transform the Xianyu hand into the Xianyu body, further augmenting his physical strength, rendering him impervious to blades and immune to toxins. Ma Hongjun readily agreed to Tang San's proposal, recognizing that it would not only aid Tang San, but also benefit himself. After all, he too practiced the Xianyu hand, albeit with a nature entirely different from Tang San's. While Tang San's Xianyu hand was as solid as cold jade, Ma Hongjun's manifested as fiery jade, causing his hands to radiate warmth akin to that of a blazing gem when activated. Ma Hongjun and Tang San attributed this distinction to the disparities in their respective soul powers. For once internal energy is transformed into soul power, it transcends mere internal force. But what is internal energy? Little Ma would tell you that it is the vital essence that propels blood circulation and the functioning of the organs. A force that embodies warmth and energy, known as true Qi or vital energy. The heart is the source of breath. Wherever the mind directs, the energy follows. This is why Ma Hongjun initially focused on cultivating his dantian, as it is the most prudent approach. However, if one lacks understanding and practices recklessly, it can lead to excessive mental strain, resulting in stagnation of energy and blood, or, in severe cases, depleting one's essence and spirit. Yet, as a figure in the online cultivation community, how could Ma Hongjun lack such fundamental knowledge? This understanding afforded him the confidence to practice the jade clarity and carefree technique. The unique characteristic of true Qi manifests in battle, flowing not solely through the meridians, but also aligning with the heart and intent. Hence, one might wonder why it is necessary to open the meridians. The answer lies in the nourishment and expansion that true Qi provides to the meridians, enhancing the strength of the organs and limbs. In turn, as the organs and limbs grow stronger, the true Qi also elevates. This reflects the principle in cultivation of complementing form with energy and energy with form, where both aspects mutually reinforce one another. Soul power, too, embodies this essence, particularly after awakening one's martial soul, further amplifying these characteristics. Having completed a set of Tai Chi, their bodies were sufficiently warmed up, and the sun was on the verge of rising. Ma Hongjun and Tang San sat poised, fully prepared, awaiting the dawn's purple aura. As the eastern sky began to lighten, the sun gradually peaked over the horizon. At that moment, a flash of purple seemed to sweep across the morning light, followed by an overwhelming surge of purple clouds. Suddenly, both Ma and Tang's eyes widened, their breaths forming a harmonious cycle, their energies intertwining as the fleeting purple essence entered their gaze, mingling with the vast expanse of purple mist. With their eyes gently closed, it took a quarter of an hour for the two to slowly open them. Tang San's pupils shimmered with a radiant purple light, so clear and bright. Ma Hongjun's left eye blazed with a fiery red hue, while his right eye gleamed in icy blue, resembling the sun and moon intertwined in an extraordinary display of fire and ice. Tang San turned to glance at Ma Hongjun, his purple extreme demon eyes sharpening in focus as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, your left eye is transformed from purplish red to fiery red. Have you broken through with your yin-yang eye?" Ma Hongjun, taken aback by the remark, directed his yin-yang eye towards Tang San. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth was soon replaced by a calm smile as he replied, "Well, Xiao-san, you haven't cleaned the crust from the corner of your eye." This was the reason for Ma Hongjun's earlier speechlessness. The disparity between their observations was quite pronounced. In the past, he might not have noticed such a detail. Tang San, momentarily stunned, hastily wiped the corner of his eye, looking at Ma Hongjun with a hint of embarrassment and helplessness. "All right, it's gone now." Ma Hongjun took another look and, satisfied that it was clean, turned his gaze toward the distance. Although it was not as exaggerated as seeing 1,000 miles. Discerning a tiny green worm wriggling on a leaf from 100 meters away was well within his capabilities. Indeed, at that distance, a green caterpillar was voraciously munching on a leaf when suddenly, a sharp beak swooped down, a reminder that the early bird catches the worm. Observing Ma Hongjun's rapid advancement with his purple extreme demon eyes, Tang San remarked, "Brother, your yin-yang eye has also progressed remarkably fast. I have cultivated for 3 years and barely achieved a nuanced mastery of the purple extreme demon eyes, and it has only been a little over 4 years. Yet, you have mastered the purple extreme demon eyes in just 2 years, almost surpassing me. It seems only a matter of time before you eclipse my progress." Ma Hongjun shrugged, expressing his own helplessness, who knew that the purple extreme demon eyes could only be refined with the fleeting eastern radiance of the morning. If I could utilize the essence of the sun and moon for my eyes, I would probably still be spinning in the nuances. Tang San let out a wry smile. Indeed, it's unfortunate that the completion of the sun and moon Taiji diagram is so reliant on chance. Otherwise, I too could upgrade my purple extreme demon eyes to the divine eyes of sun and moon. Well, let's go prepare breakfast. Grandpa and Xiao Wu should be waking up soon, and Mu Bai's training should also be concluding. Ma Hongjun nodded and said to Tang San before performing a somersault and jumping off the roof. Tang San's culinary skills were rather lacking, so he could only assist Ma Hongjun in the kitchen. After 2 hours, they had prepared a hearty breakfast. 2 baskets of carrot-filled buns were set aside for Xiao Wu, while 10 baskets of meat buns were divided among Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mu Bai, with Old Jack receiving 1. A pot of black rice porridge, which Tang San excelled at, simmered on the stove. They also prepared a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers, a plate of cold shredded carrots, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of braised pork, a plate of chicken with potatoes, and a plate of cabbage with tofu, 6 dishes in total. While these were all home-style dishes, they were nonetheless quite sumptuous. Notably, all the meat used was from the red pig soul beast, except for the chicken dish, which featured an ingredient known as the purple crystal dragon claw phoenix. There exists a soul beast known as the red pig, renowned for its delectable flesh and rapid growth. However, its offensive prowess, defensive capabilities, and speed are rather lacking, allowing even an ordinary person to rear it. Consequently, this soul beast enjoys immense popularity among humans, particularly within civilian households, where the conditions permit its cultivation. Yet, this soul beast, beloved by humans, is reviled by other soul beasts, who regard it as a disgrace to their kind. Similarly, the amethyst dragonclaw phoenix is another example, yet it is uniquely cherished by both humans and soul beasts alike. The amethyst dragonclaw phoenix, also referred to as the black-boned white phoenix, shares characteristics with the red pig, yet possesses a distinctive trait. Its flesh and bones are black, while its exterior is pure white, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Even more extraordinary is the fact that this soul beast belongs to the phoenix lineage, indicating a trace of phoenix blood within it, albeit exceedingly thin. The amethyst dragonclaw phoenix's flesh is exceptionally delicious and nutritionally rich, not only replenishing soul power, but also invigorating vitality. Oscar's first soul ring, for instance, was derived from a 400-year-old black-boned white phoenix, the circumstances of which remain a mystery. Despite its numerous advantages, the combat prowess of the amethyst dragonclaw phoenix is not to be underestimated. Male specimens are often heralded as the fighting roosters among their kind. Their calls echo with the resonance of phoenix song, piercing and vibrant. This entire lineage is replete with treasures, rendering it an object of adoration for both humans and soul beasts. In contemporary times, aside from those domesticated by humans, the wild populations have nearly been exterminated by both soul beasts and humans, underscoring the remarkable fortune of Oscar. When Ma Hongjun initially contemplated his second soul ring, he considered the black-boned white phoenix. However, the rarity of wild specimens, particularly those aged a millennium, made them nearly impossible to find, leading to his resignation from that pursuit. Had he succeeded, Ma Hongjun believed his second soul skill would have been even more formidable. Nevertheless, he harbors no disdain for his current soul ring, as he chose the blue-silver grass for its resilient vitality and its position at the forefront of evolution, exhibiting remarkable adaptability to diverse environments. This adaptability signifies boundless potential and a formidable life force. For instance, Blue-silver grass flourishing in toxic marshes absorbs venom for growth. That which thrives in frigid northern territories draws sustenance from icy air. Those in deserts require minimal moisture, while those in volcanic regions harness the essence of fire for their development. This remarkable adaptability accounts for its widespread proliferation across the globe, as it embodies an extraordinary tenacity of life. As the saying goes, wildfire cannot consume it all, spring winds will rejuvenate it, for even if a specimen is scorched, its seeds and roots may endure, allowing it to thrive anew in the following year, ever evolving in response to environmental changes. This profound adaptability and resilience perfectly align with the characteristics of the fire phoenix martial soul, facilitating the potential for the legendary phoenix to be reborn from its flames. Importantly, this soul ring possesses the capacity for growth. As Ma Hongjun ascends to the rank of titled Douluo, the terrifying powers of this soul ring will undoubtedly become manifest. Moreover, the delicate blue-silver grass does not signify weakness. Rather, it embodies potential strength, as exemplified by the transformation of the ordinary blue-silver grass into the formidable blue-silver emperor. With the existence of the blue-silver emperor and the remarkable adaptability of the blue-silver grass, is it not conceivable for it to evolve in other directions? The Master's research into refining and mastering one's martial soul can bestow upon it boundless growth and possibilities. Even a mere strand of blue-silver grass, when meticulously planned for soul rings, can cleave through the very fabric of time and space. Often, many things are not devoid of possibility. Rather, it is the constraints of human thought that inhibit exploration and imagination. Take, for instance, the hidden weaponry of the Tang sect. Could it not amalgamate with soul power to develop into soul-guiding devices or entities akin to magical artifacts? Yet, in the realm of the original Douluo, what was the state of affairs a millennium hence? This illustrates the limitations imposed upon human cognition. In a span of 10,000 years, even conventional technology could transcend Douluo and venture into the cosmos, let alone in a world brimming with wondrous martial souls and soul power, an energy that facilitates the continuous evolution of life. Thus, Ma Hongjun has steadfastly believed in a singular truth. If cultivation is attainable, then all possibilities are within reach. After all, the essence of cultivation lies in unveiling the mysteries of the world and all existence, transforming the impossible into the possible. In other words, the path is endless, and beneath it, all is possible. The absence of possibility merely indicates that one has yet to conceive or lacks the means to achieve it. Ultimately, even the world and all of creation emerged from nothingness. What, then, is truly impossible? If one doubts the feasibility of their own potential in cultivation, they shall inevitably stagnate. Chapter 44, The Feeling of Home. Wow, is today's breakfast truly this lavish? Upon entering the living room, Xiao Wu was utterly astonished, her eyes sparkling with delight. A plethora of buns adorned the table, alongside her cherished carrots and cabbage. The numerous buns were divided into 2 portions, and without question, Xiao Wu was certain that some contained her beloved carrot filling. Dai Mubai stood awkwardly in the hall, a prince accustomed to being served, finding this domesticity novel yet heartwarming. Albeit somewhat disconcerting, he was entirely at a loss as to how to proceed. Moreover, it appeared that everyone was to dine together, which added to his discomfort. However, recalling Ma Hongjun's advice to abandon his princely airs and immerse himself in everyday life, he resolved to learn more. Thus, Dai Mubai swiftly dispelled his inner unease, awkwardly awaiting his next course of action. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered, carrying 2 platters of food. Upon seeing Dai Mubai standing there in a daze, he paused momentarily, realizing it was his first encounter with such a situation, and smiled gently. Mubai, come with me and lend a hand. There are 2 more dishes in the kitchen for you to bring over. Xiao Wu, please head to the kitchen and assist Xiao San in serving breakfast to Grandpa. Typically, old Jack refrained from dining with them, fearing that the children might feel inhibited, so whenever they were home, Ma Hongjun would ensure that a separate portion was prepared for old Jack. After issuing his instructions, Ma Hongjun beckoned to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Why? Ma Hongjun was inherently drawn to take charge. The elderly are fond of lively gatherings, particularly when surrounded by a multitude of grandchildren, which brings them immense joy. Ma Hongjun, though he cherishes tranquility, is not averse to the warmth of companionship. This shared trait with Xiao Wu, both being born under the sign of the rabbit, allows them to be playful and spirited. Tang San, on the other hand, harbors a profound sense of solitude, especially after the departure of his ineffectual father. Being alone at home surely weighs heavily on his heart, even with Xiao Wu's presence. Given all these reasons, why not embrace the joy of togetherness? It is truly delightful. Initially, Tang San was reluctant. He despised inconveniencing others and preferred to avoid causing trouble. displaying remarkable thoughtfulness and politeness. Yet, being firmly drawn into the circle, old Jack treated him as a grandson rather than a stranger. Gradually, he grew accustomed to this familial warmth, secretly cherishing the comforting sensation it brought. For old Jack, in those years before the arrival of his own grandson, Tang San embodied his emotional attachment to familial bonds, a well-behaved, intelligent child he regarded as his own. Even when his biological grandson finally appeared, witnessing the camaraderie and brotherhood between the two only deepened old Jack's affection for Tang San. When Dai Mubai noticed Ma Hongjun beckoning him, he nodded in gratitude and promptly followed Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu into the kitchen. Allowing Xiao Wu and Tang San to serve old Jack was merely a matter of 2 steps, as the kitchen and bedroom were adjacent, separated only by a wall and a door. However, engaging in such activities fostered a sense of home and alleviated any potential awkwardness among them. The meal was particularly enjoyable for Dai Mubai, not merely because of Ma Hongjun's commendable culinary skills, but also due to the deliciousness of what appeared to be simple farmhouse dishes. During the meal, Tang San informed him that the lavish spread was Ma Hongjun's way of welcoming him. As they dined, Dai Mubai felt enveloped in the warmth of home and the joyous laughter of siblings, a sentiment unattainable within the cold confines of the palace. By the end of the meal, under Ma Hongjun's intentional guidance, Dai Mubai had begun to adapt to the lifestyle of ordinary people, which left him with profound reflections on the beauty of simplicity, a stark contrast to the pretentious opulence of the palace. After the meal, Ma Hongjun led a group of friends to the summit of Shoqing Mountain, a place of cultivation and sparring, as well as Tang San's previous training grounds. It was also the first peak of the 18 ridges, a prominent position within the mountain range. This indicated a favorable geomantic positioning, and Tang San certainly had an eye for choosing locations, as there were indeed more peaks adjacent to Holy Spirit Village. Upon leaving, Ma Hongjun asked his grandfather to arrange for the tidying of a 3-bedroom apartment across from the kitchen, as their current closeness was somewhat inconvenient. He entrusted old Jack with 10 gold soul coins to give to old Li, the vendor from Nodding City, to procure vegetables and fruits not typically found in the village. Given that Holy Spirit Village primarily produced such goods, purchasing those that were lacking, along with additional beverages, would be prudent. Ma Hongjun seized these opportunities to discreetly provide old Jack with financial support. Old Jack was somewhat apprehensive about letting old Li make the purchase, not due to any mistrust of him, but rather out of concern for his personal safety. With a chuckle, old Jack acquiesced. Since the last holiday, he had become aware of the immense wealth possessed by that young man, a fortune the likes of which he had never encountered in his lifetime. The necessity for nourishment to support their training was paramount, thus he could not intervene. The frequent consumption of soul beast meat had transformed Big Yellow, who used to merely sip broth and gnaw on bones. Now, his once dull gray fur had shed, revealing a radiant coat of yellow, his eyes sparkling with vitality, and his claws gleaming with a menacing glint. The name Big Yellow was indeed fitting, for he was entirely yellow, and quite vividly so. Ma Hongjun mused that if this continued, Big Yellow might evolve into a soul beast himself. Ma Hongjun stepped out with his companions while old Jack leisurely practiced Tai Chi in the courtyard. His style was reminiscent of the elderly practitioners one would find in a park, akin to the Tai Chi performed by Ma Daochu back in Phoenix Village. Nevertheless, it served to strengthen his body. After all, health is paramount. If one neglects their well-being today, they may require a doctor tomorrow. With such a wonderful grandson, old Jack hoped to live a few more years to cradle his great-grandchildren. Thus he was quite dedicated to the Tai Chi that Ma Hongjun had taught him. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun had imparted the foundational internal cultivation techniques he had developed with Tang San, allowing old Jack to generate soul power within himself. Despite being a food-type martial spirit and of advanced age, his vitality was somewhat lacking. After 2 years of training, he had only attained a mere 5th-level soul power. Yet, even this modest level of soul power, combined with his health-focused Tai Chi, had significantly improved his physical condition. Old Jack had confided the existence of his soul power only to his grandson and Tang San, fully aware of the implications of such a secret, despite his rustic background as a village elder. Thus, even while practicing Tai Chi, he remained discreet, never venturing beyond the confines of his courtyard. Ma Hongjun contemplated that once old Jack reached the 10th level, he would use his blue-silver true fire to nurture a century-old blue-silver grass for him to absorb, enhancing his lifespan further. Why did Ma Hongjun entertain such thoughts? Because he had learned last year that his grandfather, Ma Daochu, had passed away shortly after he departed. Consequently, old Jack became his sole remaining family member. At just over 50, he was still youthful, and with diligent practice, he might even reach a venerable age, unlike Ma Daochu, who had already surpassed the age of 70, a considerable feat for an ordinary person in this world. The gentle aspect of blue-silver true fire indeed possessed the capability to nurture herbs, while the mild nature of Phoenix true fire could also accelerate plant growth. Its efficacy paled in comparison to that of blue-silver true fire. However, Phoenix true fire was distinguished by its superior healing properties. Thus, nurturing a century-old blue-silver grass would pose no difficulty for him. Upon reaching the summit of Shiqing Mountain with Dai and Tang, Ma Hongjun announced his intention to send a letter to his teacher and promptly took flight. Tang San expressed his desire to spar with Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu watched eagerly from the sidelines. The battle soon commenced. First soul skill, blue-silver heavenly stargrass. 2 yellow soul rings pulsated around Tang San. The first soul ring radiated a brilliant yellow light, and the blue-silver star grass entwined swiftly, leaving Dai Mubai with no chance to evade. The second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Since evasion was futile, Dai Mubai chose to attack, unleashing a scorching and dazzling holy white light bullet towards Tang San. With a resounding crack, the air reverberated with a sharp explosion as a purple-black whip-like shadow danced like a dragon, swiftly striking the holy white bullet under Tang San's control. The White Tiger's fierce light wave was obliterated, and with a swift turn, Tang San left behind an afterimage, having already distanced himself from the explosive wave. What terrifying blue-silver grass! What incredible speed! Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment, yet Tang San offered him no respite. After evading the light wave, his long whip transformed rapidly into tendrils, encircling Dai Mubai from all directions. Blue-silver star grass entanglement. Dai Mubai, seeing the rapidly expanding blue-silver grass surrounding him, promptly activated his first soul skill. The blue-silver grass ascended in an instant, firmly binding his tiger-like physique. Observing the entangling blue-silver grass, Dai Mubai nodded confidently. Smiling as he spoke, Tang San smiled mysteriously, retorting as he activated his soul skill. Is that so? Blue-silver star grass strangulation. In a moment, the White Tiger's protective barrier finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and shattered, leaving Dai Mubai genuinely ensnared. However, as the barrier broke, Tang San retracted the thorns from the blue-silver grass. Dai Mubai was taken aback, never having anticipated that Tang San's blue-silver grass would possess such formidable strength and stranglehold. Realizing he was ensnared, Dai Mubai, confident in his strength, believed he could easily break free. After struggling several times, Dai Mubai was stunned. What was the situation with Tang San's blue-silver grass? No matter how he thrashed, he simply could not break free. After an extended struggle, he resignedly acknowledged his defeat. He had once again been bested. The resilience was simply astonishing. Chapter 45, Sparring. Dai Mubai was incredulous. His soul power level was higher than Tang San's, and he wielded the top-tier beast martial soul, the White Tiger. Yet he had been so effortlessly defeated. Although control-type abilities countered assault-type ones, this was a rather pronounced counter. Furthermore, Dai Mubai noted that Tang San did not seem like a pure control-type soul master. Had he ever witnessed a control-type using a whip to directly engage in combat with an assault-type? Certainly not. Tang San chuckled, preparing to explain to Dai Mubai, when the spectator Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, Xiao San, let me explain it to Dai Lahu. Dai Mubai gratefully cast a flirtatious glance at Xiao Wu, acknowledging her enthusiasm, and thought to himself, is she interested in me? Tang San's expression darkened at the sight of Dai Mubai's flirtation with Xiao Wu. Ahem, Mubai. Xiao Wu is so excited because she has encountered a cultural knowledge student who is even more of a slacker than she is, hence her enthusiasm. Dai Mubai was taken aback, staring at Xiao Wu in disbelief, while she made a playful face at him, sticking out her adorable little tongue. Well, it appears that Dai Mubai has been thoroughly confirmed. Indeed, he has faced disdain. Xiao Wu began to elucidate the origin of Tang San's soul rings, casually mentioning the second soul ring as well. Astonishingly, there exists such a formidable soul beast. Tang San, your first soul skill is exceptionally overwhelming. Aside from the ultimate offensive capabilities and cross-dire combat prowess, does it not utterly dominate your peers? With immense strength, unparalleled resilience, immunity to all physical elemental attacks under extreme conditions, and the ability to absorb any energy, how could such a terrifying soul ring exist? Dai Mubai felt somewhat numbed. His pride once again ground into the dust, and even the sum of his 2 soul skills paled in comparison to Tang San's first soul skill. Observing Dai Mubai, who appeared somewhat dazed from the blow, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a twinge of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San spoke up. Mubai, I don't have a definitive solution for you in this regard, but you might consider discussing the characteristics of your martial soul with Brother Hongjun. He often claims that anything is possible and possesses a plethora of unconventional ideas. Perhaps he can offer you some advice. And then you could consult my teacher on how to select soul rings for your martial soul. It might sharpen your attacks and free you from my constraints. Is that truly the case? Dai Mubai pondered aloud, uncertain whether to trust Tang San's suggestion. The selection of soul rings for my white tiger martial soul has been meticulously researched and refined by my family over countless years. Is it really possible for me to become even stronger? Tang San chuckled awkwardly and replied, even so, I suggest you inquire. Brother might genuinely have some unique insights. Indeed. Dai the tiger, although Jun Ge may seem a bit foolish and somewhat simple-minded, he indeed possesses the most creative ideas. Besides, how can a grown man be so hesitant like a young girl? Xiao Wu chimed in, her small fists eager for action. Here, this is the restorative sausage from Jun Ji's companion. Eat it quickly to regain your soul power. It is time for us to spar. Xiao Wu first offered some comforting words to Dai Mubai, before teasingly critiquing Ma Hongjun and expressing her disdain for Dai Mubai. Eventually, she retrieved a restorative sausage from her storage space and handed it to him. Thank you. Is this sausage crafted from a food-type martial soul? Dai Mubai chuckled softly, intending to inquire further, instinctively accepting the sausage from Xiao Wu, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Yes, hurry and eat. According to my brother, his companion is the only food-type soul master in history who possesses innate full soul power. The restorative sausage is quite effective. It not only replenishes soul power, but also restores vitality, meaning physical strength. You should consume it promptly. Tang San explained to Dai Mubai. What? A food-type soul master with innate full soul power? Good heavens. Could he be the prodigy from Shrek Academy, whose talent surpasses both yours and Hongjun's? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that there indeed exists a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. He then recalled that he might have misunderstood Ma Hongjun's earlier remarks and uncertainly asked for clarification. Tang San nodded, affirming his knowledge of Shrek Academy, noting that currently, only Ma Hongjun, who is outside, and the martial soul master Oscar, who is within the academy, are known. However, Ma Hongjun is correct. In terms of innate talent and potential, Oscar is indeed unparalleled among them. Even the supreme beast spirits of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, as well as Tang San's dual spirit, pale in comparison to Oscar in this regard. This is solely due to Oscar being the unprecedented first and currently the only one with innate full soul power, specializing in food-related abilities. However, they have gravely misunderstood, failing to perceive the semantic flaws in Ma Hongjun's words. No matter how formidable Oscar may be, he remains merely a genius of the food-type support system, incapable of fully representing all soul masters. Well, perhaps I have misjudged, yet Hongjun did not speak inaccurately. It is indeed the case. Dai Mubai let out a wry smile, having assumed he was a power-type soul master, only to discover that he was a food-type soul master. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun was not wrong. All right, let's eat. Even for a sausage, you're taking too long. I can hardly wait, Xiao Wu impatiently remarked, tapping her foot. First soul skill, waist bow. First soul skill, white tiger guardian barrier. Second soul skill, white tiger radiant wave. Second soul skill, teleportation. However, Dai Mubai's soul power surpassed that of Xiao Wu, and with his robust physique and resilience, he ultimately secured victory in this sparring match. Senior brother, what did the teacher say? Ma Hongjun inquired. The three nodded, indicating indifference. Hongjun, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Dai Mubai said. What is it? Feel free to speak. There is no need for formality. Dai Mubai slowly conveyed what Tang San and Xiao Wu had discussed. Ah, I see. No problem. Please share the characteristics of your spirit and the soul rings you intend to select. I shall listen. Ma Hongjun chuckled, intrigued by how the white tiger had transformed into something akin to a sickly cat in Dai Mubai's account. Dai Mubai began to elaborate on his white tiger spirit and the selection of soul rings. The first soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier, originates from. The second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave, comes from. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, derives from. The fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, is sourced from. The fifth and sixth soul skills. Dai Mubai spoke at length, while Ma Hongjun listened, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The more Tang San listened, the more he felt that his earlier suggestion had been rash. These soul rings seemed quite exceptional. After Dai Mubai concluded, he looked hopefully at the pensive Ma Hongjun, yearning for a pleasant surprise. After much deliberation, Ma Hongjun shook his head in bemusement. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai felt a tinge of disappointment, albeit it was somewhat expected, his gaze dimming. Mubai, it is not that I lack suggestions. My shaking of the head signifies my disbelief regarding the soul rings chosen for the white tiger, Ma Hongjun explained, noting Dai Mubai's despondent expression. Dai Mubai's face lit up with joy as he eagerly asked, so you genuinely have thoughts on this? Ma Hongjun nodded, stating, to speak candidly, in my view, the only soul ring that truly suits the white tiger spirit is the sixth soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation Strike. The others would be far more suitable for different feline types, but for the white tiger, they are rather ill-fitting. Dai Mubai was taken aback, unable to comprehend. How could this be? You only regard the 6th soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation Strike, as worthy. Hongjun, may I inquire as to why? Ma Hongjun nodded. Do not rush. I shall explain it to you in due course. As the three nodded in agreement, Ma Hongjun continued. The White Tiger is not only a supreme beast martial soul, but also the embodiment of the Western metal element, dominating in combat. This characteristic defines the essence of the White Tiger. Among the soul rings you've chosen, only the 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction, possesses the metal attribute. The others are either enhancements to strength or offensive skills, particularly the first, which is a defensive skill, is the least needed. The White Tiger, being the master of the metal element, symbolizes aggression, and in combat, offense is indeed the best form of defense. What does it mean to be the master of metal? Dai Mubai inquired, perplexed. In simple terms, Ma Hongjun explained, the White Tiger represents one of the fundamental elements of the universe, metal, much like the vermilion bird embodies the fire element. It is said that the phoenix is a descendant of the vermilion bird. Observing Dai Mubai nodding in contemplation, he continued, thus, the attribute of the White Tiger is metal, which signifies transformation. Its qualities include sharpness, resilience, and cutting power, embodying the spirit of combat. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding. I see now. Chapter 46, Soul Ring Planning. Your first 2 soul skills, a defensive one and a light attribute, seem rather ineffective to me, but the 3rd skill might redeem them. Seeing Dai Mubai grasp the concept, Ma Hongjun pressed on. What? Ineffective? Surely, you jest. I feel quite powerful. Dai Mubai expressed his disbelief, unable to fathom the shortcomings. Ma Hongjun smiled confidently. Do you doubt my words? Reflect on our sparring sessions, then consider your bouts with Xiao San. Why is the White Tiger not regarded as the foremost assault-type beast martial soul? Why can it not claim the title of the strongest assault-type beast martial soul from the blue lightning tyrant dragon? This soul skill of yours merely relies on the White Tiger's might to intimidate those beneath top-tier martial souls. When faced with equals, you would find yourself at a stalemate or worse. It is a classic case of being less than one's peers, yet more than others. Is that not a sign of ineffectiveness? The more he spoke, the more invigorated he became, realizing the validity of his arguments. It became evident that the martial soul had been underutilized. Dai Mubai, drenched in cold sweat, felt powerless to counter Ma Hongjun's assertions. After a long silence, he bitterly asked, Hongjun, what should I do then? Do you have any good suggestions? Ma Hongjun nodded slowly, then replied, I don't possess a perfect solution, but I can offer some advice. You should consult our master for guidance on your soul ring planning, as you will be a student of Shrek, and he will serve as the vice president. He can certainly assist you in this regard. Yes, please share. Dai Mubai's handsome face was eager, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Tang San and Xiao Wu followed suit, prompting a chuckle from Ma Hongjun, who mused, Are you all merely nodding insects? I suggest that for your 3rd soul skill, seek a soul beast that embodies the metal attribute or possesses a combination of metal and light attributes. Moreover, this soul beast should enhance your physical capabilities, whether in speed, defense, or strength. Any form of augmentation will suffice. Observing the trio's earnest attention, Ma Hongjun continued, I know of 2 suitable soul beasts, the unicorn rampaging rhinoceros and the horned demon goat. The unicorn rampage can bestow upon you enhancements in both strength and defense, with a significant chance to activate the golden attributes of the White Tiger martial spirit. It may even transform your 2nd soul skill, Dynamic Light Wave, into the formidable White Tiger Sword Wave. Dynamic Light Wave? Huh, Jun, you are quite amusing. Xiao Wu was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh, thinking that even if you looked down upon Dai Laohu's 2nd soul skill, there was no need for such mockery. Dynamic Light Wave. TSK. I can't believe you came up with that. Tang San couldn't suppress a chuckle, yet he refrained from expressing it out of respect for Dai Mubai's dignity. Dai Mubai, with a darkened expression, ignored Xiao Wu and glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun. And what about the horned demon goat? I sincerely apologize for inadvertently letting that slip. Ma Hongjun raised his hands in a gesture of contrition. However, this only served to further reveal his thoughts. Observing Dai Mubai's increasingly grim demeanor and Xiao Wu's growing excitement, Ma Hongjun shot Xiao Wu a glare and decisively shifted the topic. The horned demon goat can also provide you with similar enhancements, activating the golden attributes of the White Tiger, and might even transform your 1st soul skill into a sword chi shield. If developed well, it could potentially evolve into a soul skill akin to a river of sword strikes, much like the horned demon goat itself. Beyond this, what I primarily wish to convey is that once you acquire the golden attribute, should you also gain the attributes of both gold and light, you must wholeheartedly strive to comprehend this attribute. In your future cultivation, Aside from absorbing the fundamental soul power, your focus should be on absorbing either golden soul power or that of both gold and light. This is essential for transmuting your soul power entirely into golden soul power or golden light soul power. Only then will your white tiger truly live up to its name, ultimately leading to an unparalleled golden attack power. Indeed, Dai Mubai nodded, his heart surging with excitement. The pinnacle of golden attributes signifies purity and strength. With such potent attacks, he need not fear being countered by Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, stating that the future development of your martial spirit should primarily focus on gold and strength, complemented by light and wind, thus allowing you to become the veritable master of the golden white tiger. Please consult my master uncle about these matters in the future. After listening, Dai Mubai nodded again and inquired, I have grasped the golden attribute, but why do you mention the attributes of light and wind? Ma Hongjun smiled knowingly, a hint of profundity in his expression. Because light and darkness are opposites yet interdependent, while the nether represents darkness. The fusion of light and dark yields greater power. Moreover, the light attribute will undoubtedly enhance your second soul skill. No, rather, the white tiger radiant wave. On another note, as the saying goes, dragons ascend from the clouds. Tigers emerge from the wind. The cutting and destructive nature of wind is quite akin to gold, thus making it well suited for you. Dai Mubai's lips twitched slightly. Tang San and Xiao Wu did not comprehend Ma Hongjun's reference to the fusion of light and dark, yet he understood. However, seeing that Tang San and Xiao Wu assumed Ma Hongjun was merely speaking offhandedly, they did not press for clarification. Hongjun, I observed that when you unleashed your soul skill yesterday, your Phoenix Fire line exhibited 2 forms of attack. Do you think my White Tiger Radiant Wave could also alter its form to enhance its power? How do you manifest that Palm Lightning Fire? Aren't you a Phoenix Martial Spirit? As Dai Mubai posed this question, Ma Hongjun nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin in contemplation. However, as the conversation unfolded, he sensed a dissonance. Dai Mubai had inadvertently revealed his secret technique. Internally, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of exasperation, relieved that he had refrained from unleashing his explosive prowess on Dai Mubai the previous day, for that would have exposed his nascent trump card. Alas, Ma Hongjun had been oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the Shrek members, otherwise his thoughts might have diverged significantly. I believe it is feasible. Since it is named Light Wave, I suggest you compress and release your spirit ability in the form of light. The impact would likely be magnified. However, this requires a certain level of mental prowess to project. If you all wish to learn this now, I cannot ascertain whether you will succeed, Ma Hongjun elucidated. Winking at Dai Mubai remained speechless, thinking, what an absurd customer experience. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun had devised something new, Xiao Wu appeared even more excited than Ma Hongjun himself. Jungu, what exactly is that Palm Lightning Fire? Please demonstrate it for us. With a nod, Ma Hongjun directed his hand towards a distant stone, channeling his soul power into the lightning symbol nestled in his palm. As he raised his right hand, violet flames danced around him, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of lightning fire from his palm towards the stone. Boom! The lightning fire projectile obliterated the stone, followed by a cacophony of explosions and flames. In an instant, dust was sent soaring, and fragments scattered widely. It was only after a brief moment that tranquility returned, with the fire and lightning dissipating. This is rather terrifying in its potency. Tang San and Xiao Wu gazed at the crater left in the aftermath, excitement radiating from them even more than Ma Hongjun himself. Jungu, I want to learn it. Please teach me. Get away. You cheeky girl, trying to take advantage of me. It's not that I want to teach you. It's simply that you may not be able to master it, Ma Hongjun retorted sharply, swiftly extracting his arm from Xiao Wu's embrace. Unperturbed, she made a playful face. Sticking out her adorable tongue, Ma Hongjun began explaining the palm lightning fire to the three, even inscribing a lightning symbol on each of their palms. Yet, as he had mentioned, they were utterly unable to sense the symbols. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun infusing them with soul power, Xiao Wu might have thought he was merely jesting. Ultimately, it became evident that only Ma Hongjun could wield this palm lightning fire. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, Tang San astutely identified the limitations of the lightning symbol. Its resemblance to drawing symbols prompted him to voice such an observation. Ma Hongjun paused, reflecting on Tang San's insightful suggestion, though he had not considered the fusion of spiritual awareness and soul power. It appeared to be a viable idea. Thank you for the reminder, Xiao San. I had not contemplated that connection. I shall delve deeper into it. Perhaps you all may eventually be able to use it as well. However, regarding your suggestion of inscribing it onto objects, I have already experimented with that. Yet, like the palm lightning fire, you cannot utilize it, which is why I had no intention of disclosing it to you at this moment. As Ma Hongjun produced a thunderbolt from his possession for demonstration, the trio realized once more that this phenomenon was exclusively within Ma Hongjun's capability. They were utterly unable to harness it. Astonished by the formidable power of the thunderbolt, it is indeed unfortunate that they cannot harness it. By the way, should you acquire soul rings in the future, if the soul beasts you hunt bear any markings, I would appreciate it if you could collect samples of those marked areas for me, Ma Hongjun added. Earlier, while explaining the Palm Thunderfire, he had already mentioned the origin of the Thunder Talisman, and he took this opportunity to remind them to keep an eye out for the rune-embellished parts of soul beasts. Understood. No problem. Dongbai, Tang San, and Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. An encounter yet unrecognized. In the ensuing days, the four immersed themselves in their training and the study of soul skills, and before long, a week had elapsed. Tang San's suggestion had greatly intrigued Ma Hongjun. However, after several days of experimentation yielded little progress, he decided to put it aside for the time being and delve deeper into it once they reached Shrek Academy. Moreover, he would have his wise companion, the esteemed Oscar, by his side, which filled Ma Hongjun with confidence that he would receive ample assistance. After a week, Ma Hongjun felt it was time to check for any correspondence from his teacher, Flandra, and thus made a trip to Notting City, where he received a letter from Flandra through the master. The affairs at Notting Academy had been settled, signifying that they could proceed directly to their destination. Furthermore, the master planned to visit Shrek Academy in a few days, but he advised them to set off first, as he would follow shortly after. With the presence of the transformative Luo Sanpao, it remained uncertain who among them would arrive first. Dongbai and the others were visibly invigorated, as they were finally on their way to the renowned Shrek Academy, famed for admitting only extraordinary talents. With little to pack, Ma Hongjun and his companions set off with light burdens, as their possessions were already secured in their storage soul guides. Tang San entrusted Old Jack with the task of having someone regularly clean his home, to which Old Jack cheerfully acquiesced, assuring him not to worry about his residence and to focus on his studies. As Ma Hongjun departed, he discreetly slipped a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins into Old Jack's bedding, a sum amounting to a significant 10,000. He was aware that Old Jack would refuse. Thus he stealthily placed it there. With Ma Hongjun's departure, Old Jack sighed in relief. While he cherished his grandson's presence, it complicated his ability to assist Yulan. With both parties now absent, it presented Old Jack with the perfect opportunity to help her. Typically, Zhulai took pride in his wife being the most beautiful in the village, often boasting about it, and keeping a watchful eye on the village's young men. Reflecting on this, a faint smile crept across Old Jack's lips. Ah, the old fox is still clever. He mused that in a few years or a decade, when he would no longer be around, his grandson, Ma Hongjun, would not have to face the world alone without kin. With these thoughts in mind, Old Jack hurriedly tidied himself up, closed the door behind him, and left his home, entirely unaware of the generous 100 gold soul coins his grandson had left for him. The four companions set out in the early morning, and upon reaching Notting City, they prepared provisions and fruits for their journey before renting a carriage to continue their adventure. On the afternoon of the following day, they arrived at the town of Qingyang, a place that had once been visited by Ma Hongjun in his childhood. Upon reaching the town, the previously lively Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat subdued. Tang San suggested that the four of them spend the night there and continue their journey the next day. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Ma Hongjun was not only missing his grandfather, but also reminiscing about the two friends he had met in Qingyang. However, they chose not to disturb him. Instead, they quietly followed him, offering silent companionship wherever he wandered. As Ma Hongjun, lost in his thoughts and in a daze, ambled along, he found himself on the street where, at the age of 3, he had thrown colorful stones at a little girl. Amidst the bustling crowd, he collided with a figure before Tang San and the others could react, resulting in an unexpected accident. "Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his mood already poor, now further soured by the incident. Yet, he overlooked the fact that it was his own absent-mindedness that had caused the collision. The figure he brushed past halted abruptly, having been called blind for the second time. Slowly turning around, she revealed herself to be a girl of about 150 centimeters, with striking blue hair and blue eyes. She was slightly taller than Tang San and Xiao Wu, her figure gracefully proportioned, neither overly voluptuous nor too slender. Her long, aquamarine hair cascaded down her back, and her fair complexion was adorned with exquisite features, as pure as freshly fallen snow, radiating an unparalleled beauty. She wore an ice blue gown that outshone even Xiao Wu, prompting both Dai Mubai and Tang San to steal glances at her. Beside her stood another girl, similarly adorned, seemingly accentuating the first girl's presence. In the street, the elegantly dressed blue-clad girl stood poised and serene, appearing untouched by the world's chaos, silently gazing at Ma Hongjun and his companions. Her silky hair flowed over her shoulders. Her skin flawless and unblemished, reminiscent of delicate blossoms quietly blooming in a secluded valley. Her large blue eyes sparkled like stars, embodying tranquility as they regarded the handsome Ma Hongjun, clad in a striking red robe, leaving his emotions inscrutable to her. While she remained quietly contemplative, the girl beside her, also with blue hair and blue eyes, boldly spoke up, "You're the blind one, walking without looking and bumping into others, yet blaming them for your clumsiness. That is utterly unreasonable." Behind Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and the others stepped forward, standing alongside him. Xiaowu was about to retort, but was restrained by Tang San. "I sincerely apologize. My senior brother was in a foul mood, and didn't he notice he had bumped into you? I offer our apologies on his behalf," Tang San said politely, maintaining a smile as he addressed the ethereal beauty before him. "Xiao San, why are you so timid? There are just two of them, and we are four. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Wu, in a fit of anger, kicked Tang San, who merely responded with a gentle smile, choosing silence. Dai Mubai perceived Tang San's demeanor as somewhat timid, yet his appearance suggested otherwise. Turning to Ma Hongjun, he discovered that Ma Hongjun was fixated on the delicate, fair neck of a nearby young lady. Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai remarked with a peculiar glint in his eye, "Ahem, Hongjun, even if you are smitten, there is no need to stare so intently at her neck." At Dai Mubai's words, both Xiao Wu and another long-haired girl across the table became aware of the situation. "Fletcher, what are you staring at?" the girl scolded. Her cool, water-like blue eyes briefly flickered with a barely perceptible disdain as she glanced down. Noticing that Ma Hongjun's gaze remained fixed upon her neck, specifically, upon a dazzling, dragon-eye-sized multicolored stone that adorned it. Instinctively, the girl covered the vibrant stone with her hand, as if to protect her cherished possession. "Miss, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Could we find a place to converse?" The girl regarded Ma Hongjun with a frosty gaze for a moment, while Ma Hongjun's eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, held no hint of hesitation, unwaveringly meeting hers. After a brief contemplation, she surveyed Ma Hongjun and his companions before responding in a clear, melodious voice, "Very well, follow us." Her words rang like the shattering of ice, crisp and pleasant, devoid of any hesitation, mirroring the purity of her bright blue gaze. With a decisive and graceful turn, she led the way alongside her companion toward their residence, with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai hastily following suit. At the Random Fate Hotel, the young lady guided Ma Hongjun and his companions to a private dining room on the first floor. As they settled in, she remained silent, merely observing Ma Hongjun. "Miss, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. May I inquire about the origin of the multicolored stone upon your chest?" Ma Hongjun initiated the apology, his gentle demeanor surprising Dai Mubai and the others, as well as the girl accompanying the first. Just as she was about to speak, the serene girl interjected. "There is no need. It didn't trouble me," she replied, her voice bright and decisive, yet her gaze remained frosty, her azure eyes devoid of any emotional tint, making it difficult to discern her feelings. Feeling a bit awkward, Ma Hongjun rubbed the tip of his nose. "I once possessed a stone similar to yours, but I gifted it to a friend with beautiful blue eyes, much like yours, when I was 3. However, her hair was black, unlike yours." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the other girl widened her eyes, thinking, "Is this the one who called my sister a clown and threw a multicolored stone at her? How shameless." The coolness in the girl's eyes flickered with a touch of peculiarity as she clenched her fair, delicate fist and replied in a clear, pleasant tone. "You gave it? This was a gift from my sister." Dai Mubai and the others regarded Ma Hongjun and the girl with curious expressions, sensing an intriguing tale. Under the girl's cool and tranquil gaze, Ma Hongjun felt an increased awkwardness and, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "Oh, you know my sister?" The girl inquired quietly. "I am Ma Hongjun, studying at Shrek Academy just outside Sodto City. If it is convenient, might you share an address? I would certainly visit to apologize to your sister." The girl's slight smile, akin to a blooming flower, momentarily captivated those present. This smile was breathtaking, evoking a sense of enchantment. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San were rendered speechless. Even Xiao Wu momentarily lost her focus, contemplating the extraordinary beauty before them. Ma Hongjun's words brought a flicker of joy to the girl's heart. In truth, she had never held any resentment towards him. Each year, she visited Qingyang town, hoping to encounter him once more. "If you come in 2 years, do visit me at the Tianshui Advanced Soul Master Academy," she said, her voice melodious and her gaze softening as she spoke to Ma Hongjun. The girl beside her was utterly astonished. Her sister was indeed weaving a tale, one directed at the very boy she had long wished to meet. What was happening? The situation eluded her understanding, yet she refrained from exposing her sister. Having been clever since childhood, her sister surely had her reasons. Dai Mubai and his companions exchanged knowing glances, a mischievous smile gracing their faces. Indeed, there was a story here. However, there was an odd amusement in the air, considering Ma Hongjun had struck the girl's sister and was now being confronted about it. How ironic. Yes, yes. Ma Hongjun eagerly nodded, noting that his companion was named Shui Huanger, residing in the far northern province of Tianshui City. Yet, this girl claimed her name was Shui Binge? Shui Binge? Ma Hongjun abruptly lifted his gaze, regarding Shui Binge with an odd expression. May I inquire, if it is not too presumptuous, what your martial spirits are? Shui Binge, with a tranquil demeanor, blinked her bright blue eyes and replied. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Ma Hongjun, caught off guard, touched his nose to mask his embarrassment and smiled, saying, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Hongjun, with the martial spirit of the Fire Phoenix, a level 26 Assault Soul Master. These three are my companions, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, all of whom are also Soul Masters. Ma Hongjun solemnly introduced his friends, but withheld specific details about them. Shui Binge found no surprise in his actions. Had she been in his position, she would have done the same. My martial spirit, like yours, is of an opposite attribute, ice. I am a level 26 Control Soul Master. My sister possesses no soul power. She is not a soul master. Her voice remained clear, decisive, and melodious, devoid of any hesitation. Ma Hongjun mused that it was indeed a pity. It turned out his companion lacked soul power. Dai Mubai and his companions stared wide-eyed at Shui Binge, a girl of extraordinary beauty, whose serene demeanor belied the fact that she possessed the Ice Phoenix martial soul, with soul power on par with Dai Mubai's. What a terrifying talent. Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of regret. Shui Binge had already joined the Tianshui Academy. Had they encountered her sooner, she could have been recruited into the Shrek Academy. Shui Binge glanced at Ma Hongjun, and rather than being surprised by her Ice Phoenix, it was the revelation that her seemingly unremarkable sister lacked soul power that brought a hint of disappointment to her expression. She sighed inwardly, yet her tranquil visage revealed nothing of her true feelings. Her voice remained crisp, tinged with a coolness that was nonetheless melodious. Are you disappointed that my sister has no soul power? Ma Hongjun replied casually, not at all. I merely lament her lack of soul power. She must have grown quite beautiful by now, right? She's intelligent, though a bit short-sighted. I had thought she would possess soul power. What a pity. Shui Binge fell silent, wishing she could encase Ma Hongjun in ice for his sharp tongue, still as irreverent as ever. How dare he call her sister short-sighted? Yet, Ma Hongjun did not disdain her sister's lack of soul power, which inexplicably eased her heart. You are the one being short-sighted. How is my sister short-sighted? Shui Binge retorted playfully, her face finally betraying emotion, no longer the picture of calm indifference. It would have been better left unsaid, but upon mentioning it, Ma Hongjun insisted. How is she not? Back then, she treated me like a little girl, coveting my beauty, wanting to play with me, and even called me little sister. How is that not short-sighted? Say another word about my eyes or my sister's, and I swear I will confront you right now, Shui Binge exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. This insufferable rogue had not changed a bit, and in her agitation, she nearly let slip a secret but quickly corrected herself. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged increasingly perplexed glances, while Shui Yuer, seated across from them, regarded her sister and Ma Hongjun with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. She had not anticipated such a perfect match between their martial souls. Was this fate? It was the first time she had seen her sister display such a range of emotions. Ma Hongjun shrugged, surrendering to the moment. All right, your sister is not short-sighted. But could you return the colorful stone to me? Never. That is my most cherished possession. I shall not part with it. Shui Binge's ethereal and exquisite face flickered with a hint of panic as she nervously clutched the colorful stone, fearing Ma Hongjun might attempt to seize it. She harbored a secret about the stone that no one knew, not even her father, who merely understood that it alleviated her pain. In truth, this colorful stone also expedited her cultivation. Though she was 2 years older than Ma Hongjun and 1 year younger than Dai Mubai, her current prowess, despite possessing the top-tier Ice Phoenix martial soul, owed half its credit to this stone. Moreover, her mother had once said, Qingyang Phoenix, color bestows the phoenix. Regardless of its origins, since it had been given to her, it was hers to keep. Of course, these details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the secret she held within her heart. Sadly, Ma Hongjun was unaware of this. He only recognized the significance of the colorful stone to himself. He was unaware that had it not been for Shui Binge's mother's dying words, Phoenix, born in Qingyang, she would never have come to Qingyang town. Nor would she have encountered Ma Hongjun over 5 years ago. In truth, she had come to Qingyang town in search of the Qingyang Phoenix that could save her. Unfortunately, both she and her father had previously misinterpreted her mother's intentions, resulting in their near miss with Ma Hongjun last time. Ma Hongjun felt somewhat troubled, reflecting that were it not for your sister, he would have taken matters into his own hands. I shall endure. Miss Shui Bing whatever you desire. I can compensate you for, but this colorful stone is of utmost importance to me. Could you possibly return it? No, this colorful stone is equally vital to me. Gifted to me by my sister, and I cannot part with it. Shui Bing replied, her voice ringing clear and melodious, resolute as she decisively rejected his plea. Equally vital to you? That cannot be true. In what way is it important to you? Ma Hongjun questioned, his disbelief evident as he scrutinized Shui Bing internally wondering if she was deceiving him. Just tell me first, and then I will share. Shui Bing blinked and responded brightly. Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words. He recognized the significance of the colorful stone to himself, yet if he had known why it mattered so profoundly, he would have understood it long ago. I cannot articulate why this colorful stone is essential to me, but I possess an inexplicable feeling that it holds great significance. I truly do not understand why. After contemplating, Ma Hongjun decided to speak honestly. Shui Bing's eyes were so clear, reflecting the depths of one's heart, and she appeared to be a calm, decisive, and remarkably wise individual. Engaging in clever tricks or fabrications before her felt akin to brandishing a great sword before the formidable Guan Yu. Observing Ma Hongjun's earnest demeanor, Shui Bing concluded he did not seem like a liar. After some thought, she replied brightly, how about this? I will wait for you in Tianshui City. And when you come to find me, I shall tell you. Neither Dai Mubai nor the others, including Shui Yu, anticipated that such a small colorful stone would be regarded with such importance by the two, their expressions reflecting a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and realized that, barring any forceful actions, this seemed to be the only way forward. He also wished to meet Shui Huang, his first companion. Then it is settled. I would like to meet your sister as well. I will write to her with the specifics, and she can inform you. Shui Bing paid no heed to her sister's peculiar expression and responded softly. Ma Hongjun, having never before encountered such a breathtaking beauty, one who seemed to transcend the ordinary, felt a tinge of shyness and restraint. He touched his nose and smiled, saying, well, since we both possess Phoenix martial souls, I would like to spar with you. What do you think? Sure. I am equally curious about your Fire Phoenix martial soul and wish to witness it firsthand. Let us go outside the city. Shui Bing smiled at Ma Hongjun for the first time, resolutely responding. The crowd nodded in agreement, eager to witness the clash between these two soulmates. Shui Yu opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. The six of them journeyed together to the outskirts of Qingyang town, where Dai Mubai and his companions observed from the sidelines near Ma Hongjun, while Shui Yu watched from the side of Shui Bing. As the battle commenced, almost instantaneously, Ma Hongjun and Shui Bing activated their soul powers. Ma Hongjun was enveloped in a fiery crimson blaze, while Shui Bing radiated an icy blue luminescence. Remarkably, they merely activated their soul powers without fully summoning them. One emitted an intense heat, while the other exuded a frigid chill, creating a captivating contrast of ice and fire, blue and red. In that fleeting moment of activation, Ma Hongjun sensed an alluring force drawing him towards Shui Bing. At the same time, Shui Bing decisively spoke, her voice ringing clear as she uttered two words, leaving Ma Hongjun no time to ponder. I seal. With a crackling sound, a barrage of bone-chilling ice surged towards Ma Hongjun. What the soul skill instantaneously activated. Simultaneously, flames erupted from his palms, consuming the air with terrifying heat as they clashed against the incoming frost. The collision of ultimate ice and ultimate fire resulted in a stalemate, akin to the melting of snow, with both elements neutralizing one another. I seal. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, Shui Bing commanded the relentless icy assault to continue toward Ma Hongjun. The searing waves of heat surged forth, igniting a tumultuous inferno that unleashed waves of overwhelming warmth. Boom. Once again, ice and fire collided, resulting in a fierce explosion between Ma Hongjun and Shui Bing, sending scorching gusts of air spiraling outward. Onlookers, including Tang San, sensed the impending danger and urgently warned Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Retreat quickly. As he spoke, he swiftly pulled Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu away to a safer distance, conjuring a wall of violet-black vines before them. Possessing the purple extreme magic eye, his vision surpassed that of everyone else, allowing for the fastest reaction. Meanwhile, Shui Yu also darted backward with remarkable speed. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. As the scorching waves approached, Shui Bing calmly activated her second soul skill. Two yellow soul rings pulsating around her. Ma Hongjun, engulfed in flames, paid little heed to the oncoming heat. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. With a powerful shout, Both of his yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously as he swiftly moved closer to Shui Binger. A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, racing like lightning toward her. As the blazing fire approached at an alarming speed, Shui Binger's azure eyes narrowed, and she resolutely uttered, "Ice seal." Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line was now unavoidable, leaving him with no choice but to endure the impact. Yet, fearing that her ice ring armor alone would be insufficient, she instantaneously activated her first soul skill to encase herself in ice. The blue-silver grass outside has dispersed, although it cannot withstand the extremes of fire and ice. Breaking through the resilience of the blue-silver grass is no easy feat, especially when it merely serves to block the oncoming heat wave. Dai Mubai and his companions were mesmerized, witnessing the instantaneous activation of Shui Binger's first spirit skill. The blazing crimson flames, laced with violet electric sparks, ravaged and danced around Shui Binger, exhibiting an unyielding determination to engulf her in flames. However, the clash of ice and fire led to mutual negation. Clearly, this strike proved futile. Within the icy embrace, Shui Binger revealed a subtle smile, winking at Ma Hongjun with her bright blue eyes, silently urging him to unleash any formidable abilities he possessed. Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of displeasure. Was she flirting with him? Nonetheless, the impression Shui Binger left on him was entirely different. He sensed that his fire phoenix was drawn towards her ice phoenix. He believed that when their martial souls awakened, Shui Binger must have felt a similar connection. His heart skipped a beat, and his face flushed crimson. He thought to himself, how could he, Ma Hongjun, be so easily captivated by a girl of merely 10 years? In truth, he had never encountered anything truly extraordinary. Explosion. Boom. With a sharp command, Ma Hongjun unleashed a powerful explosion from the flames, engulfing Shui Binger. The ice shattered, scattering in all directions, while the shockwave continued to batter against Shui Binger's icy armor. Her beautiful azure eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she encased herself in a protective layer of ice, thinking how close she had come to danger. But would Ma Hongjun grant her the opportunity to react? Certainly not. With his second spirit skill, Phoenix of Fire, and his first spirit skill, Phoenix Fireline Bullet, he unleashed a different kind of attack this time. No longer was it the lightning fire. Instead, it was the Thunderfire Bullet, hurtling towards Shui Binger with incredible speed. Before the explosion could occur, she was already sent flying. Boom. The Phoenix Fireline Bullet detonated, causing the ice to shatter once more. Ma Hongjun flashed forward, positioning himself firmly in front of the now steadied Shui Binger, denying her a moment to react. With swirling purple lightning and flame in his palm, he prepared to unleash a blazing palm strike towards her. "I seal," Shui Binger uttered softly, and with a cracking sound. Both she and Ma Hongjun found themselves encased in ice. Ma Hongjun mused that instantaneous activation was indeed a formidable ability, leaving him speechless. He vowed to master the instantaneous skill himself. His spirit power was far more robust than others. This instantaneous spirit skill was perfectly suited for him. In future encounters with clients, he would unleash a barrage of Phoenix Fireline bullets, one after another, creating a relentless storm of explosions. Confident that no client could resist such an experience, the bone-chilling cold seeped into Ma Hongjun's limbs and vital organs, as if it threatened to freeze his very soul. Was he truly destined to lose like this? Chapter 49, True Fire Rebirth. At that moment, a blue flame within Ma Hongjun seemed to react defiantly, surging forth in an instant. Once again, his figure was enveloped by flames, but this time, it was not the fiery red blaze. Instead, it radiated a piercing chill, the true blue-silver fire. The chilling ice, both within and without, was swiftly ignited by the blue-silver true fire. Ma Hongjun burst forth from the ice, his blue flames raging fiercely as they rapidly advanced towards Shui Binger. "What?" Shui Binger exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by the existence of such a flame, one capable of absorbing and burning ice. Was it ice or fire? This spectacle left Dai Mubai and Shui Yuer, who were observing from the sidelines, utterly stunned. Tang San and Xiao Wu were also taken aback, as it was their first encounter with the true form of the blue-silver true fire after its initial manifestation. "I seal." Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Binger unleashed her soul skill, confident that fire and ice were inherently antagonistic, a fundamental truth. Yet this time, she was mistaken. Ma Hongjun deftly dodged the ice seal, but the spreading blue-silver true fire ignited Shui Binger's icy barrier directly, as if they were two halves of a whole. The blue-silver true fire clung tenaciously to the ice, burning in a harmonious fusion. The more ice there was, the more fervently the blue-silver true fire blazed. Yet it emitted no warmth, instead exuding an even more penetrating cold than Shui Binger's own ice. The blue flames surged, and soon even the icy armor encasing Shui Binger was ablaze. No matter how rapidly she attempted to invoke her ice seal, she could not withstand the blue fire. Ironically, the more she relied on her ice seal, the greater the quantity of ice accumulated, fueling the intensity of the flames without any warmth. A hint of panic flickered across Shui Binger's beautiful, delicate face, dispelling the earlier calmness and composure. She unleashed her ice seal recklessly, clinging to the belief that ice could indeed extinguish fire. Yet, her disbelief proved futile as the ice continued to spread. While the sea of blue flames transformed the area into a vivid azure ocean, the blue-silver true fire enveloping Shui Binger, under Ma Hongjun's control, inflicted no harm upon her. It merely flickered gently upon her surface, releasing not a hint of cold. After a brief moment, as her soul power waned, Shui Binger, unwilling to succumb, felt herself on the verge of collapsing. In an instant, Ma Hongjun appeared, sweeping her into his arms, quietly resting against him. Shui Binger made no attempt to resist. She was already incapable of prolonged combat, her strength entirely depleted. With a mere thought, the rampant blue-silver true fire around them swirled back into Ma Hongjun's body like fledglings returning to their nest. In contrast, Shui Binger, exhausted and devoid of soul power, clung to Ma Hongjun's neck, her pale face gazing intently at his handsome features. Though her expression betrayed no emotion, it stirred a pang of sympathy in those who beheld her. This was the very brother who had tormented her in the past, the one mentioned in her mother's dying words. She had finally found him, yet even with her mother's last message, she had no intention of revealing to Ma Hongjun that she was the clown girl of whom he spoke. Otherwise, how could he be on the brink of breaking through to level 27 without expending soul power? As the blue flames receded, the four onlookers gathered around. The battlefield, ravaged by the flames, resembled scorched glass, emanating a captivating sheen, though the approaching darkness dulled its brilliance. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged sly smiles as they regarded Ma Hongjun, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt?" As Shui Yuer gazed at Ma Hongjun cradling Shui Binger in his arms, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped her heart. They were not family, and thus, they could not comprehend the burden and torment each battle imposed upon Shui Binger. However, she refrained from asking Ma Hongjun to set her sister down, for Shui Binger had been incessantly searching for him, a fact their father had acquiesced to, though Shui Yuer was oblivious to the reasons behind it. To her, it simply indicated her sister's affection for Ma Hongjun. "I'm fine. I just exhausted my spiritual energy," Shui Binger weakly murmured, omitting the fact that her entire body ached. As she instinctively nestled closer into Ma Hongjun's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position, her movement inadvertently concealed the colorful stone at her neck beneath his clothing. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the stone began to emit a soft, ethereal glow of 5 colors, gradually merging into Shui Binger's body, alleviating her suffering. Shui Yuer cast a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun. "Ma Hongjun, are you made of wood? How could you possibly send my beautiful sister flying like that? If it weren't for the frozen and ice ring armor, she would have been injured long ago." As she chastised him, she noticed Shui Binger giving her a look to silence her, prompting her to amend her tone. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu exchanged speechless glances, bewildered by the situation. "You are clearly a soul master. How can you claim you cannot assist? Is there a more convincing excuse? Is your sister creating opportunities for you? It seems someone is coveting our handsome brother's charm," they mused. However, Tang San found merit in Shui Yuer's words. Ma Hongjun's face turned crimson as he observed the mischievous expressions of Dai Wu and the solemn demeanor of Tang San, alongside Shui Yuer's apparent discontent, which seemed somewhat feigned. "This doesn't seem right," he awkwardly remarked, though no one noticed the flicker of confusion in his gaze. Although he held Shui Binger close, he felt no warmth emanating from her body. Instead, a chilling aura radiated from her, as though he were holding a block of ice rather than a living being. Looking down at Shui Binger, who clung tightly to his neck without any intention of releasing him, he realized it was not a matter of desire, but rather her inability to stand. Her pallid complexion and slightly purplish cherry lips, along with her bright blue eyes that appeared cold, bore a sharp contrast to her tranquil gaze directed at Ma Hongjun, which held a hint of reproach. Shui Yuer wore an expression of expectation, while Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu wore playful smiles, and Tang San maintained a serious demeanor. Indeed, it seemed appropriate. Ma Hongjun glanced from one to the other before settling on the icy, pale Shui Binger in his arms. A pang of compassion and pity surged within him, prompting a sigh as he acquiesced to the situation. He pondered the secrets that Shui Binger might harbor, increasingly convinced that her condition was more than mere exhaustion of spiritual energy, especially considering the heartache her state evoked in him. Nevertheless, he reasoned that he stood to gain from the situation, having significantly enhanced his own spiritual energy in the process. With that thought, Ma Hongjun set forth towards the Chiang town, Su Yuan Hotel. Shui Yuer's gaze remained fixed on Dai Mubai as they walked, though the others were unfamiliar to her. And thus, Dai Mubai paid her little mind. At the moment of parting, Shui Binger softly expressed her gratitude to Ma Hongjun, to which he responded, "It's nothing. After all, it was I who caused you to become like this." He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unconcerned, and turned to leave. "Elder sister, why didn't you tell him?" Shui Yuer inquired after Ma Hongjun had departed, as she assisted Shui Binger to recline on the bed. "It's fine. I have my own decisions to make," Shui Binger replied calmly. With a resigned sigh, Shui Yuer chose not to press the matter further, gently ensuring Shui Binger was comfortable as she lay down. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and his companions had journeyed all day and engaged in battle, leaving them weary. Consequently, the four of them settled into 3 rooms at the Suerwan Hotel. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai each took one, while Tang San and Xiao Wu shared another. They had grown accustomed to sleeping together, finding joy in each other's company, regardless of the concerns of others. However, reflecting on the future, Ma Hongjun deemed it unnecessary to rush. They had established contact and time was abundant. Most importantly, Shui Binger bore her own burdens and felt it inappropriate to voice them. It was indeed challenging to act otherwise. After all, it was only their second meeting, and it was quite a delicate matter for her to be carried by Ma Hongjun in a manner so intimately reminiscent of a princess embrace. She certainly harbored feelings for Ma Hongjun, compounded by her mother's dying words, yet she needed to ascertain Ma Hongjun's true character and whether he reciprocated her feelings. If Ma Hongjun lacked virtue or did not share her affection, even with their soul powers drawing them together, the weight of her mother's wishes would not sway her decision. She would not choose him. Ma Hongjun recalled Flandra's teachings about the significance of soul masters whose soul powers were mutually attractive, suggesting the potential for a formidable soul fusion technique. For instance, although both he and Shui Binger were great soul masters, their combined powers could potentially rival that of a soul sect, and given that their soul powers were both phoenixes, the possibility of achieving an attack level nearing that of a soul king was not beyond reach. Nonetheless, their unfamiliarity posed a barrier. Despite the connection through Shui Huanger, Ma Hongjun found it inappropriate to inquire about Shui Binger's condition. After all, his acquaintance with Shui Huanger was merely fleeting. Ma Hongjun found himself contemplating how to bring Shui Binger to Shrek Academy, having learned that she was already a student at the Tianshui Intermediate Soul Master Academy. If she continued on this path for another 2 years, she would ascend to the Tianshui Advanced Soul Master Academy. In Ma Hongjun's recollection, it seemed that only she shared the same phoenix soul with him, making her his unequivocal first choice for a partner in the future. The phoenix and the phoenix are destined to be together. Furthermore, should Shui Binger join Shrek Academy, any issues or secrets she harbored would gradually come to light. After much contemplation, Ma Hongjun still could not devise a way to bring Shui Binger to Shrek Academy. When it came to enticing prodigies to the academy, Flandra possessed far more cunning than he did. Moreover, given the matter pertained to the fusion of soul skills, Flandra would undoubtedly be exceedingly invested in it. Setting aside his thoughts, Ma Hongjun chose not to rest but instead delved into his training. However, he found himself increasingly curious about a certain girl. A curiosity so profound that he was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 50. Flickering lights as his soul powers circulated within him. It gradually surged toward the foot Taiyin spleen meridian, which was already nearly fully connected. The violet-red sea of flames within his Mingmen had diminished significantly, now resembling more of a small lake. His soul power became ever more refined, causing the Taiji diagram to appear as if it might spring to life from the realm of illusion. Unbeknownst to him, a night had passed, and Ma Hongjun successfully broke through to the 27th level. The sensation of gradual strengthening was what Ma Hongjun cherished most. Cultivation represented the essence of life's continuous evolution, a relentless pursuit towards a higher form of existence, a feeling he deeply relished. As dawn broke, Ma Hongjun ascended to the rooftop of the Suiyuan Hotel, gently practicing Tai Chi, a ritual he adhered to daily. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, along with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, emerged from their rooms. It appeared that after a night of rest, Shui Binger looked considerably better than the previous evening. "Are you all heading out for breakfast?" Ma Hongjun greeted with a smile. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles with Ma Hongjun and Tang San, while Shui Binger merely nodded subtly. Shui Yuer, however, jested, "So, are you treating us handsome?" In her mind, she mused that if Ma Hongjun refrained from retorting, his demeanor was rather commendable. It was no wonder her sister had been unable to forget him after only one encounter 5 years ago, leading her to search for him in Qingyang town over the past 2 years. Shui Yuer felt that Ma Hongjun's appearance was indeed worthy of her sister. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly. Of course, treating is no problem. Feel free to order whatever you like. Brother Jun is not short on money. He wore an expression of affluence, thinking to himself that it was better to take advantage of the situation. He had been yearning for an opportunity to say something, and now that they had presented it to him, he could not be blamed. Shui Binger shot a reproachful glance at her sister, but seeing Ma Hongjun's nonchalant demeanor, she refrained from commenting. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their mischievous smiles growing wider. Tang San, slow to realize, suddenly understood that while Ma Hongjun was generally amiable, this time seemed somewhat atypical. Upon reaching the first floor, they returned to the same private room as the previous day. Summoning a waiter, Ma Hongjun handed the menu to Shui Binger, allowing the sisters to order first. However, after a brief deliberation, the sisters chose several rather ordinary dishes. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, pondering that they must come from humble beginnings. Even with a monthly allowance of 10 gold soul coins at the Great Soul Master level, it was a meager sum for a soul master. They neither had wealth, nor did they possess the spending habits of Xiao Wu, who had a brother who acted as an ATM. Ma Hongjun took the menu from Shui Binger without further politeness. He believed that only he and Dai Mubai would indulge in the delicacies offered here. Since getting to know Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun's dining standards had been rapidly elevated. Aside from these few dishes, let us have 2 portions of everything else, and please be quick about it, he instructed. Though he wasn't particularly fond of the dishes chosen by Shui Binger and her sister, he insisted on ordering them out of courtesy. In terms of culinary appreciation, he remained true to his former self, yet he was not gluttonous. With the enhancement of his digestive capabilities through the cultivation of his soul power, Ma Hongjun's ability to consume far surpassed that of an average soul master, which made him the most voracious among them. The dishes selected by the Shui sisters were rather mundane. Ma Hongjun speculated that they must be aware of the benefits that soul beast cuisine could offer for their training, yet they likely felt unable to afford such luxuries. However, with the financial backing of his partners, Flandra and Oscar, he had no such concerns. Would it truly remain this way? When Ma Hongjun next encountered Shui Binger, he would surely be astonished. Young Master Ma, I heard from my sister that you come from humble beginnings. How is it that you can afford all this? Shui Binger asked, a frown creasing her brow as the dishes continued to arrive. Her curiosity piqued, while Shui Yuer nodded in agreement. It's nothing extraordinary. Although I hail from a common background, I have plenty of ideas for making money, so finances are not a problem for me. Please, don't be shy. Let us eat while we chat. Ma Hongjun smiled as he spoke. Shui Yuer's eyes sparkled, and she whispered to Shui Binger, sister, your taste is impeccable. Not only is he handsome, but he is also young and wealthy, truly a suitable match for you. I'm almost tempted myself. Perhaps you should let me and Yuer choose one for ourselves? Shui Yuer teased, her gaze lingering on Dai Mubai, who, in her eyes, surpassed Ma Hongjun in every aspect, suggesting a noble lineage. Dai Mubai's every attribute stirred something within her heart. In contrast, Tang San, though possessing a commendable aura, resembled Ma Hongjun too closely in appearance, and she found him merely passably attractive after a brief glance. Shui Binger trembled slightly, chiding her sister for her playful teasing with a glare. Upon realizing that Shui Yuer was not admiring Ma Hongjun, but rather Dai Mubai, she secretly nodded in approval of her sister's discerning eye. Unbeknownst to them, Dai Mubai was already taken, and Ma Hongjun would never allow him to betray Zhu Zhuqing. Should he dare, Ma Hongjun would ensure that his vitality was temporarily stifled until Zhu Zhuqing arrived, at which point he would restore him. Ma Hongjun genuinely cherished Zhu Zhuqing, though not in a romantic sense, and he intended to oversee this matter thoroughly. Whether circumstances might change in the future remained uncertain. As Dai Mubai caught sight of Shui Yuer gazing at him, he playfully winked and bestowed upon her a faint smile. His charming grin, coupled with those enigmatic dual pupils, caused her heart to race, painting her cheeks with a rosy hue. Ma Hongjun shot a warning glare at Dai Mubai, leaving him feeling rather helpless. He shrugged, pondering to himself, while you feast on vegetables, you can't possibly hinder a brother from savoring his soup, can you? Ma Hongjun gave him another piercing look, effectively halting Dai Mubai, who was on the verge of exchanging flirtatious glances with Shui Yuer. He thought to himself, you already have a fiancée, yet you still wish to pursue others? Impossible. Perhaps we shall discuss this again once you ascend to the throne. As they exchanged drinks, the atmosphere was filled with merriment, and naturally, they were consuming beverages, as alcohol was currently off limits for Ma Hongjun, who abstained entirely. Moreover, if they were to indulge in spirits, it would likely raise suspicions in Shui Binger and her sister regarding their intentions. Ma Hongjun's abstinence from alcohol led Dai Mubai to exclaim that he was not a true man, provoking an immediate retort from Ma Hongjun. So you can drink, huh? Why not bring it out and compare? He declared with confidence that he was not inferior to anyone. Just wait until my drinking ban is lifted. I will surely have you. the one who loves to drink, bowing down. Ma Hongjun boldly issued his challenge to Dai Mubai, who, of course, would not concede. How could he, a seasoned drinker, be outmatched by someone who abstained? He resolutely accepted Ma Hongjun's challenge, unaware that in his past life, Ma Hongjun possessed quite the impressive tolerance for alcohol. As they relished the delectable dishes crafted from soul beasts, the group engaged in lively conversation. Gradually, Ma Hongjun steered the dialogue towards Shrek Academy, slowly introducing Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to its esteemed reputation. An academy that only admits monsters? The minimum admission criteria, under 13 years of age and above level 20, with no graduation from Soul Master status before 20. Goodness, the standards here are exceedingly high, exclaimed Shui Yuer in astonishment. Indeed, Ma Hongjun replied with a chuckle. The dean stated, better to have none than to accept the mediocre, hence the academy only enrolls the most exceptional talents. As it stands, there are merely myself and another companion, Mubai, along with Xiao San and Xiao Wu, who are soon to join Shrek as new students. What do you say? Would you consider attending Shrek Academy after graduating from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy? I assure you, throughout your lives, you will take pride in your decision to join Shrek Academy. Miss Binger's qualifications are undoubtedly sufficient. I wonder how you fare, Miss Yue? Ma Hongjun smiled as he extended the invitation from Shrek. Humph, I am level 26 and 10 years old. Do you think I qualify? Shui Yue retorted, her beautiful eyes darting towards Dai Mubai. Ah, in that case, Shrek Academy warmly welcomes your arrival, Ma Hongjun replied with a grin. We will consider it, Shui Binger acknowledged, though she was taken aback by the admission criteria of Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, Tian Shui Academy had treated them well, and they had spent their formative years there, fostering a deeper emotional connection. Ma Hongjun nodded, and after their meal, the group parted ways. As Shui Binger departed, she reminded Ma Hongjun not to forget to write to her sister. Ma Hongjun smiled in response, yet he noticed Shui Yuer regarding her sister with increasingly significant glances, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. With a reluctant wave to Dai Mubai and a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, the story unfolds in Chapter 51, Arrival. After parting ways with the sisters, Ma Hongjun and his companions journeyed for 2 more days before finally reaching Sodto City. That afternoon, 4 youths entered through the west gate of Sodto City, appearing to be merely in their teenage years, devoid of any substantial luggage. 3 boys and 1 girl. Among them, the tallest stood at approximately 175 centimeters, boasting a striking mane of golden hair and an exceptionally handsome visage. What was particularly peculiar was his heterochromatic eyes. He donned a fitting silver-white robe adorned with an imposing white tiger, clearly crafted from luxurious fabric. Beside him was a slightly shorter youth, around 170 centimeters, equally handsome with long black hair that shimmered a deep burgundy under the sunlight. He wore a vibrant crimson robe embroidered with a soaring phoenix, emanating an air of flamboyance and grandeur. In addition to the golden-haired youth, there was another boy of about 150 centimeters, clad in a blue robe embellished with a purple-black blue-silver grass design. His waist was cinched with a belt encrusted with 24 jade stones, and like the previous youth, his black hair was fashioned into a bun atop his head, secured with a purple-black wooden hairpin and a flowing black scarf. His features were unremarkable, with a wheat-colored complexion that radiated a subtle sheen, exuding an approachable charm, accentuated by a gentle smile that graced his lips. The young girl accompanying them had silky black hair, neatly braided into a scorpion braid that cascaded past her calves, slightly taller than the boy next to her. She wore a pink top that snugly embraced her developing figure, coupled with a delicate waist that elicited envy from many women. Her long, toned legs were enveloped in white stockings, revealing a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful appearance, with a hint of innocence on her face, her rounded posterior was undeniably captivating. Her naturally arched brows framed sparkling eyes, complemented by a slightly rounded, rosy complexion. Her beauty was striking, imbued with a playful charm that perfectly embodied the essence of youthfulness. These 4 youths were none other than Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, who had traveled from Holy Spirit Village to attend Shrek Academy in Sodto City. Xiao Wu occasionally donned her round-collared robe, but preferred her current attire. Along the journey, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu teased Ma Hongjun about his apparent infatuation with Shui Binger. In response, Ma Hongjun revealed the mutual attraction he felt with Shui Binger regarding their martial souls, yet he chose not to mention her peculiarities. What? You mean the martial soul fusion technique? You should have forcibly brought them along to Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai exclaimed, chastising Ma Hongjun for letting Shui Binger slip away. Ma Hongjun smiled and remarked, while the soul fusion technique is indeed precious, and I bear no ill will towards Shui Binger, if we lack emotional connection in the future, I would not choose her even if we could fuse our souls. Fate is a matter of serendipity. It cannot be forced. It is unfortunate that her sister lacks spirit power, Had she been an ice phoenix, it would have been splendid. What do you intend to do? Will you choose her sister, Shui Huanger, or Shui Binger? Tang San inquired. After pondering for a moment, Ma Hongjun replied, I have only met her sister once, and there is no foundation of feelings between us. I shall write to her to clarify the situation. We shall see how things unfold. Xiao Wu nodded, concerned that Ma Hongjun might act like a cad. Hongjun, you should not have stopped me from flirting with her sister, Shui Yuer. Dai Mubai lamented with a wry smile. Ma Hongjun shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, you should abandon that idea. Do not forget you have a fiancée. Before you meet her, if you dare to sow wild oats without her permission, I will ensure your manhood is rendered useless, leaving it merely as a biological function. And remember, you came to Shrek Academy to enhance your abilities, not to chase after women. Brother, what does manhood refer to? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Dai Mubai, though perplexed, could guess its meaning. Tang San, rather naive, proceeded to explain it to Xiao Wu. Her cheeks flushed as she muttered, rogue. She shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun and then disdainfully at Dai Mubai, declaring, cats deserve to be punished. Dai Mubai felt a chill between them, looking utterly despondent as he said, Hongjun, please, you cannot be so harsh. Ma Hongjun nodded matter-of-factly. It was I who brought you from 18 Peaks to Shrek Academy. Thus I have the duty to oversee what kind of person you become. I have a deep aversion to cads and playboys, and I will not allow you to become someone I detest. Dai Mubai was taken aback, sensing an immense responsibility from Ma Hongjun, a sense of duty towards him. His earlier playful demeanor vanished as he solemnly vowed, rest assured, I will diligently train and strive not to disappoint you. Ma Hongjun comforted him with a nod. Do not worry too much. Consider that your elder brother suppresses you because he fears your talent. He is afraid you may surpass him. Otherwise, given his 6-year age advantage and superior circumstances, what could he possibly fear from you? Dai Mubai paused, his body trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, Hongjun, you are right. Your words have awakened me from my slumber. He truly is afraid of me. Haha. In the midst of confusion, clarity dawned on Dai Mubai, sweeping away his previous gloom, leaving only confidence and determination. Brother, what is Dai Laohu's true identity? Xiao San and I initially believed he belonged to a prestigious family, but it seems there is more to it than meets the eye, Xiao Wu queried, her curiosity piqued. They had always refrained from prying into others' privacy, thus had never inquired about Dai Mubai's background. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Dai Mubai, silently indicating for him to handle the situation. Dai Mubai nodded and slowly began to reveal his origins to Tang San and Xiao Wu. You are actually a prince of the Luo Empire? How unexpected. However, I must say, you are fortunate that Hongjun intervened. Had you continued down that path, not only would you have become a scoundrel, but a complete waste as well. Xiao Wu remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment as she circled around Dai Mubai, her disdain evident. What about you, Mubai? Tang San questioned, perplexed by Dai Mubai's demeanor, which seemed far removed from that of a prince. Hongjun responded, having escaped, I must relinquish the pride and pretense of being a prince. This allows me to learn much more. I feel quite content, especially to have found you 3 as my siblings. Dai Mubai smiled as he spoke. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she recalled a humorous incident. Remember the first morning at Grandpa Jack's house? You stood there like a fool, not knowing what to do. Turns out you genuinely had no idea. Haha, how amusing. Dai Mubai felt relieved that Tang San and Xiao Wu did not treat him differently upon learning his identity, thinking to himself how Xiao Wu was indeed lively and unpredictable. Tang San nodded in agreement, recognizing that by setting aside his royal identity, one could better empathize with the hardships of the common folk. If he were to become an emperor one day, it would surely make him a more benevolent ruler. Secretly, he admired his senior brother's approach. Dai Mubai chuckled, saying, once I succeed, when you all visit the Luo Empire, I shall bestow upon you titles of nobility as princes and princesses. However, Ma Hongjun and Tang San shook their heads, expressing their disinterest in power. Mubai, we have no desire for titles. If you truly become emperor, we only hope you can grant us a piece of land to establish our sect, which would please us immensely, Ma Hongjun replied. Tang San, make sure to ask Mubai about the customs and culture of the Luo Empire when you have the chance. I believe you will find it intriguing. Ma Hongjun was indeed correct. The culture of the Luo Empire resembled that of ancient China or the historical depictions often seen in martial arts films. Thus, it was no surprise that both Ma Hongjun and Tang San were drawn to the Luo Empire. Oh, sounds wonderful. Tang San nodded, intrigued by the prospect of the Luo's customs being reminiscent of his past life. Dai Mubai readily agreed, but he was somewhat surprised by his 2 brothers' apparent ambition, realizing they were not content to lead ordinary lives. San, what kind of sect are you planning to establish? Can I join? Xiao Wu interjected, a look of displeasure on her face as she directed her gaze at Ma Hongjun and Tang San. How could you? Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Create a sect without me? I don't care, I want to join too. She exclaimed, her expression determined. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened at being referred to as Ma Xiaojun, and he glanced at Tang San, signaling for him to respond. Tang San elucidated the matters of the Tang sect to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. During their stay in Holy Soul Village, Dai Mubai had encountered hidden weapons, and Tang San even gifted him a set of wrist crossbows. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu promptly expressed their desire to join the Tang sect, which brought immense joy to Tang San. The Tang sect had taken another significant step toward expansion, especially with a prince who had the potential to become an emperor joining their ranks. A boon for the future development of the sect that was immeasurable. Thus, while the Tang sect had no members at the moment, it gained 2 more vice leaders. However, the true intention of Ma Hongjun was not to aid Tang San in establishing the Tang sect. Rather, he envisioned relocating the Shrek Academy to the Starluo Empire. He had already identified a location during casual conversations with Dai Mubai. The site he had in mind was Luo Mountain in the Starluo Empire. According to Dai Mubai's description, Luo Mountain was bordered by the Fastnuo province to the east and Baodel City to the west, with the majestic Star-Do 18 ridges stretching between them. It overlooked the vast Star-Do forest to the south and was adjacent to the imperial capital, Starluo City, to the north. Most importantly, as Dai Mubai indicated, the area had yet to be developed, showcasing breathtaking scenery that was ideal for seclusion or the establishment of an academy. As for the spirit beasts within the mountain, while there were many, the highest rank was merely 10,000 years. It remained uncertain whether any reached the legendary 100,000 years. In summary, Luo Mountain perfectly matched Ma Hongjun's aspirations. Putting these thoughts aside, by the time Ma Hongjun and his companions arrived in Sodto City, it was already afternoon. If they were to rush to Shrek Academy now, night would surely fall. Thus, they decided to stay overnight in Sodto City and report to Shrek the following day. It was perplexing why Xiao Wu chose a hotel named Rose, which clearly seemed to cater to couples. Was she attempting to challenge all 3 of them? This notion was somewhat unsettling, yet upon further inquiry, Ma Hongjun discovered that they had coincidentally arrived during the enrollment period for advanced Soul Master Academies, resulting in many hotels being fully booked. With no other option, the 4 of them booked a room amidst the front desk's peculiar glances. Why just one room? Upon entering their designated room 178, Xiao Wu felt a wave of anxiety as she surveyed the decor. Turning to observe the 4 pairs of bright eyes behind her only heightened her unease. She keenly realized the gravity of the situation, yet some of the room's furnishings baffled her, leaving her confused about their purpose. Brother, what is this swaying rocking chair? Resembling a half-empty dumpling? Do you know its purpose? Xiao Wu inquired curiously while seated on an exquisitely adorned rocking chair. Tang San shook his head, indicating his ignorance. I know what this is for. Would you like to know? Ma Hongjun said with a mischievous grin. Yes. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, feigning curiosity, despite having just asked Tang San a similar question. All right, let me enlighten you. Come, Tang San, stand in front of the rocking chair. Yes, right in front of Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun chuckled as he pulled Tang San to the front of the rocking chair. Xiao Wu, place your feet into the 2 armrests of the rocking chair. Yes, just like that. Now, rock the chair, and you will discover its purpose. As Dai Mubai observed from the side, a fervent desire began to simmer within him, mirroring the sentiments of Tang San, who had just jumped up. An odd, simmering anger began to permeate the room. Ah, you scoundrel Jun. I swear I shall end you, exclaimed Xiao Wu. Her face flushed to the point of resembling a ripe cherry. The more anxious she became, the more difficult it was to extricate her foot. Xiao Wu, allow me to assist you, Tang San and Dai Mubai declared in unison. Finally, Xiao Wu managed to free her foot, casting a dangerous glare at both Tang San and Dai Mubai. I meant to help you pummel senior brother, Hongjun. They both reiterated. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed, Xiao Wu retorted, her cheeks aflame with indignation. She reflected bitterly that all men were indeed brutes, noting that even her Dearson had cast her a less than pure glance moments ago. Ah no, be gentle. Thud, thud, thud. The room erupted into chaos, accompanied by shouts and the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Ma Hongjun, aware that he had taken the joke too far, had no intention of fleeing, opting instead for a token evasion within the confines of the room. However, evading 3 equally ranked soul masters was hardly feasible, and thus Ma Hongjun endured the onslaught of their wrath. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. If you had fled today, I would have ceased to acknowledge you. Xiao Wu sighed in relief after the beating had concluded. Although the rocking chair had initially seemed entertaining, the ensuing ruckus had left her as startled as a frightened rabbit. She dared not even glance at it. Since you have withstood this beating, we shall forgive you. But do refrain from such outrageous jokes in the future, Tang San and Dai Mubai said with exasperated expressions. both having grasped the proper usage of the chair. Yet, their newfound understanding rendered them hesitant to meet Xiao Wu's gaze. Tang San even refrained from sharing a bed with her. As thoughts of her reclining in the rocking chair, her feet wedged in the armrest, swayed back and forth, filled his mind. Hongjun, you can't be older than 9. How could you possibly know such things? Dai Mubai regarded Ma Hongjun with a peculiar expression, speechless. Tang San mused. Could it be he has experienced such things in a past life? I merely read a lot. Ma Hongjun responded, looking disheveled, his face battered and bruised. His words somewhat unclear. How could you have read those books? Dai Mubai replied incredulously, thinking to himself that Ma Hongjun's reading selections were far too eclectic. Ma Hongjun, his body ablaze with a fiery hue, felt the swelling subsiding significantly and articulated clearly, a cultivator ought to read all kinds of books, be it the celestial or the mundane. However, isn't your approach a bit too inappropriate? Tang San remarked, recalling a term Ma Hongjun had once mentioned. Not at all. As a practitioner, one must always adhere to righteous thoughts and views when faced with choices. Even when joking, one should not entertain such thoughts. Or did you all just entertain those thoughts? Ma Hongjun explained, wearing a semblance of a smile as he gazed at Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, deftly redirecting the conversation towards them. In his previous life, he had never used a rocking chair. His knowledge of its operation stemmed from a friend who owned a guest house. He had always relished sitting in a rocking chair, engaging in conversation with comrades, yet upon learning its specific usage, he found joy in merely sitting and playing in it. His earlier shift in topic was merely a jest, devoid of any ulterior motives. It was not a matter of great concern. No, absolutely not. How could that be? The trio vehemently denied any such thoughts, shaking their heads vigorously to convey their innocence. Well, that's a relief. You're all still young. It's best to refrain from inappropriate thoughts. Ma Hongjun feigned a nod, expressing his trust in their assurances, adopting a demeanor of concern for their well-being. Otherwise, how could he have endured such a beating? Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, seeing that Ma Hongjun seemed convinced, whether genuinely or otherwise, let out a collective sigh of relief, averting the awkwardness of the moment. In a playful spirit, they soon forgot their previous embarrassment. Later that evening, Xiao Wu insisted on taking Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San out for a stroll, and though reluctant, the three had no choice but to accompany her. As they wandered, they found themselves outside the Sodto Great Soul Arena. Look, Jungu, there's a sausage specialty shop. Let us buy some and see how they differ from what we usually eat, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing to a quaint little shop beside the arena. The storefront was modest, adorned with a poster advertising sausages, and a steady stream of customers appeared to be purchasing them, indicating a thriving business. No need for comparison. This sausage shop must belong to Oscar. Ma Hongjun recognized the shop's distinctive style, surmising correctly that it was indeed Oscar's establishment. Inside, a strikingly beautiful young girl in her teens was selling sausages. However, Ma Hongjun noted the absence of Oscar or any faculty members from Shrek Academy. It seemed Oscar had established quite a reputable venture, appearing quite professional. Moreover, the shop did not offer merely 2 types of sausages, but also a variety of candies, pastries, snacks, and beverages. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun deduced the reason. Brand recognition had undoubtedly been established, and any troublemakers had likely been dealt with by Flandra and Zhao Wujia. Consequently, most patrons probably knew that there was protection in place. Who knows, perhaps the teachers from Shrek Academy were watching from some hidden corner. Ma Hongjun was confident that should any disturbance arise, Flandra, Zhao Wujia, or Li Yusong would surely emerge from the shadows, making it abundantly clear why the flowers bloomed so vividly. In a short while, the customers in front of the sausage shop departed, satisfied, leaving the shop quiet once more, while the charming young lady selling sausages calmly tidied up the store. As Dai Mubai and his companions approached the shop window, Ma Hongjun spoke up, "Miss, could you please prepare 4 recovery sausages for me?" He then handed 4 golden soul coins to the charming vendor. The young lady accepted the coins with a smile, expertly threading the 4 sausages onto skewers before presenting them to Ma Hongjun. "May I inquire as to why you are here so late selling sausages? Where is your boss?" Ma Hongjun asked directly, having already consumed the sausages sent by Oscar during their last visit. Although he had no immediate need for more sausages, he saw this as an opportunity to strike up a conversation with the young lady. "Greetings, esteemed soul master. You may call me Tsuehua," she replied. "My boss typically arrives in the afternoon alongside the revered Zhao from the Battle Soul Academy to deliver sausages. Zhao is nearby. Do you have any requests?" Tsuehua, though not extraordinarily beautiful, possessed a refreshing charm and an endearing demeanor. Dressed modestly yet neatly, she left a favorable impression. She was perceptive enough to recognize Ma Hongjun's intentions, revealing her own connections to ensure no mischief could arise. "Tsuehua, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, disregarding Zhao Wujia's presence, his gaze fixated on her. An emotional tempest surged within him. Chapter 53, Suehua. Ahem. Dai Mubai cleared his throat to subtly remind Ma Hongjun, who was now the focus of curious glances from Tang San and Xiao Wu. They exchanged looks, pondering whether this young woman held any significance for him. Ma Hongjun's intense stare brought to mind the recent memory of Shui Binger, still vivid in their minds. Ma Hongjun's heart was tumultuous. How could he forget Suehua? She was his first girlfriend, the woman who willingly assisted him during his struggles with the evil fire, only to ultimately part ways due to its overwhelming power. The societal implications of a woman cohabitating before marriage were significant, especially in their time. It was not akin to the modern relationship of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Their early cohabitation had become common knowledge among the villagers of Zilai, many of whom envied Tsawa for being involved with such a talented soul master. However, the heartbreak of their separation due to his formidable abilities must have been excruciating. When Shrek Academy departed, leaving Suehua behind, she would undoubtedly face immense humiliation and ridicule from those around her. Ma Hongjun was certain that Suehua never remarried, for she cherished him, accepting his flaws without regard for his status as a soul master. Even after their reluctant separation, how could she ever truly forget him? It seemed destined that she would live a life of solitude, plagued by regret for not being able to alleviate his suffering from the evil fire. Little did he know, Suehua had indeed moved on, having found another partner who was tall and strong, even more handsome than he. Even if one were to possess greater handsomeness and towering stature than Ma Hongjun, it is unlikely they would surpass him in strength. Otherwise, why would Suehua not have severed ties with that man? Suehua is well aware of Ma Hongjun's capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have ended the relationship out of sheer inability to endure it. Ma Hongjun believes he has irrevocably ruined Suehua's life. Having taken her heart, but failing to provide her with a promising future, what distinguishes him from a scoundrel? What sets him apart? In his previous life, during his relationship with his girlfriend, his master had advised him that if he did not intend to marry, he should refrain from cohabiting with her. Ma Hongjun had fervently assured her of his commitment to marriage. Their relationship had indeed progressed to discussions of matrimony, with both parties meeting each other's parents. Their first intimate moment occurred at her home, where they fully entrusted themselves to one another. Her parents held Ma Hongjun in high regard. However, as time passed and distance grew, she eventually fell for another. During their conversations, she candidly expressed her uncertainty about her feelings for him and whether to continue their relationship. When Ma Hongjun once again asked if she would marry him, she who had previously agreed, now declined. In a moment of impulsiveness, he decided to end their relationship, and she promptly followed suit, soon seeking companionship with her new partner. Ma Hongjun lamented his hasty decision, yet she would no longer grant him any opportunity. His solemn promise to his master dissipated into nothingness, marking a painful chapter in his past. If time could be reversed, he would treat her with twice the kindness, determined not to allow anyone to usurp his place. But what of Ma Hongjun? Perhaps he understands. Perhaps he feels that without taking action, his heart would remain unsettled. His thoughts clouded. Having come to clarity, Ma Hongjun silently turned away, unwilling to utter another word, intent on leaving Tsawa with an unfavorable impression. The former Ma Hongjun, a chubby figure plagued by his own insecurities, was not despised by Tsawa. How much less could she disdain the now handsome and upright Ma Hongjun? For women, the first impression is paramount. Although good women fear persistent suitors, they are ultimately visual creatures. Once the initial impression is tarnished, no matter how one presents themselves subsequently, the tinted lens will linger, preventing Suehua from unwittingly developing feelings for him. As a practitioner of the way, Ma Hongjun believes in fate and destiny, which is why he chose the path of cultivation. Only through this can he seize control of his fate, rather than surrendering it to the whims of the unseen. He vowed that this time, he would not engage with Suehua. He merely needed to assist Oscar in providing her with a raise or offering help in other matters, silently supporting her. Ma Hongjun found it ironic that Oscar's newly hired employee happened to beat Suehua. Without a word, he turned and left, leaving Suehua and Dai Mubai in a state of confusion. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile before apologizing to Tsawa and hastily pursuing the matter. Upon reaching room 178 of the Rose Hotel, they turned to ask Ma Hongjun. By this time, Ma Hongjun had regained his composure and, with a faint smile, inquired if they wished to know. Dai Mubai and his companions nodded, as it was evident they were eager for answers. Otherwise, there would be no reason to question Ma Hongjun. I must insist that you promise me, whenever you encounter Suehua in the future, to refrain from mentioning me in her presence, Ma Hongjun said, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the three. What else with the seriousness? Dai Mubai and the others looked bewildered, yet they solemnly nodded in agreement. I have just discerned a thread of fate concerning myself and Suehua. She is destined to become my first girlfriend, but ultimately, she will leave me due to my uncontrollable evil fire. I have taken her heart but failed to provide her with a future. Thus, I have effectively ruined her life. I wish to sever all ties with Suehua to prevent such events from unfolding, Ma Hongjun articulated with great seriousness. What? Isn't your evil fire already under control? How can this be? Is it not fully resolved? Tang San asked, aghast, filled with disbelief and concern. He had no doubts regarding Ma Hongjun's words. For one who has cultivated a primordial spirit, such foresight is rather commonplace. Ma Hongjun occasionally perceives vague glimpses of significant future events, a notion Tang San found entirely plausible. The trust Tang San exhibited in Ma Hongjun amidst his worries led Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai to momentarily refrain from inquiring further about Suehua. Among them, Tang San understood Ma Hongjun best. Since he had chosen not to pry, it was prudent to prioritize Ma Hongjun's own circumstances. Brother Jun, are you suggesting that your evil fire might erupt again in the future? Xiao Wu asked with concern. What evil fire? Dai Mubai interjected, utterly perplexed. Thinking to himself how little he comprehended their discussion, Ma Hongjun exchanged a glance with Tang San, signaling him to elaborate. As a junior, it was customary for him to shoulder the burden when his senior was in need. Otherwise, what purpose would his presence serve? Merely to keep the bed warm. Tang San proceeded to explain Ma Hongjun's martial spirit to Dai Mubai, who then learned that Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was a mutated variant of the common domestic fowl, the golden pheasant, possessing inherent flaws. It was formerly known as the evil fire phoenix, but later renamed by the master to strange fire phoenix. However, the certification from the Spirit Hall still bore the old name. Consequently, Ma Hongjun generally found it tedious and opted for the simpler term fire phoenix, believing it far more melodious than either evil fire phoenix or strange fire phoenix. He favored simplicity and authenticity. Otherwise, his purple extreme magic I would not have been dubbed Yin Yang I. Ma Hongjun considered the names Tang San favored, such as Sun and Moon Divine Yin Yang Divine I, overly ostentatious. The sun and moon represent the greatest dualities in the universe, making Yin Yang I a name that is not only fitting but also straightforward and unpretentious. In any case, Ma Hongjun is personally quite admirable, and he holds a deep affection for it. The evil fire phoenix? The phoenix? Dai Mubai recalled the explanation Ma Hongjun had provided him about the blue-silver true fire, and he pondered over the explanation Tang San had just given. How could such a peculiar martial soul exist? Dai Mubai was astonished. He never anticipated that the individual he had always admired and respected, Ma Hongjun, would possess such a flaw in his martial soul. Have you forgotten what our master uncle said? As long as I have not completely mastered and refined my martial soul, the hidden dangers of the evil fire will persist, and it will inevitably erupt one day, Ma Hongjun reminded Tang San. Tang San was taken aback and nodded. He recalled that he had never witnessed the eruption of Ma Hongjun's evil fire. Similarly, he had only seen his teacher consume Ma Hongjun's blood once, which had caused a severe reaction due to the potent properties of the blood infused with evil fire, resulting in master soiling himself. Since then, he had never encountered the true power of the evil fire, almost causing him to forget that Ma Hongjun's martial soul harbored such a flaw. Brother, what will you do if the evil fire erupts in the future? Ma Hongjun's gaze was resolute as he replied, rest assured, I would rather perish than tread that path. Moreover, now that the fallen heart flame has taken form, even if the evil fire erupts, I can still contain it. The fallen heart flame? Brother Jun, is that the name you've given to the evil fire you control? Could you show it to us? Xiao Wu, relieved that Ma Hongjun was unharmed, asked curiously. Dai Mubai and Tang San were equally intrigued by the current manifestation of the evil fire. Ma Hongjun nodded, and an intangible flame enveloped his entire being. As this flame ignited around him, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt parched, their blood surging, and various desires began to swell within their hearts. Wow! What a terrifying flame. Brother, is this milky white flame the fallen heart flame transformed from the evil fire? Tang San, regaining his composure, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this is the essence of the fallen heart flame. There's an additional benefit. Would you care to hear it? Chapter 54, Refining the Heart Fire. What benefit? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai and the others were filled with curiosity. Fire arises from the heart, refining the spirit and strengthening the bones. Ma Hongjun spoke with an enigmatic expression. What does that mean? Dai Mubai and the others were momentarily puzzled, unable to comprehend. Ma Hongjun elucidated the capabilities of the fallen heart flame, and only then did they grasp the meaning behind his words, as well as why it was named the fallen heart flame. This fire not only aids in cultivation, perpetually refining soul power and internal organs, but it can also evoke human emotions and desires, leading one to explode or self-immolate. thus truly embodying the heart fire that causes one's fall. However, considering the cultivation advantages offered by the fallen heart flame, Dai Mubai and the others found themselves breathing rapidly, gazing at Ma Hongjun with immense envy, silently reflecting that this was not a flaw in his martial soul, but rather a remarkable boon bestowed upon him. With a hearty laugh, Ma Hongjun expressed, "If you trust me and believe that I would never jeopardize your safety, I can share with you a portion of my subfire for your cultivation. In this way, you would possess the fallen heart flame, and you could nurture and strengthen the subfire on your own. Its capabilities are identical to the fallen heart flame, constantly nurturing the heart's fire, refining your soul power, and fortifying your body. It would assist you in your training and support you in battle. Consider this. If you are willing, I shall grant you the subfire for your refinement." "Absolutely, we are willing." Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu responded without hesitation, demonstrating their trust in Ma Hongjun and their admiration for the fallen heart flame. This affirmation pleased Ma Hongjun and warmed his heart. "Very well. Let us begin with Xiao San. I, along with Mubai and Xiao Wu, shall provide protection. Mubai, Xiao Wu, do not rush. Once you enter the academy, allow Xiao San to teach you the Xiantian skill. The soul power cultivated through the Xiantian skill is notably balanced and harmonious, greatly aiding the refinement of the. Afterward, you may refine the subfire. Additionally, my fallen heart flame is only in its initial stage, thus I can only share 2 portions of subfire at a time. If I attempt to divide it further, the fallen heart flame will suffer and regress to its previous state." Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in understanding, while Dai Mubai inquired with curiosity, "Cultivation techniques. Were you not practicing through meditation?" Ma Hongjun and the others shook their heads, indicating that they would explain later. "Xiao San, first adjust your state to its optimum. I will divide the subfire into 10 portions for you to absorb and refine gradually. Otherwise, the power of the will overwhelm your meridians." Tang San nodded and settled down to adjust his state. Though Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu held lingering doubts, they too nodded, recognizing that now was not the time for questions. After a quarter of an hour, Tang San had adjusted himself and addressed Ma Hongjun. "Brother, I am ready." "Xiao San, remember, regardless of how the fallen heart flame resists, you must firmly maintain your mental focus and protect your meridians with your soul power. This is paramount. Additionally, continuously circulate your cultivation technique, allowing the subfire to flow with your technique. As long as the subfire ceases to resist and can circulate completely with your technique for a full cycle, it indicates successful refinement. Subsequently, place the subfire at the center of your Dantian Qi Si. Thereafter, it will perpetually nurture your heart fire, refine your soul power, and enhance your physique and speed." Ma Hongjun solemnly elucidated the crucial considerations for refining the. Tang San nodded earnestly, then awkwardly asked, "Brother, how should I absorb the fallen heart flame into my body?" Ma Hongjun's face flushed as she realized she had forgotten to mention this detail. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Ahem. Simply envelop it with your soul power and swallow it, as you would food or water." Tang San paused, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. But upon meeting Ma Hongjun's earnest gaze, he nodded resolutely. Carefully, he used his soul power to guide the small flame that Ma Hongjun had offered, enveloping it with his soul power. With determination, he placed it in his mouth and swallowed. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu watched anxiously as Tang San began the process of refining the subfire. Moments later, Tang San opened his eyes, his expression appearing rather peculiar, leaving others in a state of confusion. "What's the matter, Xiao San? Have you refined it so quickly? That's impossible. This little time isn't even sufficient for a single rotation of the cultivation method," Ma Hongjun said, bewildered. "How could it be so fast?" It defied all logic. Tang San smiled wryly. "Brother, the fire has extinguished. A mere strand of the flame was too weak. I barely had time to react before it was snuffed out by my soul power." Ma Hongjun looked puzzled. "Is that so?" Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, sharing a bittersweet smile, surprised that it was merely the fire that had gone out. "How much do you think is appropriate for me? How much can you confidently absorb?" Ma Hongjun pondered. "We can't just try 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands, and so forth, can we? That might not be entirely unfeasible, but his fallen heart flame was only in its initial stage and could not bear such experimentation." After some contemplation, Tang San replied, "Brother, I feel that the power of the separated child flames from the initial formation of the fallen heart flame is not very strong. So I believe I can absorb a strand of child flame directly." "How confident are you?" Ma Hongjun asked cautiously. If he overstepped, he could end up igniting himself. In that case, he feared he would be met with the wrath of the useless Tang Decue. "An 80% chance." Tang San asserted confidently. "Very well, but you must first sign a death contract. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu will serve as witnesses, lest anything happen to you. And I would be unable to explain it to our master or your father," Ma Hongjun stated earnestly. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Ma Hongjun's serious eyes. With a resigned smile, he acknowledged the risk he was taking. However, the opportunity presented before him was too enticing to forego. He retrieved paper and a pen from the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night, quickly drafting and sealing the document, which was then signed by Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, completing the pact. Ma Hongjun, satisfied, separated a complete strand of child flame and handed it to Tang San. Should anything happen to Tang San, he would unhesitatingly rush to Spirit City with the contract in hand, seeking refuge with the legendary title DouluoDalu. If his son were to perish, Ma Hongjun mused, only DouluoDalu could protect him from Tang Dechue's fury. As for whether DouluoDalu would take him in, Ma Hongjun was confident that as long as he presented the cultivation methods, spiritual cultivation techniques, and runes, alongside confessing that he had inadvertently caused Tang Dechue's son's demise, DouluoDalu would certainly be willing to take him in. He would then dedicate himself to training until he possessed the ability to transcend time and rescue Tang San from the process of refining the child flame. Of course, this was Ma Hongjun's worst-case scenario. In truth, he hoped Tang San would not encounter any mishap. After all, Tang San was his junior brother, his second little brother, a fellow townsman, and had imparted teachings to him. They were sworn brothers, brother, Tang San. Ultimately, he truly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Tang San. The refining process continued, with Ma Hongjun and the others anxiously watching Tang San, whose body trembled, drenched in blood and sweat. They waited for over half an hour, during which Tang San's expression of anguish gradually transformed into one of tranquility, with the blood and sweat on his body scorched into scabs by the searing heat of the fallen heart flame. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Tang San finally concluded his practice, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother, I have successfully refined it. The fallen heart flame has begun to temper my soul power. Look. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, where a small, milky white flame flickered gently. Ma Hongjun, witnessing Tang San's successful refinement of the fallen heart flame, felt a profound sense of relief. This meant he would not have to flee or live with the burden of betrayal for all his days. Little San, take a moment to sense it thoroughly and see if there are any differences. You must tell me. Ma Hongjun inquired with a hint of concern. Tang San closed his eyes, focusing intently. After a while, an invisible flame suddenly engulfed him, and upon opening his eyes, they glowed a deep crimson. Gazing at Xiao Wu with an intense desire that he struggled to suppress. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked, her voice trembling with anxiety as she sensed something was amiss with Tang San. What's happening to little San? Dai Mubai felt a tightening in his chest, fearing the worst. Senior brother, Mubai, quickly take Xiao Wu away. I cannot hold on much longer. Tang San exclaimed. Brother. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with tears, yearning to rush to him. But Ma Hongjun grasped her arm firmly, while Tang San staggered to the side, enduring an immense pain. Xiao Wu, little San is in danger. You must not go near him, Ma Hongjun said, his brow furrowed. Tang San's condition reminded him of the malevolent fire and the side effects of the genuine fallen heart flame. However, the resemblance was becoming more pronounced. Ma Hongjun, unwilling to see harm befall either Tang San or Xiao Wu, clenched his teeth and, in a fit of desperation, slapped himself hard, hastily declaring, Xiao Wu, do you have feelings for little San? Please, do not speak, just listen. If I am not mistaken, what little San is experiencing is a side effect of absorbing the fallen heart flame, and the only way to save him is through intimacy. However, it is too late to find a suitable partner for him, so you are his only hope. But you must think this through. If you are unwilling, Mubai and I will take you away immediately, and you need not force yourself. Should you choose to help, I assure you, if little San ever wrongs you in the future, I will not let him off easily. Ma Hongjun hastily conveyed his thoughts, each word tumbling forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Hongjun this? Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu gazed at Ma Hongjun in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was it conceivable that such side effects could exist? Wasn't this akin to an uncontrollable eruption of malevolent fire? Yet, they understood why Ma Hongjun had slapped himself in that moment. This was indeed a dire situation. Sigh. I never anticipated that absorbing the fallen heart flame would lead to such repercussions. It must be related to its origin as a transformation of malevolent fire. I should have foreseen this. Had I known such a fate awaited, I would have never allowed little San to absorb it, Ma Hongjun lamented, consumed by regret and guilt. Xiao Wu stood rooted in place, stunned into silence by Ma Hongjun's words. Tang San endured the excruciating pain, bellowing, Senior brother, no, I cannot allow this. Please take Xiao Wu away. Even if I must perish, I refuse to betray her. Hurry, take her away. No, Xiao Wu, do not approach. Senior brother, Mubai, I implore you, swiftly escort Xiao Wu from this place. I cannot let her down, even in death. As Tang San's anguished cries echoed, Xiao Wu stepped closer, intensifying his torment. Brother, Xiao Wu willingly offers herself to save you. I only wish that you will not forsake her in the future. Witnessing Tang San's desperate attempts to evade the pain, Xiao Wu pursued his shadow, sobbing inconsolably. Who can explain why everything has unfolded so abruptly? Mubai, let us depart. Ma Hongjun sighed, irritably dragging Dai Mubai out of the room. Chapter 55, Primal Instinct and Spiritual Essence. Haha, I understand now. I know how to save Xiao San. Ma Hongjun's revelation caught the others off guard. Dai Mubai, quick to respond, inquired eagerly, is this true, Junge? Really, Xiao Wu, come to my side. Ma Hongjun urged. Xiao San, I shall encase you in ice. You must wholeheartedly absorb and refine the child fire, allowing it to consume all the malevolent thoughts within you. This will ensure your safety. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun swiftly moved beside Tang San, slapping his palm against the motionless and straining figure. The blue-silver true fire erupted from his hand, and upon contact with Tang San, the chilling ice rapidly enveloped him. Strangely, a layer of blue flame flickered atop the icy surface. Xiao San, maintain your focus and operate your technique with all your might. Ma Hongjun commanded. Encased in ice, Tang San felt his mind clear, swiftly following Ma Hongjun's instructions to cultivate his technique and refine the child fire, which in turn began to absorb the newly arisen malevolent thoughts. Let us hope my brother emerges unscathed this time. Xiao Wu clenched her small fists against her chest, anxiously watching Tang San within the blue ice. Most girls embody such contradictions. They enjoy adorning themselves beautifully while simultaneously desiring the gaze of others upon their beauty. This inclination is a universal human trait, as the love for beauty knows no gender. Yet, the innate desire for attention, particularly from the opposite sex, often leads to a paradoxical disdain when such attention is received. Many girls scorn men who they perceive as shameless or lecherous, even if they do not voice their thoughts. Their eyes betray a glimmer of disdain. In a previous life, Ma Hongjun had encountered such behavior. He recalled an incident where a woman was followed by a man late at night. Terrified of potential assault, she was relieved when the man, finding her unattractive, lost interest and departed. In a turn of events that seemed almost unbelievable, the woman, feeling humiliated by her perceived lack of beauty, found herself in an altercation with the man. Such a reaction is, after all, quite human. Were Ma Hongjun privy to the inner turmoil of Xiao Wu at that moment, he would undoubtedly empathize with her sentiments, recognizing the universal nature of such feelings. Meanwhile, within room 178, Dai Mubai observed Tang San encased in a blue ice. His own expression taut with anxiety, fervently wishing that this time, no further calamities would arise. Noticing the tense demeanor of the two, Ma Hongjun offered a gentle reassurance. Do not worry, my earlier oversight stemmed from not considering that the fallen heart flame is essentially a transformation of sinister fire. This time, there shall be no mishaps. Once Xiao San completes his refinement, although he will lose the subfire, the soul power derived from it should experience a boost, which can indeed be regarded as a notable gain. Ugh, you scared me half to death just now, you insufferable Hongjun. Xiao Wu shot him an exasperated glare, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. Indeed, Hongjun, let us hope that no further incidents occur. The previous moment was truly alarming, Dai Mubai concurred, also feeling the lingering dread from the earlier incident. Ma Hongjun nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Xiao Wu as he maintained the output of the blue-silver true fire, and deeply bowed to her. Xiao Wu, I am truly sorry. There's no need for that, Hongjun. I understand that what happened was not intentional. You acted for our benefit, allowing us to refine the subfire. Ultimately, the decision to refine was ours, and if anything went awry, it is not your fault. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. Yes, Hongjun, do not burden yourself with guilt. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Who would wish for it? Dai Mubai lamented, reflecting on the unforeseen explosion of sinister fire during the refinement of the fallen heart flame. Well then, are you both willing to attempt refining the fallen heart flame again? Ma Hongjun, noticing Xiao Wu's indifference, chuckled and teased Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Of course, why would we shy away? The benefits outweigh the costs, Dai Mubai retorted nonchalantly. It's merely a matter of dealing with some after effects. Even if no solutions existed, I would still welcome the challenge. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, affirming her willingness as well. Ma Hongjun, with a serious countenance, expressed his gratitude for their trust. However, it is precisely because of this trust that I must take responsibility for your safety. Come now, Hongjun. Dai Mubai interjected, eager to persuade him. The prospect of such a valuable training opportunity was not something he wished to forfeit. Moreover, he mused that dealing with the after effects could easily be managed by women, a situation he would not mind at all. Enough. My mind is made up. Until we have thoroughly resolved this issue, I cannot risk your trust nor your safety. Ma Hongjun asserted firmly, resolutely opposing Dai Mubai's viewpoint. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun leaned towards a more strategic approach, one that aligned with the Academy's development. After all, he would eventually become the head of Shrek Academy, and it was only natural to consider the future of the institution, choosing the second method of application. The foremost challenge lies in how to enable the fallen heart flame to incessantly absorb a substantial amount of soul power. It is only with an ample source of soul power that the fallen heart flame can continuously ignite the heart fire, which is the true essence of its reputation as an extraordinary cultivation tool. The subsequent issue is how to acquire a significant quantity of soul power for the fallen heart flame to assimilate. In this regard, Ma Hongjun recalled the runes on the celestial star leaf, which he believed would bring him unexpected benefits. For the celestial Starvine is said to absorb any form of energy, a claim not made lightly. The final concern, which caused Ma Hongjun the most distress, was how to facilitate the differentiation of energy levels generated by the heart fire produced by the fallen heart flame, a matter that involves formations. However, the only formation he was familiar with was the awakening formation, and he had not heard of any others. This thought led Ma Hongjun to consider the antique shop owned by his teacher, which housed many useless, broken soul tools that might yield some insights. Noticing that Tang San was still unconscious, Ma Hongjun extended his spiritual sense, and, with a smile towards Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, remarked, "Little San has turned misfortune into fortune this time. Upon waking tomorrow, his soul power should break through to level 24. He is completely fine now and is currently in the midst of cultivation. Will you be resting or continuing to cultivate? The bed is for Xiao Wu. I shall rest on the sofa in the front. If you're not going to cultivate, it would be wise to retire early." After saying this, Ma Hongjun paid no further heed to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, reclining on the sofa in the front hall, and soon drifted into slumber. Tang San's complete recovery implied that he had failed to refine the child fire, as all the energy of the child fire had transformed into soul power. Otherwise, how could he have so swiftly advanced to level 24? What he was currently engaged in was the refinement and solidification of soul power to reach the level 24 threshold, thus ensuring that he would indeed break through upon awakening the following day. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, and Dai Mubai settled beside Tang San to continue his cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wu approached the bed and lay down, prioritizing rest. The earlier incident had left her somewhat physically and mentally fatigued, and having declared her feelings for Tang San in the presence of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, she found herself at a loss regarding how to face Tang San the next day. Her mind was too scattered for cultivation, so sleep was of utmost importance. Sharing a room with 3 men had initially been awkward for Xiao Wu, but she had since grown accustomed to it, trusting in the character of Ma Hongjun and the others. Moreover, during her time as a beast, she had experienced many trials. In the distant echoes of her past, she vaguely remembered, during her innocent days when her consciousness was yet to awaken, being an ordinary soft-boned rabbit living with her family, a nest of rabbits, her sisters, and their mother, all of whom were the strongest doe of their father. Tragically, their father was devoured by another soul beast, and the head of the family became the strongest brother among them. Until one fateful day, a cruel black rabbit demon spider consumed all her family. Following her mother in a frantic escape, they fled in every direction, and in a moment of desperation, they stumbled into a wondrous place. In that place, she and her mother narrowly escaped a calamity, where they awakened their intellect, bidding farewell to the ignorance and primal instincts of their former selves. From that moment on, they ceased to associate with other rabbits, for their families had perished at the hands of the malevolent black rabbit demon spider. With their newfound consciousness, she and her mother understood the importance of actively cultivating their abilities, setting them apart from the typical, bewildered soul beasts. Thanks to the wonders of that realm, their cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Eventually, her mother rescued a small green snake from the jaws of another soul beast, adopting it and naming it Daming. Following this, she took in a little monkey, affectionately naming it Erming. Thus, she gained 2 brothers and companions, and their family lived a harmonious, untroubled existence, devoted to cultivation. Until one fateful day when a band of cruel humans invaded. They killed her mother, forcing her to flee the Sodto forest and venture into the realm of humanity. Yet, this was a journey she had long desired. After all, how could she have chosen to transform into human form otherwise? Becoming human meant living amidst people, engaging with the vibrant energy of humanity, which would facilitate her transformation and make cultivation easier. Since the awakening of her intellect, she was no longer merely an ordinary soft-boned rabbit, driven solely by instincts of survival and reproduction. Moreover, transforming into human form signified a complete departure from her past, akin to a rebirth, as both her body and mind underwent a profound metamorphosis, emerging entirely anew. Her physical and mental state returned to what was befitting her current age. Although some vague memories from her beastly past lingered in her mind, yet she was undeniably distinct from the wild creatures she once was, having transcended the ordinary existence of a soft-boned rabbit. The longer her cultivation continued, the more distant her memories of the past became, rendering many experiences unclear. This phenomenon is akin to humans who, upon growing up, struggle to recall events from their infancy. Indeed, some may have forgotten even the most mundane occurrences of their early years. While cultivation may enhance memory, it does not imply that all memories will endure eternally. Especially as time passes, recollections of the distant past may fade until they are completely forgotten. Nonetheless, certain significant events remain etched in memory, such as the tragic fate of her family, annihilated by an evil black rabbit demon spider, leaving only her and her mother to escape by sheer luck. This she would never forget. From awakening her intellect to transforming into human form and learning the virtues of humanity, she was increasingly resembling a person. However, the outcome of the previous events, although comforting, left her with a tinge of disappointment. Lost in her thoughts, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she chided herself for her musings. Pulling the blanket over her blushing face, she forced herself into slumber. Gradually, the gentle sound of breathing filled the air as the mischievous rabbit of 100,000 years of cultivation succumbed to sleep. Chapter 57. The Test. The following morning, Hongjun resumed his routine of practicing the purple extreme magic eyes on the rooftop, while Tang San, unusually, refrained from cultivating, sitting quietly on the roof, lost in contemplation. The failure of refining the child fire did result in Tang San's soul power breaking through a level, thus rendering his suffering not entirely in vain. He remained silent about the events of the previous night. Everything was communicated in unspoken understanding. Despite the aftereffects of the fallen heart flame causing turmoil within him, Tang San's rationality persisted. He was acutely aware of what transpired, though he found himself unable to exert control. He bore no resentment towards Hongjun, as absorbing the fallen heart flame had been his own choice, sealed with a death contract. However, Xiao Wu's confession left him in a state of confusion. He grappled with the concepts of affection and love, uncertain whether Xiao Wu spoke from the heart or merely offered him comfort. In essence, he felt lost and unsure of how to confront her. Reflecting on Xiao Wu's words from the previous night, Hongjun, having completed his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes, stored away his yin-yang eye and addressed the absent-minded Tang San. "Brother, do you truly think Xiao Wu?" "Sai," he began. Tang San looked at Hongjun with a plea for guidance, but words eluded him, leading to a resigned sigh and a bewildered expression that wrinkled his delicate features. Seeing this transformation in his close friend tugged at Hongjun's heart. He patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. If you're uncertain, simply regard her as a sister." Although nothing significant occurred last night, Xiao Wu made the greatest sacrifice. Remember to treat her well, you cannot let her down. In matters of the heart, you're as dense as a block of wood. In time, you'll come to understand. For now, worrying is fruitless. Hongjun attempted to console Tang San, unaware that he himself was just as oblivious in matters of affection. Truly a case of the crow mocking the pig. Tang San nodded, setting aside his turbulent thoughts, and followed Hongjun as they jumped from the rooftop. At that moment, Dai Mubai concluded his training, and Xiao Wu rose from her bed. "Xiao Wu, Mubai?" Tang San greeted the two with a natural smile. "How do you feel?" Dai Mubai, oblivious to the underlying tension, inquired. "Brother," Xiao Wu called shyly, but upon observing Tang San's casual demeanor, she felt a pang of disappointment deep within her. What was this reaction? Just this? Although the refining of the child fire failed, it transformed into soul power, elevating my soul power to level 24. Tang San declared. "Oh, it really failed." Although Dai Mubai had heard about it from Hongjun, he was still astonished. Henceforth, they would have to adhere to Hongjun's suggestions from the previous night. "But brother," Xiao Wu murmured, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Tang San's words. "Of course, what else could I be? You're not yet 9 years old, Xiao Wu. What else do you expect?" Hongjun teased with a grin. "Isn't that right, San?" Tang San replied with a smile, turning to Xiao Wu with sincerity. "Brother is right, we are still young. For now, you are merely my dear little sister. The one I cherish." "Oh," Xiao Wu understood, it was just for now. With a cute blink of her large eyes, she displayed a satisfied and joyful smile. Observing Dai Mubai exchanging mischievous glances with the others, a playful grin spread across his face. "All right, enough of the antics. Let's head down for a bite to eat. Afterward, we must be on our way," Hongjun said with a sense of resignation, pondering how Dai Mubai had transformed into such a silly fellow. Who could have influenced him so? The four of them, under the peculiar gazes of the front desk staff, checked out of their room and hastily consumed a light meal before swiftly making their way towards Shrek Academy. Exiting through the southern gate of Sodto City, they journeyed southward, gradually finding themselves flanked by an increasing number of trees. The landscape evolved into a valley bordered by two mountains, with lush greenery carpeting the low-lying hills. A narrow river meandering through the midst, and a wide road running alongside it. After walking for an hour, the valley began to broaden, revealing a picturesque village nestled within, a veritable paradise, known as Zilai Village, where Shrek Academy was located. Ma Hongjun was uncertain of the origin of its name, yet he found it quite delightful. Historical texts from his previous life mentioned purple chi emanating from the east, signifying the emergence of a sage. The presence of Shrek Academy in Zilai Village felt either serendipitous or perhaps fated. As they approached, they noticed a long line of people. At the end of the queue stood a wooden table, atop which lay a small wooden box. An elderly man with long, slightly graying hair was seated before the table, diligently inspecting something. Behind him was a wooden doorframe adorned with the visage of a green monster, with the word Shrek Academy boldly emblazoned across the center. Ma Hongjun, is this truly Shrek Academy? Surely we haven't taken a wrong turn? Dai Mubai and the others exclaimed, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Although they had heard much about Shrek Academy from Ma Hongjun, he had never divulged the specifics of its appearance. Of course, this was a deliberate choice by Ma Hongjun. How else could he entice them to come? No need to be astonished. This is indeed Shrek Academy, my second home. How could I possibly get lost in my own house? Ma Hongjun chuckled at their astonished expressions. Yet, this feels overwhelming. I suddenly feel as though I've been tricked onto a pirate ship, Dai Mubai remarked, his expression one of consternation. Ma Hongjun, donning an innocent demeanor, simply smiled without elaborating further. Mubai, it's likely not as simple as it appears. The headmaster of Shrek Academy is my master's uncle. When I met him 2 years ago, he was already a level 75 agility type soul sage, and his abilities must have only grown since then. Do you think an academy led by a soul sage could be trivial? While Tang San was taken aback by the appearance of Shrek Academy, he had faith in his teacher, senior brother, and master's uncle. Dai Mubai, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acceptance, even if he felt he had been deceived. He was resolute in joining Shrek Academy for the sake of acquiring the Fallen Heart Flame S fragment. Indeed, I believe that Master would not recommend us to such a place without reason. It must indeed be as brother said, not as simple as it seems, Xiaowu asserted, stating that wherever Tang San and Ma Hongjun went, she would follow, as any place was suitable for her. Noticing how Tang San and Xiaowu had effortlessly filled in the gaps, Ma Hongjun pointed towards the elderly man with white hair. Have you seen that elderly gentleman? He is another instructor at our Shrek Academy, Li Yusong, a soul master wielding the dragon pattern staff. 2 years ago, he was a formidable soul emperor at level 62. Come, since we have coincidentally arrived during enrollment, let us also partake in the testing. Ma Hongjun chuckled as he observed the dejected individuals ahead of them, all of whom had left without success. To the astonishment of Dai Mubai and his companions, not a single person had passed the test. Leading the trio to the table, the old man cast a glance at the 4 of them and declared, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins per person. Extend your right hand. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, producing 40 gold soul coins and placing them into the wooden box, complying with the request. Li Yusong squeezed Ma Hongjun's right arm, his expression one of surprise. Have you practiced your soul skills? Indeed, teacher Li Yusong. Ma Hongjun replied respectfully. Oh, this little fellow recognizes me. Come, extend a leg. Although surprised that Ma Hongjun knew him, Li Yusong did not inquire further. It was not unusual for students to gather information about Shrek Academy beforehand, especially given the attire and demeanor of Ma Hongjun and his companions, which clearly indicated they were not from ordinary backgrounds. After inspecting Ma Hongjun's left leg and noting his height, Li Yusong exclaimed in astonishment, you can't be older than 9. What have you been eating to grow so quickly? Exuberant energy and rapid development. I can't help it. Ma Hongjun shrugged helplessly. Li Yusong nodded, acknowledging that such traits were typical of the disciples of their esteemed leader, thus finding it less surprising. He took a sip of tea from the table and said, your age is appropriate. Now unleash your martial soul and soul rings. With a thought, Ma Hongjun summoned a majestic fire phoenix, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters and a body length of over 3 meters, which manifested behind him. Accompanied by the phoenix's arrival, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one fiery red, pulsated around him. Surprised, Li Yusong spewed the tea he had just sipped. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, 10. 100,000-year soul ring? No, that's impossible. It must be an unusual color. Young man, what is your name? What is the story behind your soul ring? Why is it so peculiar? How many years has it existed? Li Yusong bombarded him with astonished questions. Dai Mubai and Xiaowu mirrored his shock, staring at the striking red soul ring adorning Ma Hongjun. What on earth is this? Are there such soul rings? Can they even possess such colors? Tang San wore a wry smile, realizing he had misunderstood his senior's earlier words, which were indeed meant to be taken at face value, merely testing for amusement. This truly is just for fun, he mused. Little San, what is the situation with Hongjun's soul ring? Why is it so odd? Dai Mubai inquired, while Xiao Wu exchanged glances with Tang San. Noticing his lack of surprise or disbelief, traits that were decidedly abnormal unless he had prior knowledge. According to my senior, it seems. Tang San replied with a wry chuckle. Teacher Li Yusong, I am Hongjun. Do you not remember me? Ma Hongjun swiftly evaded the tea spray from Li Yusong, keen to avoid being drenched. You are Hongjun? Li Yusong paused, his expression one of uncertainty as he questioned. Indeed, this soul ring is my life soul ring. Thus I possess the ability to alter its hue. The limit is determined by the maximum age I can currently endure, which stands at 4,321 years. Ma Hongjun smiled, and as he elucidated, the fiery red soul ring transformed. Before the astonished and incredulous gazes of Li Yusong, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu, shifting from crimson to blue, then to white, yellow, and purple, before ceasing to change. His martial soul and soul ring were subsequently retracted by Ma Hongjun. Li Yusong finally recognized Ma Hongjun, his astonishment morphing into delight, which soon turned to irritation. As he understood this rascal was merely toying with him, laughing while scolding, he then directed his gaze towards the three beside Ma Hongjun. You first, Li Yusong commanded. Pointing at Dai Mubai stepped forward. Not yet 12 years of age, quite suitable. Display your martial soul and soul ring. Li Yusong nodded approvingly. A spectral white tiger materialized behind Dai Mubai, with two yellow soul rings pulsating around him. Li Yusong's eyes widened once more, and he inquired, a top-tier beast martial soul. The white tiger. What is your name, lad? Hello, Teacher Li Yusong, my name is Dai Mubai. You may call me Mubai. Dai Mubai bowed respectfully, a polite smile gracing his face. Dai Mubai, the white tiger. Very well, stand over there with Hongjun. Next. Hello, Teacher Li Yusong, my name is Tang San. You may call me Xiao San. Like my senior brother, I have also cultivated my soul skills. Tang San stepped forward, preemptively introducing himself without waiting for Li Yusong to inquire, and immediately extended his leg. Li Yusong nodded, grasping Tang San's calf and exclaiming, impressive, quite powerful. Even slightly stronger than Hongjun's. You must be nearly 9 years old, correct? Yes, Teacher Li Yusong, I will be 9.5 months, Tang San replied. Show me your martial soul and soul ring. Li Yusong smiled, pleased with both boys, noting their politeness, a stark contrast to the brash antics of Ma Hongjun. With a thought, Tang San summoned a half-foot-tall purple-black blue-silver grass into the palm of his right hand. Strangely, this blue-silver grass was not only purple-black, but adorned with golden patterns and shimmering with a radiant glow, while two yellow soul rings slowly rotated around it. This is blue-silver grass? What a remarkable transformation. So you are the boy with innate full soul power, quite impressive. You may stand aside. Li Yusong observed Tang San's blue-silver grass with astonishment, quickly realizing that Tang San was indeed the prodigious boy he had heard about, cultivated by the esteemed master whom their leader held in high regard. Xiao Wu stepped forward, extending her delicate hand, her voice bright and melodious. Hello, Teacher Li Yusong, my name is Xiao Wu, the dancer. Li Yusong smiled, gently squeezing Xiao Wu's fair arm and praising her. Ah, a sensible little girl. Tisk, younger than Hongjun. And finally, the academy has a female student. Show me your martial soul and soul ring. With a mere thought, Little Dance summoned a large white rabbit's ethereal shadow behind her, adorned with two yellow soul rings. Very well, you may all proceed. Feel free to engage in the subsequent assessments as you wish. If you desire to test yourselves, indulge in some play. I shall observe whether there are any students returning this year. Such words could not help but evoke joy. Chapter 58, Oscar. After bidding farewell to Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun intended to accompany Dai Mubai and the others directly to report to Flandra. However, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Little Dance found themselves profoundly intrigued by the Shrek Academy's entrance examination. Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun led the three to the second challenge. As Ma Hongjun introduced them, the plump chief examiner of the second challenge was Xiao Xine, a food-type soul emperor with a soul power of level 68 from 2 years prior. His martial spirit was the jelly bean, and he also happened to be Oscar's mentor, which astonished Dai Mubai and the others. They had not anticipated encountering such a rare food-type soul master here, especially one of soul emperor rank. However, once the examination concluded, their excitement began to wane. Upon clearly stating their identities and intentions, Xiao Xine readily assessed the soul power levels of the four. Driven by curiosity regarding what level Ma Hongjun had achieved in his 2 years away and the capabilities of the three peculiar individuals he had brought along. The results were revealed. Ma Hongjun, level 27, at the age of 8.5. Dai Mubai, level 26, aged 11.5. Tang San, level 24. Soon to turn 9, and Little Dance, level 23, also at 8.5. Xiao Xian was taken aback by their prowess, particularly Ma Hongjun's remarkable level of 27 at such a young age. Could it be that he might reach the rank of Soul Venerable by the time he turned 9 or 10? Xiao Xian found this hard to believe, especially considering that his disciple Oscar, now 10, had barely reached level 22. After parting ways with Xiao Xian, the four proceeded to the third challenge, overseen by a teacher named Lu Qibin, who, 2 years prior, had a soul power of level 62 and wielded the Star Chess Martial Spirit, a control-type Battle Soul Emperor. The mention of Star Chess piqued Dai Mubai's interest, prompting him to glance at it several times. This round tested the candidates' control over their soul power. Ma Hongjun promptly revealed his identity and purpose, and Lu Qibin, likely Yusong and Xiao Xian, was equally delighted by Ma Hongjun's return, especially with the addition of 3 extraordinary newcomers. Lu Qibin requested the 4 to demonstrate their mastery over their martial spirits. Ma Hongjun skillfully executed the soul power condensation technique, conjuring a long sword that danced gracefully in the air, earning Lu Qibin's admiration. This was the culmination of Ma Hongjun's recent inspirations and research, showcasing his ability to shape his soul power and flames into various forms for combat through a synergy of spiritual awareness and control techniques. However, he remained unaware that it was only after reaching the rank of Great Soul Master that his soul power began to nebulize, allowing him to achieve such feats. Condensing soul power into animal forms proved challenging, a skill Ma Hongjun had yet to master, while forming dragons or phoenixes was even more arduous, often resulting in immediate collapse due to the strain on his spiritual awareness. Nevertheless, he found no difficulty in shaping it into long swords or various weapons. His affinity for swords made this his area of expertise. When it was Dai Mubai's turn, he employed his second soul skill, unleashing a White Tiger Radiant Wave and a White Tiger Radiant Beam, which also drew Lu Qibin's admiration. Tang San astonished Lu Qibin even further. He merely strolled leisurely in front of him, with steps as graceful as flowing silver. Upon realizing that Tang San belonged to the control system, Lu Qibin regarded him with the admiration one would reserve for a rare treasure, as he himself was also a master of control. After bidding farewell to Lu Qibin, the group advanced to the fourth challenge. Ma Hongjun was quite reluctant to participate. He feared that Zhao Wujin might inadvertently provoke them into a spar, thereby attracting the attention of the formidable Tang Dazue. Ma Hongjun suspected that Tang Dazue was stealthily following them, yet he was equally disinclined to witness Zhao Wujin receive a beating. However, the insatiable curiosity of Dai Mubai and the others proved overwhelming, as the saying goes. Curiosity killed the cat, and what one fears often comes to pass. The fourth challenge took place in an expansive arena, where a stocky middle-aged man, approximately 1.6 meters tall, reclined on a chair basking in the sun. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome youth of similar height to Dai Mubai, with fair skin and an exceptionally attractive visage. His enchanting eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding an irresistible charm, as if he were perpetually radiating allure. Teacher Zhao, this year we have 4 contenders reaching the fourth challenge. You must rise and take a look, exclaimed the beautiful youth, his voice soft yet magnetic, infused with a refreshing masculinity that perfectly complemented his appearance and demeanor. That is splendid. Remarkable indeed. We have 4 little prodigies this year. The stocky middle-aged man, reclining in his chair, exclaimed with delight, his voice as rugged as his appearance. Yuan Huang, Teacher Zhao, it's me Hongjun. Ma Hongjun quickly greeted, recognizing Oscar instantly despite the latter's significant transformation, thanks to his strikingly captivating eyes that could spark electricity. Zhao Wujin responded with joy, rubbing his hands together, though his intentions remained unclear. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's name, Oscar's excitement surged. He darted forward like the wind, about to embrace Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun deftly sidestepped. But Oscar reacted even quicker, placing a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Ah! Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, attempting to push Oscar away, only to find Oscar skillfully pulling him closer. Intrigued, Ma Hongjun reciprocated, their hands meeting like clouds soft as cotton. In an instant, Oscar's grip shifted from gentle to fierce, flinging Ma Hongjun several meters away. Haha! Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, performing a somersault upon landing before charging towards Oscar, realizing that Oscar had undergone remarkable changes, bringing him endless surprises. Ma Hongjun swiftly closed the distance to Oscar, executing a Tai Chi strike, delivering a powerful blow akin to slicing through the heavens. With a vigorous shake of his body, he unleashed a forceful palm strike aimed directly at Oscar's center, showcasing the perfect blend of Tai Chi's fluidity and raw power. Oscar smiled faintly, his legs rooted like ancient trees, firmly planted in place. With a slight lean of his body, he executed the Tai Chi cloud hands, effortlessly diverting the force of Ma Hongjun's striking punch with a gentle touch. In an instant, his stance transformed into a protective embrace. His entire body quivering with a blend of softness turning into strength, his palm cracking sharply as it surged toward Ma Hongjun's abdomen. Ma Hongjun returned the smile, retreating a step. With a fluid motion, he countered Oscar's fierce strike with a technique that involved pulling, pressing, and lifting. He advanced, half of his body diving into Oscar's embrace, shaking and quaking as he channeled his energy from the ground through his shoulders, colliding directly with Oscar. There was no evasion possible. Oscar slightly retreated, his body shuddering, mirroring Ma Hongjun with a back-collapsing technique that met him head-on. The impact resounded. Ma Hongjun stumbled back 3 steps, while Oscar retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself, neutralizing the overwhelming force of the previous attack. However, Oscar was not one to concede defeat easily. Stepping into the realm of Tai Chi, his figure flickered like a wisp of smoke. His hands danced before him, weaving in all directions, conjuring a phantom pink Tai Chi diagram that materialized in front of him. As he approached Ma Hongjun, his hands transformed, the pink Tai Chi diagram shrinking to envelop his fists, unleashing a relentless barrage akin to a tempest upon Ma Hongjun. With his feet executing the Tai Chi steps, he unleashed a series of lightning-fast strikes, each blow more forceful than the last, relentlessly hammering down upon Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions, who had retreated to the sidelines, were mesmerized by the duel, especially Tang San, who felt utterly dwarfed by Oscar's mastery of Tai Chi, far surpassing his own abilities. Wow! Incredible, Yuan Huang. Ma Hongjun's expression shifted, realizing Oscar was no ordinary opponent. He had even manifested the essence of his punch, transcending the mere projection of soul power around his fists. This realization also struck Tang San, highlighting the vast gulf in their respective Tai Chi skills. Fearing the relentless strikes, Ma Hongjun deftly dodged, enveloped in a fiery red gauze that shielded him. As he retreated, he deflected Oscar's fierce blows, yet many still collided with his fiery attire, causing his vitality to surge. Fortunately, he had crafted a pseudo-soul power garment. Without the fiery gauze to absorb Oscar's formidable strikes, he would surely have been left bloodied. Ma Hongjun recognized the truth. Oscar's Tai Chi was indeed superior, and he could not match him in this discipline. "Oscar, behold my thunder fire," he called out, raising his hand to strike. As purple lightning and flames swirled, a fiery thunderball erupting from his palm, hurtling directly toward Oscar. "Let them be strong. I shall remain unyielding." Like the gentle breeze upon the mountain, Oscar observed the approaching fireball, his expression unchanged. With a push of his hands, a phantom pink Tai Chi diagram collided with the thunderball. Boom! The explosion of the fireball caused the ethereal image of the Tai Chi diagram to gradually dissipate. Oscar stepped back 3 paces, shaking his tingling arm, and began to perform the cloud hands. Another phantasmal pink Tai Chi diagram emerged, but as Oscar waved his hands, a gentle breeze began to swirl around, causing the pink Tai Chi image to shrink and become more solid. In an instant, a football-sized pink Tai Chi ball was propelled forth by Oscar, hurtling towards Ma Hongjun. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line Bullet. 2 yellow soul rings appeared around Ma Hongjun, and as the first soul ring illuminated, a fiery ball crackling with electricity collided with Oscar's pink Tai Chi sphere. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, sparks flying, and dust swirling in the air, as both Ma Hongjun and Oscar retreated to a safe distance. "Alright, let's call it a day. Although I still have moves left untried, I sense my soul power is somewhat inferior to yours. Continuing this duel serves little purpose. I merely wish to surprise you. How do you find my Tai Chi practice? Have I done justice to your teachings?" Oscar called out decisively, winking at Ma Hongjun with a cheerful smile. "Cough, cough. What you presented was no surprise, but rather a fright. No wonder you never mentioned your Tai Chi practice in your letters. You were waiting for me here all along." Ma Hongjun coughed twice, feeling the aftermath of the forceful punch that had stirred his blood, making him uncomfortable to speak. Meanwhile, Oscar appeared remarkably nonchalant, which only added to Ma Hongjun's irritation. "I have a large sausage." Noticing Ma Hongjun's cough, Oscar surmised that the punch had unsettled his chi and wasted no time. With utmost seriousness, he recited a spell, and in an instant, a pink sausage materialized in his palm, which he offered to Ma Hongjun. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun accepted it, swallowing it whole. The restorative energy of the sausage surged through him, and he instantly felt much better, even nearly replenishing his expended soul power. Oscar's recovery sausage, produced by Yuan Wang. It is undoubtedly a premium product. The effects are beyond compare. In a word, splendid. Chapter 59, the fourth challenge. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were astonished. They never anticipated that the sausages they frequently consumed would possess such a spell. This revelation left them utterly speechless. Senior brother, Oscar's sausage, this. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Oscar recited the spell with utmost seriousness. Although it sounded peculiar, they did not dwell on it. Otherwise, it could have led to greater discomfort. Food system soul masters require spells to create their dishes, and these spells are innate and unchangeable. The emphasis is not on the incantation, but rather on the effectiveness of the sausage. Having consumed plenty, none could deny its efficacy. Thus, this matter need not be overthought. In reflection, in the previous timeline, they often dismissed Oscar's sausages, their disdain palpable. Yet, in the end, they consumed them, finding them truly delightful. Since I have traversed here as a primordial spirit, I am the reincarnation of Ma Hongjun, and he embodies my present existence. With the awakening of my memories, which are guided by the personality of my former self, I am indeed your retribution, destined to relish the indulgence of Oscar's grand sausages while proclaiming their delightful taste. According to his discussions with Tang San, it appears that he arrived in this world as a primordial spirit. Based on the Taoist theories he learned in his previous life, he essentially is Ma Hongjun, albeit with the awakening of memories from his past existence. Had he not awakened, he would likely resemble the original Ma Hongjun from his former timeline, without distinction. Although his past memories have stirred, they are not wholly awakened, which elucidates why Ma Hongjun struggled initially during his cultivation. Many aspects eluded him as he had only partially recalled those memories. Hongjun, you are unaware. But for the past 2 years, the dean and instructors have trained me as both a food type and a formidable attacker, and my heart bears the weight of this burden. Oscar, noticing Ma Hongjun's revival, began to make exaggerated expressions, feigning a lament of his unfortunate life. Yet, all present could discern that he was not lamenting, but rather unabashedly boasting. Ma Hongjun was astonished by Oscar's transformation. His mastery of Tai Chi had surpassed Ma Hongjun's own. As he embarked on his unique path, truly formidable, Ma Hongjun yearned to witness the amalgamation of the wind and thunder sword technique with Tai Chi, curious to see what brilliance it would unfold in Oscar's hands. Furthermore, Oscar's profound development of Tai Chi promised to yield even greater insights for Ma Hongjun. His solitary efforts were limited. He could not independently unearth everything suited to his own growth. Thus, he required companions like Tang San, Oscar, and the master to collaboratively explore and innovate. In doing so, the theories and knowledge of cultivation that emerged in his mind would not be squandered. After all, human memory fades with the passage of time. Just as he vividly recalled many events from Douluo's original timeline upon awakening his past memories, he now finds that apart from a few pivotal occurrences, much has faded considerably. And the Tai Chi sword? How splendid! What more could I practice? Unlike you, I am merely a food type, focused on crafting sausages. My training primarily revolves around learning to escape and protect myself. Hence, I frequently practice Tai Chi, and through perseverance, I have achieved this level. Oscar lamented, a male yet relegated to hiding behind others or fleeing. He too desires fervor. He too yearns for battle. When Ma Hongjun first taught him Tai Chi, it ignited a glimmer of hope within him. He is akin to a moth drawn to a flame, tirelessly pursuing the light within his heart for 2 years. Unlike Ma Hongjun, Tang San, or Xiao Wu, who practiced Tai Chi merely to refine their physiques, Oscar's motivation is to attain combat prowess. It is evident how much effort he has devoted to Tai Chi. It is far from the ease he claims. Had it not been for the faculty's recognition of his potential to become a formidable assault-type soul master, how could they have nurtured a food system soul master like him as an assault type? It was indeed his unwavering perseverance, diligent efforts, and transformative growth that garnered the esteem of the Academy's instructors. Reflecting on these thoughts, Ma Hongjun, along with Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, regarded Oscar with admiration. He truly deserved the title of the unprecedented first auxiliary food system master. He was, without a doubt, the most gifted prodigy of Shrek Academy. At that moment, even Ma Hongjun, who had previously engaged in wordplay to deceive Dai Mubai and Tang San, inwardly acknowledged that Oscar was indeed the most talented among the Shrek students. Zhao Wujia, eager and rubbing his hands together, declared, Oscar, relay my message to Hongjun and the others. I shall grant you 4 half-incense sticks of preparation time. After that, you 4 must endure under my guidance for an entire incense stick's duration. Should you fail to persist, prepare yourselves for rigorous training in the future. Clearly, the earlier skirmish between Ma Hongjun and Oscar piqued Zhao Wujia's interest, prompting him to interrupt Oscar's nostalgic conversation with Ma Hongjun, exuding enthusiasm. Teacher Zhao. Isn't that unnecessary? Mubai and the others are exempt from entrance exams by the dean, Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling despondent about having been at the academy for 4 years yet unable to escape this predicament. Dai Mubai and the others found it somewhat perplexing. After all, enduring for an incense stick merely allowed the teacher to assess their abilities, which seemed quite normal. Why was Ma Hongjun reacting this way? Enough chatter, prepare swiftly. Zhao Wujia admonished impatiently, his body crackling with an intimidating energy that could terrify anyone. All right, let me formally introduce my 3 companions to you, Teacher Zhao. This one is Dai, this one is Tang, and this is Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun gestured toward Dai Mubai and the others, his tone laden with significance. The group fell silent, questioning the nature of his introduction. Enough already, stop wasting time and prepare. Zhao Wujia urged Ma Hongjun, thinking that his introduction was worse than none at all, clearly unaware of the underlying implications in Ma Hongjun's words. Xiao San, as a control type, you are the core and brain of our team. Devise the battle strategy. Ma Hongjun sighed internally, reflecting that it was difficult to enlighten a fool. He mused, Zhao Wujia, you've been subtly hinted at, yet you remain oblivious. That S on you. Oscar, could you please share with us some information about Teacher Zhao? Tang San inquired, as they only knew that Zhao Wujia was a level 72 soul sage, renowned for his strength and defense as a great power bear. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great power bear, celebrated for its might and defense, with virtually no weaknesses, yet lacking in speed. He is a level 73 assault-type soul master, famously known as the Immutable King, and his soul rings are an optimal combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Oscar's voice was gentle yet robust, and noticing that everyone was listening intently, he continued, however, I am only aware of the first 4 of Teacher Zhao's soul skills. For is better than none, please enlighten us, they urged. Ma Hongjun remarked that he had long forgotten Zhao Wuji's soul abilities. Having only spent a month at the academy 2 years ago, where he had never witnessed Zhao Wuji in action, gaining even a modicum of knowledge now would bolster their confidence. Oscar nodded and elaborated. The first soul skill, the body of the immovable king, unleashed a blinding golden light, reflecting all attacks within a 3-meter radius. This earned it the name of the immovable king. The second soul skill, the mighty Vajrapalm, transformed his hands into colossal bear paws, delivering fierce and relentless strikes that were utterly invincible. Caution was imperative. The third soul skill, gravity enhancement, suddenly weighed down the opponent, as if their feet were mired in quicksand, restricting their movements. The fourth soul skill, target tracking, allowed the soul ring to launch and ensnare the opponent, once locked on. It could close the distance within 100 meters using a powerful leap, thus one must be wary of being ensnared by Zhao's fourth soul ring. That concludes my briefing. Now, hasten to devise your strategies. Upon finishing, Oscar glanced anxiously at Ma Hongjun and the others before retreating to prepare some sausages for after the battle, as they would undoubtedly be needed, along with some small sausages for emergencies. Senior brother, you will be responsible for attacking Zhao from the air. Mubai, your task is to entangle Zhao, while I will coordinate with Xiao Wu using the meteor hammer, simultaneously assisting you with disruptions and seizing the opportunity to strike. Remember, under no circumstances should Zhao's fourth soul ring ensnare you. Tang San swiftly devised the combat plan, and Ma Hongjun along with the others nodded in agreement. Their familiarity with one another from regular sparring made this collaboration most fitting. Are you ready, little monsters? Zhao Wuji's deep voice resonated as he rose from his chair, stretching his neck and wrists, producing a series of unsettling cracks that inadvertently heightened the tension among them. He retrieved an incense stick, launching it towards a nearby wooden post, igniting it through the friction of air. This single feat left everyone present in awe, for none could replicate it. With that display, Ma Hongjun and his companions quickly positioned themselves. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, embodying their martial spirits, stood at the forefront, while Ma Hongjun manifested a pair of fiery wings behind him, soaring into the air. Tang San, with his right hand outstretched, let the blue-silver grass sway in his grasp, standing behind Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. 8 yellow soul rings pulsated rhythmically around the 4 of them. Teacher Zhao, we are ready, Ma Hongjun declared, followed by a sharp exclamation as 2 yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously on his body. Second soul skill, the Phoenix in Flames. First soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line. When in doubt, they would first unleash an attack, a tacit understanding cultivated during their training sessions, with Ma Hongjun taking the lead. The second soul skill was maximized, nearing a 2-fold enhancement, as a scorching red lightning ball erupted from Ma Hongjun's mouth, trailing sparks and thunderous energy as it hurtled towards the ground where Zhao Wuji stood. Goodness, you're attempting murder. You unleash your soul skills as if they were instantaneous. First soul skill, the body of the immovable king. Ma Hongjun's soul skill had always been unleashed with remarkable swiftness, Although not instantaneous, it was nearly so. Especially considering he previously possessed only a singular offensive soul skill. Zhao Wujia had no time to react and hastily activated his first soul skill, only to be struck by Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line. Boom! Zhao Wujia was sent flying 5 meters away as an explosion erupted, producing a resounding roar. Flames danced, lightning flickered, and clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the events within. As the smoke dissipated, the residual embers revealed Zhao Wujia in a disheveled state. However, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu provided him no opportunity to recover. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light. Meteor Hammer. The two factions simultaneously unleashed their soul skills and combination techniques. One aimed directly at Zhao Wujia, while the other circumnavigated to strike at his back. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was in tatters, his visage smeared with dirt, and charred flesh emitted a foul odor. He cursed, "Damn it, after a lifetime of hunting geese, I've finally been pecked in the eye." This brat's soul skill release speed is excessively rapid. Clearly, the effects of his hurried activation of the first soul skill had been minimal. Boom. Yet Ma Hongjun and his companions afforded Zhao Wujia no opportunity to lament. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai's attack surged forth, colliding with Zhao Wujia. Although the White Tiger Light did not penetrate Zhao Wujia's immovable king body, the concentrated attack remained resilient, persistently burrowing towards him. This provided Ma Hongjun, who was soaring above, and Xiao Wu, wielding the meteor hammer, an opening. Employing the aerial combat techniques taught by Flandra, Ma Hongjun executed them with finesse, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky. His fiery claws, wreathed in flames, struck with unparalleled ferocity toward Zhao Wujia's eyes. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu delivered a kick aimed at Zhao Wujia's chin from the side. The head was outside the protective radius of the immovable king body, which, after all, was a defensive soul skill reliant on explosive power. It was currently preoccupied contending with Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light, making it notably formidable. Roar. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajrapalm. Zhao Wujia felt as though he had fallen into the depths of misfortune. Not only had he been forced to summon his martial soul right from the outset, but he found himself in such a dire predicament, with attacks directed squarely at his handsome visage. Observing Ma Hongjun's powerful claws and Xiao Wu's forceful kick, he knew that if they connected, he would surely bear the brunt of the damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out an angry roar and activated his second soul skill, transforming his hands into broad, powerful yellow bear paws that swiped at Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. In an instant, he retreated, flapping his wings to soar upward, while Xiao Wu deftly positioned herself behind Zhao Wujia's neck, anticipating his next move. Zhao Wujia's silence spoke volumes. The timing of her maneuver was impeccable. With no choice left, he slammed his mighty bear paws against the White Tiger Light. Simultaneously, he shook his body to dislodge Xiao Wu, preparing for another strike. First soul skill, Blue-Silver Star Grass Entanglement. At this moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass launched an assault, swiftly ensnaring him with a firm grip. The strangulation technique activated. The purplish-black blue-silver grass coiled around Zhao Wujia's form like a venomous serpent, tightening with an unyielding determination to eliminate him. Zhao Wujia, however, was not intimidated by mere blue-silver grass. Effortlessly, he could break free with a display of sheer strength. But just then, Ma Hongjun's sharp claws descended rapidly from the sky, aimed directly at his skull. The crushing divine claws were designed to target the enemy's head, a lesson imparted by Flandra. Ma Hongjun initially believed Flandra would employ the Nine Divine Claw, but it was merely a misconception. This was a common aerial assault tactic, utilizing the immense force of a high-speed descent, combined with his indomitable claws, directly aimed at the prey's vulnerabilities. Previously, Ma Hongjun had targeted the eyes. This time, he sought the skull, adhering to Flandra's advice that if one target failed, the prey would become alert. As he lunged for Zhao Wujia's cranium, from a height of 100 meters, the moment passed in an instant, and his formidable claws struck Zhao Wujia's forehead. True to the reputation of the mighty diamond bear, Ma Hongjun's potent claws, augmented by the acceleration from such height, merely tore away a piece of flesh. Disdainfully, he flicked his claws and rapidly soared back into the sky, the domain of the avian predator. The skin torn from Zhao Wujia's scalp caused him to grit his teeth in pain, drawing a sharp breath. This attack, reminiscent of Flandra's style, sent a shiver down Zhao Wujia's spine, reminding him of the fear instilled by Flandra. He could no longer underestimate these young combatants. With a furious roar, Zhao Wujia prepared to unleash greater power to break free from the blue-silver grass. He could not afford to be careless, lest he become a source of ridicule for the other veterans. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out, seizing the opportune moment to control the blue-silver grass and fling Zhao Wujia into the air, interrupting his attempt to muster strength. Xiao Wu instantly understood, nimbly ascending toward Zhao Wujia's massive form. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 8 resounding impacts echoed as Xiao Wu deftly kicked Zhao Wujia, playing with him like a monkey. The final strike, a devastating Taiji punch known as the 3 peaks crushing the mortar, sent Zhao Wujia crashing forcefully into the ground. Ma Hongjun soared overhead, gently wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, guiding her to the side. This was a brutal counterattack. The combination soul skill, Meteor Hammer. The first soul skill, Blue Silver Whip. The second soul skill, Phoenix of Fire, Fireline Burst. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. First came a trio of combined soul skills, followed by 3 fierce attacks that bombarded Zhao Wujia into the earth. Unbeknownst to anyone, an invisible, colorless flame infiltrated Zhao Wujia's body. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing terrifying flames, rampant lightning, and blinding light waves as clouds of dust billowed. The ground was carved with deep trenches, leaving one to wonder how Zhao Wujia would endure such an onslaught. Roar. A furious roar erupted amidst the flames, thunder, and smoke, as a colossal brown bear, towering over 5 meters, howled towards the heavens, its thick fur radiating a faint golden glow. The sixth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. With an earth-shattering bellow, the bear, speaking in human tongue, unleashed a tremendous sound wave directed at Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Tang San's warning came too late. The overwhelming sound wave offered no opportunity for the trio to react, sending them hurtling through the air. Especially affected were Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, who were closest to Zhao Wujia, unable even to evade the onslaught. Ma Hongjun felt as though he had gone deaf, nearly plummeting from the sky due to the force of the roar. With a powerful flap of his wings, he watched as Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu were tossed about like kites severed from their strings. Without a moment's hesitation, he caught the incoming Xiao Wu in his arms, leaving Dai Mubai and Tang San to fend for themselves. Ascending into the air with Xiao Wu cradled in his grasp, he observed her condition, blood streaming from her orifices, her spirit utterly depleted, and her complexion alarmingly pale. It was clear that Dai Mubai was likely in a similarly dire state. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had managed to evade the direct impact of the sound wave's linear expansion, yet he still felt the tremors threatening to dislodge him from the sky. He intended to set Xiao Wu down and check on the fallen Dai Mubai, confident that Tang San, with his ghost shadow perplexing track, would have reacted faster than anyone else and likely be alright. However, at that moment, Ma Hongjun caught sight of Zhao Wujia's 4th soul ring illuminating. Cursing under his breath, he disregarded the thought of putting Xiao Wu down and rapidly ascended, desperately flapping his wings as he soared towards the heights, 100 meters above. The 4th soul skill, Target Tracking. As Ma Hongjun fled skyward, Zhao Wujia's 4th soul ring shot forth in pursuit. In a frenzy, Ma Hongjun poured his soul power into his fiery wings, flapping them as if they were a windmill, shooting away like an arrow, narrowly evading the encroaching soul ring. Thank goodness, he thought, relieved to have escaped. Hovering 100 meters above the ground, he dared not descend. Zhao Wujia, frustrated that his 4th soul skill had failed to ensnare the escapee, muttered curses under his breath. This crafty fellow was swift as the wind, yet there was little he could do, as he lacked the ability to fly. If only he could leap and activate his 4th soul skill, Ma Hongjun would surely ascend even higher. Zhao Wujia lamented his predicament, realizing he could only wait for Ma Hongjun's soul power to dwindle, forcing him down. Observing Tang San, incapacitated like a limp shrimp, and the unconscious Dai Mubai, Zhao Wujia bellowed, "You rascal, come down here. Otherwise, I'll smack your backside until it blossoms." Ma Hongjun, spiraling in the air with Xiao Wu, heard Zhao Wujia's voice and shouted back, "Teacher Zhao, I won't come down. If I do, I'll fall right into your trap. I'll stay up here and maintain my soul power until the incense burns out. Absolutely no problem." Zhao Wujia, feeling helpless, retracted his martial soul, revealing his disheveled form, bruised and battered, with burns marring his stout physique. He called out to Ma Hongjun, "Come down. You have both performed admirably in this spar, earning my recognition." Ma Hongjun, hovering in the air, regarded Zhao Wujia with suspicion, sensing an underlying abnormality, as if a trick were afoot. Xiao Wu, Tang San, with his soul power rich and enduring, situated farther from Zhao Wujia than Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, swiftly regained his composure, struggling to rise. He glanced at the unconscious Dai Mubai, whose face resembled that of gilded parchment, and upon activating his purple extreme magic eyes, he instantly beheld Xiao Wu in a more precarious state than Dai Mubai. Her condition dire, his eyes filled with sorrow. With determination, he assisted Dai Mubai to his feet and guided him toward Oscar, enveloped in an aura of icy ferocity, advancing into the arena without uttering a word. Chapter 61, Zhao Wujia. Oscar comprehended Tang San's intent and promptly supported Dai Mu by feeding him a large sausage. Teacher Zhao, I am still capable of fighting. Please bestow your guidance. Tang San gritted his teeth and approached the center of the arena, addressing Zhao Wujia with a tone that was both respectful and detached. Are you certain you wish to continue? Zhao Wujia observed that Ma Hongjun had not been lured down, but rather that Tang San had risen, grunting in response, his demeanor seemingly displeased, though his battered visage betrayed little emotion. Please grant me your guidance. Tang San reiterated respectfully in a cold tone. Zhao Wujia, though displeased, acquiesced. Sensing this, Tang San placed his left hand on his waist, summoned his martial soul, and grasped the blue-silver grass in his right hand. The extending portion transformed into a single vine, approximately 2 to 3 meters long, adorned with barbs. As he activated the ghost shadow Mistral, illusory afterimages encircled Zhao Wujia. As he sought the opportune moment to strike, Tang San made his move. The blue-silver whip in his hand lashed out like a venomous dragon, swiftly aiming for Zhao Wujia's back. With a sharp crack, the whip connected with Zhao Wujia's back, igniting a searing pain. Yet Zhao Wujia was unable to react to Tang San's incredible speed. The whip withdrew and then struck again, each lash returning immediately, targeting the same spot repeatedly. Roar. Third soul skill, gravity increase. Zhao Wujia bellowed, unleashing his third soul skill. The relentless speed of Tang San necessitated a means of restriction, for he could not capture the boy's movements. Each strike from the blue-silver whip kindled a fiery ache within him, reminiscent of the torment he had felt when ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Second soul skill, Phoenix Rebirth. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Recognizing that Zhao Wujia had restrained Tang San's velocity, Ma Hongjun discerned this as the perfect moment. He unleashed his first and second soul skills instantaneously, a torrent of searing flames erupting from his mouth, relentlessly directed toward Zhao Wujia. Now is the time. Although Tang San's speed was restricted, he recognized the moment had arrived as soon as he saw Ma Hongjun make his move. The blue-silver grass vanished in an instant, and as his hands swept at his waist, he circled around Zhao Wujin, launching a flurry of dazzling projectiles towards him. Various concealed weapons such as the willow blade, locust stone, and bone-piercing needles were unleashed from different parts of his body, all aimed at Zhao Wujin. Roar. First soul skill, Unmoving King. Zhao Wujin exclaimed as he faced the onslaught of flames and peculiar weapons raining down upon him. Cursing under his breath, he quickly activated his first soul skill. A blinding golden light erupted from his body, repelling Ma Hongjun's fiery assault and rendering Tang San's projectiles ineffective. Little hedgehog, your attempts are futile. Not even enough to scratch your teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujin mocked Tang San, remaining silent. Tang San observed the numerous projectiles failing to breach Zhao Wujin's defenses and resolved to employ that particular item. Xiao San. Just then, Ma Hongjun shouted from the air, catching Tang San's attention as he noticed Zhao Wujin's soul skill dissipating due to an inexplicable disturbance, leaving him visibly agitated. What a splendid opportunity. In an instant, Tang San flicked his fingertips, sending forth streams of golden light that struck at peculiar angles, penetrating Zhao Wujin's body. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun launched his own golden light, and together they merged within Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin felt a sharp pain as if something had invaded his muscles, a burning sensation igniting within him that made it impossible to concentrate on activating his soul skill. The foreign entities, once inside, felt like they were slicing through his flesh, digging deeper with each movement. Even at rest, they constricted his muscles tightly. Confused, Zhao Wujin struggled to comprehend the nature of this attack, finding himself unable to gather his soul power. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Tang San swiftly closed the distance, summoning a small, jet-black hammer in his left hand, glimmering with silver light. Without hesitation, he aimed for Zhao Wujin's face. After all, if one were to strike, it should be the face. Especially after learning from Ma Hongjun that day, given Zhao Wujin's formidable defenses. With a thunderous crash, the mini Haoyan hammer landed squarely on Zhao Wujin's face. Ugh! His head tilted violently, blood and teeth scattering, further igniting his irritation, compelling him to unleash his ultimate move. Wujin, what are you doing? At that moment, a stern voice interrupted Zhao Wujin. Flandra, master. Zhao Wujin turned to see Flandra and the master approaching. His expression darkened. Why did they choose to appear now? Waiting for his humiliation to unfold? Flandra shot him a fierce glare, thinking it served him right. Xiao San, are you all right? The master inquired as he approached the pale-faced Tang San, having transformed into a golden-winged swift with the help of Luo Sanpao, which allowed him to arrive earlier despite departing later than Ma Hongjun and the others. The golden-winged sky falcon is an extraordinarily swift and formidable spirit beast, reputedly bearing the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, thus possessing immense power. The drop of blood from this golden-winged sky falcon that Luo Senpao acquired was derived from the corpse of a 10,000-year-old specimen, which he purchased for 1,000 gold soul coins. Teacher, I had no idea you had arrived. Upon seeing the master, Tang San felt a sense of reassurance, and his pale complexion could not conceal the joy within his heart. I'm fine, merely a bit drained. Mu Bai and Xiao Wu were too close to Teacher Zhao earlier and fell victim to his sixth soul skill, the mighty diamond roar. They might have sustained some serious injuries. Teacher, I wish to check on Xiao Wu first. Go ahead. The master nodded in assent. Teacher, it has been 2 years. How have you been? Ma Hongjun, his face slightly pale, landed beside Flandra. Though he was no longer the novice who had just acquired his second soul ring, now possessing merely the attack power equivalent to San Pao, he still had an extra shot to spare. Should he attempt another, while his soul power wouldn't be entirely depleted, he would be unable to unleash his second soul skill. However, with Flandra present, Ma Hongjun felt no fear of Zhao Wujia's explosive prowess. Moreover, he had already implanted the heart fire and dragon whisker needle within him, making any attempt to strike back quite challenging. The dragon whisker needle was something Ma Hongjun had insisted on acquiring when he first visited Flandra's antique shop. It was a remarkable tool. Anyone who displeased him would certainly receive a prick from it. You've grown well, my boy. After 2 years, I almost failed to recognize you, Flandra remarked with satisfaction. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun had arrived, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement and would have rushed out to greet him, had he not seen them engaging in a spar with Zhao Wujia. He held great anticipation for the growth of this fine disciple over the past 2 years. Although they corresponded monthly and had shared much, nothing could compare to witnessing it firsthand. The fact that Ma Hongjun had even evaded Zhao Wujia's fourth soul skill, tracking, only further impressed him. Ma Hongjun chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his nose. Teacher, let me first extract the heart fire and dragon whisker needle from Teacher Zhao, otherwise, it could lead to complications over time. Flandra nodded in agreement. My boy, the dragon whisker needle must be that which constrains my muscles. But what is this heart fire? Zhao Wujia grimaced as he spoke. Although Ma Hongjun's technique was unique and made extracting the dragon whisker needle straightforward, it was still quite painful. The heart fire is an advanced version of my martial spirit's evil fire, known as the fallen heart flame. It can invoke human emotions and desires. Just now, your soul skill was interrupted, preventing you from using your soul power because I activated the heart fire I had implanted within you during the earlier attack. Ma Hongjun explained to Zhao Wujia. Have you resolved the flaw in your martial spirit? The evil fire can be wielded for your own purposes? That is splendid news. Yet, I must say, you are rather harsh in your methods, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, both pleased at the resolution of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit flaw and slightly chiding him for his severity, which left him feeling quite raw. Did the teacher not inform you? It has been addressed, though not entirely resolved. In the midst of our exchange, how could I possibly hold back? You are, after all, the formidable soul sage, while I am merely a humble great soul master. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, realizing that Flanders had not shared with Zhao Wujia and the others the resolution regarding his martial soul-less flaw. Oscar, please prepare 2 sausages for Teacher Zhao, 1 for recovery and 1 for detoxification. With the dragon whisker's needle withdrawn and the heart's fire subdued, Ma Hongjun called out to Oscar, utterly distressed by Zhao Wujia's woeful state. Very well, Oscar responded, swiftly approaching after leaving the severely injured Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu in Tang San's care. Witnessing the extent of Zhao Wujia's injuries at the hands of Ma Hongjun and the others, his fleeting sense of pride evaporated. There remained a long journey ahead in the realm of combat. Indeed, it is what it is. What does it mean to say it counts? Zhao Wujia, at a loss for words, accepted the sausage from Oscar and felt an immediate improvement. Ma Hongjun lamented, his heart aching. Zhao Wujia silently acknowledged that it was primarily due to Ma Hongjun's efforts, whether through burning or exploding. It seemed he was akin to a demolition expert. Boss master, I shall take my leave to rest. Flanders stifled a laugh, while the master, unable to contain his amusement, nodded in agreement. Zhao Wujia, feeling utterly embarrassed, hastily made his exit upon witnessing Flanders and the masteress nods. Hongjun, you seem to have also expended considerable energy. You should partake in a sausage as well. Oscar offered a recovery sausage to the pale-faced Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun accepted it and swallowed it in 1 bite. As the recovery sausage's soul energy coursed through him, he felt rejuvenated, his complexion improving significantly.